As an S-Class Alpha, Yuan Chen is a man of impeccable qualities, yet he is allergic to omega pheromones. Shen Yi, are you jesting with me? You can still transition into an omega at 30? Mr. Yuan, I'm sincerely grateful for your guidance over the past years, but I regret to inform you that I can no longer assist you. Shen Yi resigned from his position as the executive assistant after 6 years, embarking on an early retirement. However, Yuan Chen soon discovered that life without Shen Yi was fraught with difficulties. Chapter 1. Do I need to remind you? Has anyone ever witnessed their boss engaging in such intimate activities? The title was sensational, and Shen Yi couldn't resist clicking on it. After reading, he could only conclude that being an executive assistant was indeed a perilous occupation. Having been in the role for nearly 3 months, Shen Yi found himself managing not only work-related matters, but also attending to his superior's personal life on standby. His direct superior, a young and accomplished man, was quite handsome and renowned in the industry, though I shall refrain from disclosing his identity. The situation unfolded as such. He had recently become infatuated with an omega and seemed quite smitten. One day, while driving, the boss and the omega were seated in the back seat. Initially, they were merely whispering and laughing, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yet, inexplicably, a trivial disagreement escalated into a heated argument. In the midst of their quarrel, the omega pointed at me, the driver in the front seat, and remarked to the boss, "Look at your assistant. He hasn't uttered a word during the drive. Yet the car is so steady and his emotions so composed, mature, reliable. Can't you learn from him?" I instantly stiffened, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Sure enough, the next moment, the boss's icy gaze pierced through the rearview mirror, landing squarely on the back of my head. He scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Him? A beta knows nothing of the allure and inherent impulses between alphas and omegas. He is merely fulfilling his duty. How dare you compare him to me? I was left speechless. Thank you for the insult. I diligently drove, striving to minimize my presence, only to find myself caught in this unexpected turmoil. At that moment, I wished for a comet to collide with the Earth to obliterate this mortifying predicament. As the argument escalated, they raised the petition, and I could faintly hear some indescribable sounds. Though I had encountered similarly awkward situations before, nothing could prepare me for this level of embarrassment. In summary, I wish to convey, could wealthy individuals refrain from dragging us mere workers into their disputes? Must we constantly be tested on our psychological resilience and professional integrity? Shen Yi casually leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, his fingers idly gliding across his phone screen. Earlier that morning, an anonymous post had emerged on a city secretary forum, its title so explosive that it prompted many to click. Overnight, it surged to popularity, the comments section bustling with activity like a bustling market. 1. No pictures, no truth. Post a video, and I'll believe it. 2. The previous commenter is off their rocker. 3. Who is brave enough to risk everything? 4. I can't help but feel a twinge of envy for those present. 5. How many young and handsome CEOs are there in a city? Count them on one hand. 6. If we're talking about someone universally attractive, could it be that pharmaceutical executive? 7. Be cautious, lest you be banned. Isn't that individual notoriously allergic to omega pheromones? Upon reaching this point, Shen Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a coincidence! He was indeed the assistant to the very CEO allergic to omega pheromones. While everyone speculated about which CEO was being referred to, Shen Yi was more curious about the identity of the poster, who dared expose their superior's private life online. Although the forum was anonymous, true secrets rarely exist in the face of power and wealth. Yet, despite the buzz, this wasn't particularly novel in their line of work. Everyone was aware, but no one dared to speak openly about it, for discretion is the fundamental principle of an executive assistant. Mr. Shen, your Americano is ready. Shen Yi tucked away his phone and approached the pickup area, ordering his usual hot Americano with milk. Enjoy and be cautious, it's hot. The server smiled as they handed him the coffee in a paper bag. Thank you. Shen Yi nodded slightly, taking the bag and stepping outside. It was precisely 8:20 a.m. This routine was unwavering from Monday to Friday. The morning air was crisp, mingled with the rich aroma of coffee. Shen Yi inhaled deeply, a familiar weariness washing over him. It seemed yet another arduous day awaited. He reaffirmed to himself, being an executive assistant indeed demanded great fortitude. As he walked from the cafe to the affluent neighborhood, he spotted the black Rolls-Royce parked quietly at the entrance. Approaching, he saw the driver, Zheng, standing by the vehicle. "Good morning, Assistant Shen." "Good morning, Driver Zheng." Shen Yi offered a brief greeting, opening the rear door and placing his coffee securely in the cup holder, ensuring everything in the car was in order. "Driver Zheng, please turn off the heater and activate the humidifier. Mr. Yuan dislikes overly dry air." "Ah, understood." The temperature within the vehicle was maintained at around 24 degrees Celsius. Mr. Yuan preferred to enjoy his coffee during the commute, so the driver was instructed to drive steadily and keep his responses concise, as Mr. Yuan detested verbosity. The driver's expression visibly stiffened. Being new to the job and with such a demanding superior only heightened his anxiety, rendering him hesitant to speak. Noticing this, Shen Yi offered a reassuring smile. "Feeling tense?" "A bit. Should you make a mistake, I will cover for you. Just focus on your responsibilities." "Understood." They stood side by side in front of the closed gate, waiting in silence. Shen Yi glanced at his watch. 3 minutes remaining. His tone was assured. "Does Mr. Yuan always leave at this exact time?" "Indeed, he has maintained this punctuality for 6 years." Reflecting on this, Shen Yi realized he had been Mr. Yuan's assistant for 6 years. How swiftly time had passed. At precisely 8:30 a.m., the gate swung open with a resounding bang. Mr. Yuan's tall figure appeared at the entrance, his hairstyle impeccably styled, clad in a black suit. As an S-Class alpha, his countenance was stern. To the casual observer, he might merely possess an excessively handsome face. Yet for Shen Yi, who had cared for him for 6 years, no subtle change in expression went unnoticed. Mr. Yuan seemed to be in a foul mood today. Shen Yi approached to greet him, but Mr. Yuan merely nodded in acknowledgement. The driver, visibly anxious, opened the car door for him, and thankfully, the process proceeded smoothly. Shen Yi settled into the passenger seat, the scent of coffee wafting through the air. He fastened his seatbelt, using the rearview mirror to observe the back seat, where Mr. Yuan had just taken a sip of his coffee, his brows still furrowed. Shen Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket, confirming today's schedule while sending a brief alert in the secretary group. Cumulonimbus clouds detected. Localized areas may experience unstable air currents. Shen Yi categorized Mr. Yuan's emotions using a meticulous meteorological system. Clear skies and good visibility indicated a neutral state. Thicker clouds and worsening weather signified deteriorating emotions. Conversely, if Mr. Yuan was unusually downcast, it would be represented by calm winds and overcast skies. Naturally, Mr. Yuan was seldom in a gloomy state. Most often, it was a clear, sunny day. Transporting Mr. Yuan daily while accurately gauging his emotional climate was part of Shen Yi's routine. A saying circulated among the secretaries. The person who understands Mr. Yuan best in the world is none other than the Minister d'Amar. "Yuan, may I report today's agenda?" Shen Yi inquired, turning back. "Discuss it upon arrival at the office." Mr. Yuan's voice was frigid, his words wrapped in an invisible blade of ice. The atmosphere in the car instantly stiffened. The driver felt the palpable pressure, casting a furtive glance at the rearview mirror, discreetly raising the volume of the car's audio system. "Turn it off. Do I need to remind you of such matters?" Mr. Yuan's tone had grown even colder than before. The driver, predictably, found himself under the muzzle of a gun, and even the classical melodies that Yuan Chen typically cherished could not salvage the situation. "I apologize for my oversight," Shen Yi interjected on behalf of the driver. An oppressive silence enveloped the car, punctuated solely by the sound of restrained breaths. The driver, visibly shaken, was lost in a daze, his gaze fixed ahead. As they paused at a red light, he swallowed hard, summoning his courage to steal a glance to the side. There he beheld Assistant Shen, his eyes cast down, diligently tapping on his phone screen, swiftly dispatching a warning. "Attention! Atmospheric pressure is rapidly dropping. A thunderstorm is anticipated." Chapter 2. Can you stop him? The Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before the entrance of the company. The colossal logo of 34-Akit Pharmaceuticals shimmered in the morning light, embedded at the pinnacle of the towering glass facade. As the headquarters of a leading domestic and globally renowned pharmaceutical group, the building exuded an undeniable majesty. The driver swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the rear door, while Shen Yi simultaneously emerged from the passenger seat, closely following Yuan Chen into the lobby. During the morning rush, the ground floor bustled with people, yet wherever Yuan Chen tread, the crowd parted as if Moses were parting the sea. Shen Yi trailed half a step behind him until they reached the exclusive presidential elevator. The moment he pressed the button, he keenly discerned the subtle rhythm of his superior's breath. Having served as the president's assistant for 6 years, he had honed a unique skill to gauge Yuan Chen's emotional state merely by the cadence of his breathing. The current atmosphere, the sound of breathing, and various indicators suggested that Yuan Chen's low pressure persisted. It seemed today would inevitably be a challenging battle. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor, the atmosphere in the presidential office area was thick with a sense of impending confrontation. The digital clock ticked silently, and the secretaries executed their duties with unwavering efficiency. Some meticulously arranged the morning news, economic journals, and industry reports in their designated spots on the desk. Others organized the documents requiring Yuan Chen's urgent review, while yet others carefully adjusted the blinds, ensuring optimal temperature and humidity before activating the air purification system. Just as all preparations were completed, the elevator chimed softly, and the secretaries instantly halted their movements, standing in unison as Yuan Chen's figure materialized. "Good morning, Mr. Yuan," they greeted. Yuan Chen merely nodded slightly. He was never one to respond to greetings or offer even a word of encouragement, maintaining his customary stoic demeanor as he proceeded to his office. Upon entering, he promptly removed his suit jacket, which Shen Yi deftly accepted, their synergy so refined it resembled that of longtime partners. Shen Yi swiftly hung the jacket in the wardrobe to prevent creasing, then, adhering to his distinctive rhythm, conducted a rapid inspection of every corner of the office. Once satisfied that everything was flawless, he relaxed slightly, turning to find his gaze landing on the silhouette of Yuan Chen, who was already seated. That broad shoulder, worthy of an S-class alpha, was shield-like and brimming with strength. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with just the right amount of muscle, he appeared elongated and poised. His muscular lines smooth and precise, especially those remarkable legs, perfectly proportioned. Yuan Chen possessed a physique that easily built muscle, yet he meticulously managed his form, avoiding excessive bulk that might seem oppressive. In his view, a sharp and competent image in the business realm was far more effective than mere visual intimidation. The management of one's external image was, after all, an integral aspect of commercial acumen. Perfectionist, workaholic, S-class alpha, such were the labels affixed to Yuan Chen. Yet, was his back not a touch more robust than before? Shen Yi pondered, observing the slightly taut outline of his shirt today. He approached the desk. "Mr. Yuan, shall I now report today's agenda?" Fortunately, upon entering the office, Yuan Chen's demeanor appeared to have softened slightly, though his expression and tone remained unchanged. His inner emotions had transformed entirely. The long hours spent in each other's company had enabled Shen Yi to discern even the subtlest of differences. He picked up his tablet to begin his report. At 10 o'clock, the clinical research team's weekly meeting. At 11:30, a video conference with Medicore Tech in the United States. At 3 o'clock, a report from QA department leader Huang Feng. And at 4 o'clock, an internal company seminar. "Will your presence be required at the seminar?" "I will reply to you after lunch." Yuan Chen lifted his gaze. "Understood." Noticing Yuan Chen had immersed himself in his work, beginning to review the pile of documents, Shen Yi quietly exited the office. Outside, members of the secretarial department cast inquiring glances. "Let us convene for a brief meeting." Shen Yi lightly tapped his tablet as a signal. The atmosphere of the Monday secretarial meeting was always relatively relaxed. As the department head, as long as there were no errors in the work, Shen Yi's management style was considerably more lenient than that of his superior. A secretary, who had worked alongside him the longest, discreetly handed him a cup of coffee. "Minister, have you seen the article on the forum?" Indeed, such gossip inevitably sparks lively discussions. No one commented, "I presume?" "Of course not. Who would dare?" Wise choice, merely observing without speaking, leaving no trace. Shen Yi took a delicate sip of the hot coffee, his tone nonchalant. While the gossip of others was indeed amusing, Unless one was the subject, that would be a calamity. Who exactly initiated it? The rumors are spreading like wildfire. It would not be surprising if it trends. Quite enough of this. Is such a thing common? Have you encountered it, Minister? Curious glances were directed his way. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, surveying the room, and the secretaries immediately fell silent, turning their heads. Would Yuan Chen behave in such a manner? Impossible. He does not even permit others to sit too close. All right, back to business. Shen Yi lightly tapped the table, and the secretaries instantaneously shifted into work mode, starting with the daily agenda. Despite being an executive assistant, Shen Yi did not take on all of Yuan Chen's responsibilities. Due to his tenure far exceeding that of others, he would allocate tasks judiciously. The secretarial department, including himself, comprised four exceptionally capable individuals, all personally selected by him. Yuan Chen had entrusted him with full management of the department, and a new member had recently been added. Are there any objections? If anyone has suggestions, now is the time to voice them. None. Good. Let's continue our efforts today. The meeting concluded efficiently in under 30 minutes. Just as the morning's work was intensifying, an ill-timed figure appeared on the 25th floor. The newly appointed marketing director, Manager Liu, strolled in, his eyes widening at the opulent office environment. Even aware that this was the executive floor, he did not anticipate such grandeur. Oh, has this place been transformed into a banquet hall? His tone was superficial as the freshly promoted director attempted to assert his presence, carelessly surveying his surroundings. For secretaries? Does Director Yuan choose based solely on looks? Each one is remarkably attractive. What brings Director Liu here? Although the remarks were discourteous, he was, after all, a senior executive. And Shen Yi rose to greet him as the representative of the secretarial team. It is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to meet the president. Do you have an appointment? No. A meeting with President Yuan requires prior scheduling. Please call ahead next time. Shen Yi's lips curled into a professional smile. It is not a matter of great importance. I merely wish to extend a greeting, which will take no more than 5 minutes and will not consume much of your time. Please convey this message. Shen Yi stood still, showing no signs of intention to relay the message. Why are you not moving? As a secretary, one ought to be more perceptive. If it were not for an urgent matter, I would advise you to schedule an appointment in advance. My time is equally precious. Do you think executives are idle? Director Liu lightly tapped Shen Yi's chest with the back of his hand, evidently accustomed to treating subordinates in such a manner. Despite the rudeness of this gesture, Shen Yi remained silent. In the ensuing silence, other secretaries exchanged worried glances. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and relay the message. Do you not comprehend human speech? I am a director. Do you understand what that means? Shen Yi disregarded the nearly agitated Director Liu and glanced at his watch, noting that there was still an hour until the weekly meeting and that Yuan Chen should be occupied with paperwork. Are your ears deaf? Is this how you treat guests normally? Or do you find me amusing? Director Liu's voice rose sharply, stating that in all his years, he had never been ignored by a secretary. You do not even bother with the slightest pretense? Remember, my rank is far superior to yours. Shen Yi assessed the relentless individual before him, weighing his options. Should he ask him to leave directly, or perhaps request a brief moment? After a moment's contemplation, he turned and walked toward the president's office, steadied himself at the door, and gently knocked on the solid wood panel. Enter came a low response from within. He grasped the doorknob. Everyone in the secretary's office collectively held their breath, exchanging glances. The minister's actions were unexpected. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the oblivious manager Liu began to hum a tune, leisurely adjusting his collar. Moments later, the office door swung open once more. Shen Yi held the door, slightly nodded, and said, "Please come in." Ahem. Director Liu cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and entered with the demeanor of a triumphant general. Once the other party was inside, Shen Yi gently closed the door and nonchalantly returned to his desk. Just as he sat down, Secretary Li slid his chair closer and whispered, "Is this really all right? What if there's a problem? Does the boss truly wish to meet him?" Li's incredulity was evident. He claimed it was an urgent matter. Shen Yi shrugged, adopting an unconcerned demeanor, leisurely folding his arms while casting his gaze towards the wall clock. How long will it take? Is 3 minutes sufficient? He mused silently. Sure enough. Moments later, A dull thud and a vehement reprimand echoed from the office. The door was flung open with force, and Director Liu bowed his head in retreat, pleading, "Forgive me. I am truly sorry." 3 minutes to the second. Shen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction with his precise judgment and rose to handle the subsequent matters. Upon entering the office, he met Yuan Chen's icy gaze. Yuan Chen leaned back in his chair, pointing towards the door. Was this intentional? How could it be? Shen Yi instinctively retorted. Could not stop him? Leaving him outside would be even more embarrassing. I believe this was the optimal course of action. Yuan Chen scoffed. Well aware of Liu Shiwang's character, you are becoming increasingly astute. Shen Yi straightened his back instinctively, his throat tightening as the rhythm of his pen tapping against the desk synchronized with his accelerated heartbeat. Even after serving as the president's special assistant for 6 years, he still felt a shiver run down his spine under Yuan Chen's scrutiny. He suddenly recalled that the very catalyst for his becoming Yuan Chen's special assistant was Chapter 3, who released the pheromones. Shen Yi was indeed an exception within the company. Years ago, he had triumphed in a fiercely competitive public recruitment in the media sector, emerging as a social reporter for one of the nation's leading media outlets. Yet, who could have foreseen that merely 6 months into this path, he would come to the realization that it was ill-suited for him, prompting a decisive resignation. Subsequently, he joined Akit Pharmaceuticals, a globally renowned pharmaceutical giant, specializing in the development of professional medications for alpha and omega. Shen Yi's career trajectory was remarkably smooth. His intelligence, coupled with his background as a journalist, endowed him with a poised manner of speaking and conducting affairs, as well as a keen insight that quickly spread the news of a versatile newcomer within the promotional team. In his inaugural year, Yuan Chen, the illustrious scion of the chairman, had already been with the company for a year prior. The rivalry for the position of the next board member between Yuan Chen and his cousin Yuan Hao had long since become an open secret. Yuan Chen, an S-class alpha with an impressively formidable resume, although ostensibly entering as an ordinary employee, ascended to the managerial level within just 1 year. While some attributed his swift rise to connections, no one could deny his exceptional professional abilities. Their first encounter occurred during a presentation held by the promotional team. The report was led by a manager with 3 years of experience, with Shen Yi serving as the assistant. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chen arrived a full 30 minutes ahead of schedule, leaving the presenting manager visibly paralyzed. Despite previous experience, the overwhelming tension rendered him nearly speechless. Shen Yi, what should we do? Is there going to be a problem? It will be fine. You are more than capable, Shen Yi assured the manager with practiced calmness, his preparations unwavering as he greeted each entrant with precision, arranging beverages according to individual preferences at their respective seats. Yuan Chen's gaze fell upon Shen Yi's hands as he placed the paper cups, noting the neatly trimmed nails and the impeccably pressed shirt cuffs. Most notably, this man emitted almost no trace of pheromones, even standing in such proximity. Not a hint of the usual laundry scent could be detected. Before Yuan Chen sat a glass of iced Americano with milk, precisely to his liking. This was no coincidence. Surveying the room, he discerned that each beverage was distinct, evidencing that this individual had considered everyone's preferences. The presentation commenced smoothly at first, but midway, the projector malfunctioned, necessitating an abrupt halt to the meeting. In a moment of crisis, Shen Yi swiftly distributed tablets containing the PPT materials to the participants while adeptly connecting a backup display. His ability to adapt on the fly was indeed remarkable. Yuan Chen's attention remained steadfastly on this figure. Glancing several times at the name tag hanging from Shen Yi's neatly tailored suit, promotional team, Shen Yi. From that point forward, Yuan Chen deliberately sought to convene more meetings with the promotional team, culminating in 5 encounters. Having confirmed Shen Yi's unwavering professionalism, Yuan Chen made his final decision. Would you be interested in becoming my assistant? I am capable of fulfilling any conditions you propose. Not only is the annual salary impressive, but the benefits are also undoubtedly among the finest in the industry. The chairman's proposal is undeniably enticing. Yuan Chen, a paragon of capability and integrity, stands out among the affluent elite for his exemplary conduct, and being an alpha, Interactions with him are notably more comfortable. After a week of grappling with his thoughts, Shen Yi ultimately acquiesced to Yuan Chen's offer. Thus began a 6-year journey as Yuan Chen's indispensable aide. With his meticulous nature and innate perceptiveness, Shen Yi adeptly fulfilled the role of the executive assistant. Yuan Chen's most significant flaw lies in his lack of warmth typical of ordinary individuals. However, this seldom troubled Shen Yi, who was never one to be overly sentimental. Admittedly, this position was far from effortless, and many often inquired how he endured such demanding circumstances. Shen Yi would jest, perhaps being Yuan Chen's secretary was simply his destined vocation. He reconfirmed the attendees for the upcoming weekly meeting. Okit, as a pharmaceutical company related to the second gender, exhibits a far greater tolerance for omegas than other enterprises. Among these considerations, ascertaining the status of omega employees is a crucial aspect. Although all are self-sufficient adults, unforeseen incidents can arise at any moment, particularly with Yuan Chen being an S-class alpha. Numerous omegas have faltered in his presence, necessitating constant vigilance. As a beta, Shen Yi sometimes found this pheromone-driven world utterly perplexing. Yet what could be done? The reality was indisputable, especially since his superior was an S-class alpha. Having completed the necessary preparations, he rose to retrieve his suit jacket draped over the chair and surveyed the office. The secretary's room was bustling as always in the morning, organizing the financial documents to be submitted to Yuan Chen, arranging schedules, and the incessant ringing of extension phones. With a remarkably competent superior, the workload of the secretary team could hardly be lightened. Director, the new colleague is expected to arrive on the 1st of next month. Once the team is bolstered, the pressure should alleviate somewhat, Shen Yi said while fastening his suit jacket. Please ensure that the new employee's onboarding application and recruitment information are organized and uploaded to the system for Mr. Yuan's review. Understood. Subsequently, Shen Yi entered the president's office to remind Yuan Chen of the forthcoming meeting arrangements and assisted him in donning a suit. Yuan Chen, in unison, paused his work to cooperate with Shen Yi's efforts, as if the earlier reprimand in the office had never transpired, restoring their relationship to one of pure professionalism. Clear boundaries and a streamlined approach were the secrets to their smooth collaboration over the past 6 years. The 9th-floor conference room is renowned for its exceptional natural light within the Akit building, with spacious floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the urban forest. However, at this moment, no one had the heart to appreciate it. This was the venue for reporting research findings to President Yuan Chen, and the palpable tension in the air was almost visible, particularly among the researchers unaccustomed to formal attire, each bearing a serious expression. Greetings, Researcher Wang. I am Shen Yi, the special assistant to President Yuan Chen. I apologize for the intrusion. May I inquire about your current health status? Shen Yi cautiously approached a researcher of Omega designation and asked. The serious-faced researcher cast him a glance, their piercing gaze appraising him from head to toe. Did you send me that email? Indeed, I wish to confirm in person, as I had not received a response. The content was rather offensive, hence my silence. The response was decidedly frosty. Shen Yi suppressed a hint of embarrassment and maintained a professional smile. He understood such reactions were not uncommon. Requests for Omega individuals to manage their pheromones could indeed induce discomfort. I apologize. However, for the meeting to proceed smoothly, your cooperation is essential. It is my understanding that this is your first meeting with President Yuan, who is particularly sensitive to pheromones. We have prepared standard suppressants, should you require them. Do you realize that you have severely overstepped your bounds? Why are you criticizing the Omega while neglecting to rein in the Alpha? What kind of reasoning is that? I am profoundly sorry. Shen Yi could only apologize once more. The researcher's words did hold a degree of truth. He could not argue against them, as he possessed no authority to impose demands in this setting. The meeting commenced, initially believed to progress without incident, yet was abruptly interrupted within 10 minutes. President Yuan, sensitive to the atmosphere, furrowed his brow. Who is releasing pheromones? Yuan asked in a low voice. The meeting room fell into a stifling silence, no one daring to respond. Only anxious glances exchanged quietly among them. Among the 12 attendees, there was 1 beta, 8 alphas, and 3 omegas, each striving to contain their pheromones. Yuan's expression darkened, and despite his typically handsome demeanor, his anger was enough to instill fear. Are you deaf? I am asking who among you cannot even control their own pheromones, yet dares to attend this meeting. Yuan slammed his pen down heavily on the table. Under such pressure, it became exceedingly difficult to confess. The silence in the room was so palpable that even the sound of swallowing could be distinctly heard. Attendees exchanged glances. Initially, the pheromones had gone unnoticed, but once Yuan pointed it out, the unmistakable scent belonging to an omega became discernible. Although the individual remained unidentified, it was evident that their owner, in a state of extreme anxiety, was losing control. Yes, I am sorry, it is I. Ultimately, a trembling hand was raised, belonging to the very researcher who had contested Shen Yi earlier. Her face was awash with the shock of being publicly identified. Did you not receive prior notification? The researcher's face flushed crimson, her large eyes filling with tears, and amidst her emotional turmoil, the spread of her pheromones became even more uncontrollable. Chapter 4. Separation Anxiety. Yuan slammed the pen down onto the table, pressing his fingers firmly against his throbbing temples. For him, the uncontrollable pheromones were already vexing enough, and the tears only added fuel to the fire. Assistant Shen Yi, who had remained quietly at his side, quickly stepped forward to support the sobbing researcher who was at a loss for words. Let us step outside for a moment. We shall discuss matters once emotions have settled. Shen Yi gently suggested. I didn't mean to. The researcher nearly collapsed against him, clutching the hem of his suit with trembling fingers. I understand. Do not fret. Follow me. The tumultuous emotional fluctuations intensified the omega pheromones, an experience entirely foreign to Shen Yi as a beta. He carefully settled the researcher onto a sofa in the lounge area, kneeling to meet her gaze while offering her a spare sedative and a bottle of mineral water. The researcher dabbed at her tear-streaked eyes, her voice hoarse. I apologize for not heeding your earlier warning. I did not anticipate that President Yuan would be so sensitive. It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she could not help but overlook the nuances. I fear you may not be able to continue with today's meeting. Please submit your prepared materials in written form afterward. Will I have another chance to return? She inquired. I believe that might not be appropriate this time. Shen Yi retrieved a compact pheromone measurement device, and the numbers on the screen settled at 68 pH. Upon seeing this figure, the researcher nodded in silent acknowledgement. Observing her tearful state tugged at Shen Yi's heart. Even in sorrow, an omega evoked profound empathy. Will this incident adversely affect me? She asked anxiously. Rest assured, the president has never held grudges, he reassured her. At this, the tension in her shoulders eased, and she sipped water, striving to steady her still quaking breath. Please take the time to rest here. Are you leaving? She asked. Yes, there are numerous matters requiring my attention. He needed to expunge all traces of omega pheromones from his person immediately. Shen Yi hurried towards the elevator, pressing the button with urgency. His phone vibrated at just the right moment, illuminating the screen. President Yuan, return within 5 minutes. This message tightened his chest. His utmost priority was to eliminate every remnant of omega pheromones. It's me, he quickly responded, instructing, please send the pheromone neutralizer and my spare suit to the chairman's office. While deftly discarding the scented jacket, as the elevator doors opened, he dashed toward his office. The secretaries were already on high alert, presenting him with a pristine suit jacket while swiftly placing the removed one into a professional care machine. Shen Yi efficiently changed, taking the neutralizer to meticulously spray himself. His phone vibrated again, the messages growing increasingly urgent. President Yuan, hurry back. President Yuan, is this a time for idleness? Shen Yi gazed at the elevator indicator still stuck on the first floor, inhaling deeply before pushing open the emergency exit door. Descending from the 25th floor to the 9th took him 1 minute and 30 seconds. A slight ache pulsed in his ankle. He rushed into the restroom, quickly straightening his crumpled tie, adjusting his ID badge, and taming his disheveled hair. Once his breathing steadied, the reflection in the mirror revealed the composed and self-possessed assistant Shen once more. He bypassed the courtesy of knocking, directly pushing open the conference room door. The air inside was slightly cool, the window wide open, and the meeting was back in session, with a PowerPoint presentation displayed on the screen. Yuan Chen sat at the head of the table, his expression inscrutable. Although there was nothing of significant urgency, the insistence felt almost as if it stemmed from an anxiety of separation. Shen Yi silently approached Yuan Chen from behind, his presence as steadfast as a shadow. Occupying his designated space, he discreetly tightened his slightly trembling legs, striving to maintain an impeccably upright posture. In front of him, Yuan Chen, whose previously tense upper body had subtly leaned against the chair's backrest, now tapped the table with a finger, infused with an almost imperceptible lightness. Yuan Chen's sensitivity was not without reason. He endured severe migraines triggered by omega pheromones, a fact known to only a select few. After his differentiation at 17, as an extraordinarily charismatic S-class alpha, he was incessantly subjected to the pheromone allure of omegas, both intentional and instinctual. Initially, he felt drawn to them, but that attraction soon morphed into an overwhelming self-loathing, as if he were no longer a rational being, but a beast driven solely by desire. The S-class trait was both a blessing and a curse for him. His family, aware of his suffering, chose to ignore it, cloaking their neglect in the guise of adaptation, even pushing more omegas into his vicinity. Consequently, he suffered severe pheromone shock, requiring 12 emergency room visits within a month, an ordeal that left an indelible scar on his psyche. Since then, the mere scent of omega pheromones would trigger excruciating headaches and nausea, leading this S-class alpha to a complete aversion to omegas. It was once said that without the soothing balm of pheromones, one could scarcely endure the sensitive phase. But with advancements in medicine, pharmacological solutions became sufficient, especially with the kid's continuous development of new medications for this period. As the helmsperson of the company, managing operations had become almost effortless for him. Yet his heightened sensitivity to pheromones remained unaltered, necessitating the constant presence of Shen Yi, a beta, by his side. After an hour, the meeting finally concluded, albeit 10 minutes delayed due to an unforeseen interruption, tightening the schedule for the subsequent video conference. While Shen Yi anxiously checked the time, Yuan Chen concluded his discussion with the lead researcher and softly called out to him, "Assistant Shen. President Yuan, I will be having lunch with Director Song shortly. Please make a reservation at a restaurant. Do you have any recommendations? Dan Yen at 1 o'clock. Before Shen Yi could suggest anything, Yuan Chen had already specified the location. Understood. Shen Yi's thumb momentarily stiffened, his gaze meeting Yuan Chen's. I will secure the reservation. A professional and trustworthy smile swiftly graced his face. As a secretary, refusal was not an option, regardless of whether the command involved porridge or a meal. The answer was invariably, of course. On his way back to the office, alarm bells rang in Shen Yi's mind, recognizing the urgency of securing a reservation at Dan Yen, a private restaurant that had skyrocketed to fame after being featured on a popular variety show the previous week, leading to an overwhelming demand for bookings. Once Yuan Chen entered the office to commence a video conference, Shen Yi immediately convened the entire secretarial team, exhausting every possible reservation channel. A call to the restaurant confirmed that they were fully booked, leaving no possibility for same-day reservations. Are there any reserved VIP seats available? High-end restaurants often set aside tables for important guests, and despite the high cost, he was willing to pay. However, this avenue proved fruitless as well. There are transfer messages circulating online, but they are all for the dinner shift, with no offerings for lunch at all. The secretaries have been reporting disheartening news one after another. Shen Yi sighed softly, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples. Only one option remained. He straightened his posture, moved the mouse, and opened a chat window. Assistant Alliance 8. Notice, to be used only for urgent matters. Shen Yi placed his fingers on the keyboard and began to type, word by word. Akit Shen Yi. Good afternoon, friends. Recently, the temperature difference between day and night has been significant. I hope you're all doing well. As soon as he sent this polite opening, the group instantly buzzed with activity. Gh Huang Si Hua. Attention, everyone, pay heed. GD Su Huai Huan. What daunting task has President Yuan assigned? Blue Traction CIE, what is going on? Hurry up and tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. This clandestine chat group, comprised of executive assistants from renowned enterprises, erupted with excitement at Shen Yi's rare plea for help. A kit Shen Yi, request for assistance. At 1 p.m. today, in Chaoyang District Danyan, I need 2 spots. If anyone has connections, please message me privately. Diwang Shenzhou, Wa, Danyan, Diwang Shan Jinghao. That's no easy feat, Gh Huang Sihua. Everyone, those capable. Please contact Secretary Shen Yi directly. Blue Traction CIE. I'll inquire and see. Shen Yi clenched his slightly sweaty palms, his gaze fixed on the screen. He had done all he could. Now, he could only wait for a breakthrough. Chapter 5. A strong alpha presence moments later, after a long wait. The phone he'd been anticipating finally rang. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Shen Yi. Iam Kin Chi Igriki. At 1 p.m., 2 spots, correct? A cold, businesslike voice came from the other end. Shen Yi unconsciously swallowed hard. The tension was reminiscent of the anxious days of awaiting exam results. Yes, may I ask if arrangements can be made? I have a bit of a relationship with the chef at Danyan. Please hold on while I contact him. Secretary Chen seemed to be setting up a 3-way call. Hello, chef. Shen Yi listened to the faint snippets of conversation, each second feeling like an eternity. Outsiders might find it hard to believe. Why go through such trouble? Couldn't he just report? Couldn't he secure a reservation? Of course, that was not an option. In the eyes of superiors, a competent secretary must fulfill all commands. Reporting failure equates to admitting incompetence. He could hear Secretary Chen's earnest voice, advocating fiercely on Shen Yi's behalf, understanding the struggles of assistants. As mutual support was an unwritten rule in their profession. At last, the good news arrived. At 1 p.m., 2 spots, it's been arranged with great difficulty. Booked under President Yuan's name. Thank you so much. Let us skip the pleasantries. How do you intend to repay me? Just let me know, and I'll make it happen. This secretary group had its own rules. Help must be reciprocated. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Could you give me 3 boxes of the new Akit pheromone enhancer? That was a particularly popular new product that was currently in short supply on the market. Secretary Chen, is this for yourself? Well, I will be turning 40 next year. At this age, is this really necessary? It's for my nephew. He is currently going through his developmental phase. I'll think of a solution, but it might take some time. All right, let us have a pleasant collaboration. The call concluded briskly, as is customary in exchanges between secretaries, marked by efficiency. Setting down the phone, Shen Yi finally permitted himself to recline comfortably against the chair. A light sigh mingled with a smile escaping his lips, the burden on his heart finally lifting. At noon, they set off punctually for the restaurant. Following Yuan Chen's instructions, Shen Yi was tasked with driving. Unlike the tranquil morning commute, the car was now filled with the soothing strains of classical music. Despite it being Monday, Yuan Chen bore a hint of weariness upon his brow. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Yi observed his expression, with approximately 20 minutes to their destination. Yuan Chen closed his eyes, seemingly intent on a brief respite. Yuan Chen was a man who could transform even a meal into a business endeavor. Whether finalizing contracts with significant clients or continuing discussions with employees as he was today, it was always the same. Outsiders regarded him as a prodigy, an S-class alpha, born with a silver spoon, achieving fame at a young age. However, Shen Yi understood better than anyone the untold efforts concealed behind this success. At that moment, the once dazzling facade seemed to dim, revealing an unexpected fragility. Shen Yi wished for his comfort, and thus drove with increasing smoothness. They met Researcher Song, who had arrived by taxi at the entrance of the restaurant. Yuan Chen, who had just been conversing amiably, had shed his earlier fatigue, returning to his usual composure. He and Researcher Song ascended the granite staircase, their silhouettes still exuding elegance and authority. Watching them disappear within the doors, Shen Yi, who had stood erect, finally relaxed slightly. He glanced at the time. This outing would afford him at least an hour of freedom. The sunlight warmed his back as he leaned against the car, and he suddenly felt that happiness could, at times, be rather simple. While sipping the last few drops of milk through a straw, an imported vehicle pulled into the adjacent vacant space. A lady in a tailored suit exited and, as she was about to don her sunglasses, suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" At the sound, Shen Yi turned, and upon recognizing her, surprise flickered in his eyes. "Shen Yi, is it really you? Senior sister. It's been such a long time." She was Shen Yi's senior from university, his mentor in his first job, transitioning from a reporter in the social department to a renowned broadcaster, now a household name. After 3 years, they joyfully shook hands in front of the car hood. "What brings you here? Dining?" "Not really, actually. Oh, by the way, you mentioned you work as a special assistant to the CEO. Are you waiting for your superior?" Her keen gaze quickly discerned the truth, and, as she scrutinized Shen Yi, a meaningful smile spread across her face, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. "This job has lasted longer than I anticipated. Is it still going well?" "Yes, it's quite challenging. As I reflect upon it now, I still feel a sense of loss, as though a promising opportunity was snatched away." Shen Yi wrinkled his nose and smiled. "Sister, you remain just as ever. I frequently watch your programs. You are becoming increasingly radiant. Have you honed your flattery skills while serving as a secretary? Spare me. I have goosebumps." Just as the atmosphere turned jovial, a gust of wind swept through, causing Sister to suddenly furrow her brows. "The individual you are assisting, is he an alpha?" "Indeed. What a world we live in, with pheromones so potent. If one were unaware, they might assume you are the alpha. Is it that obvious?" "Indeed it is." Sister covered her nose, and Shen Yi, feeling helpless, rubbed the back of his neck. It seemed Yuan Chen had once again inadvertently released his pheromones in the car. Such misunderstandings had become commonplace for him. "Nevertheless, it is a pleasure to see you. Let's connect soon for a meal." "Certainly, sister. Please, carry on with your duties." After watching her depart, Shen Yi raised his suit collar to catch a whiff, but detected nothing. "What is that scent?" To be safe, he took out the odor neutralizer he always carried and spritzed himself anew. After 5 o'clock, the secretary's office noticeably emptied. The phone ceased its ringing, and the sounds of typing dwindled. "Aren't you all planning to leave?" Shen Yi began to urge his colleagues. Unlike him, who served as a special assistant, the administrative secretaries had a more regular schedule, and he had no reason to keep them lingering. "Then we shall take our leave. Thank you for your hard work. See you tomorrow." The secretaries departed one by one, and before long, Shen Yi found himself alone in the office. He surveyed the quiet surroundings, his gaze landing on the office door. Yuan Chen remained inside, engrossed in his work. When would this day come to an end? His finishing time was intrinsically linked to Yuan Chen's. Shen Yi had long grown accustomed to this way of life. He settled back into his chair, waiting in a state of idleness that had become his daily routine. He placed his hand over his abdomen and gently closed his eyes. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll, for he inadvertently drifted into slumber. The moment his head tilted to the side, he jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of meticulously pressed shirt cuffs and a sturdy forearm. Yuan Chen stood beside him, having apparently begun to sort through his desk. "President Yuan." Shen Yi instantly regained his composure, hastily straightening himself. The chair creaked under his sudden movement. "What do you need?" "I have located the list for tomorrow's breakfast meeting." Yuan Chen efficiently retrieved the document from a pile of files, his actions in rifling through others' belongings executed with a sense of practiced ease. Shen Yi stood accordingly, realizing it was too late to assist in the search now. "Did I wake you?" Yuan Chen's tone was neutral, devoid of discernible emotion. "You ought to have awakened me." Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, sheepishly rubbing his cheeks. Yuan Chen remained standing there, reviewing the list. Even a man as impeccably refined as he could not escape the subtle imperfections that the evening brought. A few strands of hair fell across his smooth forehead, and the frequent movements had left his shirt slightly wrinkled. Nevertheless, his tie remained firmly secured by the tie pin, undisturbed even as he bent forward. A testament to his meticulous nature. Despite his weary visage, an effortless charm radiated from him. The list was confirmed without error. Yet Yuan Chen did not make an immediate exit. Instead, he settled casually on the edge of Shen Yi's desk, his long legs crossed and his toes lightly touching the ground. He folded his arms and lifted his gaze towards Shen Yi, a look that left Shen Yi feeling parched. Instinctively, he straightened his back, striving to meet that penetrating gaze. Chapter 6. Shen Yi, come here for a moment. Do you find this job exhausting? Huh? Shen Yi was momentarily taken aback. You appear to have lost weight. Yuan Chen's eyes lingered on his face for a moment. This unexpected display of concern left Shen Yi momentarily speechless, as Yuan Chen's fingers unconsciously traced the line of his jaw. Shen Yi looked up at him, his mind racing with questions. What has gotten into the president today? No, I'm not tired. Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to the calendar on the table filled with appointments. And after a pause, he continued, Your contract is nearing expiration, isn't it? Yes. Are there any specific conditions you wish to add? At this point, Shen Yi finally grasped the reason behind Yuan Chen's unusual demeanor today. Even though he was a formal employee, the position of the president's assistant was unique, requiring contract renewals every 2 years. This atypical inquiry and timely concern made Shen Yi sigh in relief, a faint smile appearing on his lips, albeit lacking strength. Having endured 3 rounds of contract negotiations, he was now earning a salary that placed him among the top tier in his field, having secured a home and a vehicle in the expensive A city, all while enjoying benefits akin to that of a department head. The rewards for his high-intensity work were indeed substantial. He had no other demands to make. I will give it due consideration. I have faith that you will naturally renew your contract, Yuan Chen asserted, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority as he fixed his gaze on Shen Yi. He continued, I am aware of the many challenges you face, and all I can do is offer material compensation. I hope Assistant Shen will continue to work diligently as before. It was his habitual manner of speaking, reserved for moments when he was in good spirits, laced with a touch of deliberate politeness. Then, Yuan Chen lightly tapped his watch, rising from the table. That'll be all for today. You may leave. The phrase you may leave caused Shen Yi's eyes to brighten instantly. It is not even 6 o'clock yet. This was more precious and joyous than any material compensation. Certainly, President Yuan, I will arrange it immediately. He suppressed his inner exhilaration, rising briskly to contact the driver, ensuring that no hint of eagerness escaped him. Concealing one's emotions was a fundamental aspect of an assistant's decorum. I will have someone pick you up by 9 tomorrow morning. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. Please. Shen Yi bid farewell with a sincerity that surpassed his usual demeanor, watching as Yuan Chen walked away without a backward glance. Only upon hearing the sound of the iron gate closing did he fully experience the joy of liberation, his lips unable to suppress a smile, which prompted the driver beside him to chuckle. Assistant Shen, would you like a ride? No need, I can walk. You worked hard too, so you should head home early. From Yuan Chen's house to my own, it takes merely 5 minutes on foot. The streets of this expensive community are tranquil, surrounded by towering walls. As his feet strike the smooth asphalt, he walks with a buoyancy that feels almost as if he might take flight. Exhilarated by the rare opportunity to leave work early, reminiscent of a child's delight. After a short stroll beyond the residential area, an exquisite row of upscale townhouses comes into view. This is one of the priciest villa districts in the capital, the very place where Shen Yi resides. Upon entering his home, he promptly sheds the confining suit and, after a refreshing shower, is greeted by the arrival of his pre-ordered takeout. Shen Yi spreads the meal across the living room coffee table and comfortably seats himself on the floor. Though he sits cross-legged, his knees tremble slightly with excitement. How wonderful it is to have some free time. Before him lies a sumptuous dinner, and he even pops open a can of chilled beer with a satisfying hiss. A delightful indulgence. Due to work commitments, he cannot drink often, which is somewhat regrettable, but at this moment, it suffices. He takes a hearty swig of beer and promptly grabs his chopsticks. Stuffing his mouth with barbecued delicacies drenched in sauce, Shen Yi's cheeks puff up, and his eyes crinkle in satisfaction. Happiness can indeed be this simple. Alone in this spacious abode, he presses the remote, allowing the raucous sounds of a variety show to chase away the silence. The screen introducing the guests. Today's guest is Mr. Gu-Cheng. Ah, my neighbor. Shen Yi observes the radiant actor on screen, a knowing expression crossing his face. This top star resides in the same villa community, and although they have crossed paths a few times, he must concede that the camera captures him with an allure that surpasses reality. The subtitles beside the actor proclaim him an S-class alpha, while another male guest, also an alpha, busily expresses his admiration for the S-class alpha. It is rather ironic. Even within the alpha ranks, there exists a hierarchy, and, from a beta's perspective, they seem to inhabit an entirely different realm. One by one, the guests introduced are all alphas and omegas. When an omega male actor appears, even Shen Yi cannot help but steal a few extra glances. He is indeed strikingly handsome. A male omega whose appearance diverges from the ordinary. After satiating his hunger, he aimlessly stares at the screen, where all are enraptured by the stunning visages of these exceptional individuals, the subtitles overflowing with praise. Recently, the entertainment industry has seen a significant rise in the proportion of individuals with unique traits. Omegas have always been common, but now S-class alphas are frequently in the limelight, thanks in large part to pheromone enhancers. With such media exposure, it is no wonder that everyone aspires to become a star. It is no surprise that pheromone enhancers are flying off the shelves. A kid's recently developed drug is a testament to this demand. Almost see. While watching television, he suddenly remembers the delayed matter at hand. Shen Yi sets aside the barbecue and picks up his phone from the sofa. Even working at a pharmaceutical company, acquiring this sought-after product is not an easy feat. It would be simple to ask Yuan Chen, but that must be a last resort. He needs to devise a way himself. Who should he turn to? He was scrolling through his phone's contact list, a repository of invaluable connections amassed over 6 years as an assistant. Just as he perused his business-related contacts, the screen abruptly changed, and a jarring ringtone pierced the air. Oh no! When the name of President Yuan flashed on the screen, he nearly dropped his phone in panic, hastily steadying it. Heart racing, he answered, "President Yuan, how may I assist you?" "Shen Yi, come over." "Understood. I will be there shortly." The call ended in less than 30 seconds. As he set the phone down, the television erupted with exaggerated laughter from the guests, accompanied by raucous shouts of "I knew it would be like this." It felt as though they were mocking him. What now? My off-duty time has vanished again. Shen Yi rested his forehead against the back of the sofa. How long had it been since he had clocked out? With a resigned sigh, he pushed off the floor and lifted his weary body. What could he do as an assistant? When the boss summons, one must heed. The path he had just strolled while humming a tune now felt burdened, and as he donned his suit once more, it was as if he were returning to work. Upon arriving at Yuan's residence, he entered the password, and the door slid open silently. He traversed the courtyard and approached the entrance. Shen Yi did not ring the doorbell, but pressed his thumb to the door lock instead, as he frequented this place often enough for his fingerprint to be registered. The house exuded an eerie emptiness. President Yuan had called for him, yet he was nowhere to be found. Searching through the cold, uninviting space, Shen Yi noted, as always, that Yuan's residence was immaculate, devoid of even a speck of dust. Each visit left him with the impression that the place lacked warmth, resembling more a showroom or an art gallery than a home. "President Yuan, I have arrived." In the lofty living room, his voice echoed clearly. Shen Yi surveyed his surroundings and made his way to the study. Out of courtesy, he knocked lightly before pushing the door open, finally locating the person he sought. Behind the desk, Yuan's figure came into view, and it was evident that something was amiss. He was leaning on his forehead, deeply sunk into his chair. Shen immediately rushed forward, drawing closer to assess Yuan's condition. His skin was alarmingly hot, and his breathing was noticeably labored and erratic. "President Yuan, please look at me." At that moment, Yuan opened his eyes, his pupils unnaturally dilated, indicative of the symptoms of an S-class alpha's sensitivity period. Chapter 7. The most dazzling alpha and alpha's sensitivity period typically follows a 6-month cycle. Although individual variations exist, Yuan, as an S-class alpha, exhibited a nearly clockwork precision in his cycle. Even a beta, unable to perceive pheromones, could sense something was amiss. The oppressive aura radiating from Yuan was almost palpable, causing a prickling sensation on the skin. "Please wait. I will fetch your medication." Shen Yi remained composed. This was not his first encounter with such a situation. He was well acquainted with Yuan's sensitivity period and knew precisely how to respond. He swiftly approached the storage cabinet, retrieving the necessary medications with accuracy and laying them out on the desk. A single-use injection kit, disinfectant, and a brown ampoule containing a high-concentration pheromone suppressant. His movements were both rapid and precise. The immediate priority was to measure the current pheromone levels. He steadied his trembling hand to activate the apparatus, and the screen promptly displayed a figure, 187 pH. Upon seeing this number, both individuals instinctively furrowed their brows. Although it was nearing the cycle, this value was evidently excessive. An ominous sign, Shen Yi quietly reminded him, indicating that they could commence the injection. Yuan Chen silently extended his left arm. The cuff of his shirt pushed above the elbow, and a tourniquet was deftly secured around his forearm. As Yuan Chen clenched his fist several times, the bluish veins beneath his skin became distinctly prominent. Shen Yi donned latex gloves and meticulously completed the intravenous injection. As the medication was administered, Yuan Chen's brow slightly furrowed. The suppressant required intravenous delivery, a process he could not undertake alone. With each increasing reliance on Shen Yi, the latter's injection skills grew increasingly proficient, nearly professional in execution. The value was excessively high. A look of concern etched across Shen Yi's face. "I'm aware. It appears that relying solely on medication may not suffice. I will assess it myself." The response carried an unmistakable irritation, and Shen Yi refrained from further commentary, silently tidying the cluttered desk while mentally reorganizing the subsequent agenda. He needed to contact Yuan Chen's attending physician immediately to arrange a comprehensive examination. Observing Yuan Chen's complexion, he noted that the suppressants would not yield immediate effects. Yuan Chen's cheeks remained flushed, and his breathing was rapid. He seemed deeply averse to this state of disarray, his frown deepening. "Will you still be able to attend tomorrow's breakfast meeting?" "No problem," Yuan Chen replied, pressing his temples forcefully. "I need a rest." "All right. Please do not hesitate to call me if you feel unwell." Shen Yi had already prepared to stay overnight, given Yuan Chen's temperament. He would never easily seek help from others. It was more prudent to remain in the guest room than to be called back in the middle of the night after returning home. "I will measure your temperature once more." He placed the thermometer under Yuan Chen's armpit, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the other's heated neck. Yuan Chen exhaled deeply, tilting his head back, surprisingly compliant in allowing him to proceed. This unusual cooperation sparked a hint of intrigue in Shen Yi, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The next moment, a piercing gaze swept over him, though it was devoid of any accompanying words. Shen Yi promptly concealed his smile, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he continued his work, as if the previous moment had never transpired. The breakfast meeting was held in the banquet hall of a five-star hotel. Although merely a networking event, its scale was not to be underestimated. Attendees ranged from those past their 60s to those in their 30s, each a luminary in their respective fields, their presence suffusing the space with an intangible sense of pressure. "Hello. Good morning." After exchanging brief pleasantries with a few nearby, Shen Yi made his way toward the rear area, approximately 20 meters from the main dining table. A row of seats designated as the waiting area for the president's assistants was situated. The number of secretaries present was proportional to the attendees, and naturally, no provisions would be made for their meals. They were to await the conclusion of the event like spectators. Once seated, Shen Yi immediately sought Yuan Chen's figure. Fortunately, he could clearly see the main table from his position. Yuan Chen appeared to be in his usual condition, suggesting that the suppressants administered the previous night had begun to take effect. As the tension in his heart eased, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He leaned against the hard chair back, and a colleague beside him leaned in, whispering, "Assistant Shen, you seem rather unwell today." Indeed, he had not rested well the previous night. The dark circles under Shen Yi's eyes were unmistakable, having exhausted much energy while keeping vigil at the Yuan residence. "Let's enjoy some coffee." The last arriving secretary timely brought forth iced coffee, a thoughtful gesture that elicited gratitude from everyone as they eagerly accepted the much-needed caffeine boost. Such gatherings also offered a rare opportunity for secretaries to connect, well aware of the arduous nature of their work, and the conversations took on a more intimate tone. It was a rare offline meeting for several members of Shen Yi's group chat. However, not all were in harmonious spirits. An invisible rivalry lingered. Who allowed you to drink coffee here? An older secretary expressed discontent with the casualness of the younger ones, clicking her tongue. Would you like a cup as well, teacher? The quality of coffee here is quite good. Someone promptly deflected, responding with grace. At the level of assistants, they had long mastered the art of concealing their emotions, each resembling an adept fox spirit with their feelings hidden away. Secretary Shen. Suddenly, someone at the main table called out loudly, causing nearly 10 secretaries waiting behind to stiffen as if on instinct. Which Secretary Shen is it? The older secretary, who had been complaining earlier, quickly rose and jogged over. In that moment, age and experience held no significance. Everyone resembled one another at the beck and call of their respective bosses. Observing the slightly hurried figure, the secretaries collectively sighed. Is it merely my illusion, or does one unknowingly become increasingly akin to the one they serve after so long in this profession? In temperament, in manner of speaking, that is why I have recently begun meditating in the mornings, as I feel increasingly irritable within. The importance of mental cultivation cannot be overstated. What profession relies more on mental fortitude than ours? A subtle release of stress began to unfold as everyone kept a sharp eye on their superiors while quietly venting their frustrations. On what basis is the seating arrangement at the main table determined? Age, or perhaps industry influence? It is likely a comprehensive consideration, position, influence, and relationships are all taken into account. Look, Director Yuan is already seated there. Is it truly due to his alpha aura? Even from a distance, he appears strikingly handsome. Doesn't he? I disagree. Is Director Yuan the only alpha? In the end, they're different. Perhaps having observed Secretary Shen daily has made my standards more discerning. To be fair, among the guests present today, You.Shen indeed stood out remarkably. The multitude of gazes was the best testament. His exceptional appearance and inherent demeanor served as his finest calling card. Today, clad in a deep blue suit, he strikingly accentuated his refined charm. Although he appeared somewhat aloof, the occasional smile he displayed was sufficient to disarm others' defenses, making him the undeniable focal point wherever he appeared. Shen Yi took a sip of coffee. Was it merely psychological? Frankly, in his eyes, Yuan-Shen was indeed the most radiant of them all. As on any ordinary workday, upon the opening of the office door, the sight of secretaries lined up in neat formation greeted him. Shen Yi stood by the door, while Yuan-Shen strode purposefully towards the inner office, his long legs covering ground swiftly, with Shen Yi hastily following in his wake. His steps faltered as a new face emerged from the ranks. Today marked the new secretary's official commencement, and observing the young man, tense to the point of rigidity, Shen Yi's gaze softened slightly. Welcome. We shall converse in greater detail shortly, he murmured before entering the office closely behind Yuan-Shen. The door closed gently, and outside the frosted glass, only two figures engaged in their duties could be discerned. It was only then that the new Secretary Chen dared to exhale deeply, his body trembling slightly. Colleagues nearby offered reassuring pats on his shoulder. Relax. See? I told you. President Yuan wouldn't spare glance. There's no need to be so anxious. Secretary Chen, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? I can familiarize you with the pantry. Follow me. With the arrival of a new member, the secretary's office buzzed with a subtle excitement, ushering in the morning's bustling activities. Chapter 8. No need, President Yuan. Today the new colleague has officially reported for duty. Is the Chun Hao Yu I mentioned earlier. I saw him just now. Should I bring him in to greet you? No need, Yuan-Shen replied, his tone indifferent. Lacking interest. Shen Yi mused internally. You personally selected him, yet now you feign disinterest. Indeed, Yuan-Shen had not participated in the interviews. He merely glanced at the final list. The actual selection and evaluation that placed Chun Hao Yu on the list were the work of Shen Yi and his team of secretaries. Subsequently, he would engage with the training group's team leader for part of the schedule. Just ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. Understood. By this time, Yuan-Shen had seated himself, preparing to embark on the morning's tasks. Shen Yi meticulously confirmed that all details were in place before exiting the office. As he emerged, the secretaries peered from their desks in unison, prompting Shen Yi to smile knowingly and beckon everyone to the conference room. Welcome, Secretary Chen. I am Shen Yi. the head of the secretary department. We met once during the final interview. Do you recall? Shen Yi extended his hand to the newcomer, pulling out a chair to sit. How does your first day feel? Quite well. I will do my utmost. Secretary Chen responded, somewhat stiffly, his posture upright, hands clenched, resembling a fresh recruit. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but there is no need for such tension. I trust you've heard that our environment is a bit unique. Unlike other departments, the workflow in the Secretary's office operates independently. Here, mutual respect outweighs rigid hierarchy, and supporting one another is the norm. All efforts coalesce around a singular objective: to ensure the efficient operation of Chairman Yuan Chen. Fostering an egalitarian team culture has always been Shen Yi's guiding principle. He believes that to navigate the myriad complex affairs, barriers must be dismantled, allowing for seamless communication. It is precisely for this reason that you.Shen's Secretary Department boasts remarkable flexibility and unparalleled collaborative spirit, setting it apart within the entire conglomerate. In simpler terms, here, there's no room for the trappings of authority. The specific business content will be gradually introduced by other colleagues. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Cultivating the habit of jotting down notes will prove to be immensely beneficial. Have you greeted everyone yet? I simply said hello and have been waiting for you, Minister. Nevertheless, a formal introduction is indispensable. Before the meeting commenced, Shen Yi introduced each member of the secretarial office one by one. Each individual has distinct responsibilities. This is Secretary Li Na, who manages all expense reimbursements for General Yuan. If you need to discuss expenditures, feel free to approach her. The secretary smiled warmly at the newcomer, exuding a poised demeanor and impeccable taste. She is the most experienced in the office, aside from Shen Yi, radiating an air of calm confidence. Secretary Peng Ji Mei primarily handles overseas communications and external business, as well as email and telephone etiquette. Do not hesitate to seek her guidance. The petite and charming Secretary Peng smiled modestly, and the newcomer exchanged a nervous glance with her. Lastly, Shen Yi pointed to the colleague beside him, whose face seemed to implore for an introduction. Secretary Qi Ziheng is in charge of guest reception and media sentiment monitoring. He is the go-to person for company news, and if you follow him, you will surely grasp the intricacies of the organization within a week. Minister, why is my introduction so unique? Secretary Qi protested. Did I say something incorrect? Not exactly, but couldn't you have made it sound a bit more impressive? He jokingly nudged Shen Yi's chair, causing it to swivel slightly. Shen Yi indulged in the playful banter and could not help but chuckle. Of course, Secretary Qi is impressive. He previously worked as a flight attendant, possessing both a striking appearance and professional competence. Secretary Chen, as a newcomer, you should learn from him. Feeling a bit shy from such praise, Secretary Qi was aware that each member of the secretarial office was equally talented and attractive, which made Shen Haoyu, who had previously felt quite confident about his own looks, suddenly feel somewhat inadequate. And there's me. Shen Yi turned the chair back around and continued his introduction. As General Yuan's special assistant, my primary responsibility is to manage his schedule and accompany him during outings. Secretary Chen, I hope you will quickly adapt to the rhythm of your colleagues and communicate openly when needed. Certainly, being new, making mistakes is inevitable. We have all been through it. I only have one request. When interacting with General Yuan, please exercise caution in your words and actions. Understood. Upon mentioning Yuan Chen, the newcomer's voice noticeably lost its confidence, and the tension returned. Although they had merely exchanged glances, the presence of that superior, who could render the atmosphere instantly tense, left a profound impression. Noticing this, Secretary Qi patted the newcomer reassuringly on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Moreover, if you do make a mistake, it's all right. After all, the minister will cover for you. Secretary Shen Yi sighed in exasperation. Did I say something wrong? You.Shen Yi rubbed his temples, feigning a headache while sighing dramatically. Laughter erupted among the group, and the newcomer began to relax a little, the stiff smile softening. Fortunately, the colleagues in the secretarial department were quite friendly, especially Minister Shen, whose steadiness and warmth inspired complete trust in everyone's eyes. Shen Haoyu thought to himself that he should strive to keep pace with this minister. I will do my best. The newcomer once again expressed his determination, his gaze noticeably firmer than before. Shen Yi's eyes softened. Very well. Shall we commence the morning meeting? Shen Yi was designated to take the meeting minutes. While some may have deemed it a challenge for a newcomer, he possessed a shorthand qualification, a skill that had allowed him to stand out. To facilitate his adjustment, he was first tasked with organizing the minutes from the previous day's video conference. The rhythmic clatter of his typing resonated clearly, drawing the attention of Secretary Qi, who glanced at his flying fingers in astonishment and asked, "Goodness, what is your typing speed?" "Approximately 600 words per minute." "Wow." Secretary Qi genuinely marveled, noting not only the speed but also the accuracy, which exceeded 90%. It was evident that his shorthand qualification was well earned. The minister's choice could hardly be mistaken. Henceforth, the typing tasks would belong to Yi. Unbeknownst to him, the secretaries gathered around, captivated by the fluidity of his work. Under pressure, the newcomer finally completed the record. "Is it done already?" Shen Yi, passing by, stopped beside him with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his gaze fixed on the screen. Yi exhaled nervously, wiping away the late beads of sweat from his brow, and glanced sideways. Up close, Shen Yi's profile appeared focused and earnest. "There are still many shortcomings. Please take a look. This is already quite commendable. Well done." Shen Yi straightened after reviewing the work. He observed the newcomer's still tense and youthful face, offering a faint smile before scrutinizing his attire. "Secretary Chen, yes. Is this suit newly purchased for work?" The newcomer instinctively touched his suit, wondering if it was inappropriate. It was a carefully selected brand for his employment. Not just the suit, but even the shoes were new, exuding a fresh sheen. "Yes. It's somewhat of a commemorative purchase for my employment. You look quite spirited. However, this outfit might be more suitable for more significant occasions. It's not that we have a strict dress code, but in the secretarial profession, many details require attention." Shen Yi slightly wrinkled his nose, leaning casually against the partition. His demeanor relaxed, yet his gaze remained calm and direct. Suits are best chosen in basic colors like black, gray, or blue, rather than pursuing design. A well-fitted garment conveys professionalism. There's no need to feign elegance, but shouldn't appear too cheap. Aim for mid-range pricing with good fabric, and opt for matte leather shoes with silent heels. Also try to avoid perfume when going out or after meals. Remember to regularly take your coat to the clothing care machine for maintenance, just in case. It's best to keep an additional set of formal attire at the office. As the newcomer listened, he found himself somewhat entranced by Shen Yi, who indeed wore his attire with greater propriety and simplicity. It was a standard ready-to-wear garment, slightly loose and fit, perfectly tailored. His naturally tall stature and good proportions allowed even the most ordinary suit to exude an air of sophistication. Shen Yi's clean and handsome features further enhanced the appropriateness of his attire. "You seem quite discerning, even regarding clothing." "No, not at all. Please understand that due to our close proximity to senior management, we are often under scrutiny. However, rest assured that all expenses related to attire will be reimbursed by the company." "What? No one informed you?" "The benefits from our secretarial department are quite commendable." Shen Yi raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. "Secretary Qi, did you not inform the newcomer about the benefits?" The sound of wheels rolling on the chair signaled Secretary Qi approaching with a tablet in hand. "I intended to discuss this after lunch. The only notable benefit we have is being kept under wraps." Shen Yi chuckled, leaving the details to him as he returned to his workstation. Seizing the moment while the newcomer remained standing, Secretary Li occupied Shen Yi's prior seat, mimicking his earlier posture. "Yi, take a look and see if there are any styles you fancy. Let's select 10 business suits to start." The tablet she handed over displayed a curated selection of business attire for men. Although marketed as mid-range, a cursory glance revealed that each suit far exceeded his expectations. 10 suits? Yes. For shirts, let us order 20 basic styles, and about 6 ties should suffice. The shoe website will be sent to you shortly. Your jacket size is 100, waist 34, correct? And your shoe size is 270? Secretary Li had a keen eye, quickly assessing his measurements. "Are all these expenses covered by the company?" "To be precise, they are reimbursed by President Yuan," Secretary Li replied with a slight smile. President Yuan has impeccable taste, and those of us working alongside him must certainly uphold a corresponding standard. Nevertheless, you need not worry about costs. While his expectations are high, he is particularly generous in these matters. In your first month, a batch of attire will be provided, and after the probationary period, you will receive a monthly allowance for clothing. If you have specific items in mind, simply place them in your shopping cart. We will settle the accounts collectively on the 15th of each month. Additionally, for visits to beauty salons or dermatology, remember to keep your invoices and upload them for reimbursement at month's end. Although we understand that everyone may be pressed for time regarding fitness, should you require it. Related expenses can also be managed without a monetary cap. The introduction of benefits continued seamlessly. Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Secretary Li jingled the car keys in her hand, adorned with an emblem of a luxury vehicle that Shen Yi recognized. You may drive this car to and from work. It is identical to President Yuan's vehicle. Familiarity with it will ensure you remain composed in emergencies. Why need to drive? A driver is always on standby, and sometimes the department head may drive personally. However, in case of an emergency, it may fall to you, Secretary Chen, to step in. Familiarizing yourself with the vehicle is prudent to avoid any last-minute chaos that could hinder our responsibilities. The thorough preparation was truly astonishing, leaving Shen Yi momentarily speechless. Secretary Li chuckled, placing her hand on his shoulder. Welcome to President Yuan's secretarial office. Make sure to enjoy your experience here. I look forward to it. The exceptional benefits prompted some to wonder if the work itself would be particularly challenging. Fear not. I dare say, you'll find no better job than this. I agree. I feel the same, echoed a chorus of voices around them. By the way, there is still one document missing from Shen Yi's onboarding paperwork. Please ensure you submit the confirmation of character within this week. Certainly. And to everyone else, please remember to complete your annual health check within this month. This includes you, Minister. In the distance, Shen Yi signaled an okay gesture. Although all members of the secretarial department are betas, the annual health examination is a stringent requirement. Should one unexpectedly evolve into an omega, they would have to vacate this enviable position from that day forth. This regulation may seem somewhat harsh, yet it is unavoidable. The nature of assisting alpha superiors and frequently hosting various individuals renders it exceedingly challenging for an omega to fulfill the responsibilities of a secretary. Chapter 9. Where have you been? Coriander must be omitted. Do remember that. Additionally, the coffee must be enriched with milk and heated. Shen Yi gazed at the bustling restaurant counter, speaking in rapid succession, while the newcomer, Shen Yi, diligently jotted down every word in his phone's memo, fearful of missing even a syllable. Shen Yi was escorting the newcomer to procure lunch for Yuan Chen. Having been in the position for just 2 weeks, the newcomer was adapting splendidly to the new environment. Shen Yi, a product of rigorous selection, was sharp-minded and meticulous in his work, a promising talent indeed. Are you finding the work manageable? Quite manageable, and rather enjoyable. Thanks to the minister and my colleague's support. I heard this is your first job? Indeed. Absorb as much knowledge as you can. I hope you will remain with our team indefinitely. Shen Yi simidit. Shen Yi nodded earnestly, sharing the same hope, while his friends lamented about their respective workplaces. Wishing to set fire to their office buildings, he felt his professional life was exceedingly comfortable, particularly due to the harmonious relationships with colleagues, which could only be described as perfect. He had recently begun to understand why other secretaries privately referred to this place as a paradise of employment. At that moment, Shen Yi's phone and pager vibrated violently in unison. As the newcomer went to retrieve the meal, Shen Yi seized the opportunity to glance at his phone. The calm expression he had just moments ago drained away in an instant upon reading the message. Minister, what is the second phase of the battle? The newcomer looked at the group message from the secretary's office, utterly bewildered. Battle? This sounds ominous. Minister? Don't ask. Hurry, let us go. Shen Yi swiftly grabbed the newcomer and dashed outside, urgency palpable in the air. One can only hope for tranquility each day. Yet unforeseen events akin to wartime crises occasionally erupt. The secretarial office designated such incidents as battles, categorizing them by severity. The second phase of battle signifies the arrival of the boss's mother. The second phase corresponds to Yuan Chen's mother, while the first phase pertains to his grandfather. Every appearance by these two powerful figures sends the company into disarray. For the secretaries, it is synonymous with disaster, particularly in the case of Mrs. Lin Shulan, one of the major shareholders of the group, whose influence is immeasurable. Yuan Chen's impeccably assertive character is, without a doubt, a perfect inheritance from his mother. To make matters worse, she chose to strike when he was absent. Shen Yi internally lamented, feeling as though his career was ablaze. Merely contending with the unpredictable Mrs. Lin, who never provides advance notice, was enough to drain him of all energy. As he approached the office, he felt a surge of urgency. The scene was already chaotic, resembling the arrival of a significant dignitary. A cadre of bodyguards in dark attire formed a human barricade, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The secretaries wore anxious expressions, and upon seeing Shen Yi, they seemed to spot a beacon of hope. "Minister, what's happening? What's going on? We are just as unclear." The atmosphere was palpable with tension as Secretary Li seized Shen Yi's arm, urging him, "Hurry inside and take a look. It's about to erupt into chaos." Shen Yi, steeling himself, advanced with legs that felt as heavy as lead. Truth be told, he was quite anxious. It was evident that he was walking into a potential disaster, akin to willingly leaping into a fire pit. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door with a mindset resigned to his fate. Upon entering, he was met by Yuan Chen's piercing gaze, which unmistakably conveyed the question, "Where have you been? Why are you only just arriving?" Shen Yi silently closed the door, refraining from uttering a sound. Unlike Yuan Chen, the imposing figure of a woman, her silhouette marked by a mane reminiscent of a lion's, was unmistakably that of Madame Lin Shulan. Secretary Shen, a voice resonated with authority. "Shen, you pourrez répéter, madame. Is it true that Yuan Chen relies on medication to manage his sensitivity during each cycle?" It was clear she had come to confront him. "Shen Yi responded cautiously. That is a private matter concerning Mr. Yuan, and I cannot disclose any details." He had openly acknowledged it himself. But more concerning was the rampant gossip circulating outside regarding Yuan Chen's condition. Whispers suggested he was ineffective in intimate matters. Shen Yi pressed his trembling lips together. Such rumors were utterly outrageous. What shocked him further was Madame Lin's uncanny awareness of the situation, indicating that someone had deliberately spread this incendiary information. And it was merely a matter of time before it gained traction. Was this reasonable? Yet, Madame Lin was genuinely furious, her lofty pride seemingly shattered, and even from behind, one could sense her fiery gaze fixated on Yuan Chen. It must be Yuan Hao spreading these rumors. Yuan Chen finally broke the silence, his tone laced with the customary sarcasm, his jaw clenched tightly. "The rumors spread only because you provided others with ammunition. That damned affliction, is it incurable even unto death? You, the head of a conglomerate, a top-tier alpha, are being whispered about for showing disinterest in omegas. Does that sound right to you? I despise omega pheromones. Hasn't that been common knowledge for a decade? Now you choose to bring it up. Don't you find that laughable? Oh, I am truly exasperated with your stubbornness." Madame Lin muttered under her breath, the rings on her fingers clinking as she tightened and then released her grip. "This is more than a matter of preference. What if your grandfather finds out? Can you imagine the worry it would cause him? Just think, if that absurd rumor reaches his ears, then you can inform him that his grandson is perfectly fine and everything is as it should be." Shen Yi intergested. "You are overreacting." As Madame Lin appeared ready to hurl the teacup at hand, Shen Yi swiftly stepped forward, gently grasping her wrist to carefully relieve her of the cup. "How long do you intend to carry on like this? Are you not aware that this is your greatest vulnerability? I have made it clear. I am against marriage. The issue is not about marriage. It is about engaging in a normal relationship, even if it's just for fun, at the very least. Such rumors should not be circulating. I absolutely will not permit Yuan Hao to employ such tactics to usurp the company." Madame Lin's jaw clenched tightly as she realized that Yuan Chen's cousin, Yuan Hao, was scheming against him in his quest for the chairmanship, and it appeared he had succeeded, bringing shame upon both Yuan Chen and Madame Lin. "Resolve this promptly. If you cannot, I shall take matters into my own hands. You had best be prepared. Ms. Lin kicked the chair aside and rose abruptly. As she turned, her gaze collided with that of Shen Yi, who had been standing respectfully. The sharpness in her eyes, reminiscent of Yuan Chen's, swept over him. She stepped forward, confronting Shen Yi with an overwhelming aura characteristic of the protagonist in the second phase of battle. Secretary Shen, do you know how much I trust you? I do, he replied. Ms. Lin gently patted Shen Yi's shoulder, her tone half-joking yet heavy enough to crush. Do not disappoint me. Otherwise, you two will be caught in the fallout. Do you understand? Shen Yi nodded grave. After Ms. Lin departed, the office was enveloped in an eerie silence. The matter of Yuan Chen managing his susceptibility with medication, a secret even his family was unaware of, had now been laid bare, signaling a situation too severe to overlook. Yuan Chen sat quietly on the sofa, his chin slightly raised, his gaze fixed on the barren floor, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Shen Yi cautiously ventured, Mr. Yuan, should we take some measures? Is it necessary? Yuan Chen stood up with grace, adjusting his suit, his calm gaze sweeping over the room. To intervene would be to acknowledge that such rumors have harmed us, wouldn't it? This is my oversight. Yuan Chen had always dismissed the slander behind him, yet he could not allow his cousin to exploit the rumors for his own gain. We can also retaliate. How do we retaliate? Shen Yi inwarded, puzzled. It's quite simple. Yuan Chen approached the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a thick paper bag, as if he had been preparing for this moment. Find an omega and prove it to them. As Shen Yi accepted the envelope handed to him, the first thing he noticed was a photograph of a young man, a rising omega actor. Behind the photo were two substantial contracts. After reading the contents, Shen Yi was left speechless. A romantic contract? Mr. Yuan, are you serious? How is this possible? This is someone who suffers from migraines at the scent of omega pheromones. Yuan Chen had somehow moved right in front of him, his tone resolute. Arrange a meeting. I wish to see him in depth. Accompanying his words was a handsome, yet unsettling smile. Until this matter is settled, Secretary Shen, do not appear before me. Chapter 10. As You Wish. Yuan Chen was notoriously disinterested in romance within their circle. For the past 6 years, Shen Yi had never witnessed him engaging intimately with anyone, regardless of gender. It was not that Yuan Chen was truly ascetic. Shen Yi had observed him in moments of instinctual fervor during his susceptibility periods. However, for him, the desire to conquer in business far outweighed any carnal longing. He was, after all, a complete workaholic. The notion that such a person would agree to establish a romantic relationship with an omega was enough to leave anyone astounded. Shen Yi pondered it, considering whether it was a spur-of-the-moment decision or part of a larger plan. There had to be a reason behind it. Regardless, as his secretary, he could only comply. Please, could you reconsider? Enough. Do I look like someone who engages in such matters? Are you so idle? I fully comprehend that you are currently in a state of discontent. However, should you be inclined to meet, I implore you to consider the terms presented. Do you presume that becoming an artist is an effortless endeavor? Persisting in your pursuit may compel me to involve the authorities. Observe closely, for I have already dialed 11. The actor whom Yuan Chen has set his sights upon is no ordinary individual. Upon hearing the term contract, he furrows his brow, even casting disdainful glances at Shen Yi. Shen Yi cannot help but question his superior's judgment. It seems illogical to pursue such a difficult subject if the intention is merely to indulge in fleeting amusement. Why Yuan? Must it be him? I apologize, yet I must beseech you once more. All Shen Yi can do is to repeatedly apologize and plead for leniency. He has stationed himself beneath the residence of the Omega actor for 2 consecutive nights, bowing deeply time and again. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, he finds himself with no alternative. Returning empty-handed would undoubtedly incite Yuan Chen's wrath throughout the entire office, and more critically, his modest pride as an assistant forbids him from failing in his duties. On the 3rd day, Ouyang Kiki could no longer endure the situation. Even the relentless rain that had poured throughout the night seemed powerless against this obstinate secretary. Wow, do all secretaries exert such effort? How is it possible to stand in the rain for an entire night? Mr. Ouyang Kiki, I understand, you are willing to meet, correct? Is not out of desire, but rather pity that I acquiesce. I'm also quite curious about what manner of person merits such dedication from you. Thank you. I will make the necessary arrangements. Shen Yi's damp hair clung to his forehead, yet he managed to force a smile. In Ouyang Keek's eyes, there was something rather endearing about that expression. Such a delicate visage should not be so devoted to an alpha of that nature. The initial encounter between Yuan Chen and Ouyang Keek was conducted in utmost secrecy. As the one proposing the romantic contract, Yuan Chen maintained a consistently aloof demeanor, while Shen Yi, in his capacity as the president's assistant, finally grasped Yuan's intentions. The contract would span merely 1 month, with bi-weekly meetings, shared hotel visits, yet devoid of any physical contact. Their only requirement was to feign intimacy in public settings, thus fabricating the illusion of romance to pave the way for subsequent scandalous publicity. In essence, it was nothing but a performance. The choice of Ouyang Keek stemmed not only from his exceptional acting skills, but also because Yuan Hao had persistently pursued him for clandestine arrangements. Ouyang Keek had seen through Yuan Hao's intentions multiple times over the past 6 months, resolutely declining to engage. Why must a family be embroiled in such turmoil? Are all alphas so inept? Ouyang Keek remarked with irritation. You lack any charm. Were it not for the necessity of countering Yuan Hao, I would have never proposed such a transaction. The mutual disdain between Yuan Chen and Ouyang Keek was palpable from their very first meeting. I understand you wish to extricate yourself from his entanglements. We each seek our own benefit. Please provide the requisite compensation. Do you grasp what a scandal signifies for an actor? If you require my cooperation, I must also safeguard my own interests. Unexpectedly, the contract was successfully negotiated, with Shen Yi facilitating this clandestine arrangement, thereby becoming the sole confidant in this peculiar relationship. All communications were to be routed through Secretary Shen. Should you need to reach me, you may contact him. That works perfectly. I find it much more comfortable to communicate with him. Ouyang Keek revealed a smile for the first time during their conversation. His beautiful brows unfurled, and he even winked at Shen Yi, suggesting he was quite the charming character. I look forward to your guidance, Secretary Shen. The same goes for me. I appreciate your guidance as well. Shen Yi's lips curved slightly, only to feel a piercing gaze fixed upon him. He raised his eyes, meeting Yuan Chen's cold stare. Why are you looking at me like that? He felt a twinge of grievance. This faux romance progressed unexpectedly smoothly. In Yuan Chen's name, Shen Yi sent Ouyang Keek's crew milk tea, snacks, and coffee, each item meticulously chosen. He reserved a restaurant with an enchanting ambience, arranged hotel accommodations, and thoughtfully decorated the date venue. Soon, high-definition candid shots emerged, and news of Yuan Chen's passionate affair with the Omega actor trended on social media. Even if it was merely a transaction, their outward appearance was convincingly authentic. Yuan Chen displayed a flawless smile in public, while Ouyang Keek embodied the role of an Omega deeply in love. Of course, once they entered the hotel room, they parted ways, only to link arms again when leaving. The truth was inconsequential. As long as they appeared intimate, that sufficed. The rumors surrounding Yuan Chen gradually faded from discussion. Control your pheromones. I'm about to be sick. After dinner, Yuan Chen massaged his temples, frowning and unabashedly expressing his distaste. That was rather hurtful. Ouyang Keek released his arm and took a step back. He really isn't that great, is he? Shen Yi could only smile in agreement. Yet he knew he should remain silent, best serving as a mere observer. Mr. Yuan, should we cancel the cinema outing? Yuan Chen's demeanor was indeed poor, and Shen Yi prioritized his well-being. He took out a prepared deodorizing spray and spritzed around, offering bottled water. Let's go with it. Yuan Chen sipped the water, attempting to suppress his discomfort. But I genuinely want to see that movie. I've already teased it on social media. What should we do? Yuan Chen cast a cold glance at Ouyang Keek, unmoved by the Omega's charm. Ouyang Keek then gently tugged at Shen Yi's sleeve. Secretary Shen, will you accompany me to the movie? Me? Mr. Yuan can rest in the car. After all, we've booked the entire theater, so it matters not with whom I watch. It was a film Ouyang Keek had eagerly anticipated, and with a private screening, Shen Yi felt it would be a shame to waste the opportunity. He discreetly observed Yuan Chen's reaction, who seemed to find the situation absurd before quickly shutting down his smile, his brows furrowing tightly. Do as you wish. Yuan Chen coldly tossed this remark over his shoulder before turning away. He snatched the car keys from Shen Yi's hand and descended the elevator alone. What should I do? Is Mr. Yuan angry with me? Mr. Yuan doesn't hold grudges. It will be fine. But he looked extremely upset. Shen Yi risusurit oyang kike. Though unease lingered in his heart, the glance he caught just before the elevator doors closed sent a chill down his spine. The 2.5-hour film passed swiftly, and in the now-empty theater, they exchanged occasional remarks. The atmosphere relaxed. That was absolutely splendid. Thank you for accompanying me. Ouyang Kiki remained immersed in the narrative, savoring every moment. Despite it being an art film, Shen Yi found himself somewhat drowsy. Yet, witnessing her delight, he couldn't help but smile. As long as you are enjoying yourself. I possess the complete collection of this director's Blu-rays at home. Would you care to join me for a viewing next time? If the opportunity arises? Unlike the excited Ouyang Kiki, Shen Yi's thoughts had already drifted to the parking lot. The film had exceeded its allotted time, and he worried that Yuan Chen, who was waiting, might become impatient. Secretary Shen, may I call you Brother Shen? Would that be acceptable? Mr. Ouyang, could we possibly hasten our pace? The two spoke in their own worlds, yet simultaneously quickened their steps. In a VIP parking lot, a luxurious car stood quietly, beside which leaned a tall figure. Shen Yi jogged over. Mr. Yuan, why aren't you resting in the car? Yuan Chen silently regarded him, and Shen Yi endeavored to glean some insight from his gaze. Get in, take him back. We are returning to the company. Yuan Chen uttered but this single phrase before settling into the back seat. Shen Yi hurriedly maneuvered to the driver's seat, only to find Ouyang Kiki sliding into the passenger side. You're sitting in front? Well, wouldn't it make him even less pleased if I sat in the back? For this journey home, I prefer to be a bit more comfortable, if that's all right, Mr. Yuan. Ouyang Kiki fastened her seatbelt, seemingly politely inquiring. Shen Yi glanced in the rearview mirror. Yuan Chen was engrossed in the screen of his tablet, offering no response. Let us go. His tone was indifferent yet permissive. Shen Yi exhaled, gently pressing the accelerator as the car glided smoothly out of the parking area. Throughout the ride, Ouyang Kiki chattered incessantly. Yuan Chen was known for his fondness for tranquility, and such noise was a rarity in the car. Shen Yi objecional responded. Yet his attention remained focused on the back seat. Fortunately, Yuan Chen did not exhibit any signs of impatience. The cookies delivered to the set the other day were too exquisite. I couldn't bear to eat them and left them frozen in the fridge. Were they chosen by Brother Shen as well? Ah, yes. You are truly the most tasteful person I have ever encountered. How do you understand my preferences so well? I merely peruse your social media. The traffic was heavily congested during the peak of rush hour. Shen Yi remained wholly attentive amidst the frequent starts and stops. Although he knew how to drive, his skills paled in comparison to those of a professional driver, and he was concerned about the comfort of the individuals in the back seat. Ouyang Kiki's sticky demeanor further perplexed him, from her address to her tone. Everything grew increasingly intimate. The unique softness of her omega voice was pleasant, yet somewhat overwhelming. Just as the traffic light turned green and he gently pressed the accelerator, a vehicle in the adjacent lane abruptly changed lanes, veering sharply into his path. Bang! As Shen Yi slammed the brakes, he instinctively reached out to shield the passenger beside him, causing both to lurch forward. Mr. Yuan, are you all right? He swiftly turned to check on Yuan Chen's condition. Fortunately, it seemed he was merely startled and unharmed. Did you hit anywhere? He inquired again, but Yuan Chen remained silent. His gaze lingered on Shen Yi's arm, still protectively positioned in front of Ouyang Kiki, then shifted to her flushed cheeks, slightly parted lips, and the eyes filled with panic yet fixated on Secretary Shen. Yuan Chen's brow gradually furrowed. Truly bothersome. He initially believed he had come to terms with his feelings, yet his heart began to churn once more. Chapter 11. My person. Do not harbor ill intentions. Yuan Chen was acutely aware of the source of his agitation. It stemmed from a multitude of individuals vying for Shen Yi's affection. Shen Yi was one of the few individuals he could trust implicitly, the sole person permitted to intrude upon every facet of his daily life. Although they were ostensibly in a superior-subordinate relationship, Shen Yi understood him better than family and was more dependable than friends. This unreserved trust and the ability to confide everything made Yuan Chen take Shen Yi's companionship for granted. The dilemma lay in the fact that those with ulterior motives towards his secretary had become increasingly bothersome, merely because Shen Yi was amiable and possessed an attractive smile. These individuals flocked to him. There were admirers of Shen Yi everywhere. Yuan Chen had never anticipated that excessive popularity could become a nuisance. Now, even Ouyang Kiki was among them, not to mention his mother, who seized every opportunity to suggest introducing a partner to Shen Yi. It was a tacit understanding that numerous companies sought to poach him. Yuan Chen considered himself not a possessive person, yet he was human, inevitably concerned about certain things, whether they be objects or individuals. "Mr. Yuan, are you all right?" Noticing his silence, Shen Yi inquired again, perhaps startled by the recent incident. Shen Yi's usually pale complexion had flushed, and his eyes appeared even larger than usual. Yuan Chen silently scrutinized Shen Yi, who was gazing at him. Why was it that a beta, who was neither a heartthrob nor exuded pheromones, could be so endearing? He simply could not fathom it. Shen Yi, indeed, had a pleasing appearance. Standing beside Yuan Chen, who was tall, Shen Yi appeared somewhat petite, though he was not short, certainly around 183 centimeters. His features were delicate, straddling the line between handsome and beautiful, but his smile was utterly charming. Most importantly, he was intelligent, perceptive, and exceptionally capable in his work. These were Shen Yi's greatest virtues. It was no wonder that someone he had personally selected would be perfect. Both in appearance and character, Shen Yi possessed the innate qualities of a secretary. Bringing him on board was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Yuan Chen let out a brief sigh. "It's nothing. Handle the incident. There is no need to involve the insurance company. Let us settle this privately." "All right, I'll take care of it." "Mr. Ouyang, are you unhurt? Is there anywhere you feel pain?" Shen Yi suddenly remembered to attend to Ouyang Kiki. Still shaken, nodded, her cheeks flushed. For reasons he could not articulate, Yuan Chen found himself reluctant to even glance in Shen Yi's direction. Observing Shen Yi's demeanor, Yuan Chen inwardly scoffed. It was merely the result of Shen Yi's good nature that this easily flustered Omega appeared so pitiable. "I'll be back shortly." Shen Yi hurriedly unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Through the windshield, Yuan Chen could see him negotiating with the other driver. The owner of the scratched luxury vehicle looked utterly panicked, repeatedly apologizing, while Shen Yi offered a somewhat awkward smile and handed over his business card. Upon his departure, an immediate silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the rhythmic flicker of the emergency lights. The two individuals left inside seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement to remain mute. With Shen Yi absent, the confines of the vehicle felt inexplicably expansive. The Alpha and Omega coexisted in this enclosed space, yet exhibited no interest in one another. The absence of one person allowed a chill to seep in, rendering the atmosphere frigid. Ouyang Kiki resided in an upscale villa community on the outskirts, a fitting abode for an artist renowned for its stringent security. As night had fallen, shadows were scarce. Yuan Chen dutifully escorted Ouyang Kiki to the entrance of her building. Though he need not feign pretense, he still diligently played his part. "You've worked hard today. Make sure to rest early." "Thank you. I had a delightful day. Please drive safely, Mr. Yuan," Ouyang Kiki replied with a forced smile. The presence of the Alpha before him was decidedly daunting. His arrogance and emotional detachment rendered him unlikable. Ouyang's large eyes turned aside, searching for the familiar figure of Secretary Shen. "Who are you looking for?" Yuan Chen inquired. "Oh, Secretary Shen. I wanted to lend him a DVD. One must maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. At your age, you should grasp such boundaries." The admonishing tone unsettled Ouyang Kiki. Before he could retort, Yuan Chen loomed closer, his breath brushing against Ouyang's ear, causing him to shudder in place. "Stay away from him. He is mine." "What? If I catch you getting too familiar with him again, do not expect me to be courteous." The words echoed with the jealousy of a possessive man. Yet upon perceiving Yuan Chen's expression, Ouyang understood the underlying message. "Do not covet what belongs to me." This was not mere jealousy. It was a warning. Ouyang Kiki fell silent, rendered speechless, while Yuan Chen regarded him with a sudden, slight smile. His excessively handsome visage sent a chill down Ouyang's spine. This man was utterly unhinged. Ouyang was covered in goosebumps, his shoulders trembling as he swiftly turned to input the code, rushing through the door as if fleeing from danger. Though no one pursued him, observing Ouyang's frantic retreat, Yuan Chen finally turned away, his steps back to the parking area inexplicably lighter. As he reached the car, Shen Yi emerged silently from the shadows, phone in hand. I just captured a few photos. If you deem them unnecessary, I could delete them immediately. The screen displayed the moment Yuan Chen had leaned close to Ouyang Kiki, their faces nearly touching, reminiscent of lovers caught in an intimate embrace. Seeing the ambiguous photograph, Yuan Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk. Indeed, Secretary Shen was always so meticulous in his duties. He appreciated such initiative without the need for directives. The angle is commendable. Send that photo to Yuan Hao. Is that truly advisable? Let him relish the moment. After issuing his instructions, Yuan Chen entered the car, followed by Shen Yi, and they swiftly set off back home. The riding experience was exquisitely comfortable as Yuan Chen leaned back against the genuine leather seat, allowing his body to relax. Before him lay Shen Yi's elegantly rounded occiput. As he gazed, a gentle smile graced his lips, as if his mood had brightened. The following morning, Yuan Chen's office was unexpectedly graced by an uninvited guest. Yuan Hao stormed in, his frustration palpable, disregarding the secretary's attempts to intervene, and forcefully swung open the office door. Damn it! Yuan Chen, come out. You have truly vexed me today. Despite the outburst, Yuan Chen did not even lift his eyelids, appearing entirely unfazed, as though he had anticipated this intrusion. Calmly perusing the documents in his hands, he replied nonchalantly, "Keep your voice down. You're an adult now. What does that photo mean? Is it true? Are you really involved with Ouyang Kiki? You should have confirmed that the photo wasn't doctored. Do I really need to elaborate further?" Yuan Chen's tone remained steady, each word striking deep. By the way, why are you stumbling over your words? At over 30, you still haven't overcome that stutter? Yuan Hao was nearly incensed to the point of losing consciousness, his clenched fists trembling, his face flushed on the brink of explosion. Seizing the moment while Yuan Hao was catching his breath, Shen Yi, holding files that required closure, signaled to the secretaries outside to remain patient. He then silently closed and locked the door, retreating to a corner with his hands clasped behind his back. On the wall behind him was a concealed button to summon the security team if necessary. However, the likelihood of Yuan Hao posing a tangible threat to Yuan Chen was exceedingly slim. Indeed, he was hardly worthy of such concern. At this moment, Shen Yi observed the standoff between the two alphas. Though they were brothers, these two men were starkly different in both character and appearance. Chapter 12. Salary doubled. Both Yuan Chen and Yuan Hao were undeniably handsome. If Yuan Chen embodied a classical and dignified charm, then Yuan Hao was the type with sharp, fashionable eyes. Unlike the composed and rational Yuan Chen, Yuan Hao was impulsive, often acting on a whim. Their approaches to business and project advancement were markedly divergent. Their lifestyles and tastes were worlds apart. Though both hail from the Yuan family and were alphas, Yuan Hao harbored deep-seated insecurities regarding Yuan Chen. He was intensely envious of his younger brother, who held the esteemed title of S-Class Alpha and consistently outperformed him. In his desperate quest for their grandfather's approval, he tirelessly sought to gather supporters within the company. Nevertheless, despite their similar positions, Yuan Hao always fell slightly short in influence, a sense of inferiority that was not easily dispelled. He harbored a relentless ambition to surpass Yuan Chen, concocting various schemes at every opportunity. Thus, he resorted to spreading rumors, intending to humiliate Yuan Chen and tarnish the reputation of the exalted S-Class Alpha. Surprisingly, Yuan Chen remained utterly unfazed. He maintained his poise and confidence, his demeanor unchanged. In contrast, it was Yuan Hao, the instigator of the rumors, who found himself losing his composure. Suppressing his rage, Yuan Hao clenched his jaw. "Stop pretending. How could you possibly engage with an Omega? Come on, we did everything we were supposed to do when we met." After Yuan Chen finished reviewing the final document, he signed it and turned his swivel chair towards Yuan Hao, leisurely crossing his long legs. A smirk, ambiguous yet teasing, played at the corners of his mouth. Isn't that right, Secretary Shen? Yuan Hao abruptly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Shen Yi, who stood in the corner. His gaze was menacing, reminiscent of a predator ready to pounce. After all, this was a conflict within the Quan family, and he, an outsider, had no business interjecting. Shen Yi remained unfazed, quietly standing his ground. While I can still speak calmly, you should sever ties with him, Yuan Hao demanded. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? You're not sincere anyway. Everyone knows you're just putting on a show for me. Does one need to be sincere to be together? Yuan Hao cursed under his breath, unable to contain his frustration. Why must you compete with me? Is it absolutely necessary? To his astonishment, his older brother began preaching morality in front of him, a truly unexpected turn of events. The swivel chair creaked slightly as Yuan Chen reclined. His demeanor relaxed, yet the smile on his face grew increasingly frigid. Do you dare to provoke me without the necessary awareness? Yuan Hao was infuriated, and in his exasperation, he stomped his right foot heavily on the table. I was the one who noticed him first. The absurdity of this statement, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly become a joke for the ages. Just a mention of his brother's name made him tremble. Yuan Hao found himself momentarily speechless, although his methods were underhanded. His affection for Ouyang Kiki was genuine. The earlier remark had clearly struck a nerve, and he resembled a malfunctioning robot as his jaw mechanically moved. Yuan Chen chuckled softly, then picked up his phone, feigning an intention to dial. Doubt me? I could call Kiki right now to verify. Stop. Who gives you the right to call him Kiki? Yuan Hao slammed his fist on the desk, his voice nearly a roar. The Omega he had longed for was being snatched away by this insufferable man, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, the air purifier in the office suddenly whirred to life, and amidst the argument, the invisible pheromone clash between the two alphas seemed to escalate. Shen Yi, observing the rising readings on the screen, quietly approached the window and opened it. Taking in a cloudless sky, the weather was delightful. He gazed at the azure expanse, striving to empty his mind. After all, the pheromonal warfare between alphas posed no threat to him as a beta. Hey, get back here. Yuan Hao couldn't restrain himself and charged towards Yuan Chen. But Shen Yi quickly stepped forward to block him. Vice President Yuan, please remain calm. Step aside. Please halt. Stop using company protocols to pressure me. Everyone knows the relationship I have with that bastard. Shen Yi, acting as a human shield, desperately tried to intervene, feeling the pain from Yuan Hao's collision and narrowly avoiding a swipe from his flailing arm. In truth, if the alphas genuinely intended to fight, a beta would be utterly powerless to stop them. The fact that he was able to intervene to this extent indicated that Yuan Hao still retained a sliver of reason. Please step outside. We can discuss matters regarding Mr. Ouyang Kiki privately. Shen Yi attempted to persuade Yuan Hao to relent. Secretary Shen, are you so idle? Don't waste your time on this trivial matter. Yuan Chen's calm voice echoed from behind, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, Yuan Hao's nostrils flared in indignation, exhaling heated breaths. I shall not let you off the hook today. You will face my wrath. TSK, Vice President Yuan. Like a furious beast, Yuan Hao lunged forward, and Shen Yi, summoning all his strength, grasped his waist, pushing back against the ground. Why is it that every alpha with the surname Yuan possesses such a dreadful temperament? When the big shots clash, it is invariably the workers who suffer. After much coaxing and pulling, Shen Yi finally managed to extract Yuan Hao from the office, while perceptive colleagues had already retreated to the pantry, rendering themselves invisible. Even then, Yuan Hao remained seething, panting heavily, and upon observing his disheveled tie, Shen Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Such a ruckus does little to bolster your image, does it? Do I appear to care about that at this moment? However, you are the one who instigated this. To trace the origins of this turmoil, it all stemmed from the rumors propagated by Yuan Hao. I have but one question. Are those two truly in a relationship? I cannot disclose personal matters. Indeed, you are fundamentally a pawn of Yuan Chen. I should not expect anything favorable to pass your lips. Yuan Hao exhaled a long breath, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Yi with his slender eyes. This was the very assistant personally selected by the fastidious Yuan Chen, a man who never allowed anyone to encroach upon his space, except for Secretary Shen, which rendered Shen's loyalty extraordinary. Such a relationship between secretary and superior is incomprehensible to Yuan Hao, who is accustomed to frequently changing subordinates. What makes Shen Yi so exceptional? Though he himself could not articulate it, Yuan Chen's possessions always stirred envy within him, leading him to believe there must be something remarkable about them. Even Secretary Shen, whom he had previously overlooked, now appeared transformed at his eyes. Secretary Shen, how much does he pay you? What? How much is your annual salary from Yuan Chen? I will offer you double. Shen Yi blinkit slowly, momentarily. Huh? After a brief pause, his mind registered that he had just received a poaching proposal. And before he could respond, his lips instinctively formed a professional smile. President Yuan treats me well. How much could a secretary's salary be? I am well aware. Secretary Shen, do not be too rigid. Yuan Hao patted Shen Yi's shoulder, squeezing his shoulder joint with vigor. Working under that fellow Yuan Chen must be quite taxing, no? Come work for me. I am renowned for being easygoing with my subordinates. Why the silence? Why the grim expression? Only then did Shen Yi realize his mouth had fallen, betraying his demeanor, a lapse in composure that left his facial muscles unrestrained. He must have revealed a hint of his teeth, with the corners of his mouth turned down, his entire visage betraying disdain. No, that is not the case. He hurriedly pressed his lips together, restoring his customary smile, yet Yuan Hao had already perceived everything. His slender eyes narrowed slightly. It seems you quite detest this suggestion, do you? Merely taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Very well, I merely uttered it casually. Yuan Hao pouted, visibly displeased, feeling his pride trampled underfoot today. You and Yuan Chen truly share the same disposition, which is exceedingly infuriating. It would be best if you both vanished. With that harsh remark, Yuan Hao departed. His immature and emotional demeanor hardly befitted a man in his 30s. Sighing deeply, Shen Yi shrugged, contemplating the prospect of serving as Yuan Hao's secretary. Merely the thought was daunting. After composing himself, he re-entered the office, where Yuan Chen appeared to be wholly absorbed in his work, as if nothing had transpired, observing the now-functioning air purifier. Shen Yi closed the window and proceeded to check for any overlooked tasks in the office. However, upon turning around, he noticed Yuan Chen gazing intently at him. It seemed he had something to articulate, prompting Shen Yi to approach the desk. Yuan Chen set down his pen and pivoted his chair to face Shen Yi. Where is Yuan Hao? It appeared he had succumbed to the rumors, seemingly resigned to his fate. Yuan Chen remained silent, his long fingers elegantly intertwined, resting on his abdomen as he fell into contemplation. How long until the romantic contract concludes? It would end in 2 weeks. Would it be necessary to contact the reporters? Ouyang Kiki was poised to embark on an overseas venture, providing a perfect excuse for the breakup, allowing them to cite a busy schedule as the reason for drifting apart. The plan was to disseminate the press release in 3 days. Very well, Mr. Yuan. Shen Yi glanced at his watch, reminding him of the scheduled face-to-face meeting with Huang Cheng, the team leader of the new business development group, set for 15 minutes later. Delay the meeting by an hour. Is there something of great importance? There are more pressing matters at hand, Yuan Chen succinctly replied. Let's first resolve the contract renewal issue. His tone suggested a determination to reach a conclusion today. For Yuan Chen, Shen Yi's contract renewal took precedence over all other engagements, becoming a matter of utmost priority. The annual salary could be doubled. There was no reason I could not offer the same conditions Yuan Hao presented. When did he hear about this? Observing Yuan Chen's unwavering resolve, Shen Yi could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that without signing the renewal contract today, he would not be permitted to leave the office. Chapter 13. Let us take a break. The month-long contractual romance between Yuan Chen and Ouyang Kiki had finally reached its conclusion. Due to the somewhat cliched reasons for their breakup, the public swiftly lost interest, and discussion surrounding Yuan Chen dwindled. Both the earlier rumors and subsequent gossip appeared to be mere inconsequential interludes. Just when everyone believed life had returned to normal, no one anticipated that the seemingly tranquil routine would soon be shaken by a bombshell. The incident occurred on a Wednesday morning when Minister Yan of the Patent Strategy Department approached Mr. Yuan, his face ashen and barely able to stand. I have an urgent matter to report to Mr. Yuan. It pertains to the new drug patent. This man, known for his lofty demeanor, was now trembling. Shen Yi immediately sensed something grave had occurred. Mr. Yuan was on a call with the overseas branch, and a scheduled meeting loomed in 30 minutes. But given the urgency of the situation, the tense agenda had to be temporarily set aside. Notify everyone. The 3 o'clock meeting is postponed. Additionally, communicate that there may be overtime today. Understood, Minister. After swiftly issuing instructions, Shen Yi immediately began drafting a memorandum. Minister Yin, who stood anxiously in the center of the office, swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Yi. Subsequently, Shen Yi lightly tapped the office door with the memorandum in hand, the sound barely audible. In this impeccably neat, yet almost unwelcoming space, the man of profound presence sat poised in his chair. Within the enveloping silence, a low murmur of English conversation persisted. Yuan Chen held his phone in one hand while lightly tapping the desk with the other, continuing his conversation with the person on the line, his tone consistently serious and restrained. Approaching him quietly, Shen Yi placed the memorandum on the desk. Yuan Chen's indifferent glance first lingered on Shen Yi's face before dropping down. His gaze swept over the neatly penned words on the paper, before his palm covered the memorandum, the veins on the back of his hand subtly protruding. I apologize. An urgent situation has arisen, and I must terminate this call. I will contact you again at the same time tomorrow. The moment the call ended, a piercing gaze turned towards Shen Yi. Understanding the cue, he promptly turned to open the door, allowing the anxious Minister Yin to enter. The situation was graver than anticipated. The RAMP-D team responsible for new drug development had encountered a serious breach of confidentiality. you.Shen technology has preemptively applied for a patent. Minister Yin, with a sense of contrition, detailed the unfolding events. The patent team, during their routine check of the patent office's updates this morning, unexpectedly discovered a new drug patent application from a competitor. This compound appeared strikingly familiar, being the project independently developed by the Akit research team, slated to launch as the next generation of new drugs. This represented a significant investment, with initial research consuming nearly a year of time. While it was possible that the competitor had developed a similar substance, the present circumstances indicated that the chemical structure and components were identical, resembling a flawless replica. Had it not been for an internal leak of research data, such an occurrence would have been nearly impossible. After listening to the report, Yuan Chen pressed his temples, remaining silent for a long while. His jawline became particularly pronounced as he clenched his back teeth, struggling to suppress his fury. It was almost inconceivable that such a serious oversight could occur at a leading domestic pharmaceutical company, not a small or medium-sized enterprise. His piercing gaze shot towards Minister Yin, who dared not meet his eyes, lowering his head and timidly asking, "Who is the leaker? We are currently investigating. There are several suspects, but the evidence is insufficient to draw conclusions. Are we to sit idly by? Do you consider this reasonable?" The cold interrogation made Minister Yin bow his head even lower. Yuan Chen averted his face, muttering a curse under his breath, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Though he struggled to contain his rage, it was evident that he was on the brink of losing control. Immediately convene an emergency meeting. No, I will personally go to the research institute. Yuan Chen rose abruptly, donning the suit jacket hanging on the coat rack, while casting a stern look at Minister Yin. Notify the legal team and the entire patent strategy department to remain on standby. Minister Yin, you will accompany me. Yes, Mr. Yuan. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had already arranged for a driver to prepare the vehicle. Should they venture to the research institute located in City B, today's agenda would undoubtedly require complete restructuring. As he busily coordinated matters for General Manager Yuan, he rapidly organized in his mind the priorities that demanded immediate attention. Observing the furious expression on Yuan's face, Shen Yi instinctively swallowed hard. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed Yuan Chen in such a state of rage. The atmosphere within a kit company descended into chaos. After Yuan Chen personally visited the research institute to ascertain the situation, he once again confirmed the unfortunate reality of the information leak. Upon returning to the company, the entire group transitioned into an emergency state, initiating an investigation to trace the source of the leak. Lawyers and patent agents promptly arrived to formulate countermeasures. An unending series of lengthy meetings ensued, and to prevent any fallout from affecting stock prices, all staff were mandated to maintain strict confidentiality. Since the day of the incident, Yuan Chen had entirely relinquished his personal life, devoting himself wholeheartedly to corporate affairs. The general manager, who even neglected to eat or rest, inadvertently compelled his colleagues in the secretarial department to work overtime alongside him. At this critical juncture, even the slightest misstep could precipitate dire consequences, prompting everyone to labor with utmost diligence. Aside from the demands of their hectic work, Yuan Chen's mood plummeted to unprecedented lows. It was evident to all that his fury had reached its zenith. Despite it being April, the atmosphere in the office felt as frigid as midwinter, with everyone treading cautiously, afraid even to breathe. In light of this tension, Shen Yi attended to General Manager Yuan with even greater meticulousness than usual. A week after the leak incident, yet another night of overtime unfolded. Though it was already past 3 in the morning, the lights in Yuan's office remained aglow. Shen Yi remained in the outer office, tidying up the desk. Daily encounters with the precarious work environment rendered fatigue inevitable. But in such times, maintaining order in his surroundings was essential to preserving his inner calm. Resting his elbows on the freshly organized desk, he cradled his chin in his hands, blinking his weary eyes as he gazed into the office. Through the glass, he could see Yuan maintaining an upright posture, diligently reviewing documents. He had been at it for several consecutive hours. Unlike Shen Yi, who had taken shifts to rest earlier that day, Yuan Chen had gone over 40 hours without a moment's sleep. How could he endure this relentless pace? Even the most resilient alpha cannot be made of iron. Strangely, however, Shen Yi had never witnessed him exhibit signs of fatigue. He muttered to himself as he turned in his chair, gently lowering his arms to open the secret drawer beside his desk. The compartment beneath was filled with various survival supplies, fatigue recovery agents, high-concentration vitamins, and even stimulants for those moments of extreme exhaustion. Shen Yi retrieved a can of high-caffeine energy drink, taking a discreet sip. After crossing 30, working late into the night had become considerably more taxing. Yet, General Manager Yuan was undoubtedly an exception. He pressed the can to his lips, glancing at the clock. Today, he must persuade Yuan to return home for some rest. Even if it meant facing ire, it was essential to say something. What if he collapsed from exhaustion? Shen Yi resolutely made up his mind, and his weary eyes, once clouded, rekindled with determination as he downed the remaining beverage in one swift motion. Holding the fatigue recovery agent prepared for President Yuan, he tidied his attire and gently rapped on the office door. Although he received no response, he pushed the door open and entered. The relentless intensity of work had taken a toll on President Yuan. His tie was loosened, his shirt wrinkled, and even his usually pristine desk was in disarray. The darkness under his eyes was a testament to his humanity, reminding all that he was not a machine, but flesh and blood. Yuan Chen cast a glance at his personal secretary who had entered unbidden, then returned his focus to the phone call, though his complexion had worsened. This was one of Yuan Chen's habits. The greater the pressure, the tighter his brow furrowed, and the deeper the lines on his forehead became. Shen Yi cautiously approached and placed the fatigue recovery agent within Yuan Chen's line of sight before silently tidying the cluttered desk. I understand what Lawyer Liu wishes to convey. But even so, I am not obliged to consider your predicament, am I? The harsh words were laden with exhaustion. Shen Yi listened to the conversation while inwardly sighing at the absurdity of their situation. He, Yuan Chen, and the lawyer who had to take calls at 3 in the morning were all equally pitiful. Please abandon any thoughts of persuading me. Do you think I stayed so late to engage in this exhausting debate? Yuan Chen irritably yanked off his tie, and upon seeing it carelessly discarded on the floor, Shen Yi immediately picked it up and rolled it neatly. Unbeknownst to him, the chaotic desk had been transformed into a tidy space. Very well. Let us discuss this further at work tomorrow. I request all lawyers from the legal team to be in my office by 9 o'clock. Once the call concluded, an unsettling silence enveloped the office. Yuan Chen remained furrowed in thought, rubbing his temples as stress and fatigue reached a critical juncture. He appeared utterly devoid of motivation. Shen Yi understood him well. Yuan Chen was a meticulously organized individual who strived for perfection, detesting any mistakes in his responsibilities. Particularly, the repercussions of this incident loomed large. As a meticulously crafted project faced potential collapse due to internal leaks, a blemish on his otherwise flawless professional record that was difficult for him to endure. Unable to bear the sight, Shen Yi approached his side and cautiously adjusted the flipped collar of his shirt. The broad back trembled slightly at the sudden touch. Yet Yuan Chen remained silent, leaning back in his chair as if he lacked the strength to move a finger. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. President Yuan, how about leaving work early today? You should return home and rest a bit before continuing. Shen Yi finally articulated his intention, stealthily observing Yuan Chen's face, aware that it would not be surprising if he collapsed at that moment. President Yuan, let's go home. If you continue to burn the midnight oil tonight, you will truly become something otherworldly, Shen Yi mused inwardly, scrutinizing his features. However, something seemed amiss. Yuan Chen's skin appeared redder than usual. Hesitantly, Shen Yi reached out and gently touched the nape of President Yuan's neck, discovering the skin alarmingly hot to the touch. Chapter 14. Surging pheromone levels. Shen Yi unbuttoned Yuan Chen's shirt, his fingers brushing against the bare skin, where he could distinctly feel an unusually elevated body temperature. It was not a fever, nor was there any cough. Could it be a sign of physical discomfort? A foreboding feeling surged within him as he turned to glance at the pheromone purifier in the corner, its screen flashing an alarming red light. It was then that he recognized the intense pheromone emanating from Yuan Chen. He swiftly activated the portable detection device, and the outrageous readings left him wide-eyed in shock. The sensitivity period had clearly passed. Such an overwhelming pheromone presence should not exist. Mr. Yuan, your pheromone levels, I am aware, came the trembling voice of an onlooker, while the subject remained unervingly composed. Yuan Chen did not even lift his eyelids as he calmly retrieved a pheromone suppressant from the drawer and swallowed it, following it with a fatigue recovery agent, all with an air of nonchalance as if nothing were amiss. This is something that can be resolved with medication. Even if his physical condition is subpar, his tone retained its habitual authority. Perhaps his physical exhaustion was beyond his control, but his tightly furrowed brows remained unyieldingly tense. Shen Yi gazed intently at his face. This was certainly not a matter that could be casually brushed aside with medication. Managing Mr. Yuan's health was his foremost duty. You must go to the hospital. I will contact Professor Hu immediately. A large hand suddenly grasped his wrist with astonishing force, halting his attempt to reach for his phone. Do you believe I have time to go to the hospital right now? This is not something that can simply be resolved with medication. Anyone can see that there is an issue with your current state. Do not make a fuss. I am well aware of my own body, he dismissed casually, his tone leaving no room for objection. The grip on Shen Yi's wrist tightened further until he winced in discomfort, prompting Yuan Chen to finally release him. Treatment can wait until this matter is resolved. Remember to replenish the medications in the meantime. You may leave for the day. He pushed himself up from the desk, his demeanor so resolute that there was no room for debate. Shen Yi took a deep breath and quietly retrieved his coat for him. At this moment, Mr. Yuan resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant regarding his condition. And Shen Yi suppressed his growing concern with rationality. The informant was a seasoned researcher who had been with the company for 5 years. It was rumored that he had accrued massive debts due to failed investments in stocks and cryptocurrencies. The researcher had resigned a month ago and fled overseas, fearing repercussions. At any cost, we must locate him and bring him before me, Yuan Chen commanded, having enlisted the services of a top private investigator, surely to achieve results faster than the police could. The true challenge lay in the negotiations with you.Shen Pharmaceuticals, who had secured the patent. A kit could no longer utilize the same compound, and the development of a generic drug would not be possible until 2 decades hence. Although there was a chance of success in filing for a patent invalidation lawsuit, it would require an investment of time and resources commensurate with research and would inevitably entail reputational damage. A week later, you.Shen took the initiative to request a meeting. During the arduous negotiations, They proposed a high-priced repurchase of the patent or the establishment of a partnership to jointly hold it. This so-called cooperation was merely a guise to siphon off a kid's capital and technology. This was utterly unacceptable. A cold smile played at the corners of Yuan Chen's lips as he crossed his long legs and slightly tilted his head. Though he wore a smile, his gaze was piercingly sharp. Did President Fu truly perceive me as a lamb awaiting slaughter? How could such a notion arise? We have thoroughly considered your company's predicament. It is my first encounter with negotiations conducted using stolen goods. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Fu Siling's face, but he quickly regained his composure, clearly having anticipated this outcome. In that case, there is little left to discuss. We will develop a new drug based on this patent, which holds limitless potential for the future, as it is widely acknowledged to be an exceptionally innovative patent. I am genuinely intrigued to see what remarkable new drug your company can create. Is there really no intention of collaboration? None whatsoever, and there is no room for bargaining. Yuan Chen's response was resolute. In fact, after thorough evaluation, he had decided to relinquish the patent that had been taken from him in an attempt to design anew, which was tantamount to starting from scratch. This was not a decision made lightly. It followed a heated debate with the chairman, after which he took unilateral action and committed to bear all responsibility. Should this new drug development fail to achieve significant success, Yuan Chen was prepared to resign. Then why have you come today? We had thought you were sincere in negotiations. I am here to warn you all. I, Yuan Chen, always repay my debts of enmity. His smile vanished, revealing his sharp edge. The intensity of his gaze made Fu Siling instinctively grip the armrest tighter. This young man was even more formidable than the rumors suggested, as he struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling to show weakness. Shen Yi held his breath, intently observing this confrontation. Unlike Yu, who was accompanied by a legal team, Yuan Chen attended alone, yet his presence remained overwhelmingly powerful, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve to crush his adversaries. To be candid, Shen Yi felt a swell of pride for President Yuan's performance at that moment. Even in the face of adversity, he demonstrated an indomitable spirit that commanded genuine admiration. This was not mere bravado. He firmly believed that as long as he remained by this man's side, regardless of the challenges faced, victory and success would ultimately be his. I hope you will not regret this. Thank you for your advice. The superficial pleasantries came to an end, and even the customary handshake was omitted. The brief confrontation had clearly established the victor, and Yuan Chen seemed satisfied with the facade of calm his opponent tried to maintain, leaving the scene with a mocking smile. President Yuan, it is time to head to the hospital. Once in the car, Shen Yi promptly reminded him of the next steps. Turning to the back seat, he found Yuan Chen leaning weakly to one side. President Yuan, Shen Yi hurriedly moved to the back seat to support him. As if the limits of his endurance had finally been reached, his breathing was labored, and even opening his eyes appeared to be a struggle. Driver, please head to the first hospital immediately. Hurry, Shen Yi shouted, cradling his frail body, while simultaneously pulling out his phone to contact Professor Hu, Yuan Chen's attending physician. His palms were slick with cold sweat. Professor, this is Shen Yi. President Yuan has collapsed. Yes, we are en route to the hospital now, and we should arrive in about 10 minutes. Shen Yi's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Chen's face, feeling increasingly anxious since the moment he had stubbornly insisted on taking his medication. Surely, there must be a limit to such obstinacy. The bomb finally detonated, and he once again grasped him tightly. His physique towered over him. Rather than offering support, he was barely able to bear his weight. In that moment, there was no alternative. The fact that he could move at all during this time was nothing short of miraculous. He was essentially a walking corpse. Professor Hu shook the examination report, adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, and sighed repeatedly. The results were far more severe than anticipated. Cut to the chase. Yuan Chen tore off the hospital gown and tossed it aside, while Shen Yi promptly offered a clean shirt to drape over him. Professor Hu observed with a sense of resignation as Yuan Chen accepted the care as if it were his due. The pheromone levels were alarming, and the liver function indicators were abysmal. Professor Hu, a leading gender specialist in the country and Yuan Chen's attending physician as well as an old friend, was one of the few privy to his secrets. having prescribed suppressants for him. Professor, who had not anticipated the situation would deteriorate to this extent. The immense pressure endured recently was undoubtedly a significant factor. His immunity had been depleted, and he had managed to hold on thus far due to his alpha constitution. But now, the pheromone secretion system was malfunctioning, stripping him of that advantage. As your attending physician, I must issue a solemn warning. Cease medication immediately and prepare for the susceptible phase. Yuan Chen silently donned a shirt, sitting on the examination table and exhaling deeply. Shen Yi quietly organized the discarded hospital gown, while Yuan Chen sighed in frustration, rubbing his temples. Though Shen Yi could not perceive the pheromones, he could sense the weight of pain through Yuan Chen's heavy, sweet breaths. Is there no other option? What about surgery? Surgery is feasible, provided you can be hospitalized for 3 weeks. I can arrange it immediately, Professor who replied decisively, setting aside the examination report and turning to his computer to type swiftly. You detest Omega. Surely, you do not intend to deny even the most basic of relations? Do I need to be clearer? If the susceptible phase release is not conducted immediately, you will soon go into shock, and complete collapse will not be far behind. This stern warning halted Shen Yi's fingers mid-motion. He steadied himself to stand, while Yuan Chen's expression revealed no surprise. He was evidently already aware of his condition. Yuan Chen, in a fit of irritation, rubbed his face, dismissing his complex emotions, and spoke in a low voice. Shen Yi, the upcoming schedule. Shen Yi had already checked his phone. The calendar was packed with activities, even the weekend filled with various engagements. Mr. Yuan, it is quite difficult to carve out significant free time. So, it's shock. Professor who reiterated with firmness. Yuan Chen bit his lip, clearly reluctant, but ultimately resigned to nod in acceptance. Postpone everything. Clear a week. Chapter 15. Contact me anytime Yuan Chen's susceptible phase leave was conducted in secrecy. On the surface, he was on an overseas business trip, accompanied only by his aide. In the ensuing days, Shen Yi was exceedingly busy. He had to monitor Yuan Chen's personal condition, reconfigure his tightly packed schedule, and, while keeping others in the dark, quietly prepare for the susceptible phase leave. 24 hours were hardly sufficient. It was not until they boarded the plane that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As he shed his jacket, Shen Yi could not help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Although he had often accompanied General Yuan on international business trips in the past, today's mood felt distinctly different. Perhaps it could be described as euphoric. General Yuan, it's time for your medication. Before takeoff, he handed the pills to Yuan Chen. With a flight duration of no less than 13 hours, the suppressant was undoubtedly essential. Yuan Chen, still engrossed in work during the flight, cast a sidelong glance at him and obediently accepted the pills. Without even a sip of water, he chewed the bitter tablets and swallowed them. Considering Yuan Chen's health, Professor who had only prescribed the minimum dosage of the suppressant, and what he was taking now was the very last one. The lingering bitterness of the medication seemed to hang in the air, and Yuan Chen's brow remained furrowed as he turned to Shen Yi. You've been smiling since earlier. You seem rather cheerful. How could that be? I've never been adept at managing my expressions. General Yuan, are you not aware? He attempted to downplay his curiosity, only to be met with a gaze that bore a wild intensity. Even so, an invisible, insurmountable barrier seemed to exist between them. Shen Yi, unfazed, stretched his body. The first-class seat was as spacious as a bed, allowing him ample room to extend his legs comfortably. Coincidentally, a flight attendant passed by, and he requested a glass of chilled champagne. How could he not feel exhilarated? Such a perfect holiday lay ahead. A vacation. Indeed, Yuan Chen's vulnerable period also marked Shen Yi's respite. This workaholic general was the type who would strive to suppress even his vulnerable phase with medication. As his secretary, Shen Yi had scarcely enjoyed proper rest. After a 6-year hiatus, this break was nothing short of sweet compensation. During his vulnerable period, he hoped he wouldn't be summoned. That sort of occurrence was absolutely not permissible. He had prepared thoroughly, thus he felt particularly confident. Shen Yi took a sip of champagne, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this would be a flawless week. Boston, after a long absence, though the weather was unkind, With fierce winds swirling snowflakes, by the time they arrived at the hotel, it had transformed into a snowstorm. Fortunately, all their plans were confined within the hotel. Observing the romantic snowy scenery outside, Shen Yi hastened his steps. General Yuan had booked the hotel's premier residential suite, characterized by a bedroom comparable in size to a small apartment. Additionally, as a long-stay guest room, it was outfitted with a fully equipped kitchen, a study, and a spacious conference room, creating a perfect living space. Shen Yi meticulously surveyed the room, scrutinizing every detail. It was indeed befitting of a top-tier hotel with a price that would leave one astounded, nearly impeccable. Although the suite boasted 5 rooms, Shen Yi would not be residing there. Perhaps Yuan Chen would make full use of the other rooms, after all. Indulging in intimacy was the norm once one entered their vulnerable phase. To be frank, he harbored no curiosity about that aspect. As always, Shen Yi adhered to his responsibilities, focusing solely on his duties. After completing his preliminary inspection, he returned to the living room with a tablet and a small bag. Yuan Chen was already seated there, arms crossed over his chest, his posture exuding a palpable discontent. "Mr. Yuan, would you care for something to eat? I have no appetite." He had dined on the plane and consumed quite a bit of fine whiskey. Would this not be detrimental to his health? Shen Yi's fleeting concern dissipated as he averted his gaze. He comprehended Mr. Yuan's current agitation. The prospect of engaging in intimacy with someone he disdained would render anyone despondent. Shen Yi settled onto the sofa opposite, continuing his report. The fresh linen had been placed in the wardrobe, and meals would be delivered punctually to the door via room service. Should you choose not to dine, the staff would retrieve the trays accordingly. Mineral water and towels were abundantly prepared. The cleaning service would only occur at your request. Without prior contact, no one would intrude. Rest assured. Shen Yi meticulously verified each item recorded on his tablet. When he lifted his gaze, he found Mr. Yuan reclining, his piercing eyes fixed intently upon him. Those profound orbs seemed capable of drawing one in, leaving Shen Yi momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he managed to move his somewhat stiff tongue. "Is there anything that needs adjusting?" "No." Mr. Yuan toyed with the glass in his hand, the sharply formed ice cubes clinking against the glass, producing a clear, crisp sound. While his gaze remained steadfast on Shen Yi, he then raised the glass to his lips. "I simply believe that your work is indeed impeccable." With these words, he took a sip of whiskey, watching as Shen Yi's throat bobbed with the act of swallowing, prompting Shen Yi to unconsciously swallow as well. What was happening? The praise only heightened his unease. He cleared his throat gently, attempting to dispel the awkward atmosphere, and subsequently opened the small bag he had brought, revealing several syringes neatly arranged within. The leftmost syringe bore a red label, indicating it was a susceptibility enhancer. This automatic injector, resembling a thick marker, would eject the needle and complete the injection with the push of a button. Shen Yi handed it to Mr. Yuan, who set down his glass and skillfully administered the injection. Shen Yi quietly awaited his turn, estimating that in 3 or 4 hours, Mr. Yuan would fully enter the susceptibility phase. Perhaps it was due to his new role as Mr. Yuan's assistant that he felt a tinge of nervousness facing this aspect of him for the first time. Mr. Yuan discarded the used syringe into the trash, and, noticing the somewhat disheveled cuffs of his casually rolled-up shirt, Shen Yi stepped forward to tidy them with care. "The susceptibility subject is expected to arrive in 2 hours. Would you like to see a photograph first? I thought I mentioned I was not concerned about that." His reply was sharp, laced with irritation, prompting Shen Yi to silently press his lips together. Yet, considering this would be someone he was about to engage with intimately, could he truly be indifferent? Was it of no consequence at all? Mr. Yuan entrusted Shen Yi with the entirety of the arrangements related to this susceptibility phase, including the search for a partner. He stipulated 2 requirements. They must be a beta. They must be male. This was not due to a particular preference for men. Rather, it was a precautionary measure to eliminate any minuscule possibility of conception, opting for the safest route. Nevertheless, the selection of candidates must be approached with utmost diligence. Shen Yi is acutely aware that his superior possesses exceptionally high aesthetic standards, which necessitates careful consideration when choosing collaborators. Should he present a subpar beta, he would undoubtedly face the repercussions of his superior's ire. Straightening his back, Shen Yi tucked the small bag containing the remaining syringes beneath the coffee table and performed a final check on Yuan Chen's condition. The expressionless face before him was that of the familiar General Yuan. There remained a considerable interval before the sensitivity period officially commenced. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yi addressed him. "General Yuan, I shall take my leave now." "What's the matter? You live downstairs, don't you?" Yuan Chen inquired lazily, his tone even more nonchalant than before. "Indeed. You haven't taken such an extended break in quite some time, have you?" "Yes, I have been rather occupied recently," Shen Yi murmured, almost to himself. For reasons unknown, he felt an exhilarating flutter in his heart, as though Yuan Chen could see right through him, prompting him to quickly mask his expression. "I have no specific plans for rest. I remain at your service. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to reach out." Yuan Chen chuckled softly, fully aware that these were mere formalities. Just as Shen Yi understood him thoroughly, he too possessed a keen insight into Shen Yi's character. Turning his gaze elsewhere, he resumed sipping his drink. "Have a pleasant holiday. I hope not to disturb you. Please, do take good care of yourself." Shen Yi endeavored to avoid provoking the unpredictable General Yuan and silently exited the guest room. The moment the door closed behind him, he allowed a long sigh of relief. Now he awaited the arrival of the sensitivity period collaborators. Glancing at his watch and without a moment's pause, he headed straight toward the lobby floor. Chapter 16. Sensitivity period. Leave the hotel lobby features a small cafe that serves as a lounge. Shen Yi settled into a single sofa with a broad view, meticulously scanning each guest entering and exiting the hotel. "I hope the inclement weather doesn't prevent anyone from arriving," he pondered, instinctively considering all potential variables. Until the sensitivity period collaborators made their appearance, he could not truly relax. His untouched cup of coffee had long since grown cold. Shen Yi had engaged 2 collaborators, both seasoned professionals specializing in VIP services. They were not only discreet, but also strikingly attractive beta males. Collaborating with a top-tier alpha during the sensitivity period was inherently challenging. Thus, the costs were substantial. After all, this endeavor posed a significant strain on the beta's body, and such expenses were unavoidable. Confidentiality agreements were a given, and the verification of their identities and health reports had been rigorously conducted, particularly concerning their beta status. He had confirmed this no less than 2 or 3 times to ensure absolute certainty. As the appointed time drew nearer, his anxiety intensified, and he fixated on the lobby entrance. After several long minutes, a familiar figure finally emerged. Shen immediately rose to greet him. The man who had just stepped into the hotel seemed indifferent to his surroundings, merely brushing off the snowflakes that had settled on his shoulders. "Mr. Peter?" Upon hearing this possibly pseudonymous address, the man lifted his head, the biting cold reddening the tip of his nose. Upon seeing Shen Yi, he broke into a smile. "Yes, you must be the secretary I have been in contact with. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Shall we proceed directly if there are no concerns?" "Very well, this way please." After a brief handshake, Shen Yi turned to lead the way, deeming small talk unnecessary as the details of the contract had been thoroughly discussed days prior. The elevator housed only the 2 of them, its gentle vibrations accompanying their ascent. Shen Yi instinctively clenched and then relaxed his fist, exhaling softly. The man beside him appeared unfazed by the situation, exuding an air of calmness, while it was Shen Yi who felt the tension rising within him. His gaze shifted from the flickering floor indicator to the man at his side. Yuan Chen's first collaboration partner was a Japanese-American, whose refined features left a lasting impression. He neither exuded excessive masculinity nor displayed any overt signs of homosexuality. Thus Yuan Chen would likely find no fault. Sensing Shen Yi's scrutiny, the man turned his head, their eyes meeting. He was the first to break the awkward silence. "I have a question. Please go ahead. May I inquire if the alpha I am to host has any undesirable habits?" Shen Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Having never encountered such a question before, he had no knowledge of Yuan's preferences in that regard. A soft chime interrupted the silence, signaling their arrival at the 29th floor. As the elevator doors opened slowly, Shen Yi forced his stiff tongue to move. I'm not particularly informed on that matter. Is it essential information to disclose? Oh, it's quite all right. I occasionally encounter informed secretaries and thought I might ask. After all, I'm accustomed to accommodating clients' wishes, and having prior knowledge could be advantageous. The sensitive partner squinted and smiled, stepping out of the elevator first. Shen Yi hurried to follow, admiring the man as professionalism and seasoned demeanor, shaking off the initial intimidation. He gathered his composure and quickened his pace. The 29th floor housed a single room, enveloped in an unusual silence. After traversing the lengthy corridor, they halted before the door. Shen Yi glanced at his watch, noting they were 5 minutes early. I apologize. I need to measure your pheromones first. The man complied, standing straight. Please proceed. Shen Yi retrieved a portable measuring device from his inner pocket, placing it near the man's neck. With a beep, the device's screen began to flicker. The reading was 0. An expected result. After retracting the measuring device, Shen Yi adjusted his coat. All set. Confirmation complete. I've never encountered such stringent checks before. If I weren't a beta, I might be in serious trouble, the man jested. Shen Yi responded with a smile, choosing not to engage further, regardless of the confidentiality agreements in place. He could not divulge any secrets about Yuan Chen to someone he had just met. He lightly tapped his phone screen, his thumb deftly navigating the interface. The initial payment had just been transferred. The remaining balance would be paid in full upon completion. The transfer has been confirmed. Please turn off your phone. This was also stipulated in the contract. The sensitive partner complied without hesitation. After confirmation, Shen Yi relayed the final points of attention. Items that may be needed during the process are prepared in the bedroom and bathroom. Should you require anything else, feel free to contact the front desk. Service is available 24 hours. Understood. Although it may not be easy, please try to find time to eat. If it proves too difficult, do ensure you stay hydrated. I will do my utmost. With that, Shen Yi handed over the room key, politely bowing. The other party appeared somewhat unaccustomed to this Eastern gesture, awkwardly scratching his ear and mimicking a bow in return. Subsequently, he turned and entered the room, the bright light seeping through the doorframe engulfing his figure, leaving Shen Yi alone in the corridor. It was then he realized his fists had been tightly clenched. Shen Yi raised his arms high and silently cheered. The holiday had finally commenced. The exhilarating sense of liberation sent shivers down his spine, and his departing footsteps were imbued with an unprecedented lightness and joy. What should he do next to affirm that he had experienced a splendid time? A smile crept onto his lips, his happiness uncontainable. Even pondering how to spend his time became a source of bliss. Before the elevator, his fingers hovered over the buttons for a moment before finally pressing the up arrow. The doors opening in response. He opted for the lounge bar on the top floor, and using the mirror-like stainless steel walls to his advantage. He meticulously adjusted his appearance, straightening his slightly askew tie and smoothing his bangs. Perfect. He looked neat and sharp. The elevator swiftly reached the designated floor, and Shen Yi exhaled deeply, whispering to his blurred reflection on the control panel. Stay calm. Shen Yi, there's plenty of time. He decided to enjoy a drink first before leisurely planning. The holiday had officially begun. Though it was not peak hours, the lounge bar buzzed with activity, perhaps due to the inclement weather drawing people together. Shen Yi scanned the surroundings for an available seat. The booths composed of sofas and coffee tables were nearly full, and even the few vacant spots appeared somewhat cluttered. After a brief contemplation, he made his way to the bar. The smooth wooden counter was perfect for a solitary patron like Shen Yi, who settled onto a high stool and neatly folded his suit jacket on the adjacent seat. The bartender, polishing a glass, noticed the guest's arrival and smiled as he presented the drink menu. Take your time. Thank you. As he carefully browsed the menu filled with English selections, a particular drink that resonated with his current mood caught his eye. The bartender promptly offered him a glass of water, and Shen Yi pushed the menu back, clearly stating, "Please open a bottle of 1982 Chateau Petrus." The bartender seemed slightly taken aback by such a lavish choice, his lips parting in surprise. "Is today a special occasion?" "You could say that. You made an excellent choice." Shen Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, it was not a modest price, but then again, what of it? Wealth is not meant to be taken to the grave. A rare holiday deserves a touch of indulgence. Before long, a red wine glass was placed before Shen Yi, the highly acclaimed Italian vintage exuding an enticing ruby hue. His chosen seat faced the lounge's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, unwittingly granting him an exceptional view. Through the glass curtain wall, Boston reveals itself like an illustration from a fairy tale. With the Charles River visible in the distance, ancient red brick edifices and snowflakes gracefully descending against the backdrop of the night sky. The view from the warm interior adds an exotic touch of romance. Shen Yi sips red wine leisurely, savoring the moment, rather than boredom. It is the enjoyment of this long-awaited freedom that brings him delight. Sitting at the bar, observing the diverse clientele is equally intriguing. His lazy gaze occasionally drifts to his phone, which lies black and silent on the table. There can be no communication. All matters from Korea have been entrusted to his colleagues in the secretarial department. And the general manager who could reach out to him is undoubtedly maintaining silence at this hour. When was the last time he felt this leisurely? Shen Yi tilts his head slightly, lost in thought. The past seems too distant, and reflecting upon it appears futile. Even the act of drinking feels like a memory from years ago. Upon deeper reflection, he realizes that he dedicated nearly all of his 20s to work. While he harbors no regrets, to claim there is no tinge of melancholy would be disingenuous. Is this seat taken? A stranger's voice suddenly interrupts Shen Yi's reverie. Turning to look, he sees a tall man with golden hair, pointing to the empty seat beside him. No, it's free. Please, take a seat, Shen Yi replies, quickly retrieving his coat. The man expresses his gratitude, removes his overcoat, and sits down, bringing with him an air of outdoor chill, as if he has just entered. This spot offers the best view, particularly suited for a solitary drink, Shen Yi remarks, noting that his glass of red wine is nearly empty. The considerate bartender promptly refills his glass and presents the newcomer with a menu and water. As night falls, the bar indeed becomes lively. How is this red wine? I've heard excellent reviews. The man inquires while perusing the menu. Shen Yi gently swirls his wine glass and replies confidently, I quite enjoy it. If you appreciate Cabernet Sauvignon, it should suit your palate. Then I shall order a glass to try. Noticing the man's hesitant mutter, Shen Yi glances at his own bottle of wine, realizing it is excessive to drink alone. Perhaps due to the long absence from indulgence, he feels slightly tipsy tonight. If you don't mind, would you like to share this bottle? The unexpected suggestion catches the man off guard, but Shen Yi smiles and signals to the bartender. Soon, the same red wine is poured for the man as well. Sharing a drink fosters a connection, and the two engage in light conversation, an hour passing, then two. As the night deepens, is this your first visit to Boston? Shen Yi asks, feeling relaxed in his slightly inebriated state. The third time, all for business. I've never had the chance to sightsee. I thought this time would be different, but the weather seems rather unwelcoming. It's quite rare to have such heavy snow in April. Shen Yi chuckles in agreement. The man takes a sip of his wine, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Shen Yi's left hand, where no ring adorns his long, clean fingers. May I be so bold as to inquire what you do for a living? Just an ordinary office worker. You certainly do not appear ordinary at all. Shen Yi chuckles lightly, tilting his head to regard him. Perhaps it's because I'm a foreigner? My accent is quite distinctive. Your intonation is enchanting, your voice clear, like the flowing of moonlight. Thank you. Shen Yi had long since become accustomed to such direct, Western-style compliments, offering a non-committal smile in response. The man adjusted his posture, steering the conversation towards more personal matters. Do you enjoy wine? I can't say I'm particularly fond of it. I merely encounter it frequently due to my profession. So I understand a bit. Is it related to your work? In a manner of speaking, Shen Yi shrugged, as he was typically reluctant to divulge too much to strangers. In contrast, the man was quite forthright, sharing his name, profession, and the reason for his visit to Boston. This New York lawyer spoke with an elegant British accent and mentioned that he too resided in the hotel. How long do you plan to stay? Faced with this repetitive question, Shen Yi narrowed his eyes. You seem particularly interested in me. Indeed, that is precisely why I chose this seat. What was intended as a teasing remark had unexpectedly backfired. Shen Yi paused, scrutinizing the man before him. He had always possessed a self-awareness of his own charm. Yet in this moment, uncertainty crept in. Was it the effects of intoxication? Shen Yi queried. You mentioned you're a beta, correct? Yes, and you? To be honest, it's quite difficult to determine. You embody traits of both omega and alpha, which is rather perplexing. It's the first time I've been told I resemble an omega. I'm typically mistaken for an alpha. Under the man's curious gaze, Shen Yi took a sip of his wine and sighed softly. My superior is an S-class alpha. Perhaps the prolonged exposure to pheromones has led to external misunderstandings. I see. That could indeed present some complications. The man's green eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Could it be that your relationship with that alpha superior is not ordinary? Shen Yi's expression instantly stiffened. Absolutely not. Then how about considering me? At that moment, the man no longer concealed his interest, while Shen Yi quietly sipped his drink. I have never been with a man before. Occasionally experiencing something different can be quite refreshing. Shen Yi bore no aversion to same-sex relationships. In this era, distinguishing between heterosexuality and homosexuality had become outdated, as sexual orientation was merely a personal choice. It was just that the individuals he had found himself attracted to in the past had fortuitously all been women. When was your last relationship? 6 years, or perhaps 7. The demands of daily life had caused him to relinquish too much, and now he felt an impulsive desire for indulgence. Shen Yi tilted his head, appraising the man. Handsome, slightly inebriated. This encounter in a foreign land was indeed thrilling. He poured the remaining wine from the bottle into his glass and looked up to ask, May I take the lead? The man smiled awkwardly. If that is your wish. I can comply, but wouldn't it be better to let someone with experience guide? You seem quite confident in yourself. I assure you, you will be satisfied. An air of ambiguity enveloped them, and Shen Yi did not withdraw his hand from beneath the gentle touch that had settled upon it. The man leaned in closer. A one-night stand held no drawbacks, especially since they would likely never meet again. Just as their noses were about to touch, Shen Yi's phone, resting on the table, vibrated suddenly. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly awakening him. Without time to ponder, he picked up the phone. When the name Yuan Chen illuminated the screen, Shen Yi's face turned ashen. This was someone who should never have appeared at this moment. At this hour, Yuan Chen should be enduring the throes of a sensitive period. The phone was abruptly disconnected, leaving only a record of an unanswered call. Shen Yi felt a chill run down his spine and suddenly rose from his seat, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. Are you all right? I'm sorry. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Without looking back, Shen Yi exited the bar. As the elevator descended, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was it a misdial? Yet, his instinct as a secretary told him that something was amiss. Upon reaching the door, he discovered that the collaborator he had just left was standing in the corridor. What is going on? What is the problem? The collaborator stammered, and under Shen Yi's pressing inquiries, confessed, I detected omega pheromones and was compelled to remove him. What do you mean? Aren't you a beta? Actually, for an alpha in their sensitive period, omega pheromones can be beneficial, so I applied a small amount of synthetic pheromones to facilitate a connection. You used omega pheromones without permission? Shen Yi's voice turned icy. The collaborator dared not meet his gaze. I didn't anticipate his strong aversion. The dosage was minimal. Moreover, it's artificially synthesized and dissipates rapidly. Shen Yi's expression darkened completely. The collaborator grew increasingly timid. Any ordinary alpha would have been excited by such an application. Who could have predicted this one's extreme reaction? Rubbing his temples, Shen Yi sighed deeply. This was a predicament. This is a serious breach of contract. Do you comprehend the gravity of your mistake? I'm sorry. Please leave. The contract is terminated here. We will discuss the penalty later. Shen Yi decisively declared. Now is not the time for anger. Addressing the imminent crisis took precedence. He promptly called the second collaborator. Fortunately, the call connected swiftly, and Shen Yi painstakingly explained the situation, urging the other party to come as soon as possible. It's snowing heavily. It will be difficult to set off, but I will try to catch the first flight tomorrow morning, the other party replied, acknowledging the distance yet promising to expedite their arrival. Now, he had to face Yuan Chen alone. Shen Yi felt his palms sweat and his mouth dry with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Yuan Chen was seated on the living room sofa, his robe loosely tied, droplets of water still clinging to his hair as if he had just bathed. He rested one hand against his forehead, his expression obscured, while an empty whiskey bottle lay on the coffee table. Shen Yi was somewhat taken aback. This was far calmer than he had anticipated. An alpha in their sensitive period should not appear this way. "Mr. Yuan, are you all right?" he inquired softly, stepping closer. Yuan Chen slowly turned his head. Shen Yi's breath caught in his throat. It was a visage he had never encountered before. Bloodshot eyes, pupils dilated like a wild beast. This was the quintessential symptom of the sensitive period. He looked less human and more like a predator poised to pounce. Instinctively, Shen Yi recoiled and immediately dialed Professor Hu. "Professor, Mr. Yuan's sensitive period has commenced, but his intended partner may not arrive until tomorrow morning. What should we do now?" "What? It has already begun? Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain, but he seems relatively stable at the moment. Is any special treatment required? Losing one's sanity is merely a matter of time. Remember, under no circumstances should one resort to suppressants. Should the situation spiral out of control, within your medical kit lies an unmarked syringe, a tranquilizer for emergencies." "Will the tranquilizer induce sleep?" "No, it merely slows down movement without addressing the root issue." As Shen Yi committed this advice to memory, a sudden pain shot through his wrist, causing his phone to fly from his grasp and crash onto the carpet. From the other end of the line, Professor Hu's anxious voice could still be heard calling out, "Shen Yi?" Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Chen had stealthily approached, his fingers tightening around him like an iron clamp. Chapter 18. "Help me." Shen Yi felt an unsettling sense of stability from Yuan Chen, a delusion of monumental proportions. Yuan Chen not only hurled Shen Yi's phone into the corner, but also seized his waist with brute force, thrusting him onto the sofa. "Mr. Yuan, please remain calm." A dull thud echoed as Yuan Chen descended upon him. Shen Yi pressed his hands against Yuan Chen's chest, veins standing out prominently on the back of his hands. Exerting all his strength, yet unable to budge an inch. The stark disparity in their strength became painfully evident at that moment, perhaps due to overwhelming tension. A sharp pain shot through his tongue. However, that was not the worst of it. Yuan Chen violently yanked at his collar, the buttons of his shirt already having popped off, and the remaining few were barely holding on. Yuan Chen. At this moment, Yuan Chen had completely lost his reason. His gaze fixed upon Shen Yi, devoid of any rationality, replaced only by primal and perilous desire. "Surely, he must still recognize who I am?" Yuan Chen suddenly buried his face into Shen Yi's nape, inhaling his exposed skin like a beast. This was the instinct of an alpha, a fervent obsession with the Omega's pheromones, transforming him into a creature of the wild. Shen Yi's body tensed, stunned into silence, unsure of how to react, rendered breathless beneath Yuan Chen's overwhelming presence. Abruptly, he felt the hardness of Yuan Chen's thigh pressing against him. Amid the struggle, the sash of Yuan Chen's robe came undone, and instinctively, Shen Yi averted his gaze, albeit catching a glimpse of something he should not have seen. "Get away!" A surge of strength surged within him, and in that instant, Shen Yi forcefully pushed away the heavy figure atop him. "Where is the suppressant? Where is it?" Paying no heed to anything else, he dashed into the living room, grabbing the small package he had prepared earlier. In a hasty motion, he unzipped it, scattering the syringes across the floor. The process of searching for the suppressant squandered precious time. His heart thundered in his chest as he instinctively glanced back to see Yuan Chen striding towards him. "Mr. Yuan, please remain calm. Gather your wits." This man had completely lost his reason. Shen Yi snatched a syringe, scrambling backwards, but Yuan Chen grasped his ankle, his strong arm effortlessly parting his knees and locking onto his thigh. A low voice whispered in his ear, "Shen Yi, remove your clothing." "No, why not? Have you lost your mind? I am your secretary." Shen Yi felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse, even as a close aide. He had no obligation to navigate such a predicament. His body was forcibly dragged beneath Yuan Chen, and reasoning with someone devoid of sanity proved futile. No matter how he struggled, The disparity in strength was insurmountable. As Yuan Chen's hand grazed the button of his trousers, Shen Yi summoned every ounce of strength to lift his waist. Although he could not entirely free himself, he managed to reposition himself to sit face-to-face on Yuan Chen's lap. The inhibitor was an automatic injection device, remarkably convenient to use. With his right hand gripping the collar tightly, Shen Yi pressed down on Yuan Chen's nape with his left, deftly inserting the slender needle into the back of his neck, all accomplished within the span of a mere minute. The medication had been administered, yet a pressing question lingered. What should he do now? The full effects of the drug required time to manifest, and the present circumstances appeared dire to any observer. Yuan Chen's face flushed with excitement, his gaze clouded. Witnessing an alpha entering a sensitive phase, fear seeped into every pore of Shen Yi's being unabated. In a trembling voice, he attempted to soothe President Yuan. Please try to remain calm. This is truly untenable. Yuan Chen's large hand gripped his hips firmly. The pressure so intense it felt as though it might tear the seams of his trousers. Panic surged within him. Shen Yi forced himself not to look down. Instead, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling, a flurry of chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. He knew he must prevent the situation from escalating further and groped blindly for the heavy bottle of liquor resting on the table. Should he strike President Yuan with it? Good heavens, that would constitute attempted murder. Perhaps it would be wiser to create a distraction and buy some time. The options before Shen Yi were either utterly dismal or even worse. Ultimately, he refrained from using the bottle as a weapon. Instead, he tilted his head back and took a generous swig of the potent spirit, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat and igniting his esophagus. Shen Yi squeezed his eyes shut and then abruptly opened them. He had come for a vacation, never anticipating he would find himself in such an awkward predicament. The stranger before him had transformed into his superior, and though fear gripped him, he resolved to temporarily set aside his reason. Libby, he thought, as he lowered his head and willingly met the other's lips. As long as he did not dwell on the fact that this was Yuan Chen. The contact itself seemed somewhat bearable, aided by the numbing effect of the alcohol. The moment their lips touched, the hand that had been resting on his hip shifted, tightly securing his head in place. The sharp sensation that radiated from his scalp made Shen involuntarily moan. The intensity was astonishing, leaving Shen Yi in a state of bewilderment, his hands instinctively resting on Yuan Chen's broad shoulders, fingers tightening and loosening rhythmically. As the tingling began to spread, the other's movements gradually slowed, his heavy breaths still warm against Shen Yi's face, yet the grip on his hair noticeably relaxed. It seemed Yuan Chen was finally starting to feel the effects of the inhibitor, slowly lifting his head. His gaze, still dazed, scrutinized Shen Yi's face. His breathing labored and uneven. What should I do in this situation? President Yuan, please hold on a little longer. Your matched beta is on the way. Do you have any idea how much pain I am in right now? Help me, Shen Yi. The medication had restored a semblance of rationality. Yet the inhibitor had failed to quell the heat of desire. Yuan Chen could scarcely endure even a moment longer. The unquenchable yearning burned within him, a searing heat threatening to overwhelm his mind. He longed for any outlet to relieve this tension. Yet the only person before him was Shen Yi, forcing him to suppress his impulses. Suppressing one's instincts during a vulnerable period is akin to enduring the excruciating pain of flesh being severed. He clenched his jaw tightly until blood seeped from his gums. Yuan Chen opened his eyes, having reached his limit. Shen Yi, open your mouth. Shen Yi resolutely shook his head. Though his lips had already been kissed, he still pressed them together firmly, attempting to defend his last line of resistance. Yuan Chen grasped his chin and gently licked the corner of his mouth, biting into his fair cheek, whispering softly against the damp skin, I beg you. The tone sounded almost pleading. Shen Yi hesitated, slowly loosening his tightly pressed lips, feeling akin to prey on the verge of being devoured. He pressed against Yuan Chen's cheeks with all his might, attempting to lean back and evade him, but Yuan Chen's expression instantly turned perilous. There must be no crossing the line before the paired beta arrives. Damn it, promise me first. A struggle flickered in Yuan Chen's eyes, despite his tightly shut lips. The sound of his grinding teeth could still be heard. Yet at that moment, Shen Yi held the upper hand, and he reluctantly gave his promise. After reaching an agreement, Shen Yi exhaled sharply, realizing he no longer knew what he was doing. Fortunately, arranging for a paired beta to engage in foolishness was far better than causing a real disaster. He reassured himself. Just as he was distracted, Yuan Chen leaned in once more. Shen Yi intended to evade, but was seized by the back of his head, their lips meeting again. However, this kiss was significantly more tender than the previous one, the sensation unexpectedly relaxing. Unconsciously, Shen Yi draped his arms over Yuan Chen's sturdy shoulders, instinctively closing his eyes. In retrospect, that choice seemed misguided. Chapter 19, Is There a Problem? The following afternoon, the second collaborator arrived at the hotel. The previous night's snowfall had rendered the roads quite treacherous, yet in adherence to their agreement. He made every effort to arrive early. This client had previously urged for a swift arrival, yet upon reaching the hotel, he found himself unable to establish contact. After repeatedly dialing in the lobby to no avail, he finally received a text message indicating that it was inconvenient for the other party to come down and requesting him to proceed to the 29th floor on his own. This was not an unreasonable request, and the second collaborator took the elevator alone to the 29th floor. He stood in front of the only door, lost in thought, when suddenly it swung open from within. A man emerged, his eyes distinctly shadowed. The individual hastily stuffed his tie into his suit pocket and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" "Not all, just arrived." After this brief exchange, the collaborator noticed the other man's slightly swollen lips and the myriad of bite marks adorning his nape, leaving him momentarily astonished. What kind of intensity must have been involved to leave such marks? The mottled traces peeking from under his unfastened collar resembled a peculiar skin ailment. "How are you feeling?" the collaborator asked, attempting a familiar tone, believing that such a question would not offend. "What? Your collaborator? It seems he has put you through quite the ordeal." However, the man did not respond with laughter. Instead, he let out a complex sigh, wearily rubbing his face. "I am not the collaborator. I am the secretary. Do you not recall my voice from our phone conversation yesterday?" "What?" The collaborative partner suddenly realized his blunder and quickly covered his mouth, apologizing. "I assumed you were also." A brief silence enveloped the two, during which Shen Yi's cheeks involuntarily flushed a deep crimson. After a moment, he cleared his throat, striving to maintain a professional tone as he outlined the necessary precautions. "Mr. Yuan is currently asleep. Please do not attempt to wake him. After you enter, kindly wait a moment before proceeding. Please refrain from using your mobile phone. The advance payment will be transferred to you immediately." As was his custom, he did not forget to measure the pheromones and, to prevent any missteps, reiterated that the other party had a strong aversion to omega pheromones, urging utmost caution. Once the collaborator entered the guest room, Shen Yi, left alone in the corridor, closed his eyes and then slowly opened them again. Having completed all necessary tasks, an overwhelming fatigue caused his eyelids to feel heavy. He made his way towards the elevator, but his steps abruptly halted. Leaning against the cold wall, he gently bumped the back of his head against it. The pain brought a semblance of clarity, yet a self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I've truly lost my mind," he thought. He and Yuan Chen had slept together just the previous night, even if they had not gone all the way. They had both vowed to maintain boundaries, yet neither had succeeded. "Stop thinking about it. Forget it," he murmured to himself. Uncontrollable flashes of absurd memories invaded his mind, those whispered pleas. Once more, Shen Yi pressed his forehead against the wall, producing a dull thud. Each time those impure memories surged forth, he attempted to dispel them in this manner, as if either the wall or his head would crack first. "Shen Yi, you are truly insane." He had never anticipated being so defenseless against pleasure. Yuan Chen was experiencing a sensitive period. What about him? Shen Yi let out a frustrated sigh, even entertaining the dreadful notion of simply jumping from there, but he quickly dismissed it. He staggered to stand upright, probing for any possible swelling on his forehead. His complexion pale. Ultimately, the second collaborator left without taking any action. Yuan Chen, having spent a restless night with Shen Yi, slept soundly throughout the day. Upon awakening, his sensitivity had subsided, and he felt better than usual. Thus, he claimed he no longer required assistance and instructed his staff to prepare for his return. Mr. Yuan, you could actually rest another day. This sensitivity period ended sooner than anticipated. No need. Prepare for my return to the country. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Shen Yi swiped through his tablet, his tone neutral. Fortunately, there were flight tickets available, making an early return seem manageable. As Yuan Chen fastened his watch, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his secretary, whose neat and focused demeanor was familiar to him. Shen Yi, Mr. Yuan. He had originally looked forward to this vacation, but regrettably, it had not been an enjoyable experience for Shen Yi. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi slowly lifted his head, his eyes widening, yet his expression remained devoid of excess emotion. It's fine. This is your vacation, not mine. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Not a single mention was made of the tumultuous entanglement that had transpired here just a day prior. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. It is not a matter of coercion. Both parties derive pleasure from it, being adults. Should we really ascribe any special significance to a moment of indulgence? They could simply treat it as if nothing had occurred and cast it aside. This is what he initially believed. Upon returning home, Yuan Chen swiftly resumed his former rhythm of life, much to the chagrin of Shen Yi, who found himself exceedingly occupied. Mr. Yuan, perhaps you should consider a more refined tie, suggested Shen, noting that most participants in the afternoon symposium were dignitaries. Yuan Chen, engrossed in managing emails on his phone, entrusted the selection of a tie to his secretary. As his original tie was loosened, Shen Yi naturally retrieved a simple black tie, looping it around his collar. It was a commonplace act for him to assist in tying Yuan Chen's tie. If one were to count, it must have amounted to hundreds of occasions. A motion he could perform with his eyes closed. Yet at this moment, Shen Yi's fingers seemed rather disobedient, and the knot he fashioned was not up to par. Noticing his abnormality, Yuan Chen cast him a quizzical glance. "What is the matter?" "Nothing. I'm fine," came the reply, although Shen Yi's demeanor suggested otherwise. Ultimately, Yuan Chen retied the tie himself. As Shen Yi bent down to retrieve the tie clip, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the contours of Yuan Chen's legs. Ensconced in dark trousers, he straightened abruptly, adjusting his slightly disordered breathing. Yuan Chen observed his series of unusual actions, setting aside his phone to scrutinize his face. "Is there a problem?" "No, absolutely no problem. Are you certain your mind is clear present?" After a moment of appraisal, Yuan Chen waved him off, indicating he could leave. Shen Yi politely excused himself, and upon returning to his seat, buried his head on the desk. The dull thud drew the attention of several secretarial colleagues, who rose in concern. "Minister, are you all right?" Shen Yi slowly lifted his head, his gaze somewhat vacant. "I'm fine. I just need to rest a moment. Call me if anything urgent arises." He clutched his phone, his steps slightly unsteady as he exited the office. Watching his retreating figure, the secretaries exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to comprehend the change in Shen Yi since his return from the overseas business trip. A kit company has a department known as Employee Relations Management. Although it falls under the Human Resources Division, it boasts its own independent office, primarily dedicated to mediating conflicts among employees. Due to frequent visits from those feeling unjustly treated, the decor of this space differs from a typical office, exuding a more comfortable and welcoming ambience. The team consists of only a few members, including team leader Lin Xiaofeng and a recently hired colleague, resulting in a rather tranquil environment. As visitors are rare, both Lin and the newcomer were momentarily taken aback when Shen Yi, appearing somewhat disoriented, entered. Exclaimed Lin Xiaofeng, startling the newcomer. As he gestured for calm, he lowered his voice to explain, "That fellow is Yuan Chen's personal assistant. Is he someone we should be particularly cautious of?" "Absolutely. He is entirely devoted to the president, and his methods are quite formidable. Do not be deceived by that handsome visage. It could lead to dire consequences." "Lin, I just need a place to rest." Ignoring Lin Xiaofeng's remarks, Shen Yi made himself comfortable on the sofa nestled in the corner, his posture betraying familiarity. Clearly not a first-time visitor. With a playful jest, Lin Xiaofeng remarked that Shen Yi was his guiding light upon entering the company, suggesting that when the pressure became overwhelming, One might retreat to this sanctuary for solace. Lin Xiaofeng then patted the newcomer on the shoulder, speaking candidly as he deftly maneuvered his chair to face Shen Yi, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. If you wish to sleep, the lounge would be more suitable. This place is deserted, the quietest around, he quipped. Am I not a person? Shen Yi retorted. Can't you simply remain quiet? He propped his shoed feet upon the armrest of the sofa, settling into a relaxed position. His hands folded upon his abdomen, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he murmured, It seems my mind is cluttered with unsavory thoughts. Unsavory thoughts? Lin Xiaofeng, seated beside him, turned sharply, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Oh, this is quite the captivating topic. Have you suddenly come to a realization? What transpired to instigate such a profound shift in your mindset? Pray, elaborate. This is no jest. It's serious. If this continues, I won't be able to work properly. Shen Yi sighed, attributing his condition to a prolonged absence of physiological stimulation. He believed that one should regularly indulge in joy to lead a healthy life. Yet, day after day, he endured a monotonous existence, his mind unable to acclimate to the intense stimuli from that fateful night, still ensnared in chaos, as the image of Yuan Chen haunted him with every closed eye. Xiaofeng, should I perhaps consider dating? Could it be that my prolonged period of solitude is the cause? When do you have the time for romance? Lin Xiaofeng replied. There's always a way if you squeeze it in. What kind of partner do you envision? I can introduce you, he added, renowned for his extensive network of friends, his phone brimming with contacts. First and foremost, someone mature and composed. Very well, mature and composed. I hope he's taller than me. Height above 185 centimeters, then. Wait, are you seeking a man? Lin Xiaofeng noted Shen Yi's preferences in his phone's memo, suddenly taken aback. Since when did you develop an interest in men? Not particularly opposed to the idea, Shen Yi replied. Well, this is a revelation. All right, it's all the same. Lin Xiaofeng swiftly filtered through potential candidates, presenting Shen Yi with a selection of distinguished gentlemen characterized by commendable education, profession, and appearance. If you find someone appealing, message them tonight, and I'll facilitate an introduction. Are they all betas? Of course they are betas. If you prefer alphas, I can provide introductions there too. No need, betas suit me just fine. Shen Yi set his phone aside, his mood remaining unperturbed. He felt an urgency to supplant the memories of that night with new experiences. Believing only then could he find peace of mind. Chapter 20. Are you dating a man? Despite Shen Yi's fervent declaration of his desire to pursue romance, the role of a presidential assistant undeniably ranks among the most challenging identities to navigate within the realm of love. He was never the type to frequently reach out to others at work, and with his unpredictable hours, arranging meetings became increasingly difficult. Among those introduced by Lin Xiaofeng, there was one individual who caught his eye, Chun Kong, a professional in the IT industry who enjoyed considerable freedom with his time. Most importantly, he displayed a proactive interest in Shen Yi. Their communications were infrequent, yet he never voiced any complaints about the wait. Even when Shen Yi arrived late, and their encounters were brief, often limited to hurried meetings in the car rather than shared meals, he never expressed any dissatisfaction. In the late hours, soft murmurs occasionally filled the cramped confines of the vehicle, while Shen Yi felt a tinge of fatigue. If asked about his feelings towards Chen Kong, he would only say it was rather lackluster. There was no spark. The man's breath was close, and as he cradled Shen Yi's face, leaning in for a kiss, Shen Yi instinctively raised his hand to halt the gesture, turning his head to create a silent yet dangerous distance between them. Was I not good enough? The hint of discouragement was evident in Chen Kong's expression. You seem disinterested. Indeed, their levels of investment were starkly different. Unlike the man who was lost in his emotions, Shen Yi maintained a calm demeanor, making the contrast all the more pronounced. He forced a smile. No, it's just that I might be a bit tired, not in the best state. Really? Yeah, probably. At that moment, Shen Yi's phone in his coat pocket rang. An opportune interruption. Though it was late at night, a call from Yuan Chen rarely brought joy. Yet it now offered a perfect opportunity to extricate himself from the awkward conversation. Yuan Zong, he answered, recognizing the deep voice on the other end. Although familiar, it inexplicably made him swallow hard. a feeling akin to being caught in a wrongdoing. The call was to request Shen Yi to visit his home. Glancing at his watch, he promised to arrive within 20 minutes. Shen Kong drove him to the entrance of the community. Being a secretary is no easy task, the man remarked, wrinkling his lips. I have a secretary too, but I would never treat them so casually. Shen Yi chuckled, unbuckling his seatbelt and opening the door. Just then, Shen Kong unexpectedly grasped Shen Yi's left hand, his gaze intense in the darkness as he made a direct invitation. Let us go out for dinner next time? Any time works. Just contact me when it's convenient for you, and I'll be there immediately. Shen Yi silently lowered his eyes, noting the large hand that enveloped his. Part of what had drawn him to meet Shen Kong was indeed those long fingers. All right, I will reach out. Make sure you do. He urged, drive safely. After making a hollow promise, Shen Yi exited the car, a sense of discomfort akin to wearing ill-fitting clothing lingering as he rubbed his stiff neck. Upon arriving at Yuan Chen's home, well past midnight, he navigated the dimly lit interior, searching for Yuan Chen's presence. Yuan Zone, I've arrived. Eventually, he located him in the cloakroom, standing alone as if in a private fashion showroom, arms crossed, scrutinizing a suit hanging on the rack. Hearing Shen Yi's arrival, he turned, his expression as discerning as ever, gesturing toward the suit with a critical glance. Am I the only one who thinks there's something off about this outfit? The dedicated stylist meticulously coordinates outfits a week in advance based on Yuan Chen's schedule. Even though the majority are formal attire, he seeks variation through color and design details while maintaining a cohesive style. Allow me to select another ensemble for you. Shen Yi promptly stepped forward, returning the originally prepared formal suit to the rack. His gaze swiftly scanned the other options. Knowing there was an entrepreneur gathering the following day that required a slightly softer demeanor, he selected 2 suit jackets that bore minimal differences from the original style, only revealing subtle variations in color upon closer inspection. What do you think of these 2? What distinguishes them? This one complements your complexion beautifully, imparting a sense of clarity, while the other accentuates your competent charm. After serving as the executive assistant to the president for 7 years, he had nearly become a personal wardrobe consultant, relying solely on his experience. It was precisely because he consistently chose the most suitable attire for Yuan Chen that the latter trusted him implicitly with his wardrobe decisions. Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting between the 2 jackets and Shen Yi's face, as if contemplating. The one on the left. Shen Yi hung the chosen jacket over his arm and skillfully coordinated the corresponding trousers and shirt, hanging each item with precision. Finally, his eyes landed on the tie section. In such detail-oriented circumstances, his focus was sharper than ever. Just as he hesitated between a striped navy blue tie and a glossy black one, an arm reached out and grasped the navy tie. Shen Yi instinctively looked up, only to find Yuan Chen standing uncomfortably close, causing him to freeze momentarily. Since that day, due to an inexplicable concern, he had deliberately maintained his distance. Yet it seemed he was the only one doing so, as Mr. Yuan showed no intention of reciprocating. Whenever he approached so suddenly, Shen Yi's heart would uncontrollably race. Shen Yi, you have a peculiar scent. Is there an odor? Yuan Chen tilted his head slightly, leaning closer to inhale the fragrance near his neck. This gesture mirrored that of a sensitive moment, causing Shen Yi's jaw to tighten instantly, making even swallowing a challenge. Yuan Chen gradually straightened, his dark eyes appearing even more profound. It's the scent of perfume. Oh, Shen Yi then remembered, glancing down to sniff his jacket, where a faint yet unfamiliar fragrance lingered. It was from the gentleman he had encountered earlier, rich and inadvertently transferred. Yuan Chen's sense of smell was exceptionally acute. Hence, Shen Yi typically refrained from wearing perfume. However, how could he be blamed for a scent that originated from another? He straightened his posture, attempting to maintain an upright demeanor. I just returned from a date. It's a men's fragrance. How is one to respond to that? Even so, could he honestly admit that he merely engaged in a fleeting encounter with a man? After that day, his unsettled emotions led him to seek distraction through another. With Yuan Chen's perceptiveness, he could not possibly overlook this underlying reason. You're dating a man? Not quite a relationship, just occasional meetings. We're still getting to know each other. Shen Yi hastily concealed his expression, only to find himself unexpectedly ensnared in an awkward silence. Yuan Chen abruptly tugged at the tie in his hand, producing a sharp sound that shattered the uncomfortable stillness. In the event of encountering a fleeting vulnerable period again, with his voice low and somber, it would not be unfeasible for you to handle it. I have pondered such thoughts. Chapter 21. Let's not speak of such matters again, what? The words just heard were so astonishing that Shen Yi experienced a momentary halt in thought. The expression he had endeavored to maintain crumbled entirely, leaving him to furrow his brow and glance up at Yuan Chen. I do not wish to. Shen Yi, I have no inclination to engage in romantic affairs with men. Mr. Yuan, do you not prefer males instead? Males are simpler. Yet when it comes to appreciation, women are far superior. What sort of statement is that? It was not intended as an affront, merely a careless remark that unsettled the heart. Shen Yi resolutely shook his head. Yuan Chen also stepped back. His towering stature had made looking down upon others a habitual act. There is no need for such resistance. I merely spoke offhandedly. I hope you refrain from mentioning such matters in the future. Very well. Yuan Chen's tone and demeanor turned icy, as if the matter had been settled. He casually tossed his tie onto the floor and exited the changing room first. The door slammed shut, and only then did Shen Yi let out a heavy sigh. His mind had been overly strained, and his palms were already drenched in sweat. He attempted to relax, habitually beginning to organize the formal attire left behind by Yuan Chen, only to find it carelessly strewn about. Yuan Chen's behavior was no different from usual, and Shen Yi gradually sealed away the memories of that day. The busy routine continued, and weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye. Please make a copy of each of these documents for Mr. Yuan and confirm if there have been any changes regarding the meeting at the Research Institute at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Shen Yi handed several folders to Secretary Li, his movements slightly sluggish as he rose, his hand trembling slightly against the desk's edge. Director, you appear even more fatigued today. Are you still unwell? Yes, not very well. What sort of cold is so severe? Have you seen a doctor? Shen Yi had been plagued by discomfort for 3 weeks, initially believing it to be a common cold caused by the changing seasons, yet it lingered longer than anticipated. A persistent low-grade fever and muscle aches drained his energy, while intermittent abdominal pain made painkillers a necessity. He had lost considerable weight, his complexion pale and spirits flagging. You ought to visit a major hospital for a thorough examination. Where'd I find the time? Merely keeping up with Yuan Chen's schedule has already exhausted my strength, especially with the recent company investment in new drug development, which has multiplied Shen Yi's workload. Another sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen, and Shen Yi leaned against the edge of the desk, slowly crouching down. Observing this, Secretary Li pressed her lips together in concern. Director, you should take a break. Regarding Mr. Yuan and matters concerning the Research Institute, I can manage them. How can that be? This is my responsibility. May I explain to Mr. Yuan when I deliver the documents? I have been working for 5 years. I can handle this. So please do not worry. Shen Yi offered an apologetic smile, feeling both grateful for his colleagues in the Secretary Department, who bore some of his workload, and guilty for not fulfilling his own responsibilities. Returning to his seat, Shen Yi retrieved pain relievers and fever reducers from his drawer, swallowing them down with a deep sigh. Though his body yearned for rest, as the minister, he could not afford to appear unwell in the office. He merely forced a weary expression, bowing his head in reluctant compromise. Approximately 20 minutes later, Secretary Li entered the office bearing documents, the atmosphere as bustling as ever, with the incessant ringing of telephones, the whir of printers, and the rhythmic tapping of keyboards intertwining to create an air of tension. Suddenly, Assistant Shen pushed the door open, his voice stern. Upon hearing the summons, Shen Yi instinctively rose, and the moment he met President Yuan's gaze, he sensed impending trouble. Are we not yet on our way? President Yuan's unyielding reprimand revealed Secretary Li's discomfort behind him. She had intended to alleviate the burden, but seemed to have incited President Yuan's ire instead, offering a silent apology to Shen Yi with her eyes. I apologize. I will prepare immediately. Shen Yi pushed his chair back and swiftly donned his suit jacket. The meticulous President Yuan insisted that Shen Yi accompany him on significant external engagements, Knowing this, he had nonetheless shifted his responsibilities to Secretary Li. A clear oversight on his part. As he packed his briefcase, President Yuan's unwavering gaze bore down on Shen Yi. Despite his usual self-discipline, could not fathom Shen Yi's current condition. To him, maintaining one's health was intrinsically part of one's duties. He observed Shen Yi's pallid complexion before turning sharply and striding out of the office, an icy atmosphere descending as employees exchanged anxious glances, hesitant to speak. I will step out for a moment. I trust you all to handle the remaining matters. Shen Yi forced a smile, attempting to encourage his subordinates. Although business trips were commonplace, today's steps felt particularly heavy as he worried about how to quell President Yuan's anger while wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he exited the office. After the effects of the medication wore off, drowsiness washed over Shen Yi once more. He tightly shut his eyes, then struggled to open them again. Not only were his eyelids heavy, but he also felt a burning sensation behind his eyes, his consciousness clouded, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his skin feverish. Yet internally he felt an unsettling chill, with a deep ache resonating through his bones. Following a 2-hour meeting, President Yuan continued his inspection of the research institute. The director eagerly explaining, his words flowing, while the entourage led by President Yuan resembled a royal procession with its retinue. Despite feeling unwell, Shen Yi dared not show any signs of weakness. He steeled himself, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on President Yuan's upright figure ahead. We anticipate reaching a preliminary outline by next week and plan to arrange a demonstration. I wonder if President Yuan might spare some time to attend? The demonstration must be worthy of my time. We shall prepare thoroughly, ensuring this opportunity is not squandered, and will present the corresponding results. Assistant Shen, please confirm next week's schedule. Shen Yi promptly retrieved his tablet. Next week's agenda was already brimming, leaving little room for adjustments, and at that moment, even the words on the screen were challenging to discern. There is approximately 1 hour of free time on Wednesday morning. Would that suffice? We will fully accommodate President Yuan's schedule. Even if more time is required, we will ensure our preparations are comprehensive. I abhor half-hearted efforts. Of course, we understand. Yuan Chen instructed to clear his schedule for Wednesday morning, and this sudden command sent a jolt of anxiety through Shen Yi. Those were all significant appointments, and rearranging them would be no easy task. It appeared that he would have to rack his brain tonight to devise a new plan. As he descended the steps, darkness suddenly enveloped him. His heel caught on the edge of the stair, his knees buckled, and his feverish body, sluggish in its movements, could not regain its balance in time. The tablet in his hand fell first, the sound of its shattered screen echoing painfully. Yuan Chen caught Shen Yi, instinctively steadying his waist, though a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. In that moment, Shen Yi was utterly spent, disoriented and unaware of what had transpired. Simply leaning weakly against Yuan Chen's arm, his body radiating heat. After the initial shock, Yuan Chen sighed silently, gazing down at Shen Yi's drooping hair, his expression suddenly turning cold. How could one neglect oneself to such an extent, to be reduced to this state of frailty by illness? Where's the lounge? This way. Please follow me. Yuan Chen effortlessly lifted his secretary into his arms, ignoring all the outstretched hands eager to assist, and strode forward. Shen Yi regained consciousness 2 hours later. Finding himself lying flat, the vehicle's gentle sway beneath him. As he struggled to open his eyes, he noticed the sharply defined jawline of Yuan Chen. Shen Yi emitted a sound that was part gasp, part groan, hurriedly rolling to the side. Yuan Chen swiftly caught him before he could tumble off the seat, his scrutinizing gaze akin to that he had cast upon the broken tablet, a sharp click of disapproval escaping his lips. You certainly know how to cause trouble. President Yuan, what happened? Don't you remember fainting during the inspection? Shen Yi was perplexed, struggling to comprehend how he had ended up in this position, especially since it was evident that he was no longer at the research institute. Inside this unfamiliar luxurious car, his sleeve was still connected to a portable 4-unit, and the 500 milliliters bag was nearly empty, indicating that considerable time had passed. This realization induced a wave of panic. Shen Yi unsteadily propped himself up, clutching the garment that had been under his head, a lavish suit jacket belonging to Yuan Chen, now wrinkled from his weight. The inspection could you still continue under such circumstances? This car, as Yuan Chen seemed disinclined to elaborate, turning his attention back to the tablet, his profile devoid of any emotion. In that moment, Shen Yi deduced that Yuan Chen had specifically summoned this car for him, an excessive consideration that left him momentarily speechless. Once we arrive in city, you may head home directly. I'm perfectly fine now. This isn't a request. Are you not aware that you are merely hindering work at this point? Let today slide. From tomorrow onwards, pull yourself together. What could he possibly say? Unsure whether to commend him for his thoughtfulness or chastise him for his harshness. It was evident that his actions were infused with concern, yet his words always struck with a biting edge. Fortunately, Shen Yi had long since become accustomed to Yuan Chen's manner of expression, learning to automatically filter his statements. The lingering warmth left him still dizzy. He pressed his forehead with a gentle sigh and carefully removed the foreneedle from his arm. The train compartment back to city, it was enveloped in silence. Shen Yi settled into a corner, his mind troubled as he gazed out the window. Why did his body betray him so? Even he had begun to detest this feeble version of himself. Chapter 22. Evolving into an Omega? Once the car dropped Shen Yi off, it swiftly departed. Standing under the blinding sunlight, he furrowed his brow slightly, raising a hand to shield his eyes. It was an unusual occurrence for him, a personal assistant to the CEO, to be out during midday. As he entered his home, he promptly discarded his suit jacket and nearly collapsed onto the sofa. Despite his verbal assurances that all was well, his body felt burdened with a lingering low fever and weak limbs, rendering him disinclined to do anything. After lying down for half an hour, he finally remembered to take his medication and reluctantly turned over. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Assuming it was work-related, he picked it up only to find a message from Chen Kong. The content of the message, from a man he had only met a few times, was rife with vitriol. Shen Yi looked at the screen and sighed helplessly. The message chastised him for vanishing, questioning whether they were even in a relationship. It was hard to say, as they had not seen each other for nearly a month. Of course, after canceling their plans twice and subsequently avoiding contact, Shen Yi acknowledged that he had acted improperly. However, they were not in a formal relationship, and even when they met, the other party only attempted to overstep boundaries. How could responsibility be defined in such a situation? Yet, the other's perspective seemed entirely different. Chen Kong's messages had become almost obsessive for the past 2 weeks. They had been filled with derogatory language. As Shen Yi remained unresponsive, the tone grew increasingly intolerable. I wish you find someone better. Please stop messaging me. After sending this response, he immediately blocked the number. In a state where he struggled to maintain himself, he had no energy left to tend to this fleeting so-called romance. At this moment, merely sustaining his frail body had drained his strength. With a weary breath, Shen Yi loosened the tie constricting his neck and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. All he desired was a hot shower, to take his medication, and then to sleep soundly. Despite having the opportunity to rest, his physical condition showed no signs of improvement. Mistakes continued to pile up, and even his colleagues in the secretarial department began to worry about Shen Yi's state. Known for his meticulous reliability akin to Yuan Chen, his recent blunders stood out as particularly jarring. Are you joking? The documents scattered at his feet with a loud rustle as Shen Yi bowed his head, gritting his teeth, his clenched wrist trembling slightly. Shen Yi, how long must I tolerate this? I'm sorry. What on earth is wrong? This isn't like you. Yuan Chen unleashed his frustration without restraint, a rarity for someone so composed. The errors themselves were not catastrophic, but their frequency had finally tested Yuan Chen's patience, compounded by the heavy workload recently. The typically efficient Shen Yi not only faltered repeatedly, but also appeared as if he were ailing, ultimately igniting Yuan Chen's ire. Leave. I don't want to see you for a while. Mr. Yuan, please allow me to first rectify the errors in the document. Did you not hear me instruct you to leave? Upon noticing Shen Yi still standing in place, Yuan Chen scrutinized him for a moment before pressing the intercom. Secretary Li, please come in and take over. Shen Yi bit his lip with fervor. The fault lay with him, and he had no right to feel aggrieved by Mr. Yuan's reprimand. yet his spirits plummeted uncontrollably. Secretary Li soon entered the office, taken aback by the disarray, but quickly regained her composure and approached Yuan Chen. They conversed candidly about work arrangements, while Yuan Chen methodically delegated tasks that he was originally meant to handle. Bending down, Shen Yi silently gathered the scattered documents, his emotions a tumultuous blend that he could only swallow in silence. Once he had straightened the crumpled papers, he bowed to Yuan Chen in farewell. Not until he had turned to leave did Yuan Chen spare him another glance. He had been utterly rendered invisible. Emerging from the office, colleagues from the secretarial department gathered around him with concern. Shen Yi lacked even the strength to muster a forced smile, merely standing quietly at the doorway. Secretary Li murmured softly, offering him a tube of ointment, and upon noticing Shen Yi's dazed expression, she gently reminded him, "Minister, your lip is bleeding." It was then that he felt a sharp sting on his lip. In an absent-minded habit, he had repeatedly bitten his already parched lips, causing the skin to finally give way and split open. Gratefully accepting the ointment, Shen Yi's hand, however, fell limply at his side, devoid of any energy. He felt utterly drained, not even knowing where to begin. "I apologize for always presenting myself in such disarray." Mr. Yuan's words were excessively harsh. This was not an irreparable mistake. No, it is indeed my oversight. For the perfectionist that Yuan Chen was, any error was simply intolerable. Knowing this, yet repeatedly faltering, was undeniably his own responsibility. Shen Yi reluctantly moved his feet back to his desk. Logging into the company intranet and clicking on the Human Resources Management tab. Leave application, 3 days, reason, medical leave, after clicking submit. Shen Yi released the mouse and stared blankly at the dark screen, slowly beginning to gather his personal belongings. "Secretary Li, I'm transferring the call to you. Thank you for your assistance." "Of course, Minister." It was rare for Shen Yi to apply for leave. This man, who insisted on working even when ill, had perhaps truly reached his limit, given that Mr. Yuan had commanded him to refrain from appearing for the time being. It was likely he would not proactively contact Assistant Shen. This was for the best, as colleagues in the secretarial department sincerely hoped Shen Yi could take this opportunity to recuperate. As Shen Yi picked up his belongings and exited the office, a wave of uncontrollable unease surged within him while he booked an appointment via his phone. It can't be a serious illness, can it? I should be able to return to work soon. He tried to suppress the rising anxiety as he quickened his pace. "Mr. Shen, you had a blood test done this morning, correct?" Yes. He had deliberately chosen this reputable hospital. The persistent symptoms that showed no sign of improvement could no longer be overlooked. The attending physician carefully reviewed the test results and stated, "It appears that a more precise examination is required. I will refer you to the Department of Specialized Medicine." "Excuse me? The Department of Specialized Medicine?" Shen Yi, in a state of perplexity, retorted as the doctor began to swiftly fill out the referral form. Listening to the rhythmic clacking of the keyboard, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to lightly press his hand against the table. "Doctor, you might be mistaken. I am a beta. Your pheromone levels in the blood are abnormally elevated. Please observe here." "No, doctor, I truly am a beta. Please undergo the examination first. The results will clarify everything. There is no need to wait. Proceed directly to the Department of Trait Medicine." Despite his objections, the doctor remained composed and resolute. In a state of confusion, Shen Yi was compelled to undergo an ultrasound and pheromone-type testing, soon receiving a shocking revelation. "Congratulations, you exhibit characteristics of omega differentiation." What are you saying, Mr. Shen Yi? You are an omega. The fever and muscle aches you experienced earlier are common precursors to differentiation, typically accompanied by significant symptomatic pain lasting about a week. While the incubation period is not lengthy, the symptoms are relatively mild. "What are you talking about?" He parroted the question like a parrot. While the physician in the medical department swiveled in his chair, his expression calm, clearly accustomed to many beta patients like him who struggled to accept reality. The doctor offered a gentle smile. "I fully understand your feelings. Doctor, I had an examination just a few months ago, and it clearly indicated I was a beta." "That may indeed be the case. Based on the timeline, your differentiation characteristics likely emerged around 2 weeks ago, prior to which the examination results accurately indicated beta. Can adults still differentiate? While the probability of secondary differentiation is highest, it can theoretically occur at any time. But I have never sensed pheromones until now. After today's injection of the activator, your pheromones will officially activate, and you will also be able to perceive the pheromones of others with different traits. What if I don't get the injection? Can I continue living as a beta, as I do now? Upon hearing this, the doctor displayed a disapproving expression. That would lead to significant issues. Is the current situation not dire enough? You must accept reality, especially in the early stages. Pheromones may be difficult to control. It is advisable for you to suspend work and allow a few days for adaptation. The nurses outside will provide you with detailed explanations regarding medication usage, precautions, and management of sensitivity periods. You will not be able to leave the hospital until you have completed all the guidance. Please cooperate. A clear stamp was affixed to the trait confirmation document. Trait code, Omega male. This unimaginable possibility had become a reality. Stepping out of the hospital, Shen Yi stood on the street in a daze, clutching the diagnosis and medication bag tightly in his hand. I am an Omega? Is this true? In that fleeting moment, a singular thought crystallized in his mind. It's over. The president will annihilate me. Chapter 23. The scent of jasmine after resting at home for 2 days. Shen Yi finally felt a semblance of his former self returning. Coming to terms with his sudden transformation into an Omega was no small feat. Like everyone else, he initially refused to believe it, then became enraged and wanted to smash things, and eventually, after exhausting himself with the turmoil, he succumbed to a melancholic state, only begrudgingly reconciling with himself the following day. However, humans possess an inherent ability to adapt gradually. Once he internally acknowledged, "Fine, I am indeed an Omega," a sense of steadiness settled within him. After administering the pheromone activator, the bothersome low fever and pervasive fatigue dissipated, leaving him in a state of rejuvenation. With his spirits lifted, he found himself contemplating the marvel of his revitalized body. The petite detection device blinked to life once again, marking the 15th assessment of his pheromone levels today. The numbers displayed on the screen were now so familiar that he could recite them even with his eyes closed. He tossed the detection device aside and sank into the sofa. Must he truly start anew? Although it seemed evident that his job was at risk, he felt an unexpected calmness rather than anxiety. After all, the house was his own, and he had managed to save a significant sum over the years, ensuring he would not worry about sustenance in the near future. At that moment, he harbored a singular thought: to rest and recuperate. Yes, he would simply live as an Omega. Unconsciously, he seemed to drift into a particularly zen state, perhaps due to his newfound clarity. After all, worrying would not alter reality. As he sat cross-legged, lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling, his phone suddenly chimed. It was a group message from the secretarial department. Despite having taken leave, this group incessantly filled the chat with messages, ostensibly requesting work support, but likely venting about their heavy workloads. Shen Yi did not respond to a single one. The members of the secretarial team were all highly capable and could easily cover his position. Their complaints were, in essence, mere emotional outbursts rather than expressions of genuine incapacity. "Minister, are you feeling better? Minister, how are you? 88. When will you be back? Yuan is in a terrible mood lately, and it's unbearable TT. Yuan seems to be waiting for you, always hovering near your desk." Upon reading these messages, Shen Yi could empathize with their frustrations. The individual who had shouldered most of Yuan Chen's ire was suddenly absent, naturally shifting the pressure onto them, especially Secretary Li, who was temporarily acting as his assistant and was the most vocal in her complaints. After a considerable pause, Shen Yi typed a reply. "I'm sorry. I have decided to resign." The message instantly marked as read, yet no one responded. They were likely taken aback by the abruptness of his announcement. Shen Yi gradually straightened his posture. At this juncture, procrastination was no longer an option. He retrieved his laptop and dialed a number. "Secretary Li, it's me." "Minister, what did that message mean? Are you joking? This is no jest. I have differentiated into an Omega." He could hear the sharp intake of breath on the other end, a reaction he had anticipated. Shen Yi positioned the phone between his shoulder and ear, beginning to type. I am sending an email. Please print the attached diagnosis and differentiation confirmation for Yuan. This makes no sense. How could you? I will take a few more days off. I have not fully adjusted. Regardless, I will need to return to the office for the resignation and handover process. Until then, I appreciate your efforts. After terminating the call, he promptly dispatched the email. And to his surprise, he felt an unexpected tranquility upon verbally acknowledging his identity as an Omega. As he contemplated his next steps, a private message from Secretary Li popped up. I just reported to Yuan. He said, "Don't speak nonsense," while tearing the diagnosis, asking when you would return to work. Huh. This reaction was utterly absurd, and Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. What was this? Did they doubt his honesty? Did they suspect him of fabricating this reality? If you don't believe me, come and verify it yourself. A wave of grievance surged within him, and in a fit of anger, he kicked the air, stretching his still feeble limbs. Shen Yi's resolve to resign grew even stronger. Whether Yuan Chen was angry or not was no longer a concern of his. That evening, he ordered takeout and was leisurely flipping through a book when the doorbell rang. Shen Yi assumed it was the delivery person and stood up to answer the door. However, the figure appearing on the screen was not the delivery person in a helmet, but a man dressed in a suit. Just from the chiseled jawline and the impeccably tailored suit, it was easy to ascertain the identity of the visitor. Among those Shen Yi knew, only Yuan Chen exuded such an aura. Yuan Chen had actually come in person, and Shen Yi stood frozen as if he had seen a ghost. Despite having done nothing wrong, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his palms began to sweat. The doorbell rang again as Yuan Chen, unable to contain his impatience, pressed it once more, compelling Shen Yi to force himself into motion. He first donned 2 layers of masks, although he had already taken suppressants that day. The other party was a top-tier alpha, while he was merely a newly differentiated Omega. Caution could never be amiss. As he opened the entrance, the door was suddenly seized by a large hand and pulled open forcefully, revealing Yuan Chen's questioning gaze. What exactly do you want? Hello, Mr. Yuan. Suddenly exposed to the other's scrutiny, Shen Yi awkwardly greeted him. Although the expression on Yuan Chen's face was subtle, the mask thankfully concealed his strained smile. You came to my home to discuss my resignation? Is any excuse acceptable? What? I do not approve. Mr. Yuan, you have seen my medical diagnosis. You truly are an Omega? Yuan Chen scoffed, his skeptical gaze sweeping over him. What nonsense are you spouting? I am merely stating the facts. Do you even know how old you are? A 30-year-old man tells me he has differentiated into an Omega. Do you expect me to believe that? Shen Yi straightened his back, fully understanding the other's disbelief. After all, he had reacted similarly at first. There have already been several similar cases in the country. Just last October, a 45-year-old housewife differentiated into an alpha, indicating that age is not an absolute factor. He meticulously enumerated the cases he had discovered over the past few days. Yet Yuan Chen seemed completely unwilling to absorb the information, his brow furrowing deeper. If you wish to resign, why not find a credible reason? Why concoct some ridiculous tale of being an Omega? I am merely stating the facts. It would be more believable if you claimed an 80-year-old man fathered a child in his old age than your assertion. Yuan Chen refused to accept the reality of Shen Yi transforming into an Omega, preferring to believe the documents were forged. In comparison, the news of his resignation shocked him so much that he came in person. Observing the obstinate Yuan Chen, Shen Yi let out a gentle sigh and stepped forward, tilting his neck. Why don't you take a whiff? Is it pheromones? You'll know instantly. Hurry. Yuan Chen was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture, while Shen Yi continued to tilt his neck, loudly insisting that he confirm it. His stance resembled that of a deer boldly provoking a predator. Why should I sniff your neck? Just a quick whiff will discern whether it's perfume or pheromones. I'm certainly not lying. Although he was still unskilled in controlling his pheromones, this was the most direct approach. Yuan Chen stood there with an impassive expression, ultimately bowing his head in resignation. The tip of his prominent nose grazed the warm, fair skin, and as he inhaled deeply, a subtle yet sweet fragrance of jasmine flooded his senses, rendering him momentarily rigid. It was indeed the pure essence of an Omega. Shen Yi was genuinely exuding Omega pheromones. Yuan Chen grasped Shen Yi's shoulders tightly, drawing closer, allowing his nose to skim from the nape of his neck to his collarbone, then to behind his ears, meticulously confirming every potential accumulation of pheromones. At that moment, a delivery person carrying a plastic bag approached, humming a tune. Upon witnessing the two men standing intimately near the entrance, he abruptly halted, caught in an awkward tableau, unable to advance or retreat. "Please enjoy," he mumbled, hastily placing the plastic bag on the ground and fleeing, leaving Shen Yi, the sole witness to this entire scene, blushing furiously. Goodness, how embarrassing. He gently nudged the still-buried Yuan Chen, who was incessantly inhaling the scent at his neck. "Isn't this confirmation enough? Even so, you still show no intention of retreating." Reluctantly, he grasped the expensive suit, prompting Yuan Chen to finally straighten up, still incredulous as he pressed his palm against his forehead. "Is it truly Omega?" "Yes, it is indeed so. How can you remain so calm? Are you not concerned?" "What else can I do? Acceptance is the only option." Observing the myriad expressions on Yuan Chen's face, Shen Yi was convinced that the pheromones were indeed taking effect. He bent down to retrieve the takeaway from the floor and stated bluntly, "Do you believe it now? Go seek Professor Hu." Yuan Chen swallowed hard, the essence he had sensed still lingering in his mouth. Frowning, he managed to force out, "I'll visit Professor Hu tomorrow for an examination, and I shall accompany you." "Mr. Yuan, did you not just confirm everything? Besides, I have already been to the hospital. Without a specialist diagnosis, one should not jump to conclusions. Professor Hu is certainly an authority in the medical field, but even so, dismissing diagnoses from other hospitals seems rather domineering. Most importantly, his current state serves as the most undeniable evidence." Gazing at the obstinate man before him, Shen Yi finally nodded. "But this is the last time. If Professor Hu provides the same diagnosis, I request your approval for my resignation." Agreed. They arranged to meet at the hospital the following afternoon at 2 o'clock. After speaking, Yuan Chen turned and left without a moment's hesitation. Shen Yi lingered, not yet removing his mask, as a faint scent of bergamot lingered in the air, a fragrance that belonged to Yuan Chen, which he had never perceived before. Even the pheromones mirrored his character. With that simple observation lingering in his mind, he turned to enter the house, prioritizing the steaming dinner before him. He felt confident. Resigning was merely a matter of time. Chapter 24. Take care of yourself, Professor, who wore a gentle smile. What a delightful surprise. Congratulations, Shen Yi. What is there to celebrate? Yuan Chen murmured softly beside him, but Shen Yi chose to disregard it, smiling as he shook hands with the professor. Thus, his identity as an Omega was officially confirmed by one of the nation's leading experts. "Thank you for taking the time to conduct my examination. It is fortunate that you possess a profound understanding of differentiation, which is of paramount importance. Many individuals experiencing late-onset differentiation must endure a prolonged period of adjustment. The examination results indicate that Shen Yi exhibits remarkable pheromone regulation abilities, displaying robust resistance to alpha pheromones, thereby categorizing him as an S-class Omega. Nevertheless, it is imperative to approach this matter with seriousness. Regular follow-up consultations for observation are essential. Would you consider transferring to our hospital? I can serve as your attending physician." "That would be splendid." As the two conversed, Yuan Chen remained seated by the window, arms crossed, his breath betraying a sense of agitation, and his countenance was particularly grim. Upon exiting the hospital, Shen Yi retrieved a white envelope. This marked the second occasion in his life that he was submitting a resignation letter. "Mr. Yuan, I appreciate your care during this time." The envelope crumpled in Yuan Chen's grasp, left unopened as he merely gazed at Shen Yi. "Is it truly your desire to resign? You are an Alpha, and I am an Omega. Given our current statuses, it is indeed inappropriate for us to continue working together. This is something you are acutely aware of." Yuan Chen did not respond to his statement. The revelation that Shen Yi was an Omega, the most trusted and capable aide, was a profound shock for Yuan Chen, who found it difficult to reconcile this shift. Although he understood it was not Shen Yi's fault, he was nonetheless engulfed by an indescribable discomfort. Ultimately, he tucked the crumpled resignation letter into the inner pocket of his suit. Shen Yi offered a faint smile. "The other colleagues are exceptionally capable. You can confidently entrust your work to them." "That is not your concern," he replied. "I will complete the handover before I leave." "No need for that, Shen Yi. Take care of yourself." With a cold retort, Yuan Chen turned and departed. Though his face betrayed little emotion, Shen Yi could discern his profound distress. Yet, he believed Mr. Yuan would be all right. He had always been a resilient and disciplined individual. As he observed the Alpha entering his vehicle, Shen Yi also turned to leave, the air still imbued with a faint trace of pheromone fragrance. From this moment forth, he would embark on a new life as an Omega. At precisely 6:30 in the morning, Yuan Chen awoke punctually. After an hour of exercise, he completed a shower by 8 o'clock, adhering to his customary routine of foregoing breakfast, as he preferred not to feel satiated early in the day. For him, a suit constituted everyday attire, donning a crisply ironed white shirt and fastening his tie. He appeared impeccably groomed in the mirror. Having prepared everything, he exited his home, traversed the courtyard, where the driver and secretary awaited by the car, offering him a respectful greeting. This marked the first day following Shen Yi's departure. The world would not alter due to anyone's absence. Yuan Chen glanced at them with indifference before proceeding directly to his vehicle, where Secretary Li promptly opened the door for him. Once the door was closed, Secretary Li exhaled silently, having felt a surge of anxiety despite her thorough preparations. The responsibilities of the presidential assistant were temporarily distributed among the secretarial department, with Secretary Li assigned to accompany him that morning. Even though it was a makeshift arrangement, she could already feel the weight of the role. In truth, she had been on standby since 7 o'clock. Fortunately, Shen Yi had left behind a detailed work manual, providing her with a clear guide. Managing the coffee that Mr. Yuan required daily, adjusting the car's interior temperature according to the weather, and reporting the day's itinerary en route were tasks she found manageable. Yet she still harbored concerns about making mistakes. At that moment, Yuan Chen picked up the coffee, and as soon as it touched his lips, he sensed something amiss. After taking a sip, he found the temperature just right, yet the taste felt entirely off. He reluctantly swallowed and set the cup down. It was indeed from the same establishment, the same coffee, but the flavor was not as he remembered. The car glided smoothly along the road, classical music still playing softly within. Yuan Chen gazed out the window, suddenly catching a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance that made him furrow his brow. The scent likely emanated from Secretary Li in the passenger's seat. Whether it was perfume or something else, though subtle, it irked him considerably. Without uttering a word, Yuan Chen lowered the car window, allowing the wind to sweep in and dissipate the odor. Secretary Li, noticing this action in the rearview mirror, assumed that the CEO was feeling warm and promptly adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. "Mr. Yuan, may I report on today's itinerary now?" Secretary Li picked up the schedule and began to report in a clear voice. Yet the words seemed to fall on deaf ears for Yuan Chen, who appeared accustomed to a different voice. Within the company, everyone tread carefully, and the secretaries endeavored to avoid mistakes. Yet human error was inevitable. In such moments, Yuan Chen suppressed his displeasure, aware that this was merely a transitional phase, unavoidable as it was. However, this tense atmosphere could not be sustained for long. After the vacancy of the presidential assistant had persisted for 3 weeks, the staff of the secretarial department gradually began to show signs of fatigue. Following a midweek meeting, the secretaries gathered and spoke in hushed tones. The secretary responsible for morning assistance, with a weary expression, lamented, "Every morning is a nerve-wracking ordeal. I can't keep this up much longer. Who isn't feeling the strain? Look at How You. He looks positively pale. Has the minister's resignation paperwork been finalized? I heard Mr. Yuan hasn't he approved it. Is that good news?" Anticipation flickered among them, but the most experienced secretary shook his head. "Have you ever seen an Omega serve as a presidential assistant? It's simply impossible. Moreover, Yuan Chen is notoriously averse to Omega pheromones. I thought Mr. Yuan would be reluctant to let him go. Indeed, I cannot fathom why a new secretary has not yet been appointed. Li, why don't you propose it?" Even the affable Secretary Pang clasped his hands in request. As time passed, they increasingly felt the void left by Shen Yi's departure, though the workload was significant. The real issue lay in deciphering Yuan Chen's temperament. Faced with his icy gaze, Everyone felt the weight of trepidation. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and the gathered secretaries quickly dispersed. Yuan Chen, holding a document, stated, "Shen Yi, there is an issue with this meeting record. Bring your laptop in to verify." The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Where was Shen Yi? Referring to Shen Yi was a habit Yuan Chen had yet to shake, and he seemed oblivious as he closed the door behind him and returned. "How you? Hurry inside. The meeting record is your responsibility." But Mr. Yuan addressed the minister. "Stop hesitating. You're in charge now." Colleagues patted the newcomer on the shoulder, and Chun Haoyu, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly picked up his laptop. The secretarial department, devoid of Shen Yi, continued to function under duress. On the surface, everything appeared normal for Yuan Chen. However, he was indeed deeply affected. After a night of socializing, perhaps due to it being Friday, the usually composed Yuan Chen found himself slightly inebriated, his steps unsteady. With the assistance of the driver, he stumbled through the door, carelessly kicking off his shoes before collapsing onto the living room sofa. Leaning back against the cushions, he irritably loosened his tie. Each breath felt as if the world was spinning, and a throbbing headache consumed him. What arrangements awaited him tomorrow, even in such a drunken state? Thoughts of work lingered in his mind. Subconsciously, he reached into the inner pocket of his suit, retrieving his phone and pressing the speed dial. As usual, the call was answered before the second ring. Slumped on the sofa, Yuan Chen ran his fingers through his disheveled bangs. "Shen Yi, what is on the agenda for tomorrow?" Chapter 25. Why answer the call? "Mr. Yuan, are you intoxicated?" A clear voice pierced through his ears, causing his previously closed eyes to snap open. Yuan Chen's lips twitched as he stammered, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "Why answer the call? Then I shall hang up. Must we be so distant after just one day apart?" With the phone in hand, Yuan Chen propped himself up, tossing aside his coat as he ambled towards the kitchen. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water and drank it until empty, never disconnecting the call. The voice on the speaker made it seem as though Shen Yi was still there working beside him. Yuan Chen let out a long breath, discarding the empty bottle into the trash, the echoing noise startling in the silent house as he slowly made his way to the bedroom. "Mr. Yuan, may I inquire why you have yet to approve my resignation letter? Is it urgent? Only after the resignation procedures are completed can I seek new employment." "I've torn up the resignation letter." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by hesitant, quiet breaths. "You must be joking?" "Of course. I am lying." Shen Yi's resignation letter is neatly tucked away in the office drawer. If he had to find a reason for not approving the resignation, it was that Shen Yi's actions had irked him, though he was well aware that this thought was quite childish. He merely wished to make things difficult for him. More importantly, he wondered if Shen would reach out to him if he delayed the process. Yet that fellow didn't even bother to call. In any case, if you require anything, please contact Secretary Chen or Secretary Li. If you're feeling unwell from drinking, I can relay the message for them to come assist you. "Mr. Yuan, are you listening?" Yuan Chen had fallen sound asleep on the bed, the phone beside his cheek flickering on and off, with his name being called several times. With no response from him, Shen Yi eventually hung up. He must be asleep, Shen Yi thought, glancing at the call log, which read, "Call duration, 15 minutes and 45 seconds. Despite the call lacking any urgency, it had dragged on for quite some time. Shen Yi, himself sipping a can of beer, answered the call with surprising swiftness upon seeing Yuan Chen's name flash on the screen. He had initially intended to ignore it, but he thought to himself, how terrifying is the nature of habit. It was said that Yuan Chen had yet to find a new assistant. Surely, none of those secretaries met his expectations. In such a drunken state, there was no one to care for him. Shen Yi absent-mindedly switched the television screen, contemplating whether it was the earlier call that made him unable to shake off thoughts of the inebriated Yuan Chen. Now past midnight, reaching out to the other secretaries seemed rather inappropriate. Why not take a look since it's close by? No, why should I concern myself with him? There's no need to dwell on such matters anymore. He deliberately redirected his attention to the television, finishing the remaining wine. After consuming nearly 4 or 5 glasses, he eventually rose to his feet. Sigh. There was an unsettling feeling in his heart. He took out 2 masks and donned them, covering his nose and mouth as if wearing a gas mask and stepped out with his phone in hand. What if the password were changed? In that case, I would simply return, treating it as a leisurely stroll. Shen Yi did not attach much significance to this endeavor. Idle hands have ample time. And he stepped out of his home with a light-hearted gait. The next morning, Yuan Chen awoke to the dreadful aftermath of a hangover. His head felt as if it would split open. After struggling to rise for half the morning, he found his shirt and trousers in a wrinkled state. Once he finally gathered his senses, he entered the bathroom and took a long shower. Emerging, he toweled off his dripping hair and stared blankly at the tranquil living room. He distinctly recalled tossing his tie and jacket onto the floor last night, yet now they lay neatly arranged on the sofa, as if tidied by someone else. Turning towards the kitchen, his gaze fell upon the dining table, where a cup of honey water awaited him. He always drank this the day after he had indulged too much, accompanied by hangover remedies and painkillers. Yuan Chen sighed and picked up the honey water to drink. It was unmistakable who had visited his home last night. The lingering scent of jasmine in the air served as irrefutable evidence. Logically, he should have despised the presence of omega pheromones lingering in his home, yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt no aversion, leaving him somewhat flustered. Shen Yi, too, had remarkably overslept. Rubbing his tousled hair and yawning, he struggled to recall what day of the week it was. With each day filled with either leisure or dining, he often lost track of whether it was a weekday or the weekend. He used to rise punctually, adhering to a meticulous schedule. But now it felt as if those days belonged to a past life. The sensation of waking naturally is truly delightful. Shen Yi rolled around in his warm cocoon for a few more moments. Truth be told, the identity of an unemployed drifter suited him rather well. After all, how else could he experience such bliss on a daily basis? After lingering in bed for another half hour, he finally ventured into the living room, merely relocating to continue lounging. As soon as he entered, he collapsed onto the sofa. After ordering lunch through a delivery app, he found himself with nothing to occupy his time. He opened his email, which was overflowing with unread messages. He had once prided himself on checking every text and email immediately, but now he deliberately avoided them. Oh, there are still emails like this. Shen Yi opened a job recommendation email from a headhunting firm, suggesting he apply for the position of CEO assistant at a foreign pharmaceutical company with a rather impressive salary. And, most importantly, the working conditions aligned perfectly with his requirements. In truth, he had frequently received such job recommendations in the past. He had gained a modest reputation in his field, and certainly, Yuan Chen's brilliance contributed to this. Yet what good were these enticing offers? His answer would forever remain a resolute refusal. Since becoming an Omega, the path to reemployment has become exceedingly arduous. The prospect of resuming a role as a secretary is virtually out of the question, if he wishes to return to the journalism field. The interruptions in his career and his age present formidable challenges. Now in his early 30s, he cannot continue to languish in idleness. Recently, Shen Yi finds himself contemplating his future more frequently. When will President Yuan finally approve my resignation? His thoughts inadvertently drifted back to Yuan Chen. After visiting his home last night, Shen Yi came to a significant realization. Pheromones can sway one's mind more easily than anticipated. Despite wearing 2 masks, they offered little protection against the overwhelming alpha pheromones. Perhaps due to intoxication and slumber, the pheromones were even more potent than usual. He felt his entire body stiffen, nearly faltering before him, and when he hastily closed the bedroom door to escape, he was left in a daze. Even now, recalling the incident makes Shen Yi feel dizzy, and his shoulders involuntarily shudder. This cannot continue. Whether through training or medication, he must find a way to enhance his tolerance to pheromones. A shower will be a good start. He kicked the sofa aside, rose to his feet, and made his way to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, upon finishing his shower, the delivery person rang the doorbell right on time. Shen Yi hummed a tune as he approached the door, dressed casually in a t-shirt and shorts. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. He dashed to the entrance and, upon opening the door, was greeted by an utterly unexpected visitor. Shen Yi froze, gripping the doorknob. As Yuan Chen stood outside, holding a bag of sushi, he pushed the door open slightly further, and Shen Yi stammered, leaning forward with the doorknob. standing barefoot on the corridor, barely managing to regain his balance. President Yuan, where are you? I have something to discuss. Step outside for a moment. Now. Shen Yi glanced down at his disheveled appearance. He felt it was hardly suitable for a serious conversation, especially compared to Yuan Chen's polished attire, which made him appear even more casual by contrast. Inviting him inside would be inconvenient, as his home was undoubtedly saturated with pheromones, just like Yuan Chen's had been last night. Shen Yi offered an awkward smile, cautiously declining the invitation. I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. I've ordered takeout. What you're holding is my lunch. Shen Yi surreptitiously eyed the sushi bag in Yuan Chen's hands. I'll take you somewhere far more delightful to eat. Come on. Without hesitation, Yuan Chen discarded the paper bag aside. Shen Yi quietly bit his lip, thinking, you wealthy scoundrel, do you not understand the value of food? Just wait 5 minutes. Shen Yi picked up the discarded sushi bag, turning back to his home, reluctantly setting down his cherished specialty sushi, and began preparing to leave. He casually dried his still damp hair, threw on a simple shirt over his t-shirt, thinking it hardly mattered how he appeared to Yuan Chen. Just in case. He applied 2 pheromone barrier patches, grabbed his phone, and stepped outside, locking eyes with Yuan Chen, who stood at the front door with his arms crossed. He looked as if he were there to collect a debt, blocking the entrance like an imposing guardian, as if he were determined to prevent any escape. Shen Yi feigned ignorance, casually touching his neck as he inquired, where are we headed? How about miting? Upon hearing Yuan Chen's voice, he instinctively retrieved his phone, his fingertips hovering over the screen, pondering how one could ever forget such ingrained muscle memory. Chapter 26. No one else will do. Shen Yi swiftly returned the phone to his pocket, cleared his throat, and raised his chin defiantly. Are we just walking there? It's a 2-kilometer trek to the restaurant. You may walk if that's your wish. Fortunately, Yuan Chen did not elaborate further and turned to head outside. Shen Yi, with a bold face, followed him, an array of concerns flashing through his mind, sensing that this endeavor would not be a simple one. At the villa's entrance, a familiar car was parked. Shen Yi immediately recognized it as Yuan Chen's vehicle. It seemed absurd that they would need to drive for a mere 5-minute journey. It appeared that on this weekend, he hadn't called for a driver and had come himself. Did that imply he would have to drive? Just as Shen Yi's persistent secretary instincts began to resurface, Yuan Chen had already opened the driver's side door and settled inside. Shen Yi masked his awkwardness and quietly took his place in the passenger seat. Upon reflection, this was surprisingly the first time in 6 years as a secretary that he found himself in a car driven by Yuan Chen. Rather than feeling invigorated, he felt more discomfort. His upper body stiffened as if a rod had been inserted, and he could not find a comfortable position. In contrast, Yuan Chen expertly started the vehicle and maneuvered the steering wheel. As they slowly exited the villa district, he remarked, "Be careful not to emit pheromones in my presence. I detest anything that has a scent." Was it only on him to be cautious? This retort was entirely reasonable. Shen Yi silently turned his gaze to the window, shadows cloaking his incessantly blinking eyes. Miting proved to be an exquisite high-end Japanese restaurant, its ambience refined and tranquil. Such establishments typically required reservations. However, Yuan Chen being a distinguished guest, the manager promptly escorted them to the finest private room. Once seated on the traditional tatami mats, and having just wiped their hands with warm towels, their ordered dishes began to arrive in succession. The two dined in silence. Sharing a meal was a commonplace occurrence, thus not feeling awkward. Since this was not a business banquet, Yuan Chen rarely spoke while eating, and Shen Yi had long grown accustomed to this tranquility. As he savored the delectable cuisine, far superior to takeout sushi, his previously agitated mood gradually eased. Shen Yi picked up a slice of snapper sashimi and relished it, the firm, succulent flesh bursting with sweetness in his mouth. Yuan Chen quietly lifted his gaze. The sight of Shen Yi across from him felt unfamiliar. Regardless of the time, morning, midnight, or weekend, he had only ever seen Shen Yi in formal attire. This was the first occasion he beheld him in casual wear. The contrast of his fair skin against a sky-blue shirt presented a refreshing image, almost reminiscent of a university student. Yet, no matter the attire, his upright posture and graceful dining etiquette remained the same. The essence of Shen Yi was unchanged, regardless of external appearances. Yuan Chen unconsciously curved his lips before promptly adopting a serious demeanor and taking a sip of tea. Then I shall speak plainly. Upon hearing Yuan Chen suddenly speak at the dining table, Shen Yi hastily put down his chopsticks, gulped down his food, and took a sip of water. How about returning to work? Shen Yi's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on the water. Cough. Coughing, he pressed his hand against his chest. While Yuan Chen frowned and tossed him a few tissues, Shen Yi quickly accepted the tissues to wipe his mouth. Was this what he wanted to discuss? Finally catching his breath, he couldn't help but inquire, "Are you joking? No one else will do but you." Shen Yi blinked, finding the suggestion for the Omega to return to work absurd. Yet the phrase "no one else will do" made his heart skip a beat and his cheeks flush slightly. Well, if that was the reason, he found himself wavering slightly. Have you ever considered finding someone else? Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen's handsome brows immediately knitted together. Shen Yi let out a deep sigh, breaking his upright posture, leaning on the table while rubbing his aching forehead. No, Mr. Yuan, do you not understand? What? Is there an Omega who can be a secretary in this world? You know I can't work in this capacity. Shen Yi tapped his fingers on the table, beginning to analyze point by point. Although there is no overt discrimination in this world, the characteristics of Omega are indeed unsuitable for secretarial work. Typically, the elite class is predominantly composed of alphas, making it difficult for Omegas to thrive in such circles, especially since secretarial positions are traditionally held by betas, enduring a constant exposure to alpha pheromones. How could someone sensitive to pheromones withstand that? Obviously, every occasion is saturated with alpha pheromones, and those who seek to suppress others with their pheromones abound. Though invisible, it is akin to violence. How do you expect me to endure such conditions? Yuan Chen was well aware of these facts, yet he articulated his rigid demands in an appealing manner. I do not believe you, Shen Yi, are one to easily back down. You are more adept at self-control than most. Thank you for holding me in such esteem, but I cannot fully trust my own body. Aren't you an S-level Omega? Superior Omegas possess better pheromone regulation capabilities and greater tolerance to alpha pheromones. They generally remain unaffected. This is an established conclusion in academia, Yuan Chen pointed out. Yet, Shen Yi maintained a pessimistic demeanor, heavily sighing before him. How long has it been since I differentiated into an Omega? I have never encountered an emergency. This is clearly dangerous. Why must you insist that I take on this? I need you. I think you're being selfish. I will give you a raise. The dialogue bounced back and forth like a game of ping pong, with Shen Yi repeatedly voicing objections, while Yuan Chen stubbornly clung to his demands. Would there be any resolution at this rate? The dishes on the table were nearly cold. Most importantly, Mr. Yuan, aren't you intolerant of Omega pheromones? I have no desire to be berated while working. As someone who had worked closely with Yuan Chen for an extended period, Shen Yi understood his temperament better than anyone. If it were still in the beta phase, enduring the exhaustion would be manageable, but now the situation has entirely reversed. Frankly, he lacks the confidence to withstand Yuan Chen's disdain. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chen widened his eyes in apparent disbelief. Why was there an assumption of inevitable reproach from the outset? Could one not simply exercise caution? I do not wish to lead such a burdensome existence. Shen Yi, now plagued by a throbbing headache, pressed his temples and lamented. What if Mr. Yuan or I, either party, unexpectedly enters a vulnerable phase? Do you believe such an eventuality could transpire between us? This audacious hypothesis furrowed Yuan Chen's brow, and when Shen Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, Yuan Chen responded with a significant look. We have a history. At this moment, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Yuan Chen's face. Indeed, given the precedents, he found little to counter. His dark eyes fixated intently on Shen Yi, although he recognized the validity of Shen Yi's words. It was the first time he had witnessed such impatience from the other. So, are you truly going to reject my proposal? Shen Yi remained silent, merely nodding resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. I can assist with the handover. My abrupt departure was indeed rather inappropriate. However, fulfilling the role of special assistant as I once did is now quite challenging. My function is limited to training the secretarial staff. Even so, should you be willing to accept this condition, I can return to the company to assist. Shen Yi extended 3 fingers, confining the handover period to 3 days, a rather ruthless stipulation. Yuan Chen refrained from commenting on this unilateral proposal, yet he found himself devoid of better alternatives. Finally, he exhaled deeply. Help me select a special assistant. I've been exceedingly busy lately and lack the energy to manage this matter. I shall, starting Monday. Upon reaching an agreement, Shen Yi's expression immediately relaxed. He resumed using his chopsticks, savoring a slice of sashimi accompanied by ginger, relishing each bite. An involuntary smile crept onto his face, and seizing this opportunity, he resolved to sever ties with Yuan Chen entirely and hasten the approval of his resignation letter. Chapter 27. The first day of handover. Good morning. Shen Yi strolled into the office with ease, greeted by the astonished expressions of his secretaries. He had anticipated this reaction and could not help but chuckle. Boss, my goodness, what is happening? You've returned? The entire secretarial department erupted into a flurry of activity, everyone neglecting formalities as they gathered around, with Secretary Li's eyes reddening with excitement. I'm just here for a few days to handle the handover. No way. This time you cannot leave. You must work with us until retirement, Secretary Li exclaimed, grabbing Shen Yi's arm and refusing to let go in jest. What nonsense are you spouting? Let's focus on the task at hand. Shen Yi, with a sense of resignation, poked Secretary Li's forehead, and only when he sensed the grip loosening did she reluctantly release him with a huff. Shen Yi naturally walked towards his workstation. After 3 weeks away, the desk remained untouched, preserving the state it was in when he left, even the sticky notes on the monitor undisturbed. As if everyone believed he would surely return. Gazing at the familiar desk, Shen Yi's heart swelled with mixed emotions. He smiled, steadying himself against the desk's edge. This was not the time for nostalgia. He needed to first address the backlog of work. He lifted his gaze toward his colleagues, who were still fixated on him. Shall we have a chat, one by one? Who would like to go first? Apart from Shen Yi, there were 4 others in the secretarial department. It seemed they had collectively shouldered the responsibilities of General Manager Yuan's work, observing how well everyone had organized their tasks. Shen Yi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Secretary Li, have there been any unusual developments lately? Well, it seems that General Manager Yuan has stopped drinking coffee recently. Shen Yi paused. General Manager Yuan? Yes, still from that same cafe, the same Americano, but he hasn't touched it at all. This was quite unusual, as Yuan Chen was typically an unwavering coffee enthusiast. Anything else? He seems particularly sensitive to heat lately, opening the windows as soon as he gets in the car. Shen Yi propped his chin on his hand, pondering the underlying reasons. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Ever since becoming an Omega, his sense of smell had become particularly acute. He took Secretary Li's hand to sniff. This isn't perfume. It's body lotion, isn't it? Yes, it's from that perfume brand. General Manager Yuan disliked artificial scents, especially musky notes that would give him a headache. Although the body lotion had a subtle fragrance, it might still cause discomfort in the confined space of the car. Secretary Li suddenly understood, and Shen Yi smiled as he noted, it's not that you can't use it. Just switch to a lighter fragrance. Clearly sensitive to scents, yet merely opting to crack a window, General Manager Yuan, it seemed, had indeed mellowed. Shen Yi chocolate ignardi. Continuing to jot down notes. He knew that General Manager Yuan must have recognized the efforts of the secretaries, which was why he was being so accommodating. After that, Shen Yi spoke with Secretary Peng and Xiao Chun, who both shared the challenges they faced, and he provided them with suggestions. Change was never easy. Aiding everyone in a smooth transition was Shen Yi's current mission. Just as he finished his conversation with Xiao Chun, footsteps echoed from outside, the return of Yuan Chen from his fieldwork. Shen Yi promptly stood, adjusted his suit, and straightened his ID badge. Good morning, General Manager Yuan. Yuan Chen hesitated for a moment, their eyes locking for an instant. Behind him, Qi Ziheng's eyes widened in surprise, while Yuan Chen merely cast a stoic glance at Shen Yi. The workspace that had been vacant for 3 weeks was suddenly filled again, and the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically with the return of just one individual. Prepare for the upcoming meeting, Yuan Chen instructed Qi Ziheng without acknowledging Shen Yi's presence. Qi Ziheng efficiently complied, signaling Chun Haoyu to prepare the meeting materials. The moment General Manager Yuan arrived, the secretarial department sprang into action, and Shen Yi took a seat to begin organizing documents. Before long, Qi Ziheng approached, abruptly turning Shen Yi's chair around and gripping his shoulders with an unusually serious expression. "What's going on? Easy now, you might break my shoulders. How can I not be excited?" Despite trying to keep his voice down, Qi Ziheng's eyes seemed to blaze with intensity. "Is it true that you become an Omega?" "Yes. You can't be serious. Isn't this still our boss?" Qi Ziheng surveyed him in disbelief, his astonishment evident on his face, prompting Shen Yi to chuckle. "Stop staring. It's rather embarrassing. Your skin does seem better, but more likely it's your mood that's improved. Yet you, Qi Ziheng, look like you're utterly exhausted." Qi Ziheng dragged a chair and sat down with a thud. Crossing his legs and letting out a deep sigh, his voice laced with exhaustion. "I feel like I'm dying." Shen Yi turned to observe him, comfortably leaning back in his chair. It was time to listen to his lamentations. "Do you know how we've endured during this period? Is it really that exaggerated? It feels like our lifespans are counting down. If this continues, it will either lead to dismissal or death from overwork. It's utterly ridiculous. Who said that President Yuan is invigorating? He's more like a death knell." Qi Ziheng rubbed his forehead and waved his hand dismissively, clearly tormented. Shen Yi pondered for a moment and gently patted the armrest. Seeing Qi Ziheng, who was covering for him, struggling so much, he felt a pang of guilt. He patted his shoulder, causing Qi Ziheng to look up abruptly. His handsome face was etched with despair. Shen Yi nodded slightly. "Come, let me treat you to coffee." In the cafe on the first floor, the two settled in the lounge with their coffees. It was quiet, as it was during work hours. Shen Yi set an alarm for 10 minutes before the meeting and started chatting with Qi Ziheng. "It's indeed not easy. President Yuan didn't lose his temper, did he? Though he is strict, he doesn't fly off the handle. You've seen that. However, President Yuan's trust in the boss is one thing. For us, we don't even have time to catch our breath." The conversation swiftly turned to complaints about President Yuan. Why must he be so perfect? Why does he never take a break? Calling him a workaholic is an understatement. He is practically a work machine. Qi Ziheng lamented about being perpetually on edge, even starting to lose his hair, showing Shen Yi his receding hairline. Why not hire a new assistant? Shen Yi posed the critical question. No matter how competent the team is, this division of labor is ultimately unsustainable. President Yuan hasn't mentioned it, and we've been too busy to consider it. Qi Ziheng replied. "Don't you want to give it a try?" Shen Yi asked. "Boss." Qi Ziheng's voice was tinged with desperation. Shen Yi pressed down on his agitated hand. "I'm not joking. You're so meticulous, and President Yuan knows that, which is why he always brings you along. What kind of joke is this? It gives me goosebumps. Is it that repulsive? Your annual salary would definitely increase. President Yuan never shortchanges people when it comes to compensation. No way. I'd rather die than do it." Qi Ziheng resolutely shook his head, indicating that he had reached his limit. Shen Yi took a sip of his coffee. He initially wanted to recommend Qi Ziheng, but seeing his resistance, he decided to seek another candidate. After finishing his coffee in silence, he turned to Qi Ziheng, who was pouting, and smiled at him. "I'll stay until the day after tomorrow." Qi Ziheng clenched his fists. "Are you in such a hurry?" "No. I meant to finish what needs to be done before I leave. I'll find a candidate for the president's assistant, but of course, President Yuan must conduct the interview. In any case, I'll trouble you a bit more during this period. I'm sorry I can't be of much help," he added softly. Qi Ziheng's mouth slowly turned down, and it seemed he was about to cry. Shen Yi gently said, "You've worked hard," and patted his shoulder. Chapter 28. What are your plans? The phone rang incessantly, demanding attention. Someone should have answered it, but at that moment, everyone in the office was caught up in a whirlwind of activity, utterly unable to attend to it. At 11:30, the office area was as chaotic as a bustling market. Although this hour was typically busy, today was exceptionally tumultuous. Shen Yi stood to the side, silently observing the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Secretary Li had already departed early to attend to the tasks assigned by General Yuan, while Secretary Pang was overwhelmed by her dual schedule, exclaiming in frustration, "Who arranged this schedule?" Yet, no one paid heed to her plight as she juggled calls. attempting to untangle the disarray. Newcomer Chun Haoyu was flustered as he attended to colleagues arriving to sign documents, while Secretary Pang continued to handle 2 calls simultaneously, profusely apologizing. How had it descended into such chaos? Shen Yi suddenly realized that he had mistakenly believed that his secretarial department could function normally in his absence. In truth, it had long since lost its structure. Clearly, this predicament was not a recent development. The original workflow had been disrupted, priorities were muddled, and everyone was left to fend for themselves, lacking a cohesive coordination. When issues arose, everything fell apart, and the current turmoil served as undeniable proof. After finally ending one call, Secretary Pang was about to resume writing an urgent email that needed to be sent before noon when the phone on her desk rang again. Despair etched on her face. Shen Yi sighed, reaching out to assist, only to have someone else beat him to the phone. Secretary Pang looked up in surprise to see Shen Yi's profile. Secretary of the 34th Department, Shen Yi, he stated, having promised to act as an observer but unable to resist stepping in. This matter requires verification. Please send the specific details via email, and I will respond after reviewing them. His calm tone was characteristic of Shen Yi. While he was still on the line, another call came in, and he unflinchingly pressed the hold button. After concluding the call, he addressed the still-dazed Secretary Pang. You need not answer every call if it interferes with your immediate work. Feel free to hang up. Understood, she replied. Have you sent the email to Hongfa Pharmaceutical? This is rather urgent. Please prioritize that. Got it, she acknowledged. Shen Yi surveyed the chaos around him, his emotions tangled. Could one less person lead to such disorder? It seemed imperative to restore order before his departure. He re-engaged with his work, updating the process manual, observing his colleagues' performance, and documenting areas in need of improvement. However, the most pressing task was to find a successor for his assistant position. He contacted several headhunters and received a few recommendations. Yet, truth be told, none met his standards. The role of assistant was inherently challenging to fill, and with the vacancy lingering for so long, suitable candidates were scarce. The capable ones were generally already employed, while those unemployed often came with their own set of issues, some due to complications with their previous employers, others lacking reliability. Even if there were a few fitting candidates, their age often did not align with General Yuan's preferences. Finding an assistant in their 40s was indeed rare. Even considering inexperienced individuals, would General Yuan be amenable? No one knew the temper of that superior better than Shen Yi, making the selection process particularly arduous. This is troublesome. Shen Yi leaned back his chair, which emitted a faint creak. After laboring without significant progress, he wondered if he could truly find a suitable candidate within 3 days. Yet he had to complete this task. Curiously, despite the necessity of identifying his replacement, he found himself reluctant to simply push someone forward as a mere stopgap. As he pondered this, his colleagues began to gather their belongings in preparation to leave for the day. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 8 in the evening. Are you leaving? As the hour grew late, a longing to return and rest enveloped him. However, the office had emptied, and a sense of confusion lingered in the air. Who is responsible over at Mr. Yuan's? Shen Yi inwitted, perplexed. Isn't anyone staying back to assist him? Secretary Pang offered a slight, apologetic smile. Mr. Yuan specifically instructed that everyone should leave by 8 o'clock, without the need for anyone to remain behind. Why is that? I'm not entirely sure, came the vague response. So he has been working late, all alone, leaving by himself as well? I heard that the driver only waits until 10. Shen Yi sighed, massaging his temples. With no valid reason to keep anyone, he gestured for them to head home early. Goodbye, Minister. The chorus of farewells echoed as the office fell silent, leaving Shen Yi in solitude. This scene was all too familiar. He was always the last to remain steadfast until the end. Sitting up straight, he returned his hands to the keyboard. For him, working late was never a burden. At least the day's goals must be fulfilled. Under the fluorescent lights, he continued to immerse himself in his tasks. Approximately an hour later, the office door creaked open. Mr. Yuan entered, rubbing his neck, and halted upon seeing Shen Yi still at work. Shen Yi, stretching his stiff neck, instinctively stood upon noticing Mr. Yuan's presence. Still here? I have a few matters to attend to. Mr. Yuan scrutinized him, as if silently questioning what remained unfinished. To ease the awkwardness, Shen Yi cleared his throat. Mr. Yuan, are you continuing your work? Have you had dinner? The unexpected concern caused Mr. Yuan to pause momentarily. Not yet. Shall I order you something to eat? Shen Yi quickly surmised, realizing it was well past 9, and Mr. Yuan must be hungry. Order 2 meals. You should join me. I don't need to. I cannot allow someone who is working to go hungry. Mr. Yuan stated matter-of-factly before turning to the pantry to fetch 2 bottles of water. This task would typically fall to his secretary, yet during Shen Yi's absence, he seemed to have grown accustomed to taking matters into his own hands. Shen Yi's fingers curled instinctively, having been immersed in secretarial duties for so long that his body yearned to act. He suppressed the impulse and refocused on the task at hand, skillfully dialing the familiar restaurant to place an order for 2 meals. The exquisite lacquered food boxes soon arrived, and Shen Yi arranged the bento in the reception area, laying out napkins and setting water cups. He meticulously checked the dishes, ensuring they were all Mr. Yuan's favorites. Just as he admired the table's arrangement, the door swung open, and Mr. Yuan entered, taking his seat at the head of the table with an air of ease. Please, seat. With that single word, Shen Yi settled onto the sofa across from him. Dinner commenced in silence, devoid of conversation or unnecessary sounds, save for the subtle clinking of chopsticks against bowls and plates. This profound quietude, which might unnerve others, was the norm for Shen Yi. As he ate, he unconsciously observed every movement of Mr. Yuan, ready to assist if needed. Even when attempting to divert his gaze, he found it impossible. Even in dining, this man exhibited an unmatched finesse, his movements fluid and graceful, leaving not a crumb in sight. As he observed in silence, President Yuan lifted his gaze, set down his chopsticks, and took a sip of water, his deep voice shattering the stillness. What are your plans after 34? Shen Yi swallowed the rice in his mouth, his throat tightening slightly. I am still contemplating. Surely you must have some thoughts. President Yuan's eyes rested upon his face for a brief moment before he resumed eating. It seems that work is indeed arduous. It is certainly not easy. Shen Yi chuckled softly, reminiscing about the long hours, business trips, and the relentless commitment that consumed his weekends and nights, leaving him astonished at his own endurance. Chapter 29. Releasing pheromones, however, it was worthwhile. Being alongside President Yuan has fostered my growth immensely. Rest assured, I would never consider serving as someone else's secretary, Shen Yi said half-jokingly, fully aware of the significance Yuan Chen placed on him, as he was personally chosen by Yuan Chen. To lighten the mood, Shen Yi smiled with his eyes. Yet Yuan Chen remained expressionless, maintaining his serious demeanor while continuing his meal. He was not his usual graceful self. Abruptly setting down his chopsticks, he pressed his lips together, a suppressed voice escaping between his teeth. Am I truly not worth your fondness at all? Haven't you given up yet? You've never liked the assistant role. We have worked together for 6 years. Do not speak like that. This was utterly unconventional. The esteemed President Yuan was displaying vulnerability. A shiver ran down Shen Yi's spine, the hairs on his arms standing on end even through his shirt. I thought we had concluded this conversation last time. As long as you manage your pheromones, work should pose no issues. It's not that simple. Perhaps I should adapt to you. Every retort was met with opposition, tightening Shen Yi's throat as he hastily gulped some water. Yet Yuan Chen wore a resolute expression and continued. Let us see your pheromones. It's all right. Shen Yi squinted slightly. To be honest, he too felt a twinge of curiosity. Half doubtful and half testing, he slightly released a hint of pheromones. An invisible fragrance slowly permeated the air. Without flinching, Yuan Chen picked up his chopsticks, capturing a piece of pomelo peel dipped in white kimchi, quietly chewing. Are you truly able to endure this? Well, I feel nothing, but your face has turned red. Yuan Chen abruptly set down his chopsticks, gulped down some water, and then feigned calmness, frowning. See, I told you it's fine. Shen Yi immediately retracted his pheromones, feeling discomfort as he observed another's unease due to his own. Look, how can we work together like this? Adaptation inherently requires time. Perfection cannot be expected from the outset. There is no need to force yourself. Yuan Chen suddenly raised his eyes, and Shen Yi met his gaze, candidly expressing his thoughts. President Yuan, I wish to be respected in my work, and do not wish to collaborate with someone who harbors disdain for me. Do you despise me? I remember your expression very clearly just now. Yuan Chen pushed aside his half-eaten meal, leaning back in his chair, fingers running through his disheveled bangs, eyes closed. His brow furrowed, as if a headache were surfacing. Regardless, I shall give it a try. Well, there's still 2 days left, after all. Shen Yi replied with an air of nonchalance. He was confident that no matter how hard Yuan Chen tried to adapt, he would ultimately relent. Observing Yuan Chen's loss of appetite, Shen Yi began to clear the dining table, deciding that this dinner would be better concluded sooner rather than later. After tidying up, he returned to his work, and when he looked up again, it was already 11 in the evening. Shen Yi saved his files and shut down his computer. Just then, Yuan Chen emerged from the office, having turned off the lights, and their eyes met once more. Is there anything else to handle? No, I'm just about to leave. Let's go together. His tone was so casual that it was difficult to refuse. Shen Yi adjusted the chairs and followed suit. The elevator was enveloped in silence as Shen Yi focused intently on the floor display. When he glanced down, the smooth metallic surface reflected Yuan Chen's profile. His suit jacket casually draped over his arm, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an aura of fatigue, his crumpled shirt adding a touch of disarray. Shen Yi silently averted his gaze, reminding himself not to dwell on it. Upon reaching the 3rd underground level, a crisp chime echoed, and Yuan Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the expansive parking lot, the sound of footsteps was particularly pronounced. At this hour, most parking spaces lay vacant, with only 2 cars occupying the vast area. Shen Yi approached Yuan Chen's vehicle. Mr. Yuan, drive safely. Just as he was about to open the driver's door, Yuan Chen suddenly turned to him. Get in. I'll give you a ride. No need. I drove here, Shen Yi replied, gesturing towards the car a short distance away, which had just illuminated its headlights. Yuan Chen cast a cold glance, visibly displeased, and settled into the driver's seat. Hearing the door slam shut, Shen Yi exhaled in relief and turned towards his own vehicle. Once inside the driver's seat, a wave of delayed fatigue washed over him. He leaned back against the leather seat, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a moment before departing. Suddenly, the passenger door swung open, and Shen Yi sat up in surprise. Before he could fully comprehend, Yuan Chen had already buckled himself in. Mr. Yuan, what are you doing? I am tired. What? I can't drive. Hadn't he just insisted on giving him a ride? If he couldn't drive, why not call a chauffeur? Shen Yi swallowed the retort that threatened to escape his lips. Just drop me off on my doorstep and then leave. All right. Yuan Chen closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation, observing his long legs curled up in the passenger seat. Shen Yi sighed in resignation and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Isn't the back seat more comfortable? This is fine. So stubborn. Shen Yi suppressed his irritation and started the car. The pheromones. What? Release the pheromones. I need to adapt. Shen Yi chocolate in disbelief. Yuan Chen was resolutely determined to give it a try. As it was not peak traffic, they reached the community swiftly, yet the journey was far from tranquil. Yuan Chen experienced discomfort twice along the way, prompting Shen Yi to immediately retract the pheromones. After a while, Yuan Chen insisted on continuing. What on earth did he want? Ultimately, Shen Yi had no choice but to open the window, allowing the pheromones to drift away with the wind, feeling as though he were engaged in some nefarious act. After a series of tribulations, they finally arrived at their destination. Both exited the vehicle simultaneously, and Shen Yi, addressing the still-breathing Yuan Chen with gravity, declared, "Do not attempt this again. I can no longer endure it." Yuan Chen clenched his jaw, his cheeks taut. "Just endure it. I am also enduring. Mr. Yuan will not change. What if I do?" He strode forward, his towering figure casting a shadow across Shen Yi's face. Even in the absence of pheromones, his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. "You must fulfill your responsibilities." "What responsibilities?" "The contract has not yet expired." Shen Yi raised a hand to press against his heated forehead, questioning the man's sanity. After all, the differentiation into Omega was a perfectly reasonable cause for termination. "I told you, I will assist you for only 3 days. I have grown weary of that phrase. I do not wish to hear it again. It seems your memory is quite poor. I must remind you consistently. Their gazes clashed in the air, and Yuan Chen's lips twisted in disdain. You are indeed obstinate. Not to be compared to you, Mr. Yuan. Sooner or later, I shall make you concede. Once I resign, I need not even address you as Mr. Yuan anymore. I could change that now, in fact. Shen Yi refused to yield, knowing he was on the brink of departure, with little left to fear. Please leave, Yuan Chen. After a brief farewell, he turned to depart, only to be met by a stifled laugh from behind. Without a backward glance, Shen Yi entered his car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, a smile unwittingly creeping onto his lips. An inexplicable sense of joy surged from his tailbone, and he shrugged before pressing the accelerator. As his vehicle passed by Yuan Chen's residence, he found himself sleeping particularly soundly that night. The following day, during the handover, Shen Yi was the first to arrive at the office. Upon entering, he immediately opened the windows for ventilation. After brewing a cup of coffee, he savored it slowly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the familiar workplace environment did indeed bring a sense of comfort. While he was savoring his coffee, colleagues from the secretarial department began to arrive one by one. Upon seeing Shen Yi, who had come in early, they greeted him with smiles. You've arrived quite early. Good morning. It's wonderful to have the head of the department in the office. Why don't you just come back to work? In response to their familiar teasing, Shen Yi smiled and replied, I will find you a better head of department. Indeed, he was resolute in his determination to find a suitable assistant today, and with that thought, he drained the cool coffee. Chapter 30. No place I dislike neglecting, even lunch. Shen Yi immersed himself wholly in his work. He utilized every connection at his disposal, even compelling recruitment agencies to work tirelessly, all in pursuit of the right candidate. It was not until office hours concluded that he finally laid out 3 resumes on his desk. This caliber should suffice. From any perspective, they were impeccable. Their appearance, qualifications, and age all met the criteria. Shen Yi was confident that this level of quality would undoubtedly satisfy Yuan Chen. Of that he had no doubt. If these are rejected, that would be utterly excessive. To locate these 3 candidates, he had nearly exhausted all his connections, and merely organizing this process could fill 10 pages of A4 paper. He could only imagine the debts of gratitude he had incurred. Setting aside the bitter struggles behind the scenes, he decided to report to Mr. Yuan first. Shen Yi stood, adjusted his suit, and placed the printed resumes into a folder. He lightly knocked on the office door, and upon hearing a low come in, he pushed the door open. After taking just 2 steps, a potent wave of alpha pheromones hit him, causing him to halt abruptly. Shen Yi instinctively clenched his teeth and pressed his fist against his nose. Noticing this, Yuan Chen immediately reined in his pheromones with the same decisiveness as turning off a tap. I forgot. It's quite all right. Shen Yi swallowed hard and continued to stride forward. The momentary discomfort was bearable, and he maintained a composed expression as he approached the desk. Here are the candidate profiles for the special assistant position for your review. He placed the folder within easy reach of his superior. Yet Yuan Chen did not even glance at the documents, his gaze fixated solely on Shen Yi's face. The pallid visage appeared unaltered, its naturally fair complexion revealing no signs of distress. Evidently, the intensity of the alpha pheromones posed no threat to him. Satisfied, Yuan Chen curled the corners of his mouth and opened the folder. All 3 candidates are available to start within a month. If you approve, I will expedite the interview process. I highly recommend Mr. Lin Weiyu. He previously served as a team leader at General Medical in the United States, possesses extensive industry knowledge, and is fluent in foreign languages, making him a reliable asset for you. For reasons unknown, Shen Yi's tone was more urgent than usual. Observing the expression of the person perusing the resumes, which was strikingly apathetic, he understood Yuan Chen all too well and could discern the implications behind that demeanor. He stepped closer, his abdomen lightly resting against the sturdy wooden edge of the desk. Mr. Wang's sinew has experience as a congressional assistant and excels in crisis management. Mr. Xiao Qingchuan has previously served as a hotel concierge, demonstrating adeptness in interpersonal skills. Are you familiar with these individuals? Yuan Chen interjected abruptly. What? Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Shen Yi momentarily faltered. Yuan Chen closed the folder before him, leisurely crossing his arms and reclining against the chair. Are these truly the best candidates you could find? Indeed, Shen Yi replied without hesitation, meeting Yuan Chen's gaze with a look that questioned, is there a problem? Yuan Chen straightened in his seat and reopened the folder, pointing with his index finger to the resume for Shen Yi's clarity. The Lin Wei you recommended left his previous position at Gray Iris last year, with a salary reduction of 1/3. Does that not raise concerns regarding his professional capabilities? Wang Xinyu? I've heard he is intent on pursuing a political career. Can he genuinely commit to a secretarial role? As for Xiao Qingchuan, Yuan Chen scoffed lightly. I have no desire to even mention him. My first impression was inadequate. Yuan Chen was well-versed in industry rumors, his extensive network providing him with insight into even the minutiae. Shen Yi clenched his fists, his gaze sharpening. You cannot be so rash in your judgments. What issues do you perceive? There are no perfect individuals in this world. One cannot solely rely on hearsay for assessment. My criteria for selecting a special assistant demand perfection. Am I without flaws? Frustrated by his critical nature, Shen Yi unconsciously raised his voice. A brief silence enveloped the air. Yuan Chen, with his characteristic penetrating gaze, fixed his eyes on Shen Yi before calmly responding. From the moment I first saw you, I have found no faults. Leave now. These resumes are void. You know what to do. The irrefutable decree was thus delivered. Without words to express his feelings, Shen Yi took a deep breath, turned, and left. Unsure whether his flushed cheeks were a result of his emotional turmoil or Yuan Chen's remarks, he swiftly exited the office. Subsequently, the second and third batches of recommended candidates were also rejected. Shen Yi concluded that Yuan Chen had no genuine intention of seeking a new assistant. Realizing that further efforts would be futile, he resigned himself to the thought of abandoning the recommendations. Alone in the vacant office, he stared blankly into the void, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Although he should have felt at ease after completing his responsibilities, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in his heart, akin to a mother fleeing from her abandoned child. Perhaps it was inappropriate to liken Yuan Chen to a child, yet his attitude towards Shen Yi resembled that of an unyielding caretaker. Shen Yi could have resigned as an omega, but he had not anticipated such relentless persistence from Yuan Chen. Lowering his gaze to the identification badge on his chest, the word Secretary Minister Shen Yi stood out prominently under the light. So this crown is heavier than I imagined, he mused. Nevertheless, having made a decision, he resolved to see it through. Shen Yi stood up, tidied his suit jacket and briefcase, and prepared to leave for the day. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, he was taken aback as he exited the elevator. Yuan Chen was unexpectedly waiting for him, despite having heard that he had a dinner engagement that evening. Are you heading back to the office? Yuan Chen queried. No, he replied, rolling up his sleeves and glancing at his watch, his tone somewhat forced. Do you have plans for the evening? Shall we share a drink? No, thank you. Why not? Yuan Chen's face bore an expression of disbelief, as if astonished that Shen Yi would decline. Why would I drink with you, Mr. Yuan? Have you eaten? I already have. Yuan Chen's brow furrowed deeper with each rejection of his suggestions, a sight that made Shen Yi feel increasingly uncomfortable. He irritably pushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead. Then shall we go home directly? Yes, it's time to head back. Yuan Chen stared into space for a few seconds before suddenly grasping Shen Yi's wrist, striding forward in silence. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Yuan Chen, Shen Yi had no choice but to be passively dragged along. Yuan Chen opened the passenger door and, akin to escorting a prisoner, shoved Shen Yi inside. Shen Yi stared in bewilderment as Yuan Chen circled to the driver's seat. Yuan Chen deftly started the car and glanced at Shen Yi, clicking his tongue, evidently not intending to seek his permission, which prompted silent criticism from Shen Yi in his mind. Mr. Yuan, my car is still at the office. Faced with Yuan Chen's fierce glare, Shen Yi immediately averted his gaze. So is this kidnapping? Buckle your seatbelt. Is this a new form of workplace harassment? Shen Yi quietly fastened his seatbelt, deliberately turning to gaze out the window. The journey across the bridge took an astonishing 20 minutes. The traffic was unusually poor today, and during the sluggish crawl of the vehicle, the two shared almost no conversation. In the suffocating silence, Shen Yi felt an inexplicable tightness in his throat and loosened his collar. The subtly sweet scent of omega pheromones lingered in the air, a reminder of his identity that resurfaced in moments like these. What exactly are your intentions? Do you truly plan on finding an assistant? As they waited for the red light, he could not restrain his curiosity. Yuan Chen, with one hand resting on the steering wheel and his arm draped over the window, gazed ahead for quite some time before responding. I have mentioned before, if one is not to your liking, then do not pursue it. I too question whether such a person truly exists. You will eventually find someone like you. The moment those words reached Shen Yi's ears, his cheeks flushed with warmth, and he could not resist the urge to discreetly pinch his earlobe, retorting without reservation, "What exactly do you like about me? Do you want me to articulate it?" Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, just as the signal turned green. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the car smoothly into the flowing traffic. "It would be helpful for me to know as a reference for future encounters. The colleagues in the secretarial department can only hold out for so long. It would be prudent to find someone before everyone disperses." Is this a threat? Is a sincere suggestion? This time, it was Yuan Chen who sighed heavily, the car coming to a steady halt at the red light. He turned to glance at the passenger seat, the light filtering through the window, casting a play of shadows and highlights across his face, rendering his gaze particularly profound. "There is not a single aspect of you that I find disagreeable. Being in your company invariably uplifts my spirits." Was this a confession? The atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, blinking uncomfortably under the intensity of the gaze that lingered on his left cheek. He swallowed hard, tentatively inquiring, "Yuan, you do not harbor any other feelings for me, do you?" "Shen Yi, has your mind gone awry?" As expected, Shen Yi internally exhaled in relief. Recognizing the incredulous expression on Yuan Chen's face rendered further questions unnecessary. To alleviate the tension, he feigned a light cough. "Did you not say we should acclimate to the pheromones today? I was contemplating when to bring it up. Please bear with it. You are currently driving." "For the sake of a safe journey home," he added, and Yuan Chen chuckled softly beside him. "You should be somewhat accustomed by now." "Really? If you doubt it, you may put to the test." This provocation was executed with such finesse. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, fully aware it might be a ruse. Yet he decided to play along. He discreetly released a hint of pheromone, observing Yuan Chen's reaction with keen interest. To his surprise, while the other man's complexion paled slightly, he displayed no signs of discomfort nor opened the window. Shen Yi regarded him with a faint smile, reassured as he turned his gaze back to the outside, where the urban nightscape unfurled like a painted canvas before him. "Thank you for bringing me home." Upon exiting the vehicle, Shen Yi bid farewell politely. Yuan Chen, seated in the driver's seat, bit his lip as if contemplating something, but ultimately remained silent. It was rare for him to exhibit such restraint, given his forthright nature. "Please head back." Shen Yi forced a smile, gesturing once more. "Be on your way." Yuan Chen shot him a cold glance, as if finally conceding, nodding slightly before accelerating swiftly into the night, vanishing into the shadows. Until this moment, Shen Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Rubbing the back of his neck with his palm and rotating his stiff neck, he suddenly recalled that his car was still parked at the company, which would pose a hassle for him tomorrow. This fellow, without a doubt, had done this on purpose. It seems he would have to continue to receive Yuan Chen's care in the future. Shen Yi gritted his teeth and made a silent resolution. Only one day remained of their time working together. Chapter 31. Reluctant to lose you on the third day of the handover, Shen Yi discovered a new situation. Aside from his colleagues in the secretarial department, no one in the company knew he was an Omega. Every person he encountered expressed concern for his health, inquiring whether he had recovered and if his sick leave had concluded, seemingly under the impression that he had taken leave due to illness. This was evidently at Yuan Chen's behest, as he had issued a gag order, and the loyal members of the secretarial department adhered to it strictly. In truth, Shen Yi did not mind being known, but with Yuan's directive, he was more than willing to remain silent. Even though he tried to stay within the office, he could not avoid stepping outside. Each time he caught a whiff of the faint pheromones from his colleagues, not the scent of body fragrance nor perfume, he found it intriguing. Subconsciously, he tightened his own pheromones, which inadvertently became a form of training. At 5 o'clock, as the workday came to a close, Shen Yi began to organize his desk. Important documents were packed into cardboard boxes. Personal items from the drawer were cleared out. And a row of sticky notes beside the monitor was torn and discarded into the trash. The secretaries gathered nearby, their gazes filled with regret. Not even a farewell dinner could be arranged, leaving everyone to sigh silently. Once he finished tidying up, Shen Yi shut down his computer, completed a few final tasks, and picked up the prepared envelope before rising. He carefully fastened his suit buttons, adjusted his tie, and then approached the office door, gently tapping on it. From within, Yuan Chen's deep voice responded. Yuan lifted his gaze from the monitor as Shen Yi quietly closed the door and stepped closer, his face illuminated by a rare glow. Though he was not smiling, it was evident he was in good spirits. Yuan paused his work, leaning back in his chair. As the seat slowly rotated, Shen Yi had already reached the desk and calmly handed over an envelope. What is this? A resignation letter. Yuan chuckled lightly, opening the envelope to reveal the contents, which were identical to what he had submitted previously, save for an additional layer of plastic lamination. A resignation letter. Indeed. And you even went to the trouble of laminating it? Shen Yi nodded, meeting Yuan's sharp gaze with composure. It's of no consequence if you tear it. The relevant documents have already been uploaded to the HR system, and the automatic resignation process has been initiated. All handover tasks have been completed today. The headhunter's contact information has been given to Secretary Li, and all correspondence has been forwarded to you. They have expressed their willingness to continue recommending candidates. So please spare some time to review. It appears you have prepared quite thoroughly. Completing tasks from beginning to end is my principle. Yuan set aside the resignation letter. Tearing it would not prevent Shen Yi from leaving, a truth they both understood well. He pressed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain. Are you truly not considering this any further? To give up $1 million salary, I too feel regret. Tell me your conditions. To speak candidly, it is already a concession for Yuan Chen to retain him to this extent. However, Shen Yi is acutely aware that this signifies Yuan Chen's reluctance to let go. Thus, he feigns contemplation. What if Mr. Yuan is willing to take responsibility for my life? For instance, by caring for me for a lifetime? Is this your sincere sentiment? Shen Yi responds with a faint smile, clearly not earnest. The notion of Yuan Chen engaging with an omega is utterly fantastical. It is precisely because such a condition is utterly impossible that he dares to voice it. Then, I shall take my leave. After politely bidding farewell, he turns to depart. And Yuan Chen does not attempt to retain him further. Shen Yi exchanges simple farewells with the secretaries before exiting the office. Upon returning his employee badge to the Human Resources Department, the director personally approaches him for a conversation, as his recently submitted resignation has stirred considerable discussion throughout the department. Shen Yi, your submitted documents include the omega differentiation diagnosis. Indeed, that is correct. My goodness, this is quite sudden. I too find it rather abrupt. Shen Yi replies nonchalantly, feeling uncomfortable under the curious gazes. He desires no further explanations, stepping back from the counter while maintaining his calm demeanor. Is there any additional documentation required? The documents are complete. There should be no issues. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. He strives to disregard the murmurs and turns to leave, feeling remarkably buoyant as he sheds all burdens. An hour later, his phone begins to inundate him with messages as news of his resignation and omega status rapidly circulates. From acquaintances to mere acquaintances, everyone inquires about his differentiation, yet he feels no obligation to satisfy their curiosity, just as he contemplates whether to turn off his phone. Another message arrives from the First Hospital of City A, reminding him that tomorrow is his follow-up appointment. His emotions are conflicted. Having seemingly accepted the situation, he nonetheless feels a wave of dizziness upon seeing the appointment reminder. Shen Yi closes his eyes. Negative feelings are futile, and he must adjust swiftly. I am an omega. Omega. He murmurs to himself like a mantra, repeating it for an extended period. How have you been lately? Quite well. How is your pheromone control? Are you experiencing strong reactions to alpha pheromones? Shen Yi bites his lip and nods, feeling somewhat awkward discussing these matters with Professor Hu, yet he must accept it. He repeatedly adjusts his expression, attempting to appear nonchalant. Yes, everything is satisfactory. Fortunately, Professor who is highly professional, treating him as a regular patient. This businesslike demeanor ironically brings Shen Yi more comfort. Maintaining a distance is more reassuring than excessive concern. The sensitive period is expected to be in early November, around the 5th or 6th. Modern medicine can accurately predict sensitive periods, which is quite convenient. Since this is your first time, I recommend avoiding medication. I understand. Please ensure to find a partner in advance. You should be quite familiar with this aspect, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Now, let us review the ultrasound images we just captured. Professor who rotated the monitor, and Shen Yi gazed at the black and white image. Although he recognized it as a depiction of his abdomen, its meaning eluded him entirely. Here, the fusion of mental imprints intertwined with the focal point. Professor who pointed with the tip of his pen to a small, elliptical shape. After living for 30 years, he suddenly discovered an organ within his body that he had never known of, a truly wondrous revelation. The form was still quite unstable, suggesting that conception might prove to be quite challenging. Are you suggesting that the fusion of mental imprints is exceedingly difficult? The likelihood is very low. Such a condition is nearly impossible for imprint fusion. Understanding dawned upon Shen Yi, and he accepted this with a sense of joy. Observing Shen Yi's expression, Professor who couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly a cause for celebration that fusion of imprints is impossible? Just look at your face. Is there a problem? Suppressing his laughter, Professor who softened his gaze. At that moment, he was no longer the attending physician, but rather a friend conversing. Yuan Chen visited me the day before yesterday. He inquired if there was any way to salvage your situation. What a miracle, the president of a pharmaceutical company uttering such words. It seems he finds it even harder to accept than I do. Professor who shook his head, finding the notion absurdly amusing as he comfortably leaned back in his chair, twirling his pen. He also asked if there was a cure for his condition. I told him not to dream, and he actually took it to heart. He seems to finally possess a modicum of crisis awareness. Shouldn't he be consulting a psychologist then? Indeed, I'm not a psychiatrist. Yet it appears he was not too disheartened. The more he thought about it, the more humorous it became. Professor who smirked, having thoroughly ridiculed Yuan Chen. Suddenly, he became serious. However, seeing him determined to overcome this issue, as a friend, I find it quite gratifying. It seems he is particularly unwilling to lose you. The identity of the one Yuan Chen was reluctant to part with was unmistakable, an unarguable Shen Yi, who unconsciously touched his earlobe. Chapter 32. Is letting him go perhaps the right choice? Upon exiting the hospital, Shen Yi's phone rang. It was Lin Xiaofeng. Hello, long time no see, Shen Yi. You heartless wretch. Shen Yi had no choice but to hold the phone at a distance. Even without speakerphone, Lin Xiaofeng's furious shout resonated sharply in his ears. You have gone too far. Do you even consider me a friend? An Omega? You have actually become an Omega? You heard the news, I take it. Did I hear it? I was the last to know. Just from his voice, Shen Yi could envision Lin Xiaofeng stomping in rage. He chuckled softly, lowering the volume. At this rate, his eardrums would shatter. Lin, your information network is lacking. How could a kid's intel be so unreliable? Don't change the subject. I'm buying a ticket back to Cydia right now. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Shen Yi understood the reason behind Lin Xiaofeng's fury. He was the last to learn of Shen Yi's transition. In the realm of office gossip, trending news, and various romantic entanglements, Lin Xiaofeng was invariably the first to be informed. However, this time, the news regarding his close friend Shen Yi's transition caught him completely off guard, as he learned of it from others, which left him utterly infuriated. Ironically, during this past month, he had been away on a business trip for training, while Shen Yi had coincidentally resigned. Their busy schedules left them with no opportunity to meet. The last conversation seeming to be when Shen Yi declined his offer of introducing a potential partner. I'm sorry, but I'm also in a state of chaos. It was not my intention to keep this from you. Shut up. Once we hang up, I will delete your number. Are you serious? This is so disheartening. It seems your pride has been wounded. Is this the extent of our friendship? It's truly disappointing. I'll buy you a drink to make amends. After much effort, Lin Xiaofeng was finally calmed down, and their discussion continued for another 5 minutes before the other party finally softened his tone. You must clear some time for the day after tomorrow. All right, for the sake of team leader Shaolin, I will free up a day. Now, you must honestly disclose everything that has transpired during this time. What could possibly have happened? Shen Yi finally approached his car, casually tossing the hospital documents onto the dashboard, continuing his conversation with Lin Xiaofeng. The afternoon sun on a weekday was warm and pleasant, devoid of anxiety, offering a rare sense of leisure. Shen Yi deeply felt that life as an Omega was indeed quite agreeable. Meanwhile, Yuan Chen was attending an entrepreneurs gathering hosted by the National Chamber of Commerce. Following the tedious academic segment, a lunch meeting commenced, with attendees predominantly young entrepreneurs in their 30s and 40s. The atmosphere was more lively than usual, as glasses circulated around the table, and after a few drinks, conversations became increasingly casual. I heard that your assistant, Yuan, has transitioned into an Omega? I've heard that too. It's that very handsome secretary, right? The tall and slender one. Do you remember his appearance? I have no recollection. Indeed, he is quite striking, possessing a commendable aura. The group was abuzz discussing Shen Yi, and it was unclear when his secretary's status had transformed into such an intriguing topic. Isn't it a bit inhumane to dismiss someone simply due to their transition? Was he dismissed? I heard he resigned of his own accord. What exactly happened, Yuan? Yuan Chen, who had been sipping only water, slowly lifted his gaze to meet their sharp stares, causing the group to hesitate in their inquiries, shifting instead to their own conversations. The discussion regarding whether an Omega could serve as a secretary grew increasingly fervent, particularly among the alphas seated around the round table, who found the topic especially captivating. That seems impossible. Realistically, it would be too challenging. As long as one manages their pheromones properly, it should be fine. Don't we always say that Omegas are prone to heat? If pheromones are managed well, it shouldn't affect work at all. I've seen it. There was a past president who exclusively employed an Omega as a secretary. That was merely his unique taste. And wasn't that more of a lover than a secretary? With differing opinions swirling around, Yuan Chen remained silent, the center of attention, yet untouched his meal, only quietly sipping water. The lingering discontent was inescapable, to be precise. The subject of their conversation was not him, but Shen Yi, despite being someone who was no longer relevant to him. He found himself unable to muster even a feigned smile. Thankfully, he possessed a talent for managing his expressions. Otherwise, he would have long since excused himself from the gathering. Just as a server approached to clear his untouched plate, someone came over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, Yuan, put on a smile. Your expression is rather alarming. It was Yuan Hao, beaming with joy, one of the attendees. Ah, Deputy General Yuan, your timing is impeccable. There is an empty seat here. Please take a seat. Is that so? Yuan Hao was well acquainted with everyone at the event, and he effortlessly settled into the vacant chair next to Yuan Chen. He poured himself a glass of red wine, gently clinked it against Yuan Chen's water glass, and after toasting himself, he revealed a contented smile. Observing Yuan Chen's tense profile, Yuan Hao chuckled softly. Our little Chen, has your secretary left, and you're this heartbroken? You seem quite troubled. This remark was rather provocative for the perpetually stoic man. Yet those at the table feigned indifference while straining to listen, and Yuan Hao secretly anticipated his reaction. Yuan Chen slowly turned, his tone calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of sharpness. It seems you are quite pleased? Indeed, I am quite happy, but I am even more concerned for you. Dear brother, Yuan Hao theatrically clutched his chest, his lips curving downwards, rendering it obvious to all that he was merely performing. I heard you still Haven T found a new secretary. Would you like me to introduce someone? Do you think so little of people as judgment? Is that truly necessary? Perhaps not. Where could one find someone like Shen Yi? The team he built was exceptional. To stay by Yuan Chen's side for 6 years is no small feat. Yuan Hao appeared to be praising the secretary while, in reality, he was mocking Yuan Chen. The others at the table assumed it was merely a jest between brothers. Laughing it off, seeing Yuan Chen remain unfazed, Yuan Hao crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at him intently. Honestly, little Chen, I'm only asking out of curiosity. Could it be that Shen Yi's departure was due to you? The implication in his words piqued everyone's interest, and it felt as if only those two existed at that moment. The table fell silent, each person holding their breath, afraid to miss a single word. Yuan Hao leisurely swung his elevated leg, his face adorned with a smile. Even if he is a beta, long exposure to high concentrations of pheromones can have an impact. I've heard Shen Yi has become an omega. It's quite troubling. Ah, so that's why our little Chun has always kept him close. Yuan Hao, as if struck by a revelation, tapped the table, while Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, his laughter tinged with irritation. What nonsense fills your mind? Have I hit the mark? Transforming a beta into an omega? No wonder you're a top alpha. Just how many times have you marked him? Working late into the night. Is that what you two have been up to? Why the silence? Yuan Chen slowly turned, and just before the storm broke, his previously calm expression morphed into one of sharp intensity. Shut up and get out. My patience is limited. Finally eliciting the desired reaction, Yuan Hao smiled with greater pride. Having managed to infuriate Yuan Chen in a formal setting, he had accomplished his objective. In truth, these were mere fabrications, yet witnessing Yuan Chen's ire, he was assured that Shen Yi's departure had indeed shaken the very foundation of his younger brother. It seems our general manager is in a foul mood. Let us all be understanding. Yuan Hao feigned concern as he rose. Before leaving, he grasped Yuan Chen's shoulder and whispered meaningfully in his ear, "So, what does Shen Yi's pheromone smell like?" Such a pity he resigned without even a farewell. Though he may not be my type, it wouldn't hurt to foster a friendship, would it, dear brother? Yuan Hao patted his broad shoulder, appearing supportive, and then, without a backward glance, slipped away, leaving Yuan Chen to grit his teeth in silence, suppressing the imminent eruption of his anger. He found himself perplexed as to why Yuan Hao's provocations had stirred such fury within him, unable to comprehend the origins of this inexplicable wrath. If he were to keep Shen Yi by his side, would he be condemned to endure such humiliating scenes repeatedly? At the very least, the whispers would follow him like shadows. Perhaps letting him go was the right choice. Yuan Chen endeavored to untangle his chaotic thoughts, his stiff cheeks twitching slightly. Chapter 33. Absolutely not that kind of relationship, Secretary Shen. Long time no see. This is Yuan Hao. Care to join me for a drink sometime? Madman. Shen Yi muttered upon reading the freshly received message, promptly deleting and blocking the sender. Such a person was hardly worth his attention. He was in a rush to leave, as Lin Xiaofeng had arrived 10 minutes prior, already grumbling about his tardiness. Shen Yi hastily dried his damp hair, grabbed his phone, and stepped outside, dressed lightly in a manner befitting an evening of revelry. The May night was warm, a gentle breeze caressing his face, fragrant blossoms perfuming the air. It was a delightful evening. With his hands tucked into his trouser pockets, Shen Yi ambled down the slope towards the only cozy bar in the neighborhood, a mere 3-minute walk away. At the entrance of the bar, a few small tables were set out for patrons to enjoy simple meals and drinks, though residents of this upscale community seldom chose to dine outdoors. Lin Xiaofeng had already claimed a table, and, upon spotting Shen Yi sauntering over, waved a bottle of wine in greeting. How can you be so leisurely after being fired? Is that how you greet someone upon meeting? Shen Yi retorted, amused by the office workers' pent-up frustration. You seem to be doing quite well. Your complexion looks splendid, Lin Xiaofeng remarked. Shen Yi grinned, his eyes curving into crescent moons, showcasing his signature radiant smile, causing Lin Xiaofeng to gasp in surprise. Goodness, ever since you became an omega, he mumbled softly, almost to himself. As Shen Yi pulled out a chair to sit, Lin Xiaofeng had already placed barbecue delicacies and drinks before him. This is for you, he said, tossing a black plastic bag onto the table's center. Shen Yi, intrigued, reached inside and discovered a beautifully packaged panda figurine. What is this? The panda figurine from City S. What am I supposed to do with this? I waited in line for ages to buy it, and they even said they'd throw in an extra one. Though Lin Xiaofeng may appear to be harsh with his words, he is, in fact, quite considerate, with every gesture reflecting his care. He tore open the wrapping paper and squeezed it in his hand. How can you drink outside? Isn't this for your sake? Do you not realize how perilous the world is, especially for someone newly differentiated who dares to frequent alpha-dominated bars? Xiaofeng, you truly are quite conservative. Shen Yi smiled even more cheerfully, as Lin Xiaofeng treated him as though he were a newly hatched chick. although his friend's words held merit. Shen Yi had already mastered the control of his pheromones. Being an S-class omega, he was not so weak as to lose control merely upon encountering alpha pheromones. Of course, if someone were to maliciously release their pheromones, it would be a different matter entirely, but what alpha would engage in such madness? Lin Xiaofeng opened a bottle of wine and poured a generous glass for Shen Yi, his gaze still filled with concern. Is it safe for you to drink? Please do not underestimate Omega's resilience. Shen Yi accepted the glass with poise, and after they clinked their glasses together, he downed the drink in one go, causing him to slightly furrow his brow. Observing Shen Yi's reaction, Lin Xiaofeng followed suit and finished his drink, his expression relaxing somewhat compared to before. Do you know that your company is nearly in an uproar because of you? What do you mean? Shouldn't things have calmed down by now? There are already posts on anonymous forums claiming that the secretary of the S-Class Alpha has differentiated into an Omega. Although anonymous, the implications are all too clear, and the view count has skyrocketed. One need not look to know how unsightly the comments below are. Shen Yi could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Such gossip is often embellished and laden with malicious commentary, as is the norm on anonymous sites. You are too composed. I am worried for you. This is simply who I am, is it not? The most challenging phase has passed. Now I wish to focus on living my life well. Shen Yi filled his empty glass again, and they drank swiftly, depleting the bottle in no time. Lin Xiaofeng habitually clinked glasses with him. What do you plan to do next? Perhaps rest at home for a while? Do not jest. Speak seriously. Shen Yi leaned back, the chair's rigid back offering no comfort, and he slouched lazily, the frail legs of the chair wobbling as he playfully rocked it. A year of rest sounds just right. I have worked far too hard in recent years. I can agree with that, Lin Xiaofeng responded, acknowledging that although they were of the same age, Shen Yi was indeed formidable. How else could he have devoted all his energy to the company, or rather, to Yuan Chen? After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously asked, honestly, there is nothing between you and President Yuan, right? Xiaofeng, if you continue to speak this way, I will leave. Shen Yi frowned, drinking another sip of wine in frustration. Is it truly not that kind of relationship? The very fact that you would entertain such a notion is peculiar. Would you dare swear on it? Mentioning a vow, Shen Yi hesitated. After all, he did not hold any religious beliefs, and a small lie would not lead him to hell. Absolutely not. How peculiar it is that I am often beset by an inexplicable intuition. Lin Xiaofeng, unconsciously shaking his leg, sent vibrations through the table to Shen Yi. Strangely enough, this made Shen Yi feel somewhat unsettled. He crossed his legs. Lin Xiaofeng's instincts were usually quite accurate, so he needed to swiftly divert his attention. Let us indulge in some drinks. Something feels amiss. I'm aware of your thoughts, but it is not as you presume. My transformation into an S-Class Omega occurred quite naturally. Lin Xiaofeng suddenly froze, incredulously retorting, You are an S-Class Omega? Indeed. Shen Yi, puzzled, inquired, What of it? Lin Xiaofeng gazed at him in disbelief, scrutinizing him from head to toe. But aren't all S-Class Omegas? Don't those S-Class Omegas on television appear beautiful and delicate? Small enough to be cradled like a doll? And what of it? Why doesn't our Shen Yi possess such benefits? Shen Yi, seated with his legs crossed, indeed deviated significantly from the typical S-Class Omega image. To be honest, he had hardly changed since his beta days. This is not to say that Shen Yi was unattractive. His exquisitely chiseled features, akin to a finely carved jade, had garnered considerable acclaim since his employment commenced. When one mentions the president's assistant, Shen Yi invariably comes to mind. Yet his handsomeness leaned more towards an air of gallantry. Standing tall at 183 centimeters, he was even taller than Lin Xiaofeng. In summary, Lin Xiaofeng's perception of the S-Class Omega archetype starkly contrasted with Shen Yi. Shen Yi squinted. What, do I not resemble an S-Class Omega? Not particularly. Must I undergo a second maturation to gain a bit more flesh here? Shen Yi gestured toward his chest. Is this all the benefits of being an Omega? Have all my muscles vanished? To demonstrate, he extended his leg, revealing that the long limb beneath his shorts had indeed grown even more slender. Lin Xiaofeng scrutinized Shen Yi's legs, his gaze lingering on the smooth skin for quite some time. Hey, what happened to your legs? They lack any muscle. Indeed, even my leg hair and armpit hair have vanished. I am now akin to a SBHYNX cat. Who inquired about that? This reaction elicited laughter from Shen Yi, who then mischievously released a hint of pheromones, playfully guiding Lin Xiaofeng's head towards himself. Displeased? Are you not curious? Just take a whiff. As the two engaged in their childlike frolicking, a sleek sedan entered the tranquil alley, its smooth body reflecting the owner's distinction. The vehicle, moving slowly, abruptly halted in front of the store, and the rear door swung open. A long leg clad in black trousers emerged as Yuan Chen stepped out, striding confidently towards them, the sound of his polished shoes echoing on the pavement. The first to spot him was Lin Xiaofeng, whose eyes widened in astonishment. He hurriedly pushed Shen Yi, exclaiming, Hey, Shen Yi, stop. But Shen Yi, caught up in the merriment, had yet to realize what was unfolding. Suddenly, Shen Yi's t-shirt collar was grasped by someone with such force that both he and the chair were dragged a short distance. The legs of the chair scraping against the floor, producing a jarring sound. In an instant, it felt as though an insurmountable chasm had formed between him and Lin Xiaofeng. Chapter 34. By what right do you control me? Shen Yi lifted his head, stunned upon recognizing the newcomer. You're here? He asked incredulously. Yuan Chen suppressed his fury. Having caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the car, he instructed the driver to stop for a closer look, only to discover Shen Yi engaged in jovial conversation with another man. Rage surged within him, prompting him to unbuckle his seatbelt and exit the vehicle. His gaze swept over Shen Yi and his surroundings, noting that more than 5 bottles of alcohol lay on the table. It was already late at night, and the sight of drinking on the roadside was enough to provoke disapproval. But what infuriated him further was Shen Yi's careless release of pheromones. Did this man possess no sense of caution? Had he not realized that he was now an Omega? Do you have any idea what you are doing? Yuan Chen's voice was low and menacing. Shen Yi, bewildered, quickly reined in his pheromones. I don't understand what you're saying. Yuan Chen gritted his teeth, his chest heaving with suppressed anger. Throughout the day, he had been preoccupied with concerns about Shen Yi, bombarded with frivolous, teasing, and even derogatory remarks, all stemming from Shen Yi's transformation into an Omega. This had turned him into fodder for gossip, subject to relentless scrutiny. Yet, the scene before him only served to validate the comments of those prattlers. Was this casual demeanor truly reflective of the Shen Yi he knew? His grip remained tight on Shen Yi's collar, the distorted fabric revealing a fair neck beneath, and Yuan Chen's gaze fixated on the elegantly contoured nape, where the omega glands subtly swelled just beneath the delicate skin. An overwhelming urge to permanently mark this person surged within him. Yuan Chen slightly loosened his grip, allowing Shen Yi to step back. The disfigured t-shirt was of little concern. What unsettled him more was Yuan Chen's reproachful gaze, which ignited a surge of indignation within him. He instinctively rubbed his neck, his skin unusually warm to the touch. I truly don't understand why you're angry. Is it because I'm drinking out here? Is that something you feel entitled to control? This was neither a disreputable bar nor an inappropriate venue. It was merely the entrance of a quiet lounge. And Shen Yi was indeed a resident of this community. Encountering Yuan Chen here was hardly extraordinary. How could he have anticipated running into him? It was absurd for someone who didn't even know which way the shop door faced to appear so unexpectedly. Shen Yi spoke with righteous indignation, while Yuan Chen merely pressed his lips together, silent, which only intensified the tension in the air. Beside them, Lin Xiaofeng, sensing the escalating situation, awkwardly attempted to mediate, rising clumsily from his seat. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I'm Lin Xiaofeng from the Employee Relations Management team. I'm a friend of Shen Yi's, and we're just having a rare drink together. This does not concern you, Yuan Chen said, not even bothering to glance at him, his voice even yet as sharp as a blade. Understood. Lin Xiaofeng immediately sat back down, the sound of the chair scraping against the floor resonating starkly in the silence. His palms were clammy with sweat, and he couldn't help but wonder how Shen Yi had managed to provoke such an individual. Once again, he reflected on the difficulties faced by his friend. Lin Xiaofeng chose silence, observing the confrontation between Yuan Chen and Shen Yi, neither willing to concede an inch. The tension palpable like a taut bowstring. Ultimately, it was Yuan Chen who broke the silence, his gaze frosty, lips curling into a sardonic smirk. There ought to be limits to indulgence. If you wish to drink, find a discreet place. Yuan, if you can't control your pheromones, perhaps you should refrain from making a spectacle of yourself. Yuan Chen. Shen Yi could no longer contain his fury, abruptly rising, his chair toppling backward, prompting Lin Xiaofeng to swiftly assist him. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was rare to witness Shen Yi so enraged. Shen Yi inhaled deeply, stepping forward, his breath quickened by anger. Mind your words. Who are you to dictate my actions? The alcohol surged within him, and he irritably pushed aside his tousled hair, glaring at Yuan Chen. Do you think I'm still your secretary? I have resigned. His tone was sharp, each word piercing like an arrow aimed at his opponent. What I choose to drink is none of your concern. Is this your establishment? Let us be honest, Yuan Chen. Am I still obligated to obey your every command? Please, get a grip. Shen Yi audaciously addressed him by name. Lin Xiaofeng covered his mouth, silently gasping. Had this fellow lost his mind? You seem to have gone mad. You are quite intoxicated. Yuan Chen voiced what they both thought, as he regarded Shen Yi's behavior as decidedly unusual. Shen Yi scoffed. Now that the words had escaped his lips, he decided to be forthright. Am I drunk? What gives you the right to say so? What wrong has an omega committed? Living inevitably releases pheromones. Must you stalk me like a mouse if you can't handle it? Go on, Yuan Chen replied, arms crossed, observing coldly. What? Do you think glaring at me will intimidate me? Is your height so impressive? You claim to be 30, yet remain so finicky? Enough already. Your decision to dismiss your secretary is yours alone, but don't blame me when you find yourself overwhelmed. Let us see who falters first. Are you finished? Not yet. You must also correct your habit of interrupting others. Lin Xiaofeng silently crossed himself, thinking, O Lord, it seems a lost lamb may soon return to your embrace. Shen Yi rubbed his face as if washing it. He had shouted too loudly, and now felt slightly dizzy, the effects of the hastily consumed alcohol catching up with him. He took a few deep breaths, tidying his disheveled hair, but he was determined to finish his thoughts. What does it matter if you are handsome and wealthy? You walk around cold and unfeeling as if you were a machine. Listen closely, Yuan Chen, if you continue to dictate my actions. What will you do? You are utterly unreasonable. I do not expect you to understand, but at the very least, you should not bully others. We have long since ended things. Why must you seek conflict every time we meet? Yuan Chen, are you releasing pheromones? Shen Yi abruptly halted, blinking as he sensed a warm aura emanating from Yuan Chen. The familiar fragrance of bergamot enveloped him, yet it lacked the previous chill. Instead, it felt as though a soft quilt had been draped over his shoulders, filling him with a comforting warmth. In that fleeting moment, surrounded by alpha pheromones, Shen Yi felt as though he had lost power, his body slackening as he unwittingly surrendered to the pheromones. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming sensations. Yuan Chen effortlessly caught the slumbering Shen Yi, who, in his unconscious state, began to release pheromones anew. The more agitated his emotions became, the more active his omega pheromones would be. To mitigate this situation, it would be best to induce slumber in him. So Yuan Chen utilized his own pheromones to elevate Shen Yi's body temperature. The weight of the inebriated individual was particularly burdensome, and Yuan Chen found himself straining against the unexpected heft, striving to maintain a composed demeanor as he adjusted the position of the slumbering figure, only for one of Shen Yi's slippers to fall from his foot. Lin Xiaofeng cautiously retrieved it, perplexed by the scene unfolding before him. Just moments ago, they had been embroiled in a fierce argument, and now, inexplicably, one had succumbed to sleep. Or pheromones, anyway. As a beta, Lin Xiaofeng held the slipper in hand, casting a bewildered glance at Yuan Chen. Though he yearned for clarity, Yuan Chen showed no inclination to explain, instead adopting a businesslike tone to command. I know where Secretary Shen resides. I will take him home. Please tidy up here. Understood. I will handle this. Lin Xiaofeng replied with a trusting smile. As Yuan Chen turned to depart, settling back into his seat, Lin Xiaofeng watched the two retreating figures, letting out a soft sigh. It felt as though he had inadvertently witnessed a domestic dispute between a departing wife and a husband seeking her out, the earlier scene fitting this narrative perfectly. Reflecting on their conversation, despite much of it being drunken ramblings, Lin Xiaofeng resolved to keep the events of the day to himself, for the sake of his career. It would be prudent to pretend he knew nothing. Chapter 35. He cherishes you. When Shen Yi opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the cold porcelain-tiled floor. He had lain sprawled at the entrance for an extended period, groggily attempting to recall how he had returned home the previous night. "Oh, my head aches." He slowly propped himself up, the glass of the shoe cabinet reflecting his current state. His left cheek was flattened, giving him a rather foolish appearance. Rubbing his numb cheek, memories of last night gradually began to surface. If you cannot control your pheromones, then you ought not to embarrass yourself in public. Yuan Chen, how much longer must I endure you? Please, act your age. Shen Yi ruffled his disheveled hair, the absurd scenes from the previous night replaying in his mind. This is truly madness. He would rather forfeit this memory entirely, yet he could distinctly recall Yuan Chen's sullen expression, undoubtedly the one who had brought him home. Although his recollections were fragmented, he clearly remembered being hoisted up by the other. Since he had been escorted home, one would expect to be gently placed upon the bed. Yet Yuan Chen remained as brusque as ever. Shen Yi's throat felt parched. While he suspected he might have overreacted, upon reflection, it was Yuan Chen who had instigated matters, and he had merely acted in self-defense. What purpose does pondering this serve now? He resolved to let go of his entanglements, recognizing that there would be no further intersections in their lives. Releasing this matter would be more beneficial for his mental well-being. Shen Yi leaned against the wall, rising to his feet. His legs, having lain on the cold floor throughout the night, felt numb. He staggered toward the washroom. On a workday afternoon, Shen Yi visited the headquarters of the Blue Rail Company. Previously, he had received assistance from Shen Yi, so he came to deliver the promised pheromone enhancer and to exchange pleasantries. Sunlight poured through the large glass windows, illuminating the lobby, while the cafe on the first floor bustled with patrons. As he gazed at the familiar scene of activity, Shen Yi spoke up. "Shen Yi, you look remarkably different." Shen Yi smiled, his eyes crinkling, as he set down his mug and absent-mindedly touched his chin. Recently, every acquaintance had remarked upon his transformation, which made him feel a touch bashful. Is that so? Is this the legendary magic of resignation? The effect is truly apparent, she mused. "I envy you." Shen Yi remarked sincerely. "When will I be able to enjoy such a life?" She sighed, taking a sip of her coffee, her gaze lingering on Shen Yi across the table. Indeed, Shen Yi exuded a newfound radiance. Once a handsome man, he now possessed an added touch of gentleness that invited admiration. It seemed that his life as an Omega was treating him quite well. Shen Yi wiped a coffee stain from her lips, sighing with a tinge of complexity. "I feel rather guilty only being able to treat you to coffee. The schedule is too tight for a proper meal. I truly appreciate you taking the time to see me amidst your busy days. Are you not considering returning to this line of work?" "Most likely not. Everyone thinks it's quite a pity." The news of Shen Yi's differentiation had long circulated among the executive assistants. Although rumors persisted, he had clarified the situation in the group after his resignation, leading to debates on whether to offer congratulations or condolences. Seeing him so relaxed in person, the other secretaries refrained from expressing their regrets. Shen Yi flashed a familiar smile. "It's all right. You are so talented that wherever you go and whatever you do, you will excel. There is no need for concern. I have always been grateful for everyone as assistants." I intended to bid farewell to the other secretaries in person, but it seems they are all quite busy. Perhaps it's for the best that they don't have time to meet. No news is good news, right? As executive assistants, their lives revolve around their superior's schedule, able to meet only during external events. Since Shen Yi had resigned, he naturally would no longer attend such gatherings. Perhaps their chances of encountering one another on the streets would be even higher. It seems that Yuan Zong has yet to find a new executive assistant. Shen Yi softly acknowledged with a having anticipated this topic of conversation. Discussions among executive assistants predominantly revolved around their respective superiors. He is inherently a cautious individual. He should find someone soon. However, that no longer concerns me. Now it's all someone else's affair. Isn't it? Shen Yi chuckled lightly, sipping her now lukewarm coffee, adding, however, he seemed quite upset recently. What does 34 mean? Shen Yi asked in surprise. It was true that Yuan Chen was troubled by his matters, but he was never one to reveal his inner feelings. Moreover, the incident mentioned by Shen Yi, it was something even their colleagues in the secretary's office were unaware of. Propping her chin on her hand, Shen Yi began to recount her observations. At the recent event hosted by the Chamber of Commerce, many were discussing your transformation into an Omega. You're aware of this, right? Alphas become particularly animated when discussing such topics. Shen Yi nodded. He had attended many such events and was well aware that conversations involving Omegas often descended into a less refined discourse. They were debating whether Omegas could serve as secretaries. It wasn't truly a debate, more like casual banter mixed with ridicule, which ultimately provoked Yuan Zhong's wrath, causing his forehead veins to bulge, which was surprisingly alluring. What? Yuan Zhong has always been quite charismatic. That's not what I meant. Who'd he clash with? Shen Yi inwided again. Shen Yi squinted as she recalled. Just those alpha cliques. These individuals were well-known figures in the industry, and Shen Yi felt a wave of dizziness. Had Yuan Chen truly lost his mind? How could he have acted so out of character in front of everyone? It was utterly incomprehensible for Shen Yi to imagine Yuan Chen losing control in a formal setting. His emotions were a tangled mess. He nearly got into a fight with Yuan Hao. Wow, he looked terrifying when he was angry. Their brotherly relationship has always been rather strained, hasn't it? Shen Yi was at a loss for words, covering his mouth and staring down at the table. Shen Yi carefully observed his expression and cautiously added, but it was indeed a bit excessive. Even I felt embarrassed listening to it. Some people's attitudes towards Omegas are simply revolting. Was Yuan Zhong like that as well? He must cherish you greatly. A superior who gets so upset over a subordinate is quite rare. Suddenly, Shen Yi's phone rang, snapping her back to reality. Oh dear, my superior is looking for me. Shen Yi, I apologize, but I must leave. All right, thank you for your hard work. Let us connect next time. Watching her hurriedly depart, Shen Yi took out his phone and accessed the website for important event schedules, searching for Chamber of Commerce. He quickly found the event that Yuan Chen had attended last Thursday, the very day he had been drinking with Lin Xiaofeng. Have you lost your mind? The memory of Yuan Chen seizing his collar and shouting at him resurfaced. At that moment, he had found the man utterly incomprehensible. However, now that he understood the context, he could empathize with Yuan Chen's feelings. The discussions that had taken place were predictable. Although Shen Yi had not elaborated, it was certain that there had been plenty of gossip about him, not to mention insults and ridicule directed at Yuan Chen. Sigh. Shen Yi let out a deep sigh, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him for the many times he had berated Yuan Chen during this period. He fiddled with his phone. Yuan Chen's number was still saved in his contacts, easily accessible. Should he call him? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi ultimately set the phone down. What purpose would it serve to reach out now? Having resolved to pursue their separate paths, the very act of contacting one another over such matters appeared rather absurd. Although a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, Shen Yi swiftly suppressed the thought and turned his gaze towards the window, inexplicably tasting bitterness in his mouth. What is the matter? Yuan Chen inquired, seemingly not fully comprehending the situation. The lawyer standing nearby adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose, maintaining an air of deference. The opposing party is suing for workplace harassment and defamation. Only then did Yuan Chen shift his attention to the lawyer, a chilling smirk gradually appearing on his stern visage. How intriguing. However, the lawyer found no humor in the situation. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, soaking his forehead and temples. After a deep breath, he handed over the documents he had been holding. The opposing party appears to be well prepared. This may be more serious than anticipated. I can't even recall what they look like. Enlighten me. Chapter 36. Returning to work must be you. As Yuan Chen sat down, he meticulously perused the documents handed to him by the lawyer, which contained only a letter from the attorney, a hospital diagnosis, and several images. Wang Zixuan, researcher in the RD department, the lawyer added, is an omega, Mr. Yuan. I am aware, Yuan Chen replied coldly. I can read. His eyes swept over the documents, scrutinizing every detail, growing increasingly incredulous. This researcher who accused him of defamation barely registered in his memory, yet as he examined the descriptions, he vaguely recalled her as the omega who had caused a stir during a recent meeting due to pheromones. She claims to have suffered emotional trauma from this incident and is currently on leave, having developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. Is this the extent of her grievance? A lawyer's letter beforehand? Truly an overreaction. In response to Yuan Chen's sarcasm, the lawyer clenched his fist and cleared his throat. Mr. Yuan, I hope you will take this matter seriously. The leave began a week ago, with a hospital diagnosis issued at the same time. You.Shen continued to sift through the documents, skepticism evident in his eyes. Why maintain silence at the time, only to suddenly claim defamation now? I suspect this is not merely Wang Zixuan's personal initiative. Someone must be orchestrating this behind the scenes. That seems likely. The opposing party's preparedness indicated the involvement of professionals, as the psychiatric diagnosis was quite convincing, listing symptoms of anxiety, depression, shame, and eating disorders. Leaning back in his chair, Yuan-Shen tapped the documents lightly with his fingertips, quickly identifying a suspect in his mind. Someone familiar with the internal workings of the company, capable of accessing employees and eager to undermine him. Who else but Yuan Hao? There were numerous eyewitnesses present, and, crucially, the emails submitted as evidence by the opposing party are quite damaging. The phrasing, "Please be careful not to disclose omega pheromones," raises significant concerns. The lawyer emphasized the content of the email, noting that although it was written by Shen Yi, it was Yuan Chen who had instructed such wording. By this standard, I would be defaming several individuals on a daily basis. What is it that they desire? The lawyer adjusted his seating position and cautiously stated, "We seek compensation of 5 million. Of course, we can refute this claim if we can submit a diagnosis proving that Yuan has a neurosis, which would demonstrate that there was no intent to insult. Are you suggesting that I should admit to being mentally ill?" Yuan Hao calculated carefully. Should the fact that You.Shen exhibits a compulsive aversion to omega pheromones be made public, it would effectively proclaim to the world that this alpha possesses significant flaws. While other companies might overlook such matters, a KIT, being a professional pharmaceutical firm, could not afford to dismiss the implications of its leader's aversion to omega pheromones. The previous leak of confidential information had already drawn criticism from the board, and with this scandal, Yuan-Shen would find it difficult to maintain his standing. It would be best to avoid litigation altogether. Even if we settle, how can we ensure that such incidents will not recur? Once a precedent is set, anyone could come forward demanding a settlement, leaving Yuan-Shen's situation even more precarious. Yuan, why not take this opportunity to make a change? While what has happened cannot be undone, it may be for the best moving forward. The lawyer subtly suggested that Yuan-Shen consider pheromone treatment. Yuan-Shen did not respond immediately. He understood that the lawyer's proposal was the sole solution, yet he was uncertain if he could conquer the issue at hand. His long fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as he gazed at the polished surface, his expression more profound than ever before. The only omega pheromone he could currently tolerate was that of Shen Yi. Unlike others, only Shen Yi could remain by his side. He chuckled bitterly, pondering why among all options, it was Shen Yi who came to mind. Just days prior, they had parted on unfavorable terms. Yet now he was considering the other as a potential solution, which struck him as absurd. He knew he could not make a hasty decision. So he meticulously analyzed the implications of having Shen Yi nearby and the benefits he might derive. The scales swiftly tipped in one direction, and he sighed heavily. It seemed that the only course of action was to invite Shen Yi back. At home, quietly engrossed in a book, Shen Yi heard the doorbell and looked up in confusion. It was unusual for visitors at this hour. He set the book aside and approached the entrance. Seeing Yuan Chen's face on the intercom screen, unable to suppress a low exclamation, "Why is he here again?" Ding dong, the impatient visitor had already begun knocking on the door. Shen Yi steadied himself and quickly opened the door, and indeed, Yuan Chen stood outside, appearing even clearer than on the screen. He suppressed the turmoil within and attempted to speak calmly. "Yuan, what brings you here?" I have something to discuss. May I take a moment of your time? Please wait a moment. Just as Shen Yi was about to put on his shoes to step out, Yuan Chen pressed down on his shoulder, pushing him back as he strode into the foyer. With a loud thud, the door closed behind Yuan Chen. Unlike the stunned Shen Yi, Yuan Chen maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "This is not something we could discuss outside. What could be so mysterious?" The more Yuan Chen shrouded the matter in secrecy, the more anxious Shen Yi became. He was eager to urge him to stop being so cryptic, yet in a moment of clarity, Shen Yi found himself lacking the courage to confront the situation. After a brief hesitation, he acquiesced. Fortunately, his home was tidy, devoid of any unsightly corners. Though the pervasive omega pheromones in the air were beyond Shen Yi's control, stealthily, he observed Yuan Chen's expression, noting that although his complexion was pale, he maintained a facade of composure. With a sigh in his heart, Shen Yi approached and opened all the windows in the living room before standing before Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen had already settled on the sofa, appearing at ease, as if in his own home. Standing before him, Shen Yi could not shake the sense of their prior relationship, and he chose to sit on the opposite end of the sofa. "What do you wish to say?" "I have decided to rehire you." Shen Yi rolled his eyes, his gaze awkwardly dropping to his own toes, which curled up in embarrassment. "I was a bit intoxicated last time. Come back to work." "What?" Shen Yi replied incredulously, while Yuan Chen appeared quite lucid, still bearing that arrogant demeanor. Even so, he dared not question whether Yuan Chen had lost his mind, merely staring blankly at him. "Come back to work." "Yuan, have you lost your memory?" Yuan Chen's scrutinizing gaze made Shen Yi feel uneasy, as though they were revisiting a chapter that had already been closed. He could not fathom why this was being brought up again, blinking in confusion. "I cannot irresponsibly take charge of your life. It is simply unrealistic." This was, of course, the truth. Knowing that Shen Yi would likely refuse, was Yuan Chen deliberately mentioning it to make him realize how pathetically he yearned to return to work? Yet, the mere thought that Yuan Chen was genuinely contemplating this possibility filled Shen Yi with dread, and he pressed a hand against his racing heart. Yuan Chen's gaze grew increasingly profound as he fixed his eyes on Shen Yi, stating, "In exchange, I will transfer Wanhua Tower to you." "What? Wanhua Tower?" That luxurious office building in an ultra-prime business district comprising 25 floors? It was among the finest in Yuan Chen's real estate portfolio. Reportedly a gift from Chairman Yuan to celebrate his ascension to an S-grade alpha. Shen Yi's confusion morphed into astonishment. "You are giving me that building? Are you insane?" "So, what's your answer? Will you accept it?" Yuan Chen appeared almost pained, pressing his lips together. Though soundless, Shen Yi imagined he must be sighing. "I need you, or rather, it must be you." Yuan Chen recounted the recent threats he had faced in a calm tone. The more Shen Yi listened, the angrier he became, his fists clenching in rage, trembling with indignation. Although he knew Yuan Hao was despicable, he had not anticipated the extent of his actions. Though it was no longer his concern, he could not help but feel outrage. "This is utterly excessive. There is no reason to be angry. Yuan Hao is merely of his caliber." "I am not angry." Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through to Shen Yi's soul, prompting him to awkwardly avert his eyes and clear his throat to mask his embarrassment. "So, you truly intend to give me the building? You won't regret it? The terms are that you remain by my side until I declare an end. I no longer wish to entangle myself in matters of the contract. I shall provide you with sufficient wealth to sustain a lifetime. Simply be at ease in your role as my secretary." This notion offers little solace, as it implies a lifetime of labor. How many years does he have left? At least 30. Oh, how lengthy that seems. Moreover, even should Yuan Chen become a gray-haired elder, he would undoubtedly remain just as fastidious. Nevertheless, the conditions Yuan Chen has laid forth are irresistibly enticing, completely shattering Shen Yi's hesitation. The allure of a real estate magnate reaping rental income is simply overwhelming. What is the estimated value of the Wanhua building? Approximately 30 billion. This figure elicited a smile from Shen Yi. "Will you truly bestow it upon me?" "I concede, you are indeed that significant." This candid confession caused Shen Yi's lips to curve upward once more, though he quickly reined in his expression under Yuan Chen's scrutinizing gaze. Yuan Chen furrowed his brow, leaning back against the sofa, fingers running through his hair. Remember, it must never be sold. Its value will only appreciate in the future. What if I abscond with the building? Yuan Chen, reclining languidly on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as it met Shen Yi's. You would never do such a thing. This response was laden with absolute trust. It was precisely due to his profound understanding of Shen Yi and unwavering confidence in him that Yuan Chen was willing to relinquish his assets. This weighty sentiment pressed heavily upon Shen Yi's heart. He bit his lip, remaining silent. In the face of such an unassailable trust, his previously firm resolve began to waver. Chapter 37. A lifetime contract. Yuan Chen, after all, is a guest. One cannot deny him even a cup of tea. Shen Yi rose to prepare refreshments in the kitchen. Upon opening the cupboard, a set of exquisite tea utensils came into view, gifts from Yuan Chen bestowed 2 or 3 years prior. He never anticipated using them to host the original owner today. Fate truly has a penchant for jest. He returned to the living room, carrying the steaming by Luo Chen. Sitting cross-legged on the woolen blanket, his posture impeccably straight, gazing at the rising steam from his cup, he initiated the conversation. I've heard you've encountered some troubles due to me. Yuan Chen gently set down his teacup on its saucer, his poise elegant as he sat on the sofa, the smooth line of his jaw and prominent nose casting a stark profile. He replied succinctly, yes. Shen Yi met his gaze, aware that even if the other was willing to transfer the entire building, it did not obligate him to accept the proposal. He must tread carefully. Making decisions based solely on instinct is perilous. He inhaled deeply. If I continue in my role as secretary, similar situations will undoubtedly recur. Indeed, that poses a dilemma. Can you truly endure this, Yuan Zong? Yuan Chen did not respond immediately, merely lowering his eyes to regard him, picking up the teacup once more, its gilded rim complementing his refined demeanor. You have done nothing wrong. Simply focus on your own work. Are you truly willing to forfeit this 30 billion? Please grant me some time to contemplate. Shen Yi, in a state of agitation, ran his fingers through his hair. 10 minutes to make a decision. Yuan Chen declared with an imperious tone that invoked a desire to deliver him a punch. Time passed in 10 seconds until Yuan Chen broke the silence. Shen Yi, have you given it enough thought? Shen Yi lifted his gaze from the table, his eyes clearer than before. He had resolved his dilemma. Please redraft the contract. I believe there are numerous clauses that require amendment. Yuan Chen appeared to have anticipated this, calmly retrieving his phone from his suit pocket. After a brief call, he simply stated, "Come in," before hanging up. Within 3 minutes, the doorbell rang. Shen Yi opened the door to find a lawyer clad in a suit, smiling warmly. "Lawyer Hao." "Hello, Secretary Shen. It's been a while," the consultant lawyer greeted politely, carrying a black briefcase. The meticulousness of Yuan Chen was both impressive and exasperating. Even a lawyer was at the ready. Shen Yi resignedly ushered the guest inside. The trio moved to the dining table, an informal negotiation setting, where tension hung palpably in the air, yet lawyer Hao remained composed. The laptop screen displayed the draft contract awaiting modifications, all preparations made. Lawyer Hao placed his hands on the keyboard, gesturing, "Please, feel free to express your thoughts." As his words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the room. Yuan Chen's gaze sharpened, as if on the brink of signing an immensely significant agreement. "First, I require a 3-month adjustment period before the property is transferred." "A probation period? Are you suggesting I need an observation phase?" Shen incredulously pointed to himself. "As compensation, I will bear the transfer tax." "If that's the case, it's acceptable. The tax is substantial, so I appreciate your willingness. Your annual salary remains unchanged, but it must adhere to the company's stipulated annual raise standards." With no further negotiation, Shen Yi had no objections to this and nodded, promptly offering his input. "I believe there should be 1 day off each week. Present practical demands. What I've proposed is the most practical demand. Secretaries are human too. When I need you, it is only natural that you are at my beck and call. When have we ever discussed office hours? So isn't this a negotiation? My health genuinely requires a day off. If we cannot agree on this, I cannot resume my position." Yuan Chen's expression hardened further, Beneath his meticulously groomed brows, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He suppressed the indescribable emotions within, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke, 1 day a week, no more. Do you agree? Agreed, expecting strong opposition. Shen Yi was pleasantly surprised by the other's swift acquiescence, feeling satisfied with the outcome. He then proposed another condition. I hope I won't be met with disdain for occasionally releasing pheromones. Yuan Chen chuckled lightly, as though he had just heard an amusing jest. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his handsome visage marred by displeasure. How much do you intend to release? Within reason, Mr. Yuan. As an alpha, you should be aware that regardless of any restraint, pheromones will naturally emanate. This is a physiological phenomenon. I implore your understanding. I have heard that you wish to acclimate to omega pheromones. Yuan Chen exchanged a knowing glance with lawyer Hao, who promptly added this clause to the contract. However, it must be noted during formal occasions. Understood. Let me be clear. I will only tolerate releases within daily limits. Should you exceed these bounds, you shall not be exempt. Even as you are. What sort of statement is that? Do you truly believe I would deliberately entice you? Shen Yi gazed at Yuan Chen in disbelief. Yet the latter's earnest expression quelled any thoughts of rebuttal. It was prudent to nod in acquiescence. Regular health checkups every 2 months are necessary. This applies not just to me, but also to you, Mr. Yuan. There is no need to arrange for the same time, is there? Having reached an uncommon consensus, the taut atmosphere softened somewhat. Yuan Chen's furrowed brow eased slightly as he reclined comfortably against the chair's back. Is there anything else? The sensitivity period requires a leave of absence. I have pondered whether this should be explicitly stated, yet I believe it is prudent to include it in the contract. Instantly, Yuan Chen's expression froze, as if he had never considered that Shen Yi might also experience a sensitivity period. Mr. Yuan, when do you anticipate your sensitivity period? At the beginning of November. Despite the calmness with which he reported, Yuan Chen's demeanor did not soften. He rubbed his temple in contemplation. Shen Yi continued, given this circumstance, I may not be able to provide care during your sensitivity period. I will arrange for another designated individual to take over, either selecting a colleague from the secretarial department familiar with the processes or hiring someone with medical qualifications. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Chen replied, do as you see fit. Shen Yi and the lawyer resumed their discussion regarding the newly added contract terms. His steady tone and careful word choice embodying the professional and competent Shen Yi that Yuan Chen knew so well. Accepting the truth of his omega status required time. Although he understood it rationally, to Yuan Chen, Shen Yi still embodied a closer resemblance to beta. The thought of Shen Yi being driven by primal instincts, losing his rationality, was utterly unfathomable. Yuan Chen pressed his temples firmly, exhaling a deep sigh, forcefully terminating this perilous train of thought as his alpha instincts warned him of its danger. At 8:30 in the morning, the warm May sun bathed Yuan Chen, who arrived at work punctually. The persistent gloom of recent days gradually lifted in the refreshing morning breeze. Outside the entrance, the familiar car and waiting crowd greeted him as always. The driver and Shen Yi, upon spotting Yuan Chen, immediately offered their greetings. Good morning, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Chen's discerning gaze swept from the top of Secretary Shen's head to the tips of his shoes. His impeccable attire, handsome features, and perfectly modulated voice all fell back into their rightful places. Good morning. Yuan Chen, unexpectedly, responded to the greeting. In this regard, Shen Yi felt neither surprise nor confusion. He merely opened the rear car door for him, as usual. Chapter 38. Return to work. The morning commute proceeded smoothly. Yuan Chen sat quietly in the car, sipping his coffee and listening to the briefing. Shen Yi had sent a message in the Secretary Department group yesterday, and his colleagues were filled with excitement. As the bustling cityscape of a city whizzed by outside the window, Shen Yi quietly reveled in the familiar scenery of his long-awaited return to work. Although it was not a new job, returning to the workplace inevitably stirred a mix of emotions within him. The car came to a halt in front of the headquarters, and the doors opened in unison. This routine, having been repeated countless times, no longer felt novel. Shen Yi followed closely behind Yuan Chen, walking with steady steps into the lobby. Upon entering, A multitude of gazes converged upon him. Expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and hushed whispers were the instinctive reactions to his return. Despite having anticipated this, Shen Yi maintained his composure as he walked through the unusually long hallway. It was only when he stood before the exclusive elevator for the president that he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good morning. While waiting for the elevator, an unpleasant greeting came from beside him, but Yuan Chen did not even glance in that direction. The thoroughly ignored Yuan Hao only smiled wider, having had his sights set on Shen Yi from the very beginning. At this moment, he audaciously moved closer, casually fiddling with Shen Yi's ID badge. Wow, you really are back, Shen Yi. Upon seeing the title of Secretary Minister still printed on the badge, Yuan Hao let out a derisive laugh. Where does your confidence come from? Can Omega really work? Is it appropriate? Yuan Hao prattled on, completely oblivious to the surrounding employees who were straining to listen. An utter breach of decorum. Shen Yi calmly adjusted his disheveled badge and replied politely, Hello, Vice President Yuan. It seems our Secretary Shen is not quite adept at greetings. Yuan Hao deliberately patted his shoulder, clearly provoking him, fully aware of Shen Yi's Omega status, testing his reaction. Serving an S-Class Alpha must be quite challenging, huh? How is it that you've returned to being a secretary? Surely, we didn't sign some sort of contract beyond work? Are you really here to work? Shen Yi grasped Yuan Hao's wrist, gently lowering it, and faced him with a countenance devoid of any smile. Vice President Yuan, please refrain from making inappropriate remarks. Oh, you should be aware that I'm no longer a beta. Comments laden with sexual implications could pose problems in the future. Yuan Hao's expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly broke into laughter. Huh, that's the way to go. I would want to be sued for being rude. He rubbed the corners of his mouth and turned to his true target. So, how did you manage it? Ultimately, his focus shifted back to Yuan Chen. The chairman still doesn't know, does he? This will inevitably make the news sooner or later. How about it? Should I introduce you to a good lawyer? Yuan Chen remained unresponsive, too indifferent to even spare him a glance, as if Yuan Hao were merely a barking dog beside him. His gaze remained fixed on the closed elevator doors. In the ensuing silence, the employees held their breath, and fortunately, the elevator arrived just in time to dissolve the uncomfortable stalemate. Shen Yi swiftly pressed the button to secure the elevator, and Yuan Chen stepped in first. Just as Yuan Hao was about to follow, a long arm obstructed his path. What? Am I not allowed to go up? I can pay if necessary. Yuan Chen cast a glance of near disdain, nonchalantly pressing the closed door button. In the narrowing gap of the doors, Yuan Hao's astonished expression quickly vanished. Once the elevator doors fully shut, the mechanical hum became the sole sound, returning to the bustling atmosphere of the first day. In this stifling silence, Shen Yi closed his eyes briefly before opening them again. Instinctively, he stole a glance at his companion, expecting Yuan Chen to be furious, yet he remained remarkably calm, leisurely adjusting his suit's lapel. Astute as ever, Yuan Chen discerned Shen Yi's gaze and glanced back at him, his tone indifferent. Didn't he expect it to be like this? I anticipated it. Stay alert. You'll hear more of such remarks in the future. Shen Yi nodded. Yuan Chen's words felt less like encouragement and more like a statement of fact. Strangely, however, they imbued him with strength. He adjusted his appearance in the elevator's reflective panel, his image unchanged from before. As Yuan Chen remarked, even as an Omega, maintaining dignity was paramount. Heartfelt welcome back. Starting with Secretary Li, a gathering of secretaries erupted into applause, their excitement palpable, though they restrained their volume. Shen Yi merely twitched his nose slightly. Having exchanged farewells before returning, he found no embarrassment in the moment. Thank you all for the warm welcome. After the pleasantries, shall we commence our work? After dismissing the crowd, he returned to his workstation. The long empty desk housed only 2 monitors, a keyboard, a mouse, and a landline phone. Skillfully setting up the computer, Shen Yi addressed the distant secretaries. Please share with me all the work content you have been responsible for during this time, along with future schedules. Understood, Minister. Work began to accumulate rapidly, and as he surveyed the suddenly cluttered desk, he finally felt the reality of his return. Taking a deep breath, which resembled both a sigh and a rallying cry, he thought, all right, let us gradually step into this hellish mode. Shen Yi tightened his tie, immersing himself entirely in his tasks, leaving no room for even a moment's respite. In his focused endeavor to tackle the backlog, the phone rang incessantly. Evidently, news of his reinstatement had spread through the group chat, resulting in an unusual influx of calls for him that day. Minister, the president of the Ace City Pharmaceutical and Biotechnology Association is calling and will be transferred to you now. Just finishing one call, another awaited him. It was only 11 in the morning, yet he already felt utterly exhausted. Shen Yi gently massaged his neck and picked up the landline again. As he pressed the answer button, his tone remained steady, betraying no sign of fatigue. Hello, Secretary Department Minister. The purpose of such calls typically involve confirming Yuan Chen's schedule or inviting him to events. In cases concerning external activities, inquiries were usually made via email, making direct calls a rarity. The sole reason for such a call today was clear: to subtly inquire about Shen Yi's current circumstances and the validity of the rumors surrounding him. Yes, indeed, huh? What hardships could I possibly have? This is all part of my responsibilities. I appreciate your concern. Shen Yi pressed his forehead, responding mechanically. Despite the fatigue evident on his face, his words flowed smoothly and appropriately. Thank you for your kindness, but it would be rather inconvenient to meet alone. You mentioned the 3rd of next month? Could you kindly provide the specific time and location? The curiosity of some individuals had clearly crossed the line. Inquiries about whether an Omega could collaborate with an Alpha, concerns about potential mishaps, and even questions regarding the sensitivity period were unrelentingly posed. There were those who approached him directly, much like the person before him. In such instances, Shen Yi consistently drew a clear boundary. The more the other party pressed, the more distant his demeanor became. When necessary, he would point out their rudeness, and if he deemed their reasoning unreasonable, he would proactively terminate the conversation. Most perceptive individuals would recognize their offense and come to understand that Secretary Shen was not to be trifled with. After several repetitions of this scenario, weariness was inevitable. However, Shen Yi understood that establishing a solid foundation was crucial for the smooth continuation of subsequent work. Thus, he regarded it as part of his responsibilities, responding quietly. All right, understood. Please send the email as usual, and I will confirm and reply. As he concluded the call, his pace of speech notably quickened. One hand still held the landline while the other grasped his mobile phone. The phone had already rung for 7 seconds. This was a call he must answer, and he felt a twinge of urgency. Almost tossing the landline back into position, he hurriedly picked up his mobile phone. Lin Shulan. Merely seeing the name on the screen made his pupils constrict sharply. Shen Yi took a deep breath, his fingertips cautiously gliding across the screen. Good afternoon, madam. I apologize for the late response. I was just occupied. Chapter 39, Daughter-in-Law. The moment he uttered this address, the secretary's office fell into an eerie silence. As if time had frozen, colleagues instinctively leaned in, their gazes fixated solely on Shen Yi. In this suffocating tension, Shen Yi resolutely continued the conversation. Busy? Since I have been away from work for a while, there have been quite a few inquiries. It's manageable now. Please feel free to speak. Have you truly returned to work? You won't run off after just a couple of days, will you? Lin Madam's tone was calm. Yet the weight of her words was undeniable. She possessed an exceptional ability to intimidate through mere conversation. Indeed, madam, I plan to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my work. I just heard from the lawyer that you've signed a lifelong contract. This call is to confirm that, Secretary Shen. Shen Yi was momentarily speechless, utterly unable to fathom Lin Madam's intentions. His usually agile tongue felt tied, and as he struggled to swallow, Lin Shulan spoke first. I must see you. I heard you've transformed into an Omega. You're busy. No need to come over. I will find you. Shen Yi closed his eyes, signaling to his colleagues with a gesture indicating a level 2 alert. Recognizing this as a signal, the secretaries immediately began to tidy the surroundings. Don't tell You.Shen I'm coming. I'm already on my way. I'll arrive in 10 minutes. Understood. Please drive safely. After hanging up, he let out a long sigh, patting his face with his palm, forcing himself to regain composure. Cheer up, Shen Yi. This day was bound to come. We must face what we must, though I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. After lamenting internally countless times, he rose to his feet. The office was already prepared to receive VIPs, the entire space in a state of readiness. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor grew louder as Lin Shulan entered the office unaccompanied, without her bodyguards. "Madam, you have arrived." The entire secretarial team bowed in greeting. Lin Shulan's commanding gaze swept over everyone. Today, her hair was impeccably styled, her eyeliner sharp, exuding an intimidating presence. "Secretary Shen, we must speak privately." The inevitable had finally arrived. Shen Yi disregarded his colleagues' concerned looks and led the way to the designated meeting room. They sat opposite each other on the sofa, silence enveloping the air. Shen Yi keenly sensed a faint trace of alpha pheromones. Lin Shulan was also an alpha. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Both of Yuan Chen's parents were of S-class. Never before had he sensed such pheromones from Madame Lin, and now they sent a jolt of tension through his nerves. Likewise, she was acutely aware of his omega pheromones. "Can you imagine how shocked I was when I first heard about your differentiation? It was utterly unbelievable." Her skepticism was palpable. Shen Yi did not rush to explain, simply responding, "I completely understand your astonishment. Do you know how much I value you? It is not often that I admire someone. Your kindness is greatly appreciated." Lin Shulan slightly widened her eyes, a glimmer flashing in her sharp gaze. Shen Yi felt his back tense up instantly. Maintaining eye contact during conversation is basic etiquette. Yet under her formidable gaze, he could only fix his gaze near the tip of her nose. Lin Shulan clenched her hands resting on her knees. The sound of her gemstone ring clinking against the table resonating sharply. Yuan Chen's pheromone issues have persisted for over a decade. Did you think his father and I Haven T tried? We consulted psychiatrists and sought out renowned counselors overseas, but the individual in question remained resolute in his resistance. He completely rejects omega pheromones. Shen Yi was well aware of these matters and listened quietly, carefully choosing his words. "I heard about your resignation, though it was regrettable. I believe it was a matter of necessity. But now you have returned? I've heard it was Yuan Chen who personally asked you to come back. Even signing a lifetime contract? Lawyer House certainly has a loose tongue." Shen Yi clenched his hands on his knees, silently cursing the absent lawyer Hao. He was unable to gauge how much Lin Shulan knew and could only suppress his unease. President Yuan has realized that his issues may hinder his future career. Recently, he has been willing to attempt change, and with my differentiation into an omega, he hopes we can work together to gradually overcome this challenge. Shen Yi calmly explained the circumstances surrounding his return. However, Lin Shulan evidently found it hard to believe that her son, who had been stubborn for over a decade, would suddenly choose an omega as his secretary. She gently caressed her ring, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Shen Yi's face, her unblinking eyes sending a chill down his spine. "Are you two in a relationship?" Lin Shulan suddenly inquired. This unexpected question nearly caused Shen Yi to leap from his seat. "What? No, absolutely not. I have heard that you were recently caring for Yuan Chen during his vulnerable period. I merely lent a small hand. Is there truly no relationship between you? Are you certain?" Madame Shen Yi's voice carried a plea, yet Mrs. Lin's misunderstanding appeared obstinate, as she merely curled her lips into a knowing smile. "If there is no connection at all, then why has Yuan Chen chosen to keep you by his side? We have signed a contract. Even if it is not the case now, circumstances may very well change in the future, would they not?" Lin Shulan exuded an air of unwavering conviction in her judgment, causing Shen Yi to break into a cold sweat, unsure of how to dispel this misconception. He felt that this matter should be clarified by Yuan Chen rather than himself. "What do your parents do? Are both of them betas? Are your parents both alive? Do you have any siblings?" In truth, these inquiries hold little significance. The sudden familial investigation caught him off guard, and while Shen Yi was momentarily dazed, Lin Shulan retrieved a white envelope from her handbag, which any observer would assume contained money. She slid the envelope across the table towards Shen Yi, stating, "This is prepared for you. Should it be insufficient, then let me know." The scene resembled a melodramatic love story, as if she were saying, "Take the money and leave my son." Shen Yi grasped the envelope, the thickness discernible at his fingertips, indicating a substantial sum. Truly befitting a capitalist's wife, her generosity was evident, though curiosity about the specific amount lingered. Now was not the time to indulge in such trivialities. He set the envelope down and cautiously replied, "Madam, I have already signed an employment contract and cannot breach it without just cause." "Breach? I am quite satisfied with you. I have taken a liking to you." "What?" Lin Shulan rested her elbow on her crossed knees, propping her chin on her hands, her smile growing increasingly peculiar. "This is a reward for your commendable performance. You have managed to alter Yuan Chen's mind, which is quite remarkable. Please continue to take care of him. With such matters stated, I hope for your successful union." "What? Marriage?" Shen Yi was taken aback by the term. "Ever since it was announced that Yuan Chen was unmarried, my doorstep has nearly been worn down with visitors. Perhaps now there is a chance? I have never witnessed him harbor feelings for anyone. You are, at the very least, the first. Though you were previously a beta, you have now become an omega? Or is it S-class? I am truly grateful." Shen Yi felt a darkness envelop him. Did Mrs. Lin now regard him as a prospective daughter-in-law? He struggled to regain his composure. "Madam, you may be under a misapprehension. Mr. Yuan and I do not share that sort of relationship. Human emotions are difficult to gauge." Mrs. Lin, however, maintained a posture of support for her son, and seeing her unwavering certainty, Shen Yi's spirits plummeted. "No, I must clearly inform you that Mr. Yuan and I can never develop into a romantic relationship." He emphasized this denial repeatedly, fearing that if he missed the opportunity to correct Lin Shulan's delusion, it would be nearly impossible to rectify. "Have you considered it from a different perspective? If Mr. Yuan overcomes his aversion to omega pheromones, he may find a more suitable partner in the future. You.Shen, my precious son, I know him best. Marriage? Do you truly believe he would contemplate such a thing? He is one who intends to remain single for life." Lin Shulan spoke candidly. While he was indeed her biological son, this assessment felt excessively blunt. Then she gazed kindly at Shen Yi, expressing her high expectations for Secretary Shen, affirming that her judgment of character had proven accurate. "For now on, nurture a good rapport with Yuan Chen, and promptly inform me of any good news, understood?" This sentiment was rather ominous, and his cold sweat trickled down Shen Yi's back. Lin Shulan had already risen. Leaving behind that chilling remark, she exited the reception room. Was she out of her mind? Shen Yi tapped his forehead, still incredulous that Mrs. Lin had recognized him. Should it not have been the opposite? Was she not supposed to oppose their union? He chuckled bitterly, resembling a lost soul, as he picked up the heavy envelope from the table and made his way to Yuan Chen's office. "Son-in-law," Yuan Chen responded, seemingly not fully comprehending. Chapter 40. Accepted as it comes. Shen Yi stood before Yuan Chen, holding the weighty envelope, and replied, "Indeed, that is precisely what the lady meant." Although it felt somewhat awkward to articulate, it was essential for Yuan Chen to grasp the reality. He recounted the details of Lin Shulan's visit, along with the envelope filled with money in full. She even suggested that it would be splendid if we were married. "Is she getting senile in her old age?" Yuan Chen tilted his head to the side, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor even after hearing the entire narrative. Upon opening the envelope and discovering the substantial amount of cash, Shen Yi could not suppress a quiet sigh, trusting that Yuan Chen would devise a solution. "It would be prudent for you to personally clarify matters with the lady. The sooner misunderstandings are resolved, the better. Is that truly necessary?" Yuan Chen leaned back in his chair, idly shuffling the notes inside the envelope as if playing cards. "Let her remain under the illusion. It serves a purpose." "What? I do not mind indulging in such idle gossip. My mother can find temporary peace. And you shall receive an unexpected bonus. Is this not beneficial for all involved?" He neatly tucked the exposed bills back into the envelope, pushing it to the edge of the table, indicating for Shen Yi to accept it. "Are we to simply disregard this matter? Since we collaborate, such misunderstandings will arise frequently. Must we clarify every instance? At the very least, concerning the lady, given that we are not a couple, and you have already made your stance clear. She merely harbors unrealistic expectations. Once the misunderstanding is dispelled, she may intensify her pursuits. Why go through the trouble?" With each of his counterarguments, Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words, yet an uncomfortable feeling lingered, preventing him from leaving the office. Yuan Chen rose from his chair and approached Shen Yi, his tall figure immediately filling Shen Yi's vision. Yuan Chen lifted his suit jacket and tucked the envelope into the inner pocket. As the weight settled, his long fingers inadvertently brushed against the front of his shirt. "Take what is given to you. Do not overthink it," he said, though his tone was not particularly gentle. It oddly provided a sense of reassurance. Shen Yi lifted his gaze, uncertain whether it was Yuan Chen's words or the small fortune nestled in the suit pocket that brought him comfort. A faint smile graced his lips as he straightened his jacket. "Could it be, as the lady suggested, that we truly appear well-suited? Continue to jest, and I shall have you leave." Though the remark was made in jest, Yuan Chen's serious reply prompted Shen Yi to shyly divert his gaze. He was now certain that, setting aside the mutual attraction between Alpha and Omega, the probability of developing feelings for Yuan Chen was approaching zero. That evening, an event was set to take place. Just 5 minutes before its commencement, a sleek black sedan came to a halt in front of the hotel entrance. The doorman respectfully opened the rear door, and Yuan Chen stepped out with an impassive expression. Clad in a tailored black three-piece suit, his meticulously styled hair made him the epitome of a striking alpha male. Even without deliberate display, his innate nobility effortlessly drew the attention of all onlookers. Simultaneously, Shen Yi exited the vehicle from the front passenger seat. Though their seating arrangement was distinct, this detail subtly indicated his status. While not as ostentatiously dressed as Yuan Chen, he wore a suit of greater expense than usual, his bangs neatly combed back, exposing his smooth forehead. Shen Yi took the initiative to step forward, guiding the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall where the event was held, he paused appropriately. From this moment onward, Yuan Chen would take the lead. In accordance with their prior understanding, he held open the heavy double doors, allowing Yuan Chen to stride into the venue with his head held high. Under the brilliant lights, akin to a starry sky, the sponsorship night officially commenced, with complimentary floral arrangements and glass artworks adorning the space, filled with champagne flutes as guests mingled in small clusters. Shen Yi maintained a distance of 2 steps behind Yuan Chen, following closely as he moved and listening attentively with lowered eyes during conversations, shadowing him like a specter, ever vigilant to the actions of those they served. This was the demeanor befitting an executive assistant. When someone requested a private conversation with Yuan Chen on a sensitive topic, a different locale was deemed necessary. Fortunately, the banquet hall featured several secluded terraces, ideal for confidential discussions. As Yuan Chen engaged in conversation within, Shen Yi stationed himself at the entrance, preventing others from approaching. Boredom set in as he waited, with little to occupy his mind. He surveyed the expansive banquet hall, which was grand in scale, teeming with celebrities and dignitaries. Parties and events had become commonplace for Shen Yi, hardly remarkable in his eyes. But amidst the melange of pheromones in the vast space, his nose began to throb. Did Yuan Chen have to endure this every time? It was no easy feat. What he had previously overlooked as a beta was now becoming increasingly clear. The supposedly superior alpha pheromones were not entirely comfortable. To avoid mistakes, he had been meticulously controlling his own pheromones, feeling more fatigued than during his beta days. Shen Yi shifted his neck slightly, attempting to ease the tension in his body. "Hello." Suddenly, someone approached him with a feigned familiarity. It was rare for anyone to initiate conversation with a secretary, and Shen Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. He quickly adjusted his expression and responded politely, "Hello." The individual was a stranger, appearing to be in his early 20s, quite youthful. Shen Yi swiftly searched his mental database, finding no information about this person, but judging by the tailcoat he wore, he must be an important guest at the event. "You must be Secretary Shen. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Oak from the Medical Foundation." "Nice to meet you. I am Shen Yi." After the formal exchange of names and a handshake, Shen Yi realized that Oak was likely the second son of the you.Shen Medical Foundation, and he instantly became alert. This was an alpha. Pheromones, akin to one's natural scent, inevitably leave traces, serving as the most fundamental indicators to discern whether one is an alpha or an omega. If you seek Yuan, he is currently engaged in a meeting. What a coincidence. I actually intended to seize this opportunity to get acquainted with you. Contrary to the tone of regret, the man bore no semblance of remorse on his face, instead regarding Shen Yi with a smile laden with significance. Due to his profession, Shen Yi possessed the acumen to swiftly unveil the hidden intentions of others. Was this man's smile genuine, a mere display of social niceties, or did it harbor ulterior motives? It was evidently the latter. Shen Yi politely clasped his hands together and inclined his body slightly, stating, "Very well, I shall certainly convey your message to Yuan. Thank you immensely. The role of a secretary is truly commendable, not only for its demands, but also for the trustworthiness it necessitates in various aspects. You flatter me. I hold a profound disdain for those who harbor biases against omegas. What era are we living in? Capability is, of course, paramount." The man smiled knowingly as he observed Shen Yi, who was currently being tested by his pheromones. Rather than having a specific agenda, it stemmed from sheer curiosity. An omega secretary? He had even wagered with friends on whether one could maintain professionalism in such a setting. His bet was that it could not be done. Yet, Shen Yi gazed calmly at Mr. O, his expression unflinching, an unusual composure indeed. "Mr. O, are you feeling unwell? What? Your pheromones seem rather unstable. Perhaps you ought to take a moment to rest?" Taken aback by the unexpected concern directed towards him, the man erupted into laughter. But soon, under the scrutiny of those around, his face flushed crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mr. O muttered quietly, his tone betraying a hint of annoyance. As he was still young and not yet adept at controlling his emotions, he awkwardly averted his gaze and hastily took his leave. Shen Yi straightened his posture, offering a faint smile to those who had been watching, as if nothing had transpired. However, behind him, his fists were already clenched tightly. The aggressive pheromones of the alpha had nearly caused the lunch he had consumed to rise in his throat. He fought against the wave of nausea and a chill that coursed through him, striving to maintain an exterior calm. Shen Yi closed his eyes, silently, wryly smiling. Living as an omega was indeed a trying existence. Chapter 41. "The fragrance is quite pleasant," Yuan Chen concluded his conversation and pushed open the door, immediately spotting Shen Yi waiting by the entrance. Shen Yi began his inquiry regarding the schedule for Wednesday, abruptly halted as he prepared to issue instructions, only to freeze upon seeing Shen Yi. "What is it, Yuan? Did something occur while I was away?" "Nothing particularly noteworthy, Mr. O from a medical foundation came to extend his greetings." Though outwardly composed, Shen Yi's complexion had indeed paled slightly, a subtle shift that would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person, yet was evident to Yuan Chen's keen observation. He sighed. Was this not precisely what he had anticipated? Fortunately, Shen Yi was not easily swayed. "Monsieur, were there any others?" "He was the only one who came to see you." It appeared others were watching from the shadows. Yuan Chen could easily envision what had transpired in his absence. This is merely the beginning. Unpleasant emotions swell within him, yet he feels powerless. This is a challenge that Shen Yi must confront alone, much like the present moment. Nevertheless, Shen Yi maintains his composure and professionalism, a quality deserving of admiration. It is precisely because of this resilience that he was chosen as an assistant all those years ago. And to this day, the decision remains steadfast in its correctness. Let us depart. We can discuss matters on the way. Though abrupt, it is in Shen Yi's best interest to leave this gathering early. This unexpected directive causes a rare display of panic to flicker across Shen Yi's face. The event has only commenced for an hour. "I am aware," he replies. "Leaving prematurely will undoubtedly incite discontent. When have I ever been concerned about such trivialities?" Yuan Chen strides forward with long strides, and Shen Yi has no choice but to hastily follow. Perhaps difficult for others to comprehend, but in Yuan Chen's lexicon, there has never been a term for following conventions. In the steadily descending elevator, Shen Yi leans his heavy head against the cool wall, the chill slightly alleviating his headache. Although he cannot fathom why Yuan Chen insists on departing before the event concludes, he secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Despite his determination to persevere, he is nearing his limit. If he remains any longer, he might truly succumb to illness by morning. At this moment, his limbs ache from excessive tension. Shen Yi closes his eyes to gather his thoughts, attempting to quell the nausea. As he inhales deeply, a faint fragrance wafts into his nostrils. Curiously, this scent gradually soothes his anxiety, he cannot help but take another deep breath. The aroma, a blend of fresh grass and lemon, gently caresses his frayed nerves. A bittersweet yet refined essence that continuously draws him in. In pursuit of the fragrance's source, he unconsciously shifts a step closer, his shoulder brushing against the arm of the person beside him. Shen Yi freezes in the lingering scent, astonished at his own reaction. How would Yuan Chen respond? What are you doing? What? He replies, bewildered. Your earlier actions. How to explain? He must quickly articulate something to prevent this awkward silence from lingering. Your scent is quite pleasant. Is it bergamot? I've heard it is commonly used in perfumes, though you, Mr. Yuan, never wear any. Haha, not that you need it. Be quiet, Shen Yi. Please just be quiet. His brain and mouth seem to have parted ways, and, as he babbles on, Yuan Chen does not admonish him, but merely gazes down at him, as if observing some peculiar creature. I apologize. I am not in the best state right now. I feel a bit disoriented. After inadvertently revealing his vulnerability, he wishes he could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, the elevator arrives at the lobby, bringing an end to this awkward encounter. In the car on the way back, Shen Yi sits in the passenger's seat, silently picking up his phone, reflecting on the events that just transpired, utterly perplexed. This situation undoubtedly requires expert advice. Professor, I just detected Mr. Yuan's pheromones, and it felt remarkably different. Am I experiencing an issue? After sending the message to Professor Hu, he clutches his phone tightly. This is no trivial matter, and he fervently hopes to find a resolution soon. About an hour later, Professor Hu returned the call. Shen Yi, exhausted and still in his clothes, was startled upright on the sofa by the ringing phone. Hello, Professor. Shen Yi, let me first pose a question to you. Please, go ahead. What was your specific feeling when you encountered Yuan Chen's pheromones? Shen Yi hesitated, striving to recall the moment. To avoid the awkwardness of stating that it felt pleasant, he first described his experiences and discomfort from the day's event. So, to summarize, after inhaling Yuan Chen's pheromones, you felt significantly better? If framed that way, then yes. But it is certainly not due to any ulterior motives on my part. No need to worry. This is a perfectly normal phenomenon. Professor Hu chuckled through the speaker. Shen Yi held the phone tightly, attentively listening to his explanation. Did you not encounter other alpha pheromones today? In such circumstances, Yuan Chen's pheromones can indeed have a calming effect. The more trust and intimacy there is in a relationship, the more comforting that individual's pheromones become, akin to family. I see. So it is not surprising. The same applies to Yuan Chen. You are able to tolerate his pheromones better, and vice versa. So, I haven't lost my mind? Of course not. You are perfectly normal. Shen Yi rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh, murmuring, "Thank you, Professor," his voice filled with gratitude. Professor Hu chuckled again. It seems you have endured quite a bit. Under different circumstances, I could prescribe medication, but your situation is rather unique. Nevertheless, one must wonder, has everyone gone mad? How can they so recklessly weaponize pheromones? Does Yuan Chen know about this? I haven't told him, nor is it necessary. I can manage. It's fine. What if this happens again? You should have a serious talk with Yuan Chen. Without suitable medication, enduring it is inhumane. At the very least, if he brings you into such situations, he must assume responsibility. By the way, will he answer my calls? That lad often ignores my calls. After concluding the conversation with Professor Hu, Shen Yi reclined back onto the sofa. His first official agenda since returning to work felt like a baptism of sorts. Had he not been an S-Class Omega, he likely would not have survived such an ordeal. Fortunately, Yuan Chen's pheromones indeed proved effective. You did exceptionally well. You persevered. He commended himself for holding on till the end, then loosened his tie. Ah, what a frustrating day. I shall take a nap, for tomorrow I must return to work. With a resigned sigh, he rose to freshen up. After the meeting, Yuan Chen settled into the back seat while Shen Yi took the driver's seat. The car door slammed shut, isolating them from the outside clamor, plunging the interior into tranquility. Shen Yi fastened his seatbelt and glanced at the rearview mirror. Yuan Chen had already picked up his tablet, entering work mode. Mr. Yuan, what would you like for lunch? It was already past 2 in the afternoon. The meeting had extended longer than anticipated, well beyond lunchtime. Yuan Chen lifted his gaze from the screen, meeting Shen Yi's eyes through the mirror, and casually replied, "Just find a suitable place on the way back. Where shall we go?" Shen Yi gently tapped the steering wheel in contemplation. Recently, he had begun to explore Yuan Chen's culinary preferences. Eating Chinese cuisine daily had grown tiresome. Perhaps it would be better to indulge in Western fare. He turned slightly, glancing toward the back seat. "How about steak?" Chapter 42. Are we a couple? Yuan Chen's gaze remained fixed on his tablet, and to an outsider, his demeanor might seem as impassive as ever. Yet, Shen Yi noticed a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his lips. "That sound good." With a definitive response, Shen Yi hesitated no longer. He straightened in his seat, mentally sifting through a few restaurants that Yuan Chen frequented. Once he settled on a destination, he deftly turned the steering wheel, and the car smoothly accelerated. This restaurant was one of their frequent haunts, perhaps due to the post-peak dining hours. The establishment was relatively empty, much to their liking. They followed the server to the reserved table. The menu had undergone quite a refresh. Indeed, it was updated recently to celebrate the 10th anniversary. Yuan Chen quickly perused the offerings, then looked up to find Shen Yi engrossed in the new menu, his expression focused. "What do you wish to eat?" Let us order the slow-roasted beef ribs. You know you enjoy them." Shen Yi nodded gently, relieved that the classic dishes remained, hoping the flavors had not changed. Otherwise, he would unhesitatingly strike this restaurant from his culinary list. The server stood nearby, wearing a polite smile as he observed the two. In welcoming guests, he habitually speculated about their relationship. The two young gentlemen, both in their 30s and clad in sharp suits, exuded professionalism, suggesting a business meal. Yet, the familiarity in their conversation and their understanding of each other's tastes hinted at a deeper connection. Most tellingly, one was an alpha and the other an omega. The seamless blend of their pheromones confirmed the server's suspicions. He confidently gestured towards the menu. Generally, couples opt for the romantic package, which includes an appetizer, soup, main course, and dessert. Couples can each select a pasta and a steak to share, along with a complimentary glass of champagne exclusive to couple tables. Both pairs of eyes turned towards the server. Yuan Chen's expression remained unchanged, while Shen Yi appeared flustered, wide-eyed in surprise. "I apologize, we're not a couple." Shen Yi hastigt clarified. Yuan Chen closed the menu with a sharp sound, prompting the server to realize his blunder and become flustered. "I sincerely apologize. I was too presumptuous. However, the package does seem appealing. Let us go with that. For the main course, slow-roasted beef ribs and sirloin steak, but we shall forego the champagne." Yuan Chen opted for the suggested package to spare the server further embarrassment. As the server bowed repeatedly in apology, Yuan Chen unexpectedly smiled, a gesture of social courtesy that remained strikingly handsome. "How long do you intend to daydream?" After the server departed, Yuan Chen coldly pointed out Shen Yi's lapse. That server mentioned couple 3 times while introducing the menu. Do we really resemble a couple? What about us gives that impression? Yuan Chen silently lifted his glass to his lips, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shen Yi. He elegantly set down the glass. Have you yet to accept the reality of your omega status? Is it inevitable that alpha and omega together must embody such a relationship? In this restaurant, misunderstandings are quite commonplace. Shen Yi chuckled helplessly. After his transformation into an omega, even dining required such meticulous attention. Perhaps it would be best to share casual meals with you in the future. I have mentioned that one need not concern themselves with such matters. The innocent shall remain untainted. Do you not comprehend? It is not merely about the location. Yuan Chen insisted on the release of pheromones during moments of solitude, and Shen Yi complied. After a period of adaptation, while they had grown accustomed to each other's pheromones, this very mingling had led to misconceptions. Could it be due to the pheromones? Shen Yi swiftly pinpointed the crux of the issue, and Yuan Chen raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. It is advisable to avoid such situations during work hours. This conveniently allows me to acclimatize to omega pheromones. It is indeed one of your responsibilities, as stipulated in the contract. Then perhaps we could disregard this after work at home. Shen Yi hastily silenced himself, waving his hand in vexation. This reaction only heightened suspicion. Fortunately, at that moment, a steaming plate of toasted bread and appetizers arrived, prompting Shen Yi to serve himself a modest portion of food and quietly commence his meal. This hardly resembled a couple. With no exchange, and each absorbed in their own dining, they appeared merely as co-diners. Time passed in silence until dessert finally arrived. Yuan Chen, who never indulged in sweets, only ordered coffee. Thus, the entire tiramisu was left for Shen Yi. Indeed, the tiramisu at this restaurant lived up to its reputation, achieving a splendid balance between the coffee-soaked ladyfingers and the velvety mascarpone cheese. Just as he was savoring the cake with a small fork, he felt a gaze upon him. Raising his head, he caught Yuan Chen watching him intently while sipping his coffee, causing him to choke slightly, scattering cocoa powder from the cake. Concerned that relishing the dessert alone might seem inappropriate, he quickly took a sip of coffee to dilute the sweetness in his mouth. Thankfully, Yuan Chen appeared unfazed, casually broaching a serious topic. Regarding Wang Zixuan's matter, I intend to resolve it promptly. The very researcher who threatened to sue them for defamation, Shen Yi envisioned the individual's face. It was one thing for Yuan how to incite from behind, but how audacious was this minor researcher to threaten Yuan Chen? The individual certainly possessed a considerable amount of boldness, Shen Yi mused. How do you plan to handle it? I will arrange for the settlement payment through a lawyer within this week. 5 million in total? Since we indeed acted inappropriately, we must bear the corresponding responsibility. Perhaps due to reflection following that incident, Yuan Chen had ceased issuing special directives regarding the omega pheromones of employees. Although the proportion of omega employees in the company was not insignificant, and business interactions were unavoidable, he now merely endured in silence. Yuan Chen's sensitivity to pheromones was not something that could be overcome overnight. Although slightly improved, he still experienced headaches, with stress responses persisting. Such extraordinary endurance is indeed daunting. Perhaps it is for this reason that he has successfully ascended to this position. As Shen Yi contemplated this, he finished his remaining coffee. Regardless, he continued to choose to stand by Yuan Chen's side. Is 5 million perhaps an excessive amount? Someone who has amassed 300 billion is not in a position to make such judgments. Shen Yi nearly spewed his coffee, for this fellow had yet to officially assume control of the building. He endeavored to maintain a smile, his gaze piercing. I presume the lady is unaware of your transfer of the building? It must remain a secret. Yuan Chen tilted his head, regarding Shen Yi with his characteristic cold demeanor. Although lawyer Hao had been tasked with ensuring confidentiality, absolute discretion was paramount. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Matters of asset division cannot be concealed indefinitely. It is said that Mrs. Lin, like Yuan Chen, is meticulous, employing a dozen top tax advisors each spring to audit the family's financial standing. Delaying is advantageous for you. If she discovers the truth, you would find yourself relegated to the role of daughter-in-law, as she would undoubtedly suspect your intentions were financially motivated. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's hair stood on end. For he knew Yuan Chen was not jesting. Then I shall decline. I will return the building to you. In the face of Shen Yi's resistance, Yuan Chen, unusually, allowed a laugh. Naturally, this proposal was not accepted. Chapter 43. The underground lover. Not long after lunch, clusters of employees gathered in the smoking area, engaged in idle chatter. On a day like this, one ought to be sleeping at home. It's certainly one of those days when I dread going to work. Someone lamented. Is there any interesting gossip circulating recently? Thus, they began to share the various whispers they had heard, with colleagues congregating to discuss the myriad rumors that permeated the company. For instance, someone in a certain department had received an exceptional promotion, another had seen their stock soar, or perhaps a manager from one department was romantically involved with an employee from another. For reasons unknown, such gossip, though unrelated to themselves, proved irresistibly captivating. Have you heard about the secretary of the general manager? Rumor has it he has transitioned into an omega. Is there any truth to those claims? What a dated piece of information. What is there to discuss? Shen Yi's name naturally became the focal point of the conversation, as the rumors surrounding his transition seemed never to wane. One individual retrieved their phone from the pocket of their suit trousers, cigarette dangling from their lips, intent on searching for information. Look here, it's right beside the marker of his constitution. Within the human resources management system, one could access photographs, names, positions, and extension numbers of all employees, and indeed, Beneath Shen Yi's identification photo, it was clearly marked Omega. Wow, this is truly unbelievable. Is this considered good news? Omegas are constantly influenced by pheromones. Though not an alpha, if it were me, my mindset would have crumbled by now. Has anyone seen him recently? I haven't had a chance to encounter him. A mid-level male colleague exhaled smoke and rings, squinting as he recalled having caught a glimpse of Shen Yi that morning. He seemed a tad different. What do you mean? Well, how should I put it? His appearance hasn't changed, but there's an altered aura about him. He has a quality that draws you in, making it difficult to look directly at him. It's a special constitution, you all understand. Omegas inherently possess alluring traits. A biological instinct. Is he on good terms with the general manager? I've heard their relationship is rather extraordinary. Is that true? There are even whispers that the general manager has marked him. How else could one explain it? Indeed, has not Director Yuan always held a disdain for omega pheromones? Recently, during meetings, there has been no insistence on strictly regulating these pheromones. How curious, could it be true? The voices of 3 or 4 individuals intertwined without restraint. Once rumors ignite, they snowball, growing ever larger until even the most baseless fabrications become accepted truth. Unbeknownst to many, the rumored Shen Yi has transformed into Director Yuan's particularly favored Omega lover, and not merely in a formal relationship, but rather as a clandestine partner. Those who relish gossip are beset with lowly imaginations, believing that this exceptionally capable secretary manages his nocturnal duties with equal prowess. As the cigarettes slowly dwindled to ash, those needing to return to their workstations stretched languidly. As they maneuvered around towering partitions to exit the smoking area, they collectively halted in their tracks. Outside on a bench, the protagonists of the rumor, Shen Yi and Lin Xiaofeng, sat side by side, their gaze fixed upon the onlookers as if they had been awaiting their arrival just outside the smoking zone. The area lacked any soundproofing, an open expanse where their earlier conversation had certainly been overheard, causing the faces of the employees to flush crimson. Assistant Shen, Team Leader Lin, are you also here for smoke? The awkwardness was palpable as they realized they had been discovered. Lin Xiaofeng casually rested his arm on the back of the bench, tilting his body to observe their mortification, his expression one of disdain. Best to be cautious when speaking in the company. Walls have ears, you know. My apologies. I truly am sorry. Shen Yi paid no heed to the bowing figures around him, his gaze fixed resolutely upon the ground. He extended his legs, ankles crossed, maintaining this posture in silence for an extended period. Everyone should head back. There's work to be done. Lin Xiaofeng intervened to alleviate the awkward tension, prompting the employees to hastily disperse at his signal. Once they had all departed, Lin Xiaofeng cast a worried glance at the silent Shen Yi beside him. Speak up. Your silence is unnerving, even to me. The mundane expletive that followed drew a laugh from Lin Xiaofeng, who bent over, chuckling heartily, while Shen Yi's expression remained unyielding, his posture unchanged. After indulging in laughter, Lin Xiaofeng wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and patted Shen Yi's shoulder. Resign yourself to it, my friend. What do they know, after all? 6 years, and this so-called special attention? Nonsense. A sigh escaped Shen Yi as he closed his eyes and tilted his head back. The whispers surrounding him had never ceased, within the company or beyond. The weather is infuriatingly pleasant. The warm spring sunlight bathes Shen Yi's forehead and hair tips, a gentle breeze seeming to offer solace to his troubled heart. At that moment, his phone rang. Shen Yi glanced at the number on the screen, sighed, and rose to his feet. The ice cubes in his coffee cup clinked crisply. Let us go. The coffee's finished. Move along. He nodded casually at Lin Xiaofeng and turned to leave. In an instant, the irritated expression on Shen Yi's face vanished without a trace. Once he entered the perpetually bustling office, the secretaries immediately noticed him and quickly surrounded him, as if something significant had occurred. Shen Yi strode forward with purpose. What has happened? Secretary Qi passed the tablet to Shen Yi. A significant scandal has emerged in the pharmaceutical industry. A board member from a prominent domestic pharmaceutical company is suspected of criminal behavior at a social gathering. Shocking news indeed. It is alleged that he adulterated drinks with drugs and committed acts of indecency against an Omega individual, although he vehemently denies the accusations, claiming their relationship was consensual. Insiders reveal that this board member is notorious for carrying drugs, and there may be multiple victims. However, due to the unique identity of the current victim, the situation is particularly difficult to manage. Astonishingly, this incident involves a company that specializes in medications for the second gender, which will undoubtedly inflict severe damage to its reputation. Oh my! The tablet displayed the internal chat interface of the secretary's office, a space where only highly credible information typically circulates. Therefore, even as mere rumors, they hold considerable weight. Secretary Qi gathers information from here and cross-verifies it, reporting to Yuan Chen every Monday. Such rumors may seem trivial, yet they are of vital importance to businessmen. Although no names have been mentioned, suggestions have already surfaced implying that it pertains to our company. Do you know exactly who it is? Not yet. The news has only been out for less than 10 minutes. Have you reported it to President Yuan? Not yet. Shen Yi took a screenshot of the relevant content and forwarded it to Yuan Chen, adjusting his tie as he made his way to President Yuan's office. After knocking, he entered to find Yuan Chen reclining against his desk, still engrossed in his phone despite Shen Yi's arrival. Shen Yi gently closed the door, approached the desk, and pressed the switch, causing the office's glass windows to instantly darken, effectively blocking external views and sound, standard procedure when dealing with confidential matters. President Yuan, although the facts have yet to be confirmed, we must swiftly comprehend the situation. A pharmaceutical company specializing in second-gender medications is clearly targeting us. Yuan Chen interrupted him, suddenly interjecting, as he turned his illuminated phone screen toward Shen Yi. Indeed, it currently appears so. There are dozens of board members within the company, and even more external directors. Give me some time, and I will ascertain the truth immediately. No need. I already know who it is. Yuan Chen's expression remained indifferent, yet a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Chapter 44. Deeply resonant, are you implying that, Vice President Yuan? Shen Yi seek softly. That indiscreet individual has finally landed himself in trouble. At that moment, Yuan Chen rose from his chair, circumvented the desk, and sat on its edge, facing Shen Yi directly. Things are chaotic on Yuan Hao's side now. He is entangled with a formidable opponent, and it's evident he is desperately trying to cover it up. The news has already spread internally. Shall we not take action? Let him spend money. Perhaps he can momentarily appease the situation. But we shall wait and see if he can truly silence everyone. Given Vice President Yuan's usual approach, it is likely he will attempt to suppress the rumors involving the chairman. Yuan Chen rested his hands on the table, causing the front of his shirt to tautly stretch. He suddenly tilted his head and chuckled lightly. You seem quite knowledgeable about Vice President Yuan now. It appears he is about to face a reprimand. In light of this, it is only reasonable to present him with some gifts before he is scolded. Shen Yi met his gaze, although he could not claim to fully comprehend Yuan Chen's intentions. One thing was certain. You intend to take action against him? The corners of Yuan Chen's lips curled slightly, a subtle expression that confirmed Shen Yi's accurate guess. Indeed, if executed properly, this incident could effectively oust Yuan Hao, particularly given the scandal's potential to provoke significant social repercussions. While it may temporarily tarnish the company's reputation, the chairman has never been one to concern himself with such matters. On the contrary, the more frequently the company's name appears in public discourse, the more likely the chairman is to take decisive action. This captain of industry holds his passion for the company in far greater esteem than familial ties. Blood relations have never been his Achilles heel. As Shen Yi meticulously analyzed the situation, Yuan Chen remained silently observant, akin to a sovereign awaiting counsel from his ministers, his seemingly placid expression betraying an undercurrent of calm control. After careful consideration, Shen Yi cautiously proposed, shall we consider releasing some information? I have a few media acquaintances. Shen Yi boasted a robust network within the media realm. Although he had worked at his previous company for less than 6 months, he had left on good terms and maintained amicable relationships with those he had met during that time. His university classmates and seniors now held prominent positions and were in their prime, making this an opportune moment to leverage those connections. Recalling a suitable candidate, Shen Yi reported to Yuan Chen, who responded with a satisfied smile. My secretary indeed knows my heart well. This was the most content expression Shen Yi had seen on Yuan Chen's face to date. Yes, senior, I'm doing well. How about you? My voice. It's nothing. Just a bit tired. The company has been rather tumultuous lately, Shen Yi stated, maintaining a composed facade while weaving half-truths. Upon reflection, it was not entirely a lie. He feigned hardship and pretense, with every word rooted in solid fact. The call to his senior, ostensibly a simple inquiry, inadvertently revealed threads of the Yuan Hao incident. As anticipated, his senior quickly took the bait, eagerly pressing for details. After repeatedly confirming the facts with Shen Yi, he implored to receive this exclusive report, promising absolute confidentiality regarding the information source. I really can't let it be known that I leaked this. I would surely be dismissed from the company. Shen Yi declined with a tone of feigned reluctance several times before ultimately divulging more information. His conscience bore no weight, yet his cheeks felt slightly warm. For since the beginning of the call, Yuan Chen had been observing him with his arms crossed, as if scrutinizing some extraordinary spectacle. Shen Yi deliberately turned away to continue the conversation, discussing Yuan Hao for a few more minutes, ultimately concluding with a casual invitation to dine together next time. He sighed softly, turning back. Yuan Chen remained steadfast as a rock, gazing at him. Quite the acting skills, aren't they? Thank you. Shen Yi calmly accepted this ambiguous evaluation, uncertain whether it was a compliment or a criticism. He cleared his throat and continued. Based on the other party's reaction, the interview should commence shortly. He is an expert in this regard, and there should be no issues. Yuan Chen, arms crossed, slightly raised his chin and gazed down at Shen Yi, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Shen Yi, this matter ends here. You need not pursue it further. I will personally handle the developments concerning Yuan Hao. Understood, Mr. Yuan. Yuan Chen had long established his network of informants. Despite his actions and demeanor being steeped in calculation, his striking appearance somehow mitigated the underlying gloom. Shen Yi privately mused that Yuan Chen was undoubtedly the most duplicitous person he had ever known, and one should never expect to outwit him. 2 hours after their confidential discussion, Shen Yi emerged from the office. The secretaries were curious about their conversation, but Shen Yi silently returned to his workstation and resumed his tasks. Whether Yuan Hao would be ousted from the board remained uncertain. However, once the thematic interview commenced, Yuan Hao found himself in dire straits. Although he vehemently insisted on his complete innocence, his past indiscretions were being revealed one after another to the public eye. This did not require Yuan Chen's direct intervention. Yuan Hao's own myriad of foolish actions were surfacing regardless of his silence or his arduous attempts at reconciliation with the victims. Following a police investigation, he managed to extricate himself with the help of an elite legal team, but the real challenge lay with the media, a renowned news outlet, infamous for its ruthless, in-depth investigations, had set its sights on Yuan Hao, causing him considerable distress. He attempted to bribe the editor-in-chief, and even resorted to threats. All in vain. It was said that when Yuan Hao was cornered, he referenced a previous incident involving an employee who had nearly received a lawsuit. However, evidence of his psychological manipulation of that employee suddenly emerged, plunging him deeper into the quagmire. Did you foresee this? What? Regarding the former Omega researcher. When did you prepare that evidence? In the car, Shen Yi inquired about the evidence. Last week, the company had paid a settlement to the researcher. Yet he was unaware that Yuan Chen had simultaneously gathered evidence related to Yuan Hao. Yuan Chen, seated in the back, glanced at him while perusing the news, his expression conveying that such a question was unnecessary. He replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that to be expected? Would I simply offer such a substantial settlement for no reason? Given the emails, text messages, and call records obtained, the expenditure was indeed justified." Impressive. Shen Yi felt a renewed sense of admiration for Yuan Chen's meticulous planning. Unbeknownst to them, their destination was already within sight, as Shen Yi deftly steered the car toward the company headquarters. Following the explosive news from the previous day, an emergency board meeting was convened. At the head of the table, Chairman Yuan wore an expression of fury, while Yuan Hao, seated diagonally across, appeared pale as a ghost. In contrast, Yuan Chen maintained a composed demeanor, leisurely savoring the Longjing tea prepared for the tea ceremony. The subtly sweet aroma of the tea was indeed delightful. To engage in such disreputable conduct right under the company's nose? Is this not an abomination? A senior executive of a pharmaceutical company abusing drugs? The former chairman's roar resounded like thunder, and in the middle of the meeting room, where there was nowhere to hide, Yuan Hao's figure shrank smaller and smaller. His already sharp and emaciated face had become even more haggard in recent days. This is a slander, Chairman. I have reconciled with the victim, and the police investigation has concluded. The matter has already settled. You have disgraced the company before the entire nation. Is this what you call settling? The chairman's fury exceeded all expectations, indifferent to familial ties, enduring such humiliation in front of the board. Vice President Yuan could only grit his teeth and bury his face in shame. Chapter 45. Do not enter this issue, must be resolved before it escalates. Yet, being a direct relative, he must still bear responsibility. The company's image has been shattered. The stock price has already plummeted by 7 points. The board members debated fervently, and most supporters of Yuan Hao had long abandoned him after yesterday's reports, leaving only a scant few to defend him. A group of ungrateful fools. Trembling, Yuan Hao etched the faces of those traitors into his memory, his gaze drifting until it finally landed on Yuan Chen, who remained calm and collected across the room. Even in such chaotic circumstances, he alone maintained an air of effortless grace, igniting a seething jealousy within Yuan Hao as a surge of nameless anger flared up. Years of resentment boiling within him. Yuan Chen was always like this. His lofty demeanor had never been undermined. While others fought tooth and nail for what he could effortlessly grasp, it seemed as though he was destined for success, never encountering failure. Simply because he was a top-tier alpha? Despite being an alpha himself, Yuan Hao was perpetually overshadowed by Yuan Chen, struggling in vain. He glared with bloodshot eyes, while Yuan Chen's deep-set gaze slowly met his, the sharp lines of his jaw subtly lifting. Even from a distance, his gaze bore an air of condescension. On the surface, he appeared weary and businesslike, yet to Yuan Hao, the concealed mockery was unmistakable. It was this very man who had cast him into the pit, now reveling in his satisfaction. Just as Yuan Hao could no longer suppress his urge to curse, the ever-observant chairman Yuan slowly raised his right hand, and the tumultuous meeting room fell silent. What good is all this clamoring? Having erred, one must accept the corresponding punishment. Chairman Yuan was resolute. Although Yuan Hao was his grandson and a favored heir, he was also the source of a fatal blow to the company. To provide an explanation to the shareholders, he must forsake Yuan Hao. Now, I propose to submit an agenda for the board meeting, imposing a 1-month suspension and a 3-month salary reduction on Yuan Hao. Furthermore, this is still considered a routine measure. The chairman's robust fingers tapped against the solid wooden table. Approaching 70, his gaze remained sharp. I suggest his indefinite transfer to the D-City branch. Let us proceed to a show of hands for a vote. Chairman, in a panic, Yuan Hao slammed his hand on the table and stood up, but Chairman Yuan did not even spare him a glance, the atmosphere in the room thick with tension. Vice President Yuan, please remain calm. The agenda has been submitted. We shall now proceed to the vote. Those in favor of imposing disciplinary action against Vice President Yuan Hao, please raise your hands. One by one, the directors, keenly attuned to the atmosphere, raised their hands until the entire room was filled with them. Yuan Hao could no longer bear to watch and covered his face with his hands. His reassignment to the D-City branch was tantamount to a complete exclusion from the core of headquarters, signifying that Chairman Yuan no longer regarded him as a successor. The directors, perceptive to the shifting tides, unanimously supported Chairman Yuan's proposal, with only Yuan Chen abstaining from raising his hand. I hereby declare the agenda officially passed. This emergency meeting is now concluded. Chairman Yuan was the first to exit, followed closely by the other directors, hastily rising to leave. As if a tree had fallen and the monkeys had scattered, the crowd dissipating more swiftly than the retreating tide. Yuan Chen remained until the very end, confirming that everyone had departed before leisurely standing up, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. He adjusted his already immaculate suit and cast a brief glance down at Yuan Hao. Driven to the edge of a precipice, Yuan Hao had but one path left to fall. All of this was of his own making. and Yuan Chen felt no shred of pity. He averted his gaze and turned to leave, his polished shoes striking the ground with resolute authority, the sound echoing distinctly in the vacant meeting room. Yuan Hao pressed his throbbing hand against his forehead, holding his breath. The only movement in his body was the slight twitch of his jaw muscles and the pulsing vein at his temple. When his hand finally fell, a molten rage coursed through him. Outside the meeting room, Shen Yi awaited Yuan Chen's emergence and quickly approached him, sensing the calmness on his face. Despite having heard some commotion outside, he required Yuan Chen's confirmation. What was the outcome? Not bad. Yuan Chen strode forward, and Shen Yi matched his pace, falling in line beside him. Being reassigned to D-City should afford him a period of tranquility. The chairman seems to be quite upset. Perhaps. Even Yuan Chen was somewhat taken aback by the chairman's decision. He had anticipated disciplinary action, potentially severe enough to marginalize him, but the reassignment was indeed unexpected. What is on the agenda for this afternoon? The team meeting originally scheduled for 4 o'clock has been postponed to Friday due to the board meeting, with no other fixed arrangements thereafter. Excellent. We can leave on time today. For some reason, Director Yuan was particularly agreeable today. It seemed his mood was exceptionally good. Shen Yi thought, responding succinctly, all right. As they walked side by side, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Turning around, they saw Yuan Hao, his eyes bloodshot, rushing towards them. Yuan Chen, you treacherous scoundrel. He lunged forward, grabbing Yuan Chen by the collar and forcefully pushing him back, causing his expensive shirt and tie to crumple instantly. In that split second, Yuan Chen swiftly reversed the grip, seizing Yuan Hao's wrist and twisting it sharply. Still lacking awareness, resorting to violence within the company? Did you think I was oblivious to your schemes? You wretched fool, do you think I will simply accept my fate? What else can you do? In a fit of rage, Yuan Hao bellowed, his eyes devoid of reason, as he lunged once more at Yuan Chen, summoning every ounce of strength to strike. President Yuan Chen narrowly evaded the blow, and in that fleeting moment, Shen Yi almost gasped. Even though no one else was present, this was still a corporate environment. Shen Yi stepped forward, intent on intervening, but halted abruptly, his complexion paling as the furious Yuan Hao unleashed an overwhelming alpha pheromone, uncontrolled and oppressive. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Chen gritted his teeth, his expression growing even more austere. He seized Yuan Hao by the shoulders and forcefully thrust open the door to an adjacent vacant conference room, dragging the thrashing individual inside. He then turned back to Shen Yi and warned sharply, "Do not enter." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. Shen Yi stood frozen, his heart racing. He could scarcely fathom what might transpire within. He understood that this was Yuan Chen's way of protecting him, considering his recent differentiation, rendering him likely unable to withstand Yuan Hao's ferocious alpha presence. Yet could he truly stand idly by? As Yuan Chen's secretary, he bore the responsibility of ensuring his safety, prioritizing his well-being. Perhaps the earlier commotion had been too loud, as 3 or 4 security personnel rushed over. Approaching Shen Yi, who stood alone in the corridor, they inquired, "What happened? We heard a commotion." "No, nothing's wrong. Nothing at all has occurred. The emergency board meeting just concluded, and everyone has left." "Is that so?" At that moment, a loud crash echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of the walls vibrating, clearly emanating from the empty conference room where the Yuan brothers were located. As the security personnel prepared to investigate, Shen Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of the door, his face adopting a suitably troubled expression. "They are currently handling matters that cannot be disclosed. You all must leave. Are you certain you do not require our assistance?" "No need. I will take responsibility if anything arises." The security personnel exchanged awkward glances, their expressions hesitant. They discreetly glanced at the staff badge hanging from Shen Yi's neck, and a realization dawned upon them regarding the identities of those inside. Since it was a matter concerning President Yuan, they deemed it inappropriate to interfere. "You have our contact information. Should you need assistance, please do not hesitate to call us." Lowering their hats, the security personnel offered a brief nod before departing. Shen Yi remained at the door for what felt like an eternity, only exhaling a sigh of relief once their figures vanished from sight. "This is driving me insane," he muttered under his breath, anxiously rubbing his temples. Pressed against the door, muffled shouts and sounds of struggle filtered through. After all, this was a conference room, which should have had excellent soundproofing. Yet the noises still seeped through, indicating the intensity of the situation inside, and he was deeply concerned that it might escalate uncontrollably. Bang! Another louder impact startled Shen Yi, causing his shoulders to twitch. The situation had escalated to this point, and he could no longer remain a passive observer. "Pull yourself together. Shen Yi, what is the primary objective now? Can I really ignore President Yuan?" He clenched his hands, which had grown numb from anxiety. Regardless of the circumstances, he must prioritize Yuan Chen's safety. That was his duty as a secretary. Though lacking the confidence to intervene in the clash between the two alphas, he resolved that if blows were to be exchanged, he would be the one to endure them. As for the consequences of defying Yuan Chen's orders, he could no longer afford to concern himself with them. Was it truly necessary to risk a life? Shen Yi took a deep breath, gripping the doorknob tightly, and decided to disregard Yuan Chen's warning and venture inside. With a creak, the tightly shut door was slowly pushed open, revealing a narrow gap. Chapter 46. Brothers at odds. Shen Yi cautiously locked the door behind him and turned to step inside. However, the moment he advanced, his breath caught sharply in his throat, prompting him to instinctively lean against the wall for support as his body suddenly felt weak. What was happening? His knees trembled uncontrollably, and the oppressive atmosphere that filled the space aggressively constricted his lungs. This presence was unlike any alpha aura he had encountered before. It bore a brutal aggressiveness, as if intent on annihilating its opponent. In that moment, Shen Yi finally comprehended why Yuan Chen had strictly forbidden him from entering. This was a scene beyond his capacity to endure. In a mere instant, cold sweat soaked his back as he struggled to steady his breathing. Raising his gaze, he beheld two alphas locked in a fierce standoff. Fortunately, they had not yet resorted to blows. Yet the palpable tension between them was enough to suggest that conflict was imminent. Yuan Hao had been embroiled in disputes with others for quite some time. Yet the previous altercations paled in comparison to the gravity of this moment. His eyes burned with rage, as if he longed to tear Yuan Chen apart. In contrast, Yuan Chen maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully suppressing Yuan Hao's aggression. Every attempt Yuan Hao made to strike was effortlessly deflected, revealing that this man was not someone to be approached lightly. "Did you think I would let this slide? You have provoked my wrath." Yuan Hao's fury intensified with each thwarted attempt. Unable to gain the upper hand physically, he resorted to vile insults and venomous curses, his demeanor spiraling into madness. Finding a relatively safe position, Shen Yi closely observed Yuan Chen's condition, acutely aware that he did not belong in this volatile environment. Fortunately, a corner provided natural cover, allowing him to conceal himself and hold his breath, preparing for any unforeseen developments. "Can you not discern the situation, Yuan Hao? You are now like a kite with severed strings, and this outcome is solely your doing." Yuan Chen's gaze swept disdainfully over Yuan Hao's face, dismissing even the pretense of familial bonds. His tone was icy as he added, "Before unleashing your fury, why not reflect on your own predicament? Do you think this victory is yours? Destroying me will grant you my company? The truth will eventually surface. At the very least, your time here is limited. Do not revel in your perceived triumph. Even if I descend into hell, I shall drag you down with me." Yuan Chen cast a cold, indifferent look that reignited Yuan Hao's fury. His eyes glowed with rage as his tumultuous alpha aura erupted around him. In the corner, Shen Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with the back of his hand. Yet he was powerless against the aggressive energy emanating from Yuan Hao. At the moment when he hesitated whether to leave immediately, Yuan Hao suddenly turned sharply, stumbling towards the corner and seizing something. "Yuan Chen, no!" Seeing Yuan Hao raise the fire extinguisher, Shen Yi rushed out without hesitation, attempting to hold Yuan Hao's waist from behind to stop him, but the latter had already pulled out the safety pin with a click. With a hiss, the nozzle was aimed at Yuan Chen, and compressed gas gushed forth instantly, enveloping the entire area in a cloud of white powder. This madman, Yuan has completely lost his mind. This could be fatal. Shen Yi was choked by the inhaled powder, coughing violently, yet he clung tightly to Yuan. Damn it, get away from me. In a fit of rage, Yuan finally discarded the fire extinguisher, and the room became a chaotic mess, shrouded in thick smoke, obscuring even Yuan Chen's figure. Only the intermittent sounds of coughing proved that he was still unharmed. Amidst the swirling dust, Shen Yi groped along the wall towards the door, realizing he must seek assistance at all costs. Just as he grasped the doorknob, a large hand abruptly seized his shoulder, roughly spinning him around and pressing him against the wall. Shen Yi, you have arrived just in time. I have some scores to settle with you. Let go. Yuan tightened his grip around Shen Yi's neck, pinning him against the wall, looking down at Shen Yi's pale face, malevolence glinting in his eyes. That editor, he is your senior, ISNT. You wretched creature. Do you think playing the fool will let you escape unscathed? I will make you pay. The hand constricting his neck tightened further, as if intent on ending his life. Shen Yi felt the subtle cracking of his throat under the pressure, sending chills down his spine. The onslaught of alpha energy pierced through him like countless needles, and his heels slid uselessly across the floor. He desperately attempted to pry Yuan's hand away, but to no avail. The metallic taste of blood rose in his throat, whether from suffocation or the oppressive aura. His vision began to blur, blood surged to his head, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Ultimately, darkness engulfed him, his knees buckled, and his body slowly slid down the wall. At that moment, a powerful hand grasped the back of Yuan's head, and Yuan Chen violently slammed him to the ground, pressing his knee heavily against his chest. With a muffled thud, Yuan's face struck the floor with such force that bright red blood splattered onto the white surface. Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of broken teeth. It seemed you truly wished to end your life. Yuan Chen's voice was ominously deep, embodying an unfathomable rage that pressed upon the air like a taut bowstring. After being struck repeatedly, Yuan's limbs twitched a few times before finally going limp. Yuan Chen discarded the unconscious figure as if he were refused and immediately rose to search for Shen Yi. Shen Yi, wake up! No matter how he called out, Shen Yi merely trembled, unable to respond. His complexion was as pale as paper, and his skin felt icy to the touch. Shen Yi! Yuan Chen slapped his cheek, repeatedly patting and calling his name loudly. Yet Shen Yi showed no sign of opening his eyes. Yuan Chen forcibly pried open his eyelids to check. With pupils rolled back and an astonishingly rapid pulse, Yuan Chen was acutely aware of the implications of these symptoms, a shock induced by the surge of pheromones. Just then, the door swung open, and security personnel rushed in, their eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before them, an interior blanketed in white powder resembling a snowfield, alongside two individuals lying on the ground. Among them, only Yuan Chen remained standing, his gaze sharp and commanding as it swept over the security team. He swiftly issued an order, take him out. He referred to Yuan, and immediately, two burly security guards flanked the unconscious Yuan, hauling him away, while a third remained behind, awaiting Yuan Chen's next directive. Rubbing his forehead, Yuan Chen let out a weary sigh, grappling with the chaotic situation at hand. The slightest movement caused the white powder clinging to his suit to cascade down. First, open all the windows, and bring some water. Yes, sir, the guards responded promptly. They not only opened every window, but also returned with 2 bottles of mineral water, presenting them with utmost respect. Just as Yuan Chen was about to twist open a bottle cap, he paused and instructed the remaining guard, step outside and wait. The guard hesitated. Lock the door from the outside and do not allow anyone in without my permission. Chapter 47. Assuagement. Yuan Chen's command was resolute and decisive. The guard's gaze lingered for a moment on the still twitching Shen Yi on the floor, but ultimately, he found it difficult to argue. I will wait outside. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call for me. With lingering doubts, the guard conducted a routine check of the door lock before stepping outside. As the sound of the lock clicking into place echoed in the air, Yuan Chen uncapped a bottle of mineral water and doused his head. the cold liquid washing away the fire extinguisher powder from his hair and face. He casually wiped his face and cast aside his drenched suit jacket. Kneeling on one knee, he positioned himself between Shen Yi's legs, propping his hands on the floor beside Shen Yi's head, observing the latter's trembling form. As if caught in a tempest of pheromonal turmoil, Yuan Chen felt no pity. Instead, a surge of unnameable anger welled within him. Wasn't he told to wait outside? Why disobey and barge in, creating this mess? Did he truly believe that someone like Yuan could harm me? Absurd. Yuan Chen inhaled deeply, irritably loosening his tightly knotted tie. He gently lifted Shen Yi's head from the floor, bending down until they were nearly touching. He understood precisely what needed to be done next, to fully release his own pheromones. No one comprehended the agonizing torment brought on by pheromonal shock better than Yuan Chen. He had experienced it countless times during his childhood. When subjected to the overwhelming pressure of pheromones, the intense stimulation often transformed into excruciating pain rather than anything else. Once plunged into shock, even administering sedatives in a hospital often yielded limited results. Ironically, the most effective remedy for alleviating this shock was the introduction of another, more potent and controllable pheromone. He relies heavily on your pheromones. If he feels he cannot endure any longer, lend him a hand. After all, he is merely a recently differentiated omega. It is only natural to extend a bit of care. Do you not grasp the essence of mutual assistance and benefit? Having accepted refuge, one must surely reciprocate. Is mere monetary compensation sufficient? More reliable than medication is the pheromone. If one is unwilling, then it would be best to terminate the contract rather than waste another's time. Professor Hu's words echoed in his mind, as he stated. Shen Yi silently endured the intangible pressures when confronted with other alphas. In this circle, there are always inferior alphas who derive amusement from provoking and tormenting omegas. Yuan Chen was aware that there were those who, in secret, sought to dodge his gaze and bully Shen Yi. This was merely the soothing effect of pheromones. A controllable degree. Shen Yi had no reason to bear alone in an environment that required the support of pheromones. His facade of unwavering endurance, never revealing fatigue, in time appeared rather remarkable. Thus, Yuan Chen, as usual, with even greater intensity, released his own pheromones. The powerful aura emanating from a top alpha instantaneously dominated the surrounding air, sweeping away Yuan Hao's lingering, discomforting pheromones, even overpowering the acrid scent of the fire extinguisher. Yuan Chen's pheromones filled the entire space, palpable yet intangible. Shen Yi, listen and breathe slowly. The issue was that Shen Yi at that moment could not heed the command. Previously, a mere trace of pheromones would suffice to calm him. But now his body, overwhelmed, was utterly uncontrollable. He was drenched in sweat, struggling as if enduring immense agony. Yuan Chen repeatedly called his name, deftly loosening his tie, fingers delving into the tightly fastened collar, unbuttoning the top buttons. However, even as his breathing seemed to ease, the rapid, agonized gasps did not subside. Yuan Chen gradually lost his usual composure, a subtle agitation rising within him. At last, Shen Yi's body convulsed violently, his waist twisting as if seized by an epileptic fit. His struggles intensified, compelling Yuan Chen to firmly grasp his trembling shoulders, using his weight to restrain his flailing legs. Damn it, Shen Yi! Though the temperature was not cold, Shen Yi's teeth clattered together. Yuan Chen swiftly inserted his thumb into the gaping mouth, preventing him from biting his tongue. Indeed, in the next moment, Shen Yi clenched his jaw tightly in a desperate attempt to resist the pain, his hard teeth grinding against Yuan Chen's knuckles. The sharp pain from his fingers made Yuan Chen frown, observing Shen Yi, who had completely lost his reason, on the brink of mental collapse, feeling an indescribable discomfort. After a brief contemplation, Yuan Chen no longer hesitated. He leaned down, forcefully grasping Shen Yi's chin, compellingly delving into that mouth. This was the quickest and most direct approach. In the exchange of pheromones, the contact of bodily fluids proved far more effective than mere olfactory suppression, compared to the simple coercion of pheromonal infusion. Utilizing saliva, as a catalytic medium significantly enhanced the soothing effect. He mingled his pheromones with his saliva, sending waves of it forth. Shen Yi, inundated with forcibly introduced pheromones, shook his head violently as if electrocuted, his unconscious hands pushing against Yuan Chen's face and shoulders in frantic rejection. Yuan Chen resolutely subdued his vehement resistance, maintaining this kiss devoid of any romantic allure. Like a lifeline, he continuously transmitted high concentrations of pheromones to him. Gradually, Shen Yi's throat began to move in a swallowing motion, accepting the saliva and potent pheromones that flowed between them. As the pheromones surged in, his fierce struggles began to wane. His rapid breaths slowly found a rhythm, and his rejecting hands, now feeble, clung to Yuan Chen's strong neck. Do not resist. Embrace it all, he seemed to convey, as Shen Yi obediently parted his lips. Time became indistinct. Breath had long since stabilized. Yet their tightly pressed lips appeared reluctant to part. It was not until Shen Yi's damp hair was nearly dry that Yuan Chen slightly withdrew his lips and softly inquired, "Is it time to awaken now?" His deep voice carried a hint of hoarseness, and Shen Yi's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His gaze, still somewhat unfocused, instinctively lifted his hand to press the back of it against his flushed cheek. Yuan Chen gradually straightened up, pulling the still, slumped Shen Yi to sit against the wall, scrutinizing his pale, fragile face, which bore the marks of shock. "Are you all right?" Shen Yi did not respond immediately, merely nodding slowly. Although far from restored to perfect condition, at least his mind had cleared, allowing him to recognize the person before him. "Let us take a moment to rest." Yuan Chen's voice regained its usual calmness, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Yes." Yuan Chen patted his shoulder before rising to leave. As the door clicked shut, a distant commotion echoed from outside. Shen Yi leaned the back of his head against the cool wall, gasping for air, his body feeling as if it had been disassembled, achingly weak. With the most acute pain surprisingly located at the tip of his tongue, he pressed his slightly swollen lips with the back of his hand, attempting to alleviate the heat there. This peculiar sensation would likely take an extensive time to subside. Lowering his head, he inhaled deeply, enveloped by Yuan Chen's intense scent, which stirred his mind into turmoil, making it difficult to find peace. The clamor outside grew louder. News of the brothers' altercation within the company spread swiftly, drawing onlookers who filled the corridor. Rumors circulated quickly, naturally reaching the chairman's ears, inciting his furious wrath. After facing disciplinary action, Yuan Hao not only showed no remorse, but also dared to attack Yuan Chen, a matter of grave concern. Even worse, his violence was directed at a vulnerable Omega employee, which utterly enraged Chairman Yuan. Yuan Hao's own collapse and subsequent hospitalization could be considered fortunate. Had it not been for that, in his rage, Chairman Yuan might have wielded his treasure golf club to leave him searching for his teeth on the floor. As the security team thoroughly secured the scene, Yuan Chen calmly discussed follow-up measures with the lawyers who had rushed over upon hearing the news. He exhaled deeply, pushing back the now stiff and matted bangs that had fallen across his forehead. Although he had rinsed them with water, the dry powder from the fire extinguisher still cascaded down with the slightest movement. His shirt and trousers were wrinkled, and his loosened tie hung askew, appearing more disheveled than if it had been entirely undone. Yuan Chen, who always presents himself with meticulous precision and an elite demeanor, is rarely seen in such disarray. Chapter 48. Do not take matters into your own hands. Several employees in the corridor craned their necks, desperately trying to glimpse what transpired behind the closed door. They exchanged knowing glances and whispered among themselves, filled with various speculations. At that moment, Yuan Chen's fatigued yet piercing gaze swept over them, and the atmosphere instantly turned frigid. The eavesdropping employees hurriedly dispersed as if scalded, leaving the already empty corridor even more silent. Lawyer Hao timely offered a bottle of mineral water. Having handled countless lawsuits and arbitration cases, he was nonetheless unaccustomed to such intense internal conflict within the company and was at a loss regarding how to navigate this thorny situation. "I heard Secretary Shen fainted just now. Should we take him to the hospital?" "No need. He has regained consciousness. As for the lawsuit, is this really the right time to discuss it? Yuan Chen interjected firmly, declaring that this matter would be addressed later. Understood. Lawyer Hao immediately fell silent. Taking the empty water bottle from Yuan Chen, aware that further words were unwarranted at this juncture, Yuan Chen rubbed the back of his neck. Feeling the strain from the recent confrontation, even he showed signs of fatigue, though he seldom revealed such emotions in public. Let us call it day. The security had already secured the elevator and parking lot, ready for their departure. Before leaving, Yuan Chen returned to the vacant conference room and grasped Shen Yi's arm, forcing him to stand. Shen Yi's legs felt weak, and his body stumbled forward uncontrollably. Do you need me to carry you? Yuan Chen's voice held an unyielding coldness. Shen Yi merely lowered his head, lacking the strength to respond, his feeble state deepening Yuan Chen's frown. Then walk on your own, or would you prefer to be escorted out? The words were far from gentle, starkly contrasting with the tenderness earlier. Now, only a commanding chill remained. Perhaps this was the true Yuan Chen. What had he been expecting? Strangely, this familiar ruthlessness awakened a sliver of clarity within Shen Yi. He straightened his back with effort, summoning his strength to stand firm. Under the escort of security, the two walked silently toward the parking lot. Their clothing was disheveled, and their hair was dusted with debris from the earlier altercation, resembling survivors emerging from a disaster site. Shen Yi struggled to maintain his pace, yet his trembling legs faltered intermittently. Each time this happened, Yuan Chen would pause, scrutinizing him with an intense gaze, the unspoken pressure compelling Shen Yi to grit his teeth and press on. Ah, how he longed to be alone. Shen Yi forcefully suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, trudging forward. However, in stark contrast to the storm within, the parking lot held only a solitary vehicle waiting quietly. As the back door swung open, Yuan Chen pressed down on Shen Yi's shoulder, ushering him inside and even denying him the right to sit in the front passenger seat. Shen Yi looked at him in bewilderment, yet before he could utter a word, Yuan Chen followed him into the car and slammed the door shut. Back to Linyin Lake. He instructed the driver briefly, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. The driver, evidently accustomed to such exchanges, started the engine without hesitation. A suffocating silence enveloped the interior of the car, where Shen Yi, trapped in the back seat, fidgeted restlessly. Even the driver appeared unusually cautious. Throughout the vehicle, only Yuan Chen maintained his habitual composure. Shen Yi, weary of deciphering him, pressed his heated forehead against the cool window, his body feeling as if it had been hollowed out, a buzzing ringing in his ears, and his limbs heavy as lead. Most distressing was the pervasive scent of Yuan Chen's pheromones in the confined space. Did he intend to marinate him in it? Although he had indeed been soothed by the pheromones moments ago, the concentration was overwhelmingly excessive. He furrowed his brow weakly and murmured, "Mr. Yuan." Your pheromones of frosty gaze instantly swept over him, and Shen Yi realized that his entreaty would bear no fruit. Continuing would only provoke unforeseen consequences, and he had never been able to resist Yuan Chen's will. He relinquished his plea and simply closed his eyes. Yet, it was undeniable that the pheromones brought him a sense of reassurance. The deeper he inhaled, the more his inner turmoil was soothed, a truly remarkable phenomenon. As his taut nerves gradually relaxed, his heavy head involuntarily tilted to one side. The vehicle was traversing a section of subway construction, causing jarring bumps due to the steel plates laid on the road. Despite the driver's efforts to slow down, the vibrations were unavoidable, and he anxiously glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. I apologize, Mr. Yuan. We should have taken a detour. No matter, continue driving. Yuan Chen replied with nonchalance, indicating that this level of noise and jostling was tolerable. Amidst the continuous mild jolts, Shen Yi's head thudded against the window, producing a considerable sound. Yuan Chen, who had been checking emails, turned at the noise and chuckled softly at the sight. How could one possibly sleep through such a loud bump? He had initially intended to ignore it, but found himself setting down his phone to gently realign the tilted head, not an overly tender gesture, merely a means to prevent further collisions. From the loosened collar of Shen Yi's shirt, a faint fragrance of sweet jasmine wafted, and his previously unguarded face now appeared significantly more at ease. The nauseating pheromones of Yuan Hao had completely dissipated, leaving only a delicate aroma that mingled lightly with his own. Yuan Chen exhaled deeply, redirecting his attention back to his phone. When Shen Yi awoke, the car had already come to a halt at the familiar threshold of his home. The engine was silenced, and an eerie stillness filled the interior. The driver's seat was vacant, leaving only himself and Yuan Chen. In a flurry, he checked the time, realizing that over an hour had passed since their departure. How could Yuan Chen remain so composed? He felt dizzy and raised a hand to ruffle his disheveled hair. "Why didn't you wake me?" His voice, still tinged with morning raspiness, betrayed his effort to appear composed as he discreetly moistened his dry lips. Yuan Chen, arms crossed and eyes closed in repose, opened them at the sound but did not look at Shen Yi. Instead, he let out a long sigh. "Shen Yi," he said, his tone low and frigid, revealing that he had evidently been awake all along. Shen Yi instinctively straightened his back. "You fainted earlier." "Yes," Shen Yi replied. "If you wish to pursue this matter, you may file a complaint against Yuan Hao. I have contacted Professor who will prepare the medical documentation. Attorney Hao will manage the subsequent procedures. So you need not worry." The calm gaze shifted towards him. Yuan Chen remained with his arms crossed, scrutinizing the silent Shen Yi. It was not coercive. It was a matter of personal choice. "May I have a day to contemplate?" "As you wish." Yuan Chen's response carried an air of indifference as he withdrew his gaze, redirecting it towards the window. "Remember, today is the last time. Do not act on your own accord in the future." He did not forget to issue a warning. Defying the instructions awaiting outside and intruding uninvited would rightly warrant reprimand. "I understand, and thank you for today." Shen Yi managed to express his gratitude with difficulty. Though it felt awkward, it was indeed thanks to Yuan Chen's intervention that he was able to extricate himself from the chaos, and this appreciation must be conveyed. Yuan Chen remained unresponsive, his impassive face revealing no emotion. He neither nodded nor frowned, which was perfectly normal for a man who never concerned himself with pleasantries. "Go and rest." After a long pause, he responded succinctly, and Shen Yi lowered his head as he exited the vehicle. His steps towards home were slow and unsteady as he paused at the door to input the password, letting out a long, heavy sigh. The living room lights had been on for quite some time, and the black sedan remained stationary. Like the departing Shen Yi, Yuan Chen inside the car wearily closed his eyes. Chapter 49. Does it not hurt? The following morning, Shen Yi rose early to prepare for work. As he was arranging his attire, his phone rang. It was a call from Yuan Chen. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Despite not knowing the reason for the call, he promptly answered. "Mr. Yuan, how is your condition today?" Without any pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Shen Yi felt a slight dryness in his throat and gently pressed his lips together. "I'm fine. All is well." "That is good. Make sure you are prepared before you come to see me," Yuan Chen succinctly instructed before ending the call. This was his usual demeanor, one to which Shen Yi had long since become accustomed, and he found a sense of reassurance in this habitual calmness. He let out a low sigh, smartly donned his suit jacket, meticulously fastening each button before stepping out. Upon arriving at Yuan Chen's residence just past 8 o'clock, he found the owner in the study. Attired in a crisp suit, exuding an air of readiness to enter a boardroom at any moment. Shen Yi approached, gently placing the hot coffee he had purchased on the way at the edge of the desk, and the rich aroma of coffee soon filled the study. Yuan Chen naturally took a sip, comfortably leaning back in his chair, and raised his eyes to meet the upright posture of Shen Yi. "Have you made your decision?" Though he only uttered half of the sentence, Shen Yi instantly understood. He was inquiring whether to file a lawsuit against Yuan Hao. The reason for his summons became clear. While it was not a matter of utmost secrecy, it was certainly not a topic suitable for public discussion. Shen Yi nodded, having pondered this matter repeatedly. And now the answer was imminent. "I do not wish to complicate things further. I anticipated this." Yuan Chen's expression remained unchanged as he responded nonchalantly, sipping his coffee and calmly adding, "Yuan Hao will be reassigned to City D in 3 days. Faster than expected. The chairman is pressing him hard. He is merely trying to save himself. Perhaps this hasty escape might afford him a few years of survival." but far too much effort has already been expended to topple this vexatious individual. If he could simply vanish, it would be all the better. One day, Yuan Hao will undoubtedly make a resurgence, his ambitions rekindled, leading to an inevitable and bothersome conflict. Yet for now, we can enjoy a few years of tranquility. Yuan Chen's expression softened as he glanced at his phone, addressing the backlog of work from yesterday. What time is lunch scheduled for? 12:30. I have a private meeting with the chairman at 2. Please ensure there are no delays. Shen Yi swiftly adjusted the afternoon schedule in his mind, considering the commuting time and the chairman's usual meeting length, realizing the time was rather tight. Starting from 3 o'clock, 5 consecutive business reports were arranged, and I will notify all parties, extending the overall timeline by 30 minutes. Very well, let it be so. Yuan Chen seemed satisfied with this smooth arrangement, his index finger rhythmically tapping on the table, but suddenly, Shen Yi's gaze fell upon that hand. The knuckle of the thumb was noticeably swollen and red, while the other hand remained unharmed. It was only the right thumb that bore the brunt of the injury. Given his status, how could he possibly engage in a physical altercation? It must have been from yesterday, when he restrained himself to prevent losing control. Shen Yi recalled the chaos, remembering how Yuan Chen had reached into his mouth to stop him from inflicting harm upon himself, and it was likely during that moment that the injury occurred. A heavy sense of guilt weighed down upon him, making it difficult to lift his head, yet he could not feign ignorance. He turned to fetch a first aid kit. Mr. Yuan, allow me to examine your hand. Yuan Chen's brow slightly furrowed, taken aback by the sudden gesture, but quickly regained his usual composure. Shen Yi gently lifted his wrist, unfolding each long finger one by one. The injured party remained calm and unruffled, while the observer's expression grew serious. It was, after all, the dominant right hand, and he was the cause of this wound, so he handled it with utmost care. Fortunately, the skin was unbroken, but the pad of the thumb had developed a deep bruise, swollen and warm to the touch. Shen Yi applied gentle pressure with his fingertips, lightly pressing around the bruise. Does it hurt? Not at all. Should we call a doctor? It may be more prudent to have it checked. Enough with the fuss. Assuming he could endure it without issue, Yuan Chen displayed signs of impatience, attempting to withdraw his hand, yet Shen Yi tightened his grip on his wrist, resolute in his stance. At least let me perform some basic treatment. He retrieved medication from a first aid kit, using a cotton pad soaked in disinfectant to cleanse the injury, followed by applying a bruise ointment that gradually seeped into the skin. While Yuan Chen no longer resisted, he remained cautious, concerned that he might change his mind at any moment. Shen Yi swiftly wrapped a bandage around the injury. Upon closer inspection, he noted a faint abrasion beneath Yuan Chen's jaw, likely a mark left from their earlier struggle. My apologies. Shen Yi leaned slightly, applying medication to that injury as well. On smooth skin, any imperfection stood out glaringly. He delicately smoothed the ointment with his ring finger, careful in his movements. Yuan Chen silently observed Shen Yi, his gaze lingering on the slightly swollen lips before slowly drifting towards his neck. Shen Yi confirmed there were no additional injuries before straightening up, unconsciously letting out a sigh, tightening the cap on the ointment, and wiping his fingers with a wet tissue. But when he lifted his gaze, he found Yuan Chen rising from his chair unexpectedly, causing him to freeze in place. The dry palm pressed against Shen Yi's shoulder, pushing him back unexpectedly, causing him to fall abruptly onto the edge of the table. Just as he intended to rise, Yuan Chen had already advanced toward him, his presence imposing. Mr. Yuan, what are you? Before he could finish, Yuan Chen suddenly reached out and loosened his tie, unfastening the top button of his shirt. The cool fingers that ventured into his collar sent a shiver through Shen Yi's shoulders. Beneath his exposed neck lay distinct, dark bruises, remnants of violence that overshadowed the previously treated contusions. Yuan Chen's gaze fixed upon these marks of abuse, his brow furrowing as he drew a deep breath. Why is he not being prosecuted? The question resurfaced in Shen Yi's mind as he instinctively touched his bare neck. He had noticed these bruises during his morning routine, believing that cleverly concealing them with a shirt collar would suffice. Yet, he could not escape Yuan Chen's piercing gaze. I have made my decision. The bruises will fade. Nevertheless, Yuan Chen's grim expression did not soften. He picked up the phone from the table, while with his other hand, he grasped Shen Yi's chin to steady it, directing the camera toward his face. "What are you doing? Surely you are not taking a picture? Just capturing evidence, in case of emergencies. There's no need for that." Under the weight of Yuan Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Yi ultimately pressed his lips together in silence. What more could he do? With his hands braced against the table, he obediently turned his head aside. Yuan Chen opened the camera app, using his free hand to further part the collar, exposing the bruises completely. He held the open collar in place, focusing the lens on Shen Yi's neck. The longer this lasted, the more suffocating it became for Shen Yi. His gaze wandered aimlessly until it finally settled back on the camera lens. He observed the reflection of his own eyes in the blackened lens, unconsciously moistening his dry lips. "Mr. Yuan." Yuan Chen did not immediately press the shutter, merely staring intently at the phone screen. A soft electronic sound echoed, followed by a series of clicks. Click, click. Shen Yi slowly straightened his tilted head, as if he had heard a scornful remark. Yuan Chen's expression while reviewing the photos was inscrutable, prompting him to remain silent. "Is that enough?" Yuan Chen withdrew the phone into his pocket, his eyes meeting Shen Yi's with a profound intensity. "Put your clothes back on." "All right." Even without his instruction, Shen Yi was already inclined to do so. He slid down from the table's edge, meticulously fastening his buttons and readying his tie. For thoroughness was indeed his forte. The shirt collar once again snugly enveloped his neck, and this sense of restraint oddly provided him with comfort. It was far better than appearing disheveled before Yuan Chen. Yet, the fleeting glance from earlier seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 50. Isn't it possible to use inhibitors? The notification of Yan Hao's reassignment was officially released, stirring a flurry of reactions both within and outside the company, but it soon settled into calm. The corporate world is a perilous jungle, where the struggle for power is notoriously brutal. Even the fiercest beasts, when mortally wounded, must resort to survival tactics. In this ongoing contest, the victor now displayed unwavering diligence, presiding over an interminable meeting. The regular meeting, delayed due to an emergency board session, had already persisted for 4 hours. Which department is next? Let them in. Yuan Chen did not pause for a moment during the protracted meeting, allocating approximately 40 to 60 minutes to each team. The participants were required to present under considerable stress while simultaneously enduring his intense and focused document review. Secretary Chen, tasked with taking minutes, had long lost her focus, and even the bystander Shen Yi felt a tinge of fatigue. Yet, Yuan Chen remained remarkably composed. This endurance was precisely why Shen Yi refrained from suggesting a break, and instead notified the team leaders waiting outside. A group of tense individuals entered the conference room, and Shen Yi noted that among the 4-member reporting team, one was an Omega. He cast a discerning glance, observing the unnatural flush on the young employee's cheeks. Was it excessive nervousness that caused such redness? Just as this question arose, the pheromone purifiers positioned in the corners of the meeting room emitted a low hum, suddenly accelerating in operation. The soaring values displayed on the screen clearly indicated the degree of pheromone diffusion in the current space. The machine's noise momentarily enveloped the room in silence. The team leader glanced anxiously at the distressed employee. "Shichi, you may step outside if needed." Yuan Chen interjected in a calm tone. "Let's proceed." He seemed entirely unperturbed by the pervasive pheromones, merely twirling the pen in his hand and directing his gaze towards the report just presented by the team leader. "Very well." Seizing the opportunity while the leader composed himself, Shen Yi swiftly took action, altering the pheromone neutralizer S mode from periodic to continuous release and simultaneously increasing the ventilation system S power. Yuan Chen's reaction was indeed unusual. In the past, he would have likely reprimanded anyone in such a situation. However, in the face of such evident omega pheromones, he exhibited complete indifference. The previously circulated rumors regarding Yuan's enhanced tolerance to omega pheromones seemed to be validated at this moment. The reporting staff felt a slight sense of relief, and the meeting continued under Yuan Chen's usual rigorous supervision. Shen Yi stood like a sentinel in the corner, his nerves taut, always attentive to his superior's demeanor and breathing. "We will actively advance the subsequent preparations. Thank you for your hard work." At long last, This lengthy relay meeting concluded, and those exiting the conference room felt a wave of relief, while those remaining briefly revealed their exhaustion. Thank you all for your efforts. You may head back now. Shen Yi approached Secretary Chen, who was flustered as she tidied up the table, and quietly suggested, Secretary Chen, please take the laptop and head upstairs. But there's still much to organize here. That's all right. I will handle the rest. You should go prepare the meeting minutes for Yuan. He needs to review them promptly. Secretary Chen, still bewildered, nodded, and Shen Yi offered his characteristic gentle smile, patting her back reassuringly. Before long, even Secretary Chen departed, leaving the once boisterous conference room eerily silent. Shen Yi momentarily set aside his tasks and turned his attention to Yuan Chen. Perhaps it was the headache he had been suppressing that now surfaced, as he frowned, pressing the back of his hand against his temple. Shen Yi cautiously approached, offering the pre-prepared pain relief medication and warm water. Yuan, should we adjust the upcoming schedule? Let us take a 10-minute break before heading upstairs. As he answered, a barely audible sigh escaped his lips. Yuan Chen meticulously swept back his neatly arranged hair and swallowed the pills with warm water, exhibiting no signs of agitation. Shen Yi you.Shen, his heart laden with concern. Others might perceive his condition as improving, yet in truth, he merely subdued his discomfort. How could the persistent neuralgia that had plagued him for years vanish overnight? His steadfast demeanor evoked a sense of melancholy, for if he could maintain this resilience, perhaps Yuan Chen's health might gradually return to normal. With this thought, Shen Yi felt a slight easing of his own spirits as he attended to subsequent matters. The following day, they had scheduled a routine checkup, having appointed the same attending physician, and thus they headed to the hospital together. After concluding his interview, Yuan Chen was assessed by Professor Hu as being unwell yet full of vitality, even half-jokingly suggesting that he ought to pursue a romantic relationship. A remark Yuan Chen chose to ignore. Next was Shen Yi's turn, following a recent incident of pheromone shock. Professor Hu's demeanor turned particularly grave as he perused the examination report. During this time, Shen Yi's gaze inadvertently drifted to Yuan Chen, who sat in a corner of the consultation room on a sofa, appearing utterly disinterested in the affairs around him, engrossed in the laptop resting on his lap. Yet, his mere presence was enough to distract Shen Yi, who blinked and attempted to redirect his focus, unaware that Yuan Chen had also quietly turned his attention towards him, wholly absorbed in his work, though the consultation room was perhaps quieter than the waiting area outside. The intimate nature of the medical consultation rendered Shen Yi's mind somewhat troubled at the thought of his private life being so publicly shared. Have you experienced any instability in your condition recently? Professor Hu suddenly inquired, prompting Shen Yi to snap back to attention. He failed to notice Yuan Chen's gaze now resting on him as he pondered the question. It seemed there were no significant discomforts to report. How has your sleep quality been? Have you experienced palpitations or any numbness in your body? No, he replied. Has Yuan Chen's pheromone been beneficial to you? The directness of the question froze Shen Yi momentarily. Was this truly an appropriate inquiry in the presence of the person involved? However, Professor Hu's expression remained utterly composed. A straightforward inquiry from a medical standpoint, and ultimately, Shen Yi had no choice but to respond with trepidation. Yes, it has been quite helpful. That's reassuring, Shen Yi. Given your prior condition, I had contemplated pharmacological intervention, but it seems that may not be necessary now. You should continue to rely on him, he said, gesturing towards Yuan Chen, who emitted a faint and dismissive hum from the back, akin to a scoff. Yet Professor Hu remained unfazed and continued. You likely have about 3 months left in your susceptible period. Have you begun to prepare gradually? Yes, I am preparing. You should familiarize yourself with this matter, as it is something you will personally experience. It requires careful consideration and preparation. Casually seeking someone out is not a wise approach, and mental preparation is equally crucial. Professor, Shen Yi hesitantly raised his hand, feeling the weight of Yuan Chen's formidable presence behind him, and in a lowered voice, asked the question. Is it really not possible to use inhibitors? Didn't I mention before that they would not be beneficial for you? But every situation is different. There must be a solution, right? Even after coming to terms with the reality of being an omega, Shen Yi still found it difficult to grasp the impending susceptibility period. Initially, when he consulted Professor Hu, it felt like a matter concerning others, but as the date approached, he realized it was an issue he could no longer overlook. The ever-smiling and affable Professor Hu suddenly darkened, his sharp gaze piercing through Shen Yi before darting towards Yuan Chen behind him. "Why do you people refuse to heed my advice?" Professor Hu exclaimed. "I didn't mean to imply that," Shen Yi replied, "but I thought there might be other possibilities. How many individuals struggle through life with suppressants, only to meet a dire fate? If you had witnessed it firsthand, you wouldn't speak so lightly. If reason fails, I shan't waste further breath. Two individuals with clear conditions insist on disregarding their bodies. Is there a fear of intimacy? Or do you believe that aiding one another will lead to some incurable affliction?" Chapter 51. Changeable as the wind, Professor Hu abruptly removed his glasses and slammed them onto the table, finally unleashing a long simmering fury. With a forceful bang, he nearly shouted, "Why can't you all simply enjoy the natural cycle that accompanies being a special individual? It is a gift from nature." "Professor, please calm down. Let us take a step back," Yuan Chen interjected, having approached unnoticed. He grasped Shen Yi's arm and unceremoniously pulled him up from his chair. As he dragged the still somewhat dazed Shen Yi toward the examination room door, Professor Hu's voice echoed behind them. "You too. All you do is come to me asking for suppressants. It drives me mad." With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and the two, nearly ejected from the examination room, were immediately surrounded by curious gazes in the hospital corridor. Yuan Chen promptly released his grip. "When is your susceptibility period?" "Around November 5th. "Do you need to take leave?" Shen Yi rubbed his arm, which had gone numb from being gripped, and quietly averted his gaze. Rather than genuinely inquiring about his susceptibility period, it felt more like a routine question to confirm work schedules. "Yes, I will need to take leave." "Is there an appropriate partner arranged?" "Mr. Yuan, that is a private matter, and I prefer not to disclose details." Even though they both understood the unspoken truth, it felt challenging for Shen Yi to articulate his partner arrangements to Yuan Chen, especially since he had no partner at all. After establishing boundaries, Yuan Chen fell silent for a moment. The muscles in his cheeks tightened imperceptibly before relaxing, yet emotions swirled in his eyes. "Is that so? It appears you already have plans. Taking leave is not an issue, but during your absence, you must ensure my work remains unaffected. Prepare thoroughly. We cannot afford a repeat of the last time's mess." Evidently, Shen Yi's previous absences had left Yuan Chen with a profound lesson, prompting Shen Yi to respond respectfully. "Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, I will make proper arrangements and won't give you any trouble." Although he received the desired response, Yuan Chen's gaze bore an inexplicable hint of displeasure. Shen Yi awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers as Yuan Chen turned away, striding ahead with long legs at a pace too swift to follow. What was a sudden shift in mood? As Shen Yi murmured to himself, he quickened his pace to catch up. In this world, the most crucial sentiment he needed to decipher was that of Yuan Chen. Compared to the tribulations brought on by his own sensitivity period, the capriciousness of his superior was evidently far more exasperating. Partner matching, premium alphas at your service. Igniting your desires, soothing your anxieties, and melting away the restlessness of top-tier alphas, arriving within 15 minutes. Alas, this advertisement was utterly vulgar. It was simply unbearable. Shen Yi stared at the flashing tagline on the screen, sighing in irritation. What was this nonsense? It wasn't even a cheap service. How could the language be so crass? Of course, Yuan Chen would never resort to such platforms for companionship. The last time he sought a partner, he utilized exclusive VIP websites, where the registration and review process for individuals with special attributes was exceedingly stringent, exuding an air of sophistication. Even so, it was rumored that his expenditures on those sites could reach tens of thousands in a single night, which was astonishing. He had intended to search for a more reputable platform, yet all that appeared were these types of advertisements. Was this the standard for premium alphas? It seemed that physique was the only criterion. To rely on such individuals to navigate through a sensitivity period, the disproportionate photos and exaggerated expressions were truly an eyesore. Did one really have to pay these people? It was incomprehensible how the operators conducted their reviews, Their taste was profoundly concerning. Nevertheless, where there is demand, there must be a market, right? It was unclear whether the glowing reviews were from hired commenters or genuine users. Yet this website boasted hundreds of positive testimonials. Shen Yi absent-mindedly scrolled down, catching a glimpse of this month's recommended alpha. Good heavens, what was this? He simply could not endure it and promptly closed the webpage. Tossing the tablet aside, Shen Yi collapsed onto the sofa, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. He was utterly bewildered. Was this world truly outrageous? Or had his own standards become excessively refined? Indeed, gazing daily upon Yuan Chen's visage, it seemed inevitable that his expectations would elevate. Furthermore, was the appreciation for sophistication something that the average person could possess? Following him like a shadow, having experienced and indulged in various exquisite luxuries, it had become a matter of course to look down upon ordinary standards. Wake up, Shen Yi. You are merely a high-end worker, he admonished himself weakly. After eagerly awaiting a day of rest, could it truly be marred by such trivialities? It appeared that these matching platforms were not to be relied upon. He needed to contemplate alternative solutions. Just then, his phone on the table began to vibrate. A glance at the name displayed on the screen caused Shen Yi's expression to falter, a long sigh escaping him involuntarily. Mr. Yuan, you are looking for me. Shen Yi. Why is that contract from yesterday not here with me? Have you eaten? Such small talk was forcibly swallowed by Shen, who endeavored to make his voice sound more cheerful. Please hold on. I will confirm immediately. He entered the room, rummaging through his briefcase. The contract Yuan Chen sought was nestled within, perfectly intact. Before their separation yesterday, he had handed him several documents. Yet he had inadvertently omitted the one that Yuan Chen desired. Indeed, it was a lapse on my part, and I have no justifications to offer. Shen Yi, rubbing his aching temples, remarked, the contract is here with me. I shall deliver it to you now. No need, I will come and collect it. Are you sure you want to come over? It's not yet at the point where a person in need of rest must make the trip. But is it truly acceptable to visit someone else's home? Shen Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, merely blinking as the other end of the line disconnected abruptly after expressing their thoughts. Such a mannerism is indeed reminiscent of Yuan Chen. Picking up the contract, Shen Yi ambled back to the living room. With Yuan Chen coming over, it was only proper to tidy up the house. Alas, he was merely creating trouble for himself. He hastily organized the somewhat disheveled space and opened a window for ventilation. Just then, the doorbell rang. How swiftly they had arrived. Assuming it was Yuan Chen, Shen Yi opened the door without even checking the intercom. Mr. Yuan, you've arrived. Hello, I'm from next door. The figure standing at the threshold was not the anticipated face. No, this visage was indeed familiar, though Shen Yi had never crossed paths with him before. I am not a bad person, the man asserted, raising the brim of his hat to reveal his face. As the hat lifted slightly, a strikingly handsome countenance emerged. This was no villain, but rather the recently celebrated you.Shen. Greetings. I apologize for the intrusion. It seems my package was mistakenly delivered to your address. May I trouble you to assist me in locating it? The man spoke with utmost politeness, gently gesturing towards the entrance where several parcels Shen Yi had yet to open lay in disarray. Oh, certainly. Please hold on a moment. Why don't you come inside? Then I must apologize for the disturbance. As the entrance door closed, the cool air from outside rushed in. In the midst of rummaging through the packages, Shen Yi paused. A barely perceptible, alluring scent seemed to permeate the air. It appeared that this neighbor had a penchant for pheromone fragrances. The other man remained quite at ease, and Shen Yi felt it prudent not to show too much interest, continuing his search. I should have organized this earlier. I've been preoccupied, and it has piled up. Likewise, I was abroad filming and left my home unattended for quite some time. I only just returned to tidy up. The last box at the bottom bore neither his name nor the neighboring apartment number. Standing upright, Shen Yi handed the parcel back to the man. Is this the one? Yes, that's correct. Thank you so much. It is a relief to have it returned. The man revealed a set of perfectly white teeth and a smile that was indeed charming. Shen Yi found himself involuntarily smiling in return. By his standards, this individual could barely be classified as a quality alpha, Perhaps he even reached A grade? Truly, he embodied the aura of a celebrity, exuding a distinct charm. However, the man did not seem in a hurry to depart, slightly tilting his face, half obscured by the hat's brim. But I recall that you should be a beta. Am I mistaken? I believe the records indicated you were a beta. I learned this from the property management. This man, named you.Shen, had resided in the community for over a year. Being a renowned artist, he naturally took note of the residents around him and any individuals with unusual traits. Upon learning that a young male, a beta, resided next door, he felt a sense of relief. Although it was not his fault, recalling it now made Shen Yi feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to confess. I only recently differentiated. It is indeed a bit late. Understanding dawned upon him. If you find it inconvenient. No, that's not my intention at all. you.Shen quickly interjected, waving his hands in denial, his signature smile reappearing on his face. Interestingly, after living as neighbors for more than a year, this was their first formal interaction. Though they occasionally crossed paths, they had hardly exchanged glances, maintaining a distance akin to that of strangers. This would likely remain the case. At most, they would share a nod. The rhythms of life for ordinary people and artists differ significantly, leaving little to be particularly mindful of. As Shen Yi pondered how to gracefully conclude this slightly awkward conversation, a sudden sound of a password lock being entered echoed from the entrance. His eyes widened in surprise as the front door swung open from the outside. What is this? Yuan Chen stood at the threshold, surveying the scene within, his brow furrowing as he quietly muttered, "Shouldn't I be the one surprised? How do you know the password to my home?" Contrary to his inner astonishment, all that escaped Shen Yi's lips was a bewildered ah. Chapter 52. Who is he? At the entrance, 3 men and a mountain of delivery boxes crammed the narrow foyer. The 2 alphas, both towering over 185 meters, made the already limited space feel even more constricted. Yuan Chen scrutinized the unexpected guest. From Shen Yi's perspective, the thoughts of this alpha were inscrutable. Yet the intense scrutiny in his gaze clearly signaled his current displeasure. "I shall take my leave," you.Shen said with a bright smile as he turned to exit. Just as Shen Yi was about to open the door, the other party deftly manipulated the door lock. With a soft click, the door opened and closed again, returning the space to a silence so profound one could hear their own breathing. Although you.Shen had departed, the uncomfortable silence lingered. Shen Yi cleared his throat, lifting his gaze to meet Yuan Chen's piercing stare. "Who's that? Do you not recognize him?" you.Shen has been quite well known lately. I asked who he is. Yuan Chen's eyes turned even colder. He shoved his hands into his pants pockets, his downward gaze conveying unabashed irritation. "Do you not grasp your current situation? Letting an alpha into your home. What were you thinking?" "Mr. Yuan, you're also an alpha," Shen Yi replied, retrieving a pair of slippers that had almost become Yuan Chen's designated footwear from the shoe cabinet. "He lives next door. The delivery was mistakenly sent to my house." "Shen, you patiently explain it." Yuan Chen's demeanor shifted from stormy to calm. "I will retrieve the contract. Please wait." He slowly removed his leather shoes and donned the slippers, a gesture indicating his intention to enter. Expecting merely to collect documents, Yuan Chen instead commandeered the dining table, transforming it into a temporary workspace. Consequently, the notion of a restful day was rendered virtually non-existent. Shen Yi settled into the chair across from him, pressing his fingertips against his weary eyes. "You do realize this violates the contract, don't you?" He murmured softly, and the man engrossed in the documents slowly lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over, seemingly questioning the necessity of the interruption. "Are you not aware that today is my day off? Had you completed your work yesterday, I would not have needed to make this trip today." With nothing else to occupy his time, he casually retrieved the temporary contract for review. "Shen Yi, complete." Aware that Yuan Chen maintained his professional demeanor whether at the office or outside, though his attire was more relaxed. Initially, he felt somewhat uneasy donning loungewear at home in front of Yuan Chen, but he had long since acclimated to it. Shen Yi discreetly averted his gaze, his peripheral vision catching Yuan Chen as he diligently processed the documents. Unlike his own sweatshirt and sweatpants, Yuan Chen's attire, even on his day off, bore little difference. The sole distinction was the absence of a tie, His meticulously styled hair, usually slicked back, now cascaded naturally. However, the tailored shirt and trousers still exuded a crisp elegance, and one grew accustomed to it over time. Shen Yi shook off his distractions and concentrated on the task at hand. Since the situation was set, it was prudent to make the most of the time available. During the intervals of Yuan Chen's contract review, he too should address some of the backlog. He opened his laptop and began responding to the mountain of emails. Suddenly, a low rumble emanated from his stomach, causing Shen Yi to freeze momentarily. Yet Yuan Chen did not even flicker an eyelid, much less offer ridicule or concern. He was utterly absorbed in his paperwork, his gaze shifting solely between the pages. Mr. Yuan, have you had dinner? Not yet. Is there anything you wish to eat? You decide. The conversation flowed, as usual, and Shen Yi adeptly selected a meal that suited Yuan Chen's palate. Although this meant their unexpected guest would linger longer than anticipated, life must inevitably continue. That night, Shen Yi, as customary, found himself leaving work well past midnight. The streets were deserted, save for the sound of his own slow footsteps. He stretched his stiff neck, recalling that he was to visit the research institute in the morning, followed by business engagements in the evening. As he mentally navigated through Yuan Chen's tightly packed schedule, Shen Yi steeled himself. However, an unsettling sound broke the expected silence of the doorway, a breathless gasp that seemed to emanate from outside his home. More alarmingly, a rich, cloying scent assaulted his senses. Instinctively, he recognized it as omega pheromones. Shen Yi halted and cautiously turned the corner. It was then that he discerned the source of the sound. A man curled in the shadows of the entrance, startled by the suddenly illuminated sensor light, gasping sharply. Who is there? Upon seeing the figure, Shen Yi could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The disheveled Omega leaned against his front door. The face was unfamiliar, appearing no older than 20, with a slender physique and sharply defined shoulder bones. A strikingly handsome man. He had no recollection of ever having seen him before. Why would he appear at his doorstep in such a state? I can't wait any longer. In an instant, it was as if the dam had burst, and the omega pheromones surged forth like a tidal wave. It was the period of sensitivity. Shen Yi stood frozen, overwhelmed by confusion. The man had collapsed entirely to the ground, reaching to unfasten his trousers. Wait, not here. Please hurry, help me. Stay awake. Shen Yi pressed the man's hand down, frantically searching his pockets. Damn it. The more anxious he became, the less responsive his phone seemed. I'll call 120. Just hold on a little longer. Just as he dialed the number, his fingertip hovering over the call button, the door opposite swung open, revealing a tall figure. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, the sound of slippers scraping against the floor was particularly pronounced. I always thought you were foolish, but I never imagined you could even get the address wrong. You.Shen had somehow arrived at his side, observing the vulnerable Omega with no trace of surprise on his face. Do you know him? Shen Yi slowly lowered his phone, needing to ascertain whether You.Shen recognized the man, his thumb still poised above the dial key. Yes, what's it to you? He came looking for me. You.Shen smirked. The lively young man he had last seen, now a distant memory, replaced by an alpha radiating an unpleasant, greasy aura. I'm exhausted. I didn't want to get involved. The Omega, sensing the alpha's presence, darted towards You.Shen like a frenzied horse. I beg you, I'm very compliant. And you think you deserve that? The Omega cried pitifully, his pheromones flooding the corridor. Enough. Let's go to the hospital. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please. You.Shen hoisted the Omega over his shoulder, his gaze firmly fixed on the stunned Shen Yi's face. Pardon the disturbance, neighbors. Yet, at that moment, Shen Yi was too preoccupied to notice You.Shen's expression. He was utterly taken aback by the Omega's appearance during his sensitive period. You.Shen's lips curled into a sly grin as he gave a firm pat on the Omega's thigh. Sorry for the interruption. Let's talk another time. He casually bid farewell and turned to leave, the Omega's cries echoing in Shen Yi's ears as he took a few steps towards his own door. With a resounding slam, the door shut. It was only after they vanished from sight that Shen Yi finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. The nature of You.Shen's chaotic character was no longer relevant. What truly haunted him was the image of the Omega from earlier, lingering in his mind. His hand grasping the doorknob trembled slightly, gripped by fear. It was too shocking, too terrifying. Would he also become like that when his sensitive period arrived? This was no longer a matter that did not concern him. The previously unimaginable reality was fast becoming something he would have to confront, a realization that filled Shen Yi with genuine dread. Chapter 53. Unfamiliar territory. Shen Yi was enveloped in solid arms, his waist securely held. "Can you not be so noisy?" A low murmur, laced with impatience, only intensified the heat coursing through him. "Mr. Yuan, I beg you." In that instant, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The familiar bed, the cozy room, and the morning light filtering through the curtains all evoke a sense of intimacy that lingers in the air. Just moments ago, the closeness of another person felt so tangible, yet now, the only sight before me is the familiar walls of my bedroom. Shen Yi clutches the bedspread tightly, murmuring softly to himself, "What an inexplicable dream." It appears that the scene I witnessed last night is still etched deeply in my mind, and thanks to it, I experienced a rather unconventional dream. Although the details have begun to blur upon waking, the sensation of closeness remains strikingly vivid. As I lie on my side, an unusual feeling stirs between my legs. Could it be that at this age, I am still experiencing such sensations? Shen Yi feels a wave of irritation wash over him. He remains in a daze for quite some time. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such an experience. Even after my transformation, such a reaction had never occurred. Rationally, I understand this could be a possible physiological phenomenon, yet the impact of experiencing it firsthand is far beyond what theory could convey. I have truly become an omega. Shen Yi buries his flushed cheeks into the soft pillow, a bewildered sigh dissipating into the air. Self-awareness is one matter, but controlling the ensuing tumultuous emotions and bodily reactions is a far more challenging endeavor. That day at work, I was restless all day long. Although my expression management was impeccable, an undercurrent of unease and confusion seemed to seep through the subtle signals I emitted. Naturally, in the entire office, only Yuan Chen could likely perceive such minute changes. "Mr. Yuan, the urgent settlement documents require your confirmation now." Shen Yi neatly places the folder on a desk. Yuan Chen says nothing further and begins to review the documents. His gaze lowered, he asks in a voice neither high nor low, "Is something the matter?" "What do you mean? You seem different today." Shen Yi instinctively touches his face. Does my expression reveal any cracks? Impossible. However, Yuan Chen's keen perception may have detected the subtle shift. "No, there is no issue." He steadies his somewhat scattered focus. Will the documents be reviewed in half an hour? Are tonight's arrangements all in order?" When inquiring about business matters, his unembellished, somewhat cold tone penetrates Shen Yi's ears, causing his ears to flush inexplicably. A peculiar sensation begins to spread downward, and Shen Yi discreetly presses his wrist. "At 11 tonight. Everything is booked as per your request. Chairman Fong has confirmed, and there are no changes to the itinerary." "I understand. You may leave." Upon hearing these words, Shen Yi turns to depart, and in the silent exhalation of breath, a hint of pheromone escapes. Yuan Chen silently watches his retreating figure. Having stated that there is no issue, he refrains from pressing further. Yet today, Secretary Shen indeed piques interest. Nestled within the city, the elegant establishment is renowned for its understated facade and elite clientele. One could say that the very air is imbued with an unspoken undercurrent. Some come to solidify relationships, others for clandestine transactions, and some seek a refuge for thorny proposals. Yuan Chen's final appointment of the day is a meeting with Chairman Fong. He seldom personally attends such receptions, typically only once or twice a year. And due to the significance of this occasion, Shen Yi dares not let his guard down. During the negotiations between Yuan Chen and Chairman Fong, Shen Yi waited in a privately prepared lounge, accompanied by two others who appear to be in a similar predicament, clearly aides of a certain individual. In this intimate setting, where formalities were unnecessary, an unspoken understanding prevailed, allowing them to maintain a facade of indifference towards one another. Shen Yi sank into the deep purple velvet sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Each time someone entered or exited, the faint sound from outside briefly penetrated the room. Despite the effective soundproofing, The prolonged silence inevitably began to weigh on him. Before he realized it, the others had departed, leaving Shen Yi alone. Glancing at his watch, he noted that 2 hours had elapsed. It was now 1 in the morning, the darkest hour of the night. Had Yuan Chen's meeting gone smoothly? Lost in thought, he recognized that while relaxation would be welcome, it was hardly feasible. He had to remain on standby as long as Yuan Chen was present. Just as he was deep in contemplation, his phone vibrated, signaling the long-awaited message from Yuan Chen. Deliver the prepared documents to room 808 immediately. The instruction was succinct and clear, and even the text seemed to echo Yuan Chen's authoritative tone. After confirming the message, Shen Yi swiftly gathered the documents and exited the room. Upon entering 808, the scene unfolded before him. A long table with Yuan Chen and Chairman Fong seated across from each other, several young women quietly standing by. The woman beside Yuan Chen was impeccably dressed, while the women flanking Chairman Fong had slightly loosened their outer garments. Shen Yi's heart tightened, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. Politely greeting Chairman Fong, "I apologize for interrupting your discussion. I have an urgent document to present, so I took the liberty of entering." Chairman Fong, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and laughed. "Ah, so this is the renowned Secretary Shen. Even without a reason, I would have liked to meet you. You've arrived at the perfect moment. Please sit down. Young lady over there, make some room for Secretary Shen." What was intended to be a brief drop-off of the documents was unexpectedly disrupted by Chairman Fong's invitation. The woman who had been sitting next to Yuan Chen discreetly rose and relocated to Chairman Fong's side. With such insistence to sit down and a seat vacated, further refusal would only spoil the mood. Shen Yi, unsure of how to proceed, instinctively glanced at Yuan Chen. The man, who had been observing him with calmness, gave a barely perceptible nod, indicating his tacit approval. Shen Yi hesitantly took a seat at the newly available spot. After quietly handing the documents to Yuan Chen, he suppressed his anxiety, straightened his back, and endeavored to adjust his somewhat stiff expression. "Since we are seated together, let us share a drink." "Thank you, Chairman." As Chairman Fong poured the wine, Shen Yi promptly stood to receive the glass with both hands. In such a setting, there was no room for refusal. Concerns of driving or prohibitions were not to be mentioned at this moment. Turning his head, he downed the strong liquor in one gulp, the high-proof liquid searing his throat. Yet he did not flinch even slightly. As he set down the glass, his gaze swiftly scanned the table. Among the upscale surroundings of the private club, several familiar home-style dishes stood out, evidently ordered by Chairman Fong from the restaurant he frequented. Beside the cigarettes he frequently smoked, there lay several boxes of rare black tobacco, hard to procure in the market. These preferences had evidently been ascertained in advance, showcasing manager Su's meticulous arrangements. The ashtray was already brimming with cigarette butts, and the liquor had been flowing abundantly. This marked the third empty bottle of spirits. It was said that Chairman Fong's own tolerance for alcohol was rather modest. However, he particularly relished witnessing others inebriated. The question lingered, who was primarily consuming these libations? There was only one suspect. Yet confirming Yuan Chen's state under the current circumstances proved to be a challenge. Shen Yi could only watch as Chairman Fong once again filled his glass, lowering his gaze to observe the unfolding scene. "Did you hear?" Chairman Fong elongated his tone, hinting at something intriguing. "It said that dating a male Omega is quite the thrill." The room fell silent in an instant. Shen Yi, having just brought the glass to his lips, paused, forcing the sip down, his Adam's apple bobbing. His mind, however, was astonishingly clear. "So, what about you, General Manager Yuan? Is there any truth to the rumors?" This crass jest aimed squarely at Yuan Chen. Confronted with a probing gaze, Yuan Chen merely responded with his characteristic, unflappable smile. "I haven't tried it, so I wouldn't know." "With such delectable dishes beside you, and yet you haven't touched them? It appears your appetite is quite discerning, General Manager." Shen Yi subtly cast a glance at Yuan Chen, who remained impeccably composed and relaxed, seated as if casually sharing drinks with acquaintances rather than engaging in significant social obligations. Even in such a setting, he unabashedly exuded a sense of self-assuredness. Curiously, this demeanor suited him well, and Shen Yi found himself inexplicably relieved. He quickly averted his gaze, no longer observing that expressionless profile. At this moment, Chairman Fong passed over another bottle, filling the glass to the brim. Youthful exuberance led to generous drinking, which was visually satisfying. This peculiar habit of focusing on a single individual for libation felt almost punitive. Shen Yi struggled to down his second glass, and just as he set it down, his gaze fell upon the 3 glass cups lined up in the center of the table. Not small shot glasses, but regular drinking glasses. Chairman Fong had filled those 3 cups with pure white liquor, nodding toward them with a smirk. General Manager Yuan must see the sincerity in my offering. You understand that, don't you? As a secretary, one ought to demonstrate loyalty, and drinking is essential for further discussions. Using a glass to drink white liquor? Shen Yi felt a tightening in his throat. Concealing his discomfort, he slowly extended his hand, just as his fingertips grazed the first cup, a large, bony hand swiftly snatched it away. What is this? Chairman Fong raised an eyebrow. Such fine liquor, letting the secretary drink it would be a waste, You.Shen casually remarked, then tilted his head back, downing the full glass in one swift motion. Chairman Fong erupted in laughter, while Shen Yi looked on in astonishment. You.Shen remained unfazed, consuming 3 glasses in succession, his nearly excessive manner of drinking causing discomfort even for onlookers. A nearby young woman, perhaps unable to bear the sight, hurriedly filled an empty glass with ice and cranberry juice, attempting to alleviate the situation. Yet, Yuan-Shen did not respond, merely wiping the corner of his mouth with a casual motion of his thumb. Truly, Mr. Yuan is a remarkable individual. I hold him in high regard. Chairman Fong laughed heartily, leaning back in his seat. With a raised hand, the attendant promptly opened a new bottle of wine. The clinking sound of pouring wine was rather grating. It was unclear whether it was an invitation to share a drink. Chairman Fong filled his own glass to the brim and then clinked it heavily against Yuan-Shen's. His capacity for alcohol exceeded expectations. The last time he drank with Yuan Hao, he had even managed to bring along the person designated to block the drinks. Naturally, the wine poured by the chairman had to be consumed. For every glass, Yuan-Shen accepted 2 in return, never once declining. His articulation was clear, completely devoid of drunkenness, which was unsettling. He maintained control over the pace of the conversation, steering it back to serious matters with a calm and lucid tone, reminding everyone that this was not merely a drinking gathering. Shen Yi subtly shifted the water glass and snacks closer to Yuan-Shen, carefully observing his expression during the brief moments he took to sip water. However, there were no discernible signs on his face. This nearly torturous drinking session continued until just past 3 in the morning before it finally dispersed. As they departed, Chairman Fong was already unsteady on his feet. Mr. Yuan, today was delightful. Next time, seize the opportunity to come find me for a chat, he said, assisted by his companion as he got into the car. Yuan-Shen remained rooted to the spot, watching the black sedan disappear into the distance, only slightly faltering once the taillights vanished. Mr. Yuan, Shen Yi quickly steadied him, the heavy scent of alcohol emanating from Yuan-Shen enveloping him. Are you all right? Hold on. How could a person so suddenly collapse, as if cut off from power? Just moments ago, Yuan-Shen had been effortlessly managing everything. Yet now, after accomplishing all tasks, the taut string of his composure snapped, and his body leaned heavily against Shen. The security at the club approached to offer assistance, but Shen Yi shook his head in refusal. Given Yuan-Chen's disposition, he likely preferred not to be touched by others. Shen Yi could only grit his teeth and support him alone. After much effort, he managed to get Yuan-Shen to the car side and quickly called for a designated driver, relieved to hear it would take about 5 minutes. Mr. Yuan? Mr. Yuan? He gently tapped the man's cheek, hoping to rouse him, but the intoxication had thoroughly consumed him. Yuan-Shen merely shook his head unconsciously, unable to control his own body. With a dull thud, his head fell weakly against Shen Yi's shoulder. Along with this heavy weight, a potent and pure scent of pheromones emanated from his relaxed form. Shen Yi's breath hitched, instinctively taking a deep breath. The aroma struck deep within his lungs, unexpectedly igniting a shiver in his omega body. Was it the alcohol? He pressed the back of his hand against his flushed cheek, but it was of little help. Shen Yi could only bite his lower lip and divert his gaze elsewhere. The city's dazzling neon lights appeared particularly chaotic and glaring at that moment, mirroring the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind throughout the day. Chapter 54. Do you remember what happened last night? Mr. Yuan, come on, move a bit. A breathless voice involuntarily escaped as Shen Yi draped Yuan Chen's left arm over his shoulder, laboriously inching forward step by step. The inebriated body felt as though it had multiplied in weight, transforming the mere 50 meters from the front door to the foyer into a seemingly endless journey. Shen Yi, burdened by the towering figure of Yuan Chen, found his legs trembling incessantly. With each step, Yuan Chen swayed unsteadily, causing Shen Yi to stagger alongside him. Had he anticipated this, he would have summoned a driver for assistance. Transporting Yuan Chen alone was indeed a formidable task. On a sweltering summer night devoid of even a whisper of wind, the oppressive heat was suffocating, and beads of perspiration had already soaked Shen Yi's collar. At long last, he reached the stone steps of the foyer, feeling as though he had conquered a mountain, his chest heaving violently, and the sound of his labored breaths resonated starkly in the stillness. In haste, Shen Yi discarded his shoes and, supporting Yuan Chen, ushered him into the house. Neglecting the bedroom, he managed to settle Yuan Chen onto the spacious sofa in the living room, allowing him to recline. Exhausted, Shen Yi collapsed on the floor, wiping the sweat from his face and shedding his stifling outer layer. After such exertion in the sweltering heat, his coat was saturated with steam, and his damp shirt clung uncomfortably to his skin. He heard the rustling of movement beside him. Turning his head, he noticed Yuan Chen on the sofa, slightly shifting, seemingly restless in his slumber. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi resigned himself to the task at hand, rising to turn on the air conditioning. He first removed Yuan Chen's shoes, then approached the sofa, bending deeply at the waist. This was his first time observing Yuan Chen so closely while he slept, with the usual guard lowered, revealing a face that appeared significantly softer than usual, a juxtaposition that seemed incongruous with Yuan Chen's character. Shen Yi resolved to help him out of his jacket and tie, his fingers slipping into the crooked knot, gently creating a gap before tugging outward. The smooth silk of the loosened tie sent a distinct sensation to his fingertips, and inexplicably, a shiver coursed down his spine. What was happening? He had not anticipated a day would come when he would assist Yuan Chen in shedding his garments. Shen Yi closed his eyes momentarily, attempting to dispel the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind, striving to maintain an impassive expression as he leaned down to unfasten Yuan Chen's shirt buttons. 1, 2, each button released, revealing the skin of his neck and collarbone, glistening faintly with perspiration. Shen Yi's movements faltered, his gaze fixated on the exposed flesh, though his face betrayed no emotion. Turmoil churned beneath the surface. The potent pheromones were intoxicating, the presence of an S-class alpha saturating the air, brazenly invading his senses. This was madness. He moistened his dry lips with his tongue, battling an internal struggle. Even if he hesitated to acknowledge it, his body's instincts were undeniable. Recognizing that prolonging the situation would yield no benefit, he reached into Yuan Chen's jacket, his palm pressing against a firm back, attempting to slide the coat off his shoulders. However, the previously motionless Yuan Chen suddenly rolled over. "Yuan, let me help you out of the jacket, so you can sleep better. Please stay still." Yuan Chen abruptly extended his long arm, encircling Shen Yi's waist. Before Shen Yi could stabilize the upper half of Yuan Chen's body, the latter's long legs intertwined with his. Caught off guard, Shen Yi was swept away by an unexpected force, landing atop the sofa, entangled with Yuan Chen. "Let go. Allow me to rise." Shen Yi struggled and writhed in his opponent's embrace, desperately attempting to break free. The more he exerted himself, the more frantic his breathing became, and the pheromones emanating from Yuan Chen intensified. "Yuan Chen, you scoundrel, are you trying to kill me?" Hatred and lament surged within him. This sensation was utterly absurd. The breath escaping his lips during his struggle brushed against Yuan Chen's open collar, causing his chest to rise and fall slightly. A long sigh, rich with the scent of alcohol, escaped him. Yuan Chen turned his head, his brow grazing Shen Yi's neck. His prominent nose began to slowly caress the damp skin. Slick with sweat. Why can't you remain still? The low murmur scraped against his eardrums. The potent pheromones radiating from Yuan Chen blurred Shen Yi's vision momentarily. He clenched the sturdy fabric of the suit tightly, his jaw set, yet he could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Yet still he was restless. A large hand suddenly smacked against his rear, sending a jolt of shock and pain through Shen Yi, forcing a cry from his lips. "Mr. Yuan, please regain your senses." He buried his burning face against Yuan Chen's chest, struggling to steady his trembling legs. Just as he attempted to escape once more, that long arm tightened its hold. This cycle repeated several times, and utterly exhausted, Shen Yi nearly surrendered, collapsing against Yuan Chen. He pressed his face into the solid chest, listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat beneath him, so distinct from his own chaotic rhythm. Perhaps the intoxication was creeping back. For Yuan Chen's breathing gradually became calm and elongated, as if he had drifted back into slumber. Sensing the grip on his limbs loosen slightly, Shen Yi seized the opportunity to roll away. Thud! He tumbled awkwardly to the floor, utterly drained. Shen Yi struggled to prop himself up, quietly distancing himself from Yuan Chen. "I've had enough," he gasped, tightly shutting his eyes. Even without confirmation, he understood what that peculiar sensation was. He hurriedly donned his shoes, scrambling away as if fleeing from something, bursting out of the house without even ensuring the door was closed. The Omega, preoccupied with self-preservation, fled without looking back. As he walked briskly, the silence of the corridor echoed with the sound of his hurried footsteps. Just then, you.Shen appeared around the corner. Surprised by the late-night encounter with a neighbor, he squinted his eyes. "Hello, hello." Shen Yi rubbed his still-warm face, nodding in acknowledgement, his pace unrelenting. He had no desire for idle chit-chat at that moment. "I apologize for startling you last time," you.Shen remarked, pausing. The neighbor clearly had no intention of continuing the conversation, walking straight past him. Once more, Shen Yi found himself in an absurd situation he had never experienced before, and he almost felt like laughing bitterly. With a bang, the door closed, returning the corridor to silence. you.Shen stood in place, gazing in the direction Shen Yi had gone for quite some time, though the person was gone. The air seemed to linger with a trace of pheromones that had not been properly contained. This pheromone was quite potent. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in you.Shen's eyes. This neighbor was becoming increasingly fascinating. Upon returning to his own residence, Shen Yi finally mustered the courage to assess his state. The mirror reflected a face flushed bright red. "Awaken, Shen Yi. Your current state is solely the result of your indulgence in alcohol." The warmth radiating from his flushed cheeks finally began to subside. Yet the feverish heat within him showed no signs of abating. Shen Yi relinquished his self-soothing attempts and let out a long, heavy sigh, regret washing over him like a relentless tide, causing his entire being to tremble. The following morning, Shen Yi arrived at Yuan Chen's residence 10 minutes earlier than usual. As was his custom, he deftly entered the passcode and proceeded directly to the changing room. "Did you rest well last night?" Shen Yi inquired, his tone as habitual as ever. Yuan Chen shifted his gaze to his impeccably dressed secretary, who, instead of the customary hot coffee, held a glass of freshly squeezed grape juice. Shen Yi meticulously laid a napkin on the bar and gently placed the glass atop it, fully aware that this was prepared specifically for him. Yuan Chen said nothing, simply lifting the glass to his lips. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked, his voice surprisingly clear, though he displayed no emotion. The cool tomato juice slid down his throat, and he quickly downed half the glass, his gaze remaining fixed on the secretary standing before him. The expression on Shen Yi's face, intensely focused on his tie, revealed an unmistakable fatigue, accentuated by the dark circles under his eyes that betrayed a sleepless night. Yuan Chen wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, leaning slightly back against the bar's edge. "What has happened to your face?" he queried. Shen Yi's eyes remained fixed on the tie as he quietly replied, "I didn't sleep well last night. After consuming so much, one would expect a deeper slumber." At this, Shen Yi finally raised his head to meet Yuan Chen's gaze, the weariness in his countenance becoming more pronounced, his pallor evident, and bloodshot eyes revealing the toll of an all-nighter. "Is this tie suitable for you today?" He skillfully redirected the topic. Yuan Chen nodded in affirmation. Then, as was his custom, Shen Yi stepped forward, wrapping the tie around Yuan Chen's neck, his fingers deftly working to tie a knot. "Mr. Yuan," he lowered his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you recall the events of last night?" "I don't remember much, but I do know that you brought me home," Yuan Chen replied. "Did I behave inappropriately?" Shen Yi's hands paused as he tied the tie, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. He should have met Yuan Chen's gaze. Yet his eyes stubbornly remained fixed near the other's neck. "No, I merely noticed you were quite inebriated and asked out of concern." His fingers resumed their task with renewed agility. In no time, a flawless bow tie emerged, which Shen Yi gently smoothed with his fingertips before stepping back to restore a socially appropriate distance between them. "All is well. Let us proceed to the office." Upon arriving, both men immersed themselves in their respective duties. Despite the previous night's revelry that stretched into the early hours, Yuan Chen maintained an impeccable demeanor, showing no signs of a hangover, his mind unexpectedly clear, suggesting that the brief respite on the sofa had indeed been restorative. A familiar knock echoed, and without surprise, Shen Yi entered, bearing a stack of documents awaiting approval. He approached the desk and began to organize the files with efficiency. Yuan Chen cast a sidelong glance at him before redirecting his focus to his work. However, as he perused the documents, his tranquil expression faltered, and his brow furrowed slightly. Once again, my gaze drifted to the side, where Shen Yi, having just organized his documents, was poised to rise. However, his movement abruptly halted. What was the matter? On the surface, he appeared unchanged from his usual self, yet the fluctuations of his pheromones were markedly intense at that moment. This was not an isolated incident. Signs had emerged yesterday as well, which I had attributed to a mere bout of fatigue without further inquiry. However, today's unrestrained display indicated a clear deterioration in his condition. With plenty of time before Shen Yi's sensitive period, could it be that his cycle had become disrupted? Considering the peculiar timing of his differentiation, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Yuan Chen set down his pen, propped himself on the desk, and reached out to explore the nape of Shen Yi's neck. To his surprise, the skin beneath his palm felt chillingly cold. Yuan Zone, Shen Yi instinctivement rejuvenated, his pheromonal fluctuations intensifying dramatically, causing Yuan Chen's brow to furrow even deeper. Shen Yi, your control over your pheromones is utterly disarrayed. Confronted with such candid criticism, the typically composed Shen Yi's expression stiffened, his ears rapidly flushing crimson. Caught off guard by the impact of Yuan Chen's observation, he lowered his gaze in embarrassment. "I apologize. I will make an effort to adjust." His apology was sincere, leaving Yuan Chen at a loss for words. Observing Shen Yi's struggle to rein in his pheromones, he ultimately exhaled a sigh, not out of irritation, but rather from a place of concern, perhaps even care. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to Shen Yi's pheromones over time, from initial repulsion to a comfortable acceptance of the secretary's essence. In the aftermath of the pheromonal retreat, an awkward silence enveloped the space. After finally managing to compose himself, Shen Yi broke the silence. "May I leave now?" Shen Yi turned and departed. Yuan Chen gazed at the slightly anxious silhouette retreating before him, refraining from immediately resuming his seat. Instead, he stood still, staring intently at the closed door for an extended period. Outside, Shen Yi lingered at the threshold, rubbing his troubled features. "Minister, are you all right?" His heavy sigh had drawn the worried glances of the other secretaries, who speculated that something troubling had transpired within. "I'm fine. You may all return to your duties." In truth, all was not well. Yuan Chen, ever perceptive, had perhaps detected Shen Yi's disquiet earlier than anyone else. The inability to control his own body, resulting in such an unfamiliar state, was undeniable, leaving no room for justification. Upon returning to his workstation, Shen Yi endeavored to immerse himself in his tasks. Yet, the fingertips with which he organized documents trembled slightly, and his heart raced uncontrollably as if a searing fire burned within him. Throughout the day, he remained on high alert, forcing himself to further restrain his pheromones, rendering him increasingly haggard as the hours passed. As the oppressive afternoon settled in, the secretaries began to gather their belongings, casting sympathetic glances at the still massaging Shen Yi, whose countenance bore the weight of considerable stress. "Will you be leaving late again today? Don't mind me. You may all head home. Thank you for your hard work." Shen Yi offered a faint smile as he bade farewell to his secretaries, feeling the drain on his spirit intensify far more than usual. Despite this, he was reluctant to display any signs of fatigue before his subordinates. Once the room was cleared, he took a moment to catch his breath, remaining alone in the expansive office space where the shackles of tension began to loosen. He retrieved an old phone from his drawer, a backup device on which he had recently installed a dating application. Upon unlocking it, notifications flooded in like a torrential tide. This app thrived among diverse groups, facilitating casual encounters and exchanging pheromones, all cloaked in veiled words, with the ultimate goal of seeking either a fleeting night of pleasure or a stable partner. As Shen Yi scrolled through the barrage of private messages, he found himself in a quandary. Should he give a try? A wave of self-loathing surged within him, prompting him to push the phone away in frustration. Ugh, how tiresome. With a long sigh, he covered his face with his hands, resting his elbows on the desk, lost in a daze. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he failed to notice the approaching footsteps. It wasn't he until a familiar scent of pheromones wafted into his nostrils that he snapped back to reality, lifting his head abruptly to find Yuan Chen standing beside his desk. Leaning against the partition, Yuan Chen's gaze fell on the illuminated screen of the phone, evidently aware of the incessant notifications. Silently browsing came his deep voice. Shen Yi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Why are you on this dating app?" The question struck him head-on. Under that piercing gaze, he felt that no excuse would suffice, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Silently, he turned his chair to face Yuan Chen, adopting a nearly confessional demeanor as he cautiously revealed, "I seem to be struggling to regulate my pheromones lately. The reason? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's because I'm experiencing a sensitivity phase for the first time, which leaves me psychologically unstable and makes it difficult to maintain control." A brief silence enveloped them, and Yuan Chen's unspoken scrutiny felt as though it could see right through him. After a moment, Yuan Chen appeared to grasp the situation, his brows knitting together. What does this have to do with browsing a dating app? Indeed, he couldn't evade the question. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi divulged his true thoughts. "I was wondering if trying it with an alpha might help. Consider it a form of preliminary learning." The absurdity of his expression was evident, as Yuan Chen's eye visibly twitched. "I truly wish to understand your thought process." He pressed his temple with force, then shot him a sharp glance. "Is this the only solution you could come up with? I'm quite troubled and have no other suitable methods." "Delete it." Yuan Chen wrapped his fingers on the phone screen, pushing it toward Shen Yi. "Delete this trash application immediately." Is a dating app truly that unacceptable? Undoubtedly. For someone like him, an alpha who thrived in a pristine realm, it would be an intolerable notion. Shen Yi, with a complex expression, picked up the phone, contemplating whether to delete it or not. The weight of that scrutinizing stare bore down on him. He pressed and held the app icon on the home screen, watching it begin to quiver. Just as he was about to hit the delete button, that icy voice sounded once more. "Why is your mouth puckered up so high? Who are you showing it to?" Even the management of expressions was subtly corrected as Shen Yi quietly pressed his slightly pouting lower lip back. The app was deleted, and the screen returned to its pristine state. Deleted. If there's a genuine need, one should seek a proper partner. Nevertheless, Yuan Chen's countenance remained less than favorable. "Very well, I shall take heed." This formulaic response, however, caused Yuan Chen's expression to momentarily stiffen. Observing the growing darkness of his expression, Shen Yi slowly pulled out a chair and stood up. "I will step out to procure dinner. Do you have any preferences?" "No need. Then I shall decide for myself." With that, before Yuan Chen could erupt, he nearly fled the office, realizing that a temporary retreat was the wisest course of action. Chapter 56. Inconvenient After Work. Yuan Chen had a private gathering, and Shen Yi chose not to accompany him. Entering a high-end bar in the Wanlun district, several men who recognized him waved. "Did you not say you would arrive later? How come you're here on time? You seem quite busy these days." "Same as always. Does it appear any different?" Yuan Chen wore his customary, emotionless expression. These were old friends, all from respectable families and successful careers, their temperaments well matched, having known each other for so long. They shared almost no secrets. Despite his busy schedule, Yuan Chen made it a point to attend such gatherings every couple of weeks, accepting his friends' teasing with his usual impassivity. "No need for drinks. We all heard about your hosting of the chairman yesterday. It must have been quite a challenge. That old man has quite the repertoire." Understanding Yuan Chen's temperament, his friends refrained from pressuring him to drink, kindly removing empty glasses and ordering a soda water in place of red wine, which made the atmosphere more lively due to his presence. "Shen, you're just in time. Xiao Jun has something he'd like to ask you." The speaker was you.Shen, the second son of Yongchang Real Estate, sitting beside him. "What is it?" Yuan Chen moistened his somewhat dry lips with the soda water and turned his gaze to Xiao Jun, who was awkwardly stroking his chin. "You know, your company has a secretary, Shen." Xiao Jun struggled to articulate, while the others at the table could no longer contain their laughter, shaking their shoulders in amusement. Clearly, this topic had already made the rounds before Yuan Chen's arrival. "Secretary Shen, what about her? She didn't come along today?" This abrupt inquiry raised Yuan Chen's eyebrows. His friends were accustomed to his expressions and did not bat an eye. "She is off work." "Oh, I see. I thought perhaps she was nearby." Xiao Jun's demeanor was evidently off, although he was usually courteous to Secretary Shen. It seemed unusual for him to seek her out in her absence. Everyone present understood the underlying tension except Yuan Chen, whose brow instantly furrowed. Silently, he placed his glass back on the table, and one astute friend quickly interjected, "Xiao Jun wishes to meet Secretary Shen. He has admired her for quite some time." "Hey, why did you blurt that out? I could see you were struggling. You don't even have a girlfriend. What are you contemplating here?" Laughter erupted around the table, with the sole exception of Yuan Chen, who remained silent. Secretary Shen was quite commendable. I had encountered him by chance recently and sensed a change in his demeanor. Was it for the better, or had it taken a turn for the worse? Undoubtedly, it was a positive transformation. Perhaps it was due to the differentiation effect. But he seemed markedly different. Oh, was this the manifestation of that effect? Regardless, he was already quite handsome. Initially, I thought Shen was someone who valued looks above all else. Aside from Xiao Jun, the remaining friends were all betas, indifferent to pheromones, and evaluated Shen Yi solely on visible attributes. Yuan Chen found his mouth dry. Was it the bitter soda he had just consumed? He believed it wiser to indulge in some wine and reached for the bottle of red. "Shen, is there any issue with your collaboration?" "None at all. What's the difference? Aren't you typically sensitive to omega pheromones? It seems there are exceptions." For Shen, this was a blessing, a flaw he had long struggled to overcome. Because of this, he had faced his share of gossip in the past. To this day, no one mentioned Yuan Chen's aversion to other omega pheromones, and even among close friends, the topic rarely arose. Moreover, the implication now was that only Shen Yi was an exception. Anyone overhearing this could easily misconstrue the meaning. "Thus, Xiao Jun, my dear fellow, I have laid the groundwork for you. Are you simply going to sit there?" The conversation circled back to Xiao Jun, who appeared somewhat troubled and cleared his throat. "Could you help introduce me? If it's too awkward, we can arrange it for our next meeting." Yuan Chen sipped his red wine, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Xiao Jun. Coming from a family of doctors, being the third in line, Xiao Jun had a spotless background, his private life as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, an individual one could confidently introduce to anyone. A man of commendable qualities, and he seemed to harbor an interest in Shen Yi. Given all the favorable conditions, Yuan Chen should have readily agreed, yet he hesitated, an inexplicable irritation causing him to bite his tongue. Was it too late for such matters? Was it only 11 o'clock? Hadn't he summoned someone at a later hour before? Xiao Jun had finally spoken. It would be unkind to leave him in an awkward position, so he ought to lend a hand this once. His friends chimed in, but Xiao Jun, feeling bashful, attempted to quell their enthusiasm. However, when he turned to Yuan Chen, His eyes betrayed a glimmer of hope. "Let me inquire," he said, unable to resist. He pulled out his mobile phone from the inner pocket of his suit and opened the pinned conversation with Shen Yi. The last exchange had occurred just 15 minutes prior. Shen Yi, upon sending the message, it displayed that the recipient was typing. It was as if he were perpetually on standby. Given the private nature of the hour, Shen Yi could have taken his time to respond. Yet he exhibited an admirable diligence and swiftness. "Mr. Yuan, do you have any instructions?" Instead of diving straight into business, Shen Yi took the initiative to inquire. Yuan Chen observed the message, his thumbs slowly gliding across the screen. "Are you at home?" "Yes. Do you need me to come over immediately?" "I can bring the red wine with me. If you have the time, step out for a moment. I would like to introduce someone to you." As he paused midway through his thoughts, Yuan Chen gazed at the blinking cursor and deleted all that he had just typed. "No need to come in person. Have a driver on standby." He received an instant reply from Shen Yi. After confirming, he returned his phone to his pocket. Several eager glances were immediately directed towards him, as everyone awaited his response. He had matters to attend to today, and it was inconvenient for him. "Oh, is that so? What a pity," someone remarked. Indeed, Xiao Jun is not one to speak easily. It seems fate has yet to align. Perhaps there will be another opportunity next time? Well, in any case, thank you. Xiao Jun smiled as she raised her wine glass, the crisp sound of clinking glasses resonating in the air. Yuan Chen drank the red wine as if it were water, his mind racing to rationalize his earlier actions. Yet, no matter how he pondered, the conclusions he drew pointed in the same direction. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a self-deprecating smile. Was it a valid reason to not want Shen Yi to be seen by others? To be tainted by their influence? In mid-September, the southern summer was at its peak. This was a long-awaited overseas business trip to Country D, with a tightly packed schedule of just 2 days and 1 night. Chairman Yuan had shown keen interest in the drug Zemaclara developed by Nuahua Pharmaceutical since the end of last year. After prolonged negotiations and efforts, he finally secured the contract for its introduction. This trip was intended for the final signing of this agreement. The major terms have been cautiously finalized over several months, so the group felt relatively calm as they boarded the plane. Accompanying them was Secretary Pang, fluent in German, who was quite nervous as it was her first trip with General Yuan. During the boarding process, she quietly expressed her excitement about flying first class for the first time, curiously glancing around. "Secretary Pang, do you enjoy first class? It's simply marvelous. The seats are so spacious. Shall we go together for the next long business trip? Consider it a perk." At that, Secretary Pang genuinely exhibited a look of concern. Shen Yi chuckled softly and helped her place her suitcase in the overhead compartment, prompting a grateful response from Secretary Pang. Inside the cabin preparing for takeoff, the first-class section was sparsely populated. Shen Yi sat next to Secretary Pang, her gaze inevitably drifting towards Yuan Chen, who sat alone a bit further away, still reviewing legal clauses. "Director, I hope I won't make any mistakes," came an anxious voice from beside her. Shen Yi turned her head to find Secretary Pang nervously curling and uncurling her fingers. "You've been doing splendidly, Secretary Pang. But this is indeed my first time in such a setting. I'm even more worried. I fear I might have to read the room." Shen Yi's proficiency in German was quite limited, restricted to simple greetings. In contrast, Yuan Chen was well-versed in business conversations, and Secretary Pang's experience living in City D made her almost indistinguishable from the locals. One was nervous due to her first business trip, while the other might encounter challenges due to communication barriers. However, they complemented each other's shortcomings perfectly. Shen Yi reassured Secretary Pang, reminding her that it was merely a 2-day, 1-night journey, and it would be over in the blink of an eye. Chapter 57. Restrained from departure, the invitation extended by New Pharmaceutical was not directed at the company, but rather at Yuan Chen himself, taking place in the family castle nestled within the enchanting Black Forest region of Germany. Although it is rather unusual for contracts between companies to be arranged in such an intimate setting, it is said that the Heinrich family has a long-standing tradition of hosting strategic partners at their family estate. This custom dates back to the era of the founding Duke Heinrich. You may find this surprising. Our usual business collaborations adhere to standard procedures. Yet for our partnership with the KIT, we aspire to establish a more profound alliance, thus treating the occasion with familial decorum. I am deeply honored by this generous invitation, as it undoubtedly presents a unique experience. Yuan Chen was engaged in courteous exchanges with Karl von Heinrich, the global president of New Pharmaceutical, during their initial meeting. Although there had been prior communication through emails and video conferences, this was their first encounter in person. At that moment, Leo, the son of Mr. von Heinrich, approached to greet the guests. At Mr. von Heinrich's introduction, a young man dressed in a perfectly tailored dark suit, exuding an air of refined nobility, bowed gracefully. His demeanor was composed, unmistakably marking him as an Omega scion of distinguished lineage. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Leo," he introduced himself. Yuan Chen came to reply. The two exchanged pleasantries, reminiscent of a classical oil painting. A distinguished alpha standing alongside the heir of an ancient family, their presence harmoniously complementing one another, accentuating the young gentleman's charm. "You flatter me. This child has always been held in high regard," Yuan Chen remarked politely, a compliment that deepened the smile of Mr. von Heinrich. Leo, standing nearby, nodded slightly, his demeanor poised yet betraying a hint of discomfort under scrutiny. "I have been quite concerned about his inability to find a suitable match. I hear you, Mr. Yuan, are still single?" Mr. von Heinrich inquired. "Yes, regrettably. I am currently focused on my career and have no plans for family life. I wish you, young master, all the best in finding a worthy companion." Yuan Chen articulated his stance clearly, fully aware of the underlying implications and expectations in the other S words, his sharp business acumen acutely attuned. "Haha, I share your hopes. Look at me, merely engaging in casual pleasantries while delaying our business. Leo, please escort our guests to their accommodations, Mr. Von Heinrich deftly redirected the conversation as it threatened to veer into a delicate territory. Following his guidance, Leo began to lead the guests, including Yuan Chen, towards the wing designated for esteemed visitors. Each was assigned a room, with Yuan Chen's suite being the most spacious and luxurious, as one might expect. Shen Yi commenced organizing his belongings, taking in the room's history through its high vaulted ceilings adorned with classical murals and the heavy oak furniture, all while marveling at the seamless integration of modern amenities and smart control systems, prompting him to take several appreciative glances. His gaze swept across the room's decor before finally resting on Yuan Chen, who had eschewed the comfortable sofa in favor of a sturdy antique writing desk, diligently reviewing documents. Opposite him sat his accompanying lawyer, tirelessly sifting through papers in response to Yuan Chen's precise and incisive inquiries. The scene evoked an inexplicable sense of sympathy. After Shen Yi meticulously organized her luggage, she placed the empty suitcase into the cloakroom. Secretary Pang, accompanying her, appeared somewhat flustered. She wished to assist in some manner. Yet Shen Yi's efficiency left her at a loss. "Is there anything I can help with, Minister? Just leave it to me." Secretary Pang, your focus is needed for the upcoming meeting minutes and simultaneous translation. I can manage these trivial matters. Observing the other woman, who resembled a timid creature in unfamiliar territory, Shen Yi could not help but smile faintly. However, this moment was interrupted by a voice from behind, devoid of discernible emotion. "Shen Yi, Yuan Zong, are you quite unoccupied at the moment?" Apologies. Although the remark pertained to a minor detail, Yuan Chen's recent aloof demeanor weighed heavily on Shen Yi's mind. Since Yuan Chen returned from the last gathering, he had grown even more distant, while he had never been particularly approachable. The stark contrast to their previous dynamic, marked by a stern yet unspoken understanding, was palpable. This deliberate sense of detachment was unmistakable to Shen Yi. She could not fathom what had provoked him. Understanding Yuan Chen was perhaps akin to grasping the intricacies of quantum physics, both realms complex and elusive in their true nature. Standing within Yuan Chen's peripheral vision, her posture remained erect, while Secretary Pang subtly moved to her side, standing in solidarity. Noticing Secretary Pang's tension, Shen Yi imperceptibly shook her head, signaling with her eyes, remain silent and follow instructions. An hour before the contract signing, Leo arrived at the suite, conveying his grandfather's desire for a private meeting with Yuan Zong. Yuan Chen brought only Shen Yi along with him. In the grand oak-paneled study of the castle's main building, The silver-haired Duke sat poised, awaiting their arrival. Though he had retreated from the forefront, the Duke still wielded immense influence within both the family and the company, a widely acknowledged truth in the industry. With a keen gaze and an upright posture, he appeared hardly diminished despite surpassing 80 years. The vitality and authority of a high-ranking alpha remain undiminished by the passage of time, much like the chairman Yuan exhibited. The Duke lifted a fine-bone china teacup, taking a delicate sip before speaking, his voice deep and deliberate. Since Leo's return, he has often mentioned your discerning nature, rarely bestowing such praise upon an alpha. The mention of such a personal topic caused Leo, standing nearby, to lower his eyelashes slightly. Indeed, my grandson is an exceptionally talented Omega, but my primary role here is to ensure the successful completion of our collaboration. Is that a refusal? Such a cautious young man. The Duke emitted a soft, resonant chuckle, as if it reverberated through his chest. His gaze lingered on Yuan Chen for a moment before seemingly casually drifting to Shen Yi, who stood a step behind. The composed young man from the east, exuding steadiness, clearly appeared to be a capable assistant. Yet his Omega status seemed to pique the Duke's additional interest. That scrutinizing gaze lingered upon Shen Yi's visage and physique longer than necessary, as if assessing a work of art. Is this Omega you brought along your partner? With a barely perceptible pause, Yuan Chen responded in a tone devoid of emotion. He is my secretary. Oh, it seems I have misjudged the situation. He is exceptionally capable and an indispensable right hand to me. Thus, irrespective of his status, I will always have him by my side. So, he is not merely your personal possession. Yuan Chen met the Duke's gaze in silence, while Shen Yi, unable to comprehend their rapid exchange in German, maintained an unwavering professional demeanor. However, he keenly sensed that the focus of their conversation had shifted towards him as the old Duke's scrutinizing gaze, laden with assessment and intrigue, fell upon him, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, the Duke raised his hand, signaling the elderly butler to approach, and murmured a few instructions in German. The study was enveloped in profound silence, rendering the whispered conversation inaccessible to outsiders. I hope the signing later proceeds smoothly. If time permits, I may attend to witness it. The old Duke raised his glass once more, offering a slight toast, and in the face of this intangible pressure, Shen Yi responded with a steady bow. Adhering to the decorum, the patriarch of this ancient family exuded a complex aura, a blend of old-world aristocratic refinement and a chilling desire for control. As the brief meeting concluded, the Duke and Leo departed the study first. Just as Yuan Chen was about to rise, the butler who had just received the whispered instructions stepped forward, requesting a moment of private conversation. His Grace holds a rather remarkable impression of your secretary. Might it be convenient for him to step aside for a brief moment of hospitality? What did you say? Yuan Chen halted abruptly, his voice sharp as ice. Anticipating such a reaction, the butler remained unflinching, continuing in a steady tone. I fully understand this may displease you. I merely convey the Duke's courteous intent without ulterior motives. Ha! Yuan Chen scoffed, as if confronted with the most absurd of statements. Under his piercing gaze, the butler maintained impeccable decorum, merely relaying the message. Since I have been informed that there are no personal entanglements between you, this should not pose a challenge, correct? Mind your words. For the sake of the long-term friendship between our two enterprises, it may be worth your consideration. I am here to sign a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you believe I am here to offer up my subordinate to satisfy the whims of some notable figure? Your reaction appears somewhat excessive. The initial rudeness lies with you. Yuan Chen forcibly suppressed the surge of anger threatening to overwhelm him. His alpha pheromones were on the verge of escaping uncontrollably. He inhaled the cold air of the study deeply, forcefully quelling the violent impulse, resolute in not allowing such sordid matters to jeopardize the crucial collaboration at hand. This is the only time I will convey my unequivocal response. The butler bowed slowly, his demeanor composed, his expression devoid of surprise or embarrassment, as if merely handling an ordinary matter. It was precisely this concealed disdain and sense of entitlement beneath the veneer of politeness that rendered the situation all the more humiliating. Yuan Chen turned and strode away decisively. Outside, Shen Yi, witnessing Yuan Chen emerge with a frostbitten countenance, felt a pang of concern. "Mr. Yuan, what happened?" Yuan Chen tightly pressed his lips together, his jawline taut with tension, unwilling to utter the sordid proposition once more. As soon as he stepped onto the thick Persian carpet of the corridor, he seized Shen Yi's wrist and strode forward with a haste that seemed almost fueled by anger. To keep pace with his nearly furious strides, Shen Yi was compelled to quicken his steps. Confusion and unease swirled within him, his wrist painfully gripped, while the veins on Yuan Chen's hand slightly protruded. "Mr. Yuan, slow down," Shen Yi called out. Yuan Chen's voice emerged like gravel ground between his teeth, laced with a chill reminiscent of winter. "You are to withdraw from all negotiations and signing sessions today. Remain in your guest room until the conclusion of all scheduled events. You're not to leave." Shen Yi opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately accepted the unyielding command, devoid of any room for explanation, in silence. Chapter 58. Tea and broth. It was not until they entered the corridor leading to the guest room area in the west wing of the castle that Shen Yi gently grasped Yuan Chen's arm. He discreetly tugged at his still clutched wrist, cautiously observing the other's expression. Was there something amiss in their earlier conversation? Yuan Chen's unmasked, nearly stifled fury was an uncommon sight, leaving Shen Yi unable to shake his concern as silence enveloped the ancient stone passage for a moment. After a patient wait, he noticed Yuan Chen's tightly pressed lips relax slightly as he irritably loosened his meticulously tied tie, an action betraying an undeniable sense of restlessness. "Do not inquire further. This time, follow my instructions." The answer was unequivocal. In their professional relationship, Yuan Chen was always the decision-maker, and Shen Yi, the executor, was expected to comply. With no further questions to pose, Shen Yi merely nodded. Ultimately, all accompanying personnel, except for Shen Yi, would partake in the signing ceremony. As the rest of the team busied themselves with final confirmations of documents and details, Yuan Chen's expression remained as unyielding as granite. Shen Yi approached silently, deftly adjusting the tie and smoothing the subtle creases in the silk fabric. Such disquiet in Yuan Chen, especially on the eve of such a significant signing, was indeed unusual. "I will remain in the room, on standby. Should you require anything, please contact me immediately." Yuan Chen's piercing gaze fell upon Shen Yi's face as if it were a tangible force. He seemed about to speak, his throat shifting but ultimately bit down hard, releasing a suppressed sigh through his nostrils. He loosened his subconsciously tightened grip on Shen Yi's shoulder, a tacit acknowledgement. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, representatives from both sides gathered in the opulent signing hall adjacent to the castle's main hall. On either side of the long oak table, representatives from Akit and Nu faced each other. Yuan Chen's calm gaze swept over the assembled individuals. On the Nu side, led by Global President Karl von Heinrich, the attendees comprised the core management and legal personnel. "My father mentioned he would make an appearance at the dinner later. You two have already met?" Mr. Von Heinrich inquired with a well-mannered smile, his tone relaxed as he attempted to warm up the somewhat tense atmosphere before the formal signing. "Yes. It was an honor to have a brief audience with His Grace the Duke," Yuan Chen replied succinctly, presenting an impeccable business smile. Indeed, avoiding him had been the right decision. In that moment, this choice appeared increasingly prudent. Rather than allowing Shen Yi to remain exposed to unpredictable gazes and potential risks, it would be far wiser to place him in a relatively controlled and private space. With this thought, Yuan Chen felt a slight easing of his taut nerves, and the rigid lines of his face softened considerably. He raised his hand, preparing to open the substantial contract before him. Meanwhile, Shen Yi found himself alone in a lavish guest room located in the west wing of the castle. The spacious room, while opulent, bore an unsettling silence that set his heart racing, and his gaze frequently drifted toward his watch. Though present as a secretary, his role was limited to listening and recording, leaving him with little to do. Rationally, he understood this, yet an inexplicable and persistent sense of restlessness made him fidgety. The process was expected to last at least 2 hours. Shen Yi glanced at the watch once more, fully aware that staring at it would not hasten the passage of time. Yet he could not suppress this futile gesture. At that moment, two measured and clear knocks echoed from outside, interrupting his tense thoughts. Upon opening the heavy wooden door, he found a gentleman dressed in a finely tailored dark suit, appearing to be around 50 years of age, standing respectfully before him. He inclined his body slightly, exuding a demeanor that was both courteous and assertive. Hearing that another esteemed guest had yet to arrive in the signing hall, he ventured to inquire if Shen Yi required dinner arrangements. The gentleman's fluent English, tinged with a standard German accent, combined with an evident grace that surpassed that of an ordinary servant, led Shen Yi to deduce that he was likely a butler or a senior steward of notable rank. He promptly responded with the appropriate courtesy. "There is no need for dinner. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Perhaps some light refreshments are in order? The castle kitchen has just prepared some delightful snacks, along with herbal tea sourced from the local estate, which I hope will suit your taste." The gentleman proposed again, his politeness almost inducing a slight pressure. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Yi replied, "I find it inconvenient to leave the room at present. Might I trouble you to send someone to bring them here?" "Certainly. It will be my pleasure. Please hold on for a moment." Shortly after the gentleman departed, the same knock resounded at the door. Assuming it was the refreshment's arrival, Shen Yi, feeling a bit more relaxed, opened the door, only to feel a sudden stiffness seize him upon recognizing the visitor outside. It was none other than the true puppet master behind the venerable Duke von Heinrich, whom Yuan Chen had just met. With no time to ponder, he immediately greeted the Duke in his somewhat rehearsed, albeit slightly awkward, German. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Excellency Duke von Heinrich. I am Shen, the secretary to President Yuan Chen." The old Duke emitted a low, resonant chuckle, seemingly reverberating from his chest, yet he did not respond instantly. Shen Yi, tense as ever, failed to notice the keen glimmer in the Duke's eyes, akin to that of an expert appraising a rare artifact. "A solitary old man, taking a stroll. If you do not mind, would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" The butler, standing half a step behind the Duke, promptly translated his words into English. What room was there for refusal? "Shen Yi cité put aside, gesturing invitingly." "It would be my honor, Your Excellency." The Duke entered the guest room with measured steps, while the butler remained outside, gently closing the door behind them. The exquisite bone china tea set, accompanied by delicately arranged pastries, was soon delivered silently by another servant and placed upon a small round table by the fireplace. Shen Yi found himself too preoccupied to appreciate the meticulous hospitality that echoed the grandeur of classical European nobility. He merely felt a tightness in his throat and instinctively swallowed. Indeed, it was a premium omega, and the aroma was remarkably distinctive. The old Duke lifted his teacup without so much as glancing at Shen Yi, seemingly conversing with himself as he spoke in German. A truly sensitive premium omega. That fragrance is exponentially more alluring. It remains one of the few pleasures I can still indulge in after my long existence, unmatched even by the finest aged cognac. He spoke slowly, showing no intention of switching languages. Since entering, he had exclusively employed German, while Shen Yi was limited to the most rudimentary vocabulary of greetings. He glanced towards the direction where the butler had stood, but the door remained firmly shut, the translator absent. This was far from the neglect expected in hosting a guest. Shen Yi's hand, resting on his knee, tightened slightly as he spoke clearly and politely in English. "I sincerely apologize, Your Grace, but my proficiency in German is limited, preventing me from fully grasping your words. Would it be possible to utilize a translation device to ensure smooth communication?" Upon hearing this, the old Duke turned his gray-blue eyes towards him, the corners of his mouth curling into an elusive smile. Surprisingly, he understood and responded directly in somewhat accented yet remarkably clear English. "Put away those electronic gadgets. Face-to-face conversation should be conducted in the most primal manner, through language or other forms of communication." He paused, his gaze lingering on Shen Yi's face as if savoring his reaction. A commendable expression, devoid of fear or subservience. "I appreciate that." His gaze was akin to a cold scalpel, sending a chill down Shen Yi's spine. The old Duke averted his eyes and continued speaking in German, though this time he slowed his pace, seemingly ensuring that certain keywords could be captured. "I just had a chat with your superior, General Yuan. He appeared quite anxious regarding you. I jestingly asked if he minded you accompanying me for a conversation, and he reacted rather intensely. Is there, perhaps, more to your relationship than mere professional ties? Shen Yi's heart sank abruptly. He discerned fragmented words such as General Yuan, anxious, jest, and relationship, and combined with the Duke's demeanor and General Yuan's earlier unusual reaction. A wave of profound unease gripped his heart. Your Grace, my relationship with General Yuan is purely one of professional hierarchy, Shen Yi replied in English, striving to maintain a steady tone, though his fingertips had turned icy. Is that so? What delightful news, the old Duke immediately countered, switching back to English, albeit slowly. Yet his meaning was unmistakable. In that case, my request may not seem too presumptuous. This was undeniably a conversation fraught with hidden traps and grossly imbalanced power dynamics. The ancient incense filling the room, combined with a certain chilling aura emanating from the elderly man, coiling around him like a creeping vine of discomfort. Shen Yi lifted the bone china cup, using the act of drinking tea to mask his turbulent emotions. The warm liquid slid down his throat, but offered no semblance of warmth. The old Duke gave a slight nod towards the door, which opened silently. The butler entered, delicately holding a silver tray upon which rested a dark-hued ceramic teacup, distinct in design from the other cups. The butler placed the teacup on the small dish before Shen Yi with a graceful, soundless motion. Try this, he said. It is a blend of several herbs unique to the morning dew of the forest and the castle's rear mountains, reputed to bring tranquility to the mind and sharpen the senses. The old Duke personally took up an archaic-looking ceramic pot and poured a deep-colored tea, exuding a peculiar, bitter fragrance, slowly into the cup. I wish to more clearly perceive your unique omega essence, of course, with no ulterior motive. He gently pushed the filled teacup toward Shen Yi, his gray-blue eyes intently focused on him, revealing an unabashed, predatory curiosity. Consider it a trivial indulgence for an old collector, eager to savor a pleasing omega up close. Though his English was not fluent, the Duke's intentions, along with the implications in his gaze, were abundantly clear. He no longer required the butler to translate, for at that moment, communication transcended language itself. Shen Yi felt a wave of icy anger and nausea surge within him. He set down the fine bone china cup in his hand and met that gaze, his voice surprisingly calm. I do not quite understand your meaning. Release your pheromones, Mr. Shen, the butler stated in a monotone voice, translating this request as though it were the most ordinary matter. What? The Duke greatly admired you. He wishes to experience the uniqueness of your pheromones in a more relaxed setting. The tea before you is said to facilitate this effect. The words almost escaped Shen Yi's lips, but he suppressed them firmly. His sharp gaze swept over the butler's impassive face, finally settling on the old Duke's expression, which bore a kind of naive yet cruel curiosity. The assessing gaze from the very beginning was no mere illusion. May I refuse this request? Shen Yi's voice remained steady, yet each word felt as though it had been chiseled from ice. Of course, this is not compulsory. The butler replied, his tone still flat. However, considering the profound partnership being forged between our two families, as well as the Duke's earnest anticipation, we hope you will regard this honor with a more open mindset. This amounts to sexual harassment, even taking into account the cooperative status of both parties. It is an exceedingly rude and overstepping request. The Duke, being of advanced age, may be somewhat direct in his approach. He means no offense. He simply wishes to appreciate something beautiful. After all, this does not require you to make any substantial sacrifice, merely your pheromones. For an omega, this should not be overly burdensome. Should it? That is merely a perspective from your side. The other party was deliberate, approaching with a clear intent. Did Yuan Chen know? He surely must have, and may have even faced a more direct affront because of it. Hence, his uncontrollable fury earlier, isolating him without hesitation. Amidst the turmoil of his thoughts, a chilling outline gradually began to materialize. Shen Yi fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze fixed upon the cup before him, filled with a dark brew exuding an unusual aroma. The choice appeared deceptively simple, to refuse or to acquiesce. Yet, when considering the contract. That pivotal word loomed heavy as lead, lingering in the air, refusing to be spoken with ease. Chapter 59. The damned fragrance part of my boldness. But I must ascertain, this tea does not contain any additives, does it? Rest assured, it is merely a brew of several dried herbs, with the essence of morning dew from the forest incorporated into the Zamigra formula. Zamigra, a name that resonated with Shen Yi. It was a premium auxiliary agent employed by elite alphas and omegas to subtly enhance their pheromonal qualities. He was well aware that Yuan Chen had invested months of effort to secure the Zamigra contract. At this moment, the signing ceremony was likely underway. If he were to categorically reject this request, the contract might not be immediately jeopardized. However, it seemed prudent to somewhat placate Duke Feng Heinrich's displeasure for the sake of a long-term partnership. The silence stretched longer as he wrestled with his thoughts. The steward, observing the Duke's demeanor, subtly urged whether to drink or not is entirely your decision. I have no fondness for tea, Shen Yi replied, his dry lips trembling slightly as he took a laborious breath. I apologize. If you do not wish to drink, you need not. Release the pheromones. 10 minutes. Is that sufficient? The steward promptly relayed this to the Duke. The elderly Duke emitted a low, satisfied sound, nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Yi exhaled a long, almost despairing sigh, and began to release his pheromones. The Duke's unabashed, expectant gaze felt like a sticky web ensnaring Shen Yi's face. Faced with the crude desires of this old-school alpha, Shen Yi nearly expended all his self-control to suppress the rising nausea and fury within him. It appeared that the signing ceremony had concluded smoothly. Approximately half an hour had elapsed. In the seemingly convivial atmosphere, signs of an impending celebratory banquet grew increasingly evident. Duke Feng Heinrich had yet to make an appearance. Yuan Chen, who had been attentively watching the empty seat, seized the opportunity to summon Secretary Pang, who had been standing behind him. Go check on Secretary Shen's situation. Immediately. Director? Secretary Pang queried, unable to conceal his confusion, yet received no further explanation. Regardless of how abrupt the command, it must be executed when it came from Yuan Chen. Without hesitation, Secretary Pang quietly exited the room. Simultaneously, Shen Yi evaded potential scrutiny, hastening down a secluded corridor within the castle. His breath became rapid and unstable. He stumbled to a halt as the steward leading the way turned back to him. Are you all right? You seem in worse condition than before. This nearly shameless concern ignited a fire of anger within Shen Yi. He shot a fierce glare at the steward. Though his voice quivered uncontrollably, it suddenly dawned on him that beside the teacup the steward had brought, there was also a lit aromatic candle. Are you certain that candle did not contain any additional substances? You seem to be overly burdened with doubts. But why is that? He could not help but unfasten the top button of his collar. Even with his shirt opened, the intense heat and suffocating sensation emanating from within him showed no sign of abating. It was unbearably hot, his mouth parched as if it were about to smoke. Each individual's physiological response varies. Perhaps your period of sensitivity is approaching. Shen Yi tightened his grip on the front of his shirt, his knuckles turning white. Damn it. He was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. That persistent feeling of being watched, as if waiting for him to falter, refused to dissipate. The agreed 10 minutes had long since passed, and the uncontrollable pheromones spilling forth compelled him to urgently seek an inhibitor. He had followed this man out because he sensed something amiss within his body, fearing he would completely lose composure. Thus, he made an excuse to go to the restroom. Faced with the overwhelming and unprecedented symptoms, confusion had long been supplanted by fear. Although his period of sensitivity was indeed near, time should have been ample. Shen Yi had never faltered in controlling his pheromones. That damned fragrance had clearly disrupted and even hastened his cycle. Now, even his knees began to weaken. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Shen Yi covered his mouth with his hand. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and the overly sweet pheromones he exhaled trembled and spread uncontrollably. The waves of desire seemed poised to engulf him at any moment. I need an inhibitor. Can you still walk? Observing Shen Yi, who could barely stand, the man grew alarmed. The situation had become so precarious that it posed a dilemma for him as well. He had no choice but to half-support, half-lift Shen Yi, draping the latter's feeble arm over his shoulder. "This won't do. We must find a place to rest." The man supported Shen Yi and led him to another private guest room. Fortunately, the other party showed no further inappropriate intentions for the time being. The room they arrived at was another suite for guests, equally desolate, devoid of any sense of liveliness. "Please wait here. I will fetch the inhibitor." The moment the man left, Shen Yi immediately locked the door. His exhausted body slid down the door panel to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, left with only heavy breaths. The unbearable heat seemed to threaten to evaporate his sanity. Even gritting his teeth could not prevent the pheromones from gushing forth like a bursting dam. He felt regret for his negligence. What had previously been trivial details that Bada need not heed had dealt him a heavy blow at this moment. He did not know how to confront Yuan Chen. For heaven's sake, at least let him regain his composure before that. Shen Yi could not accept the grim reality that had solidified. He could only desperately cling to the rapidly fading clarity of his consciousness. He picked up his phone to send a distress message to Yuan Chen. To celebrate the successful contract, an array of sumptuous dishes was continuously delivered to the banquet hall for the guests. The room, which had initially seemed somewhat desolate, instantly transformed into a top-tier restaurant. Amid the clinking of glasses, laughter, and conversations, only Yuan Chen remained silent. Secretary Pang had yet to return, and Duke Feng Heinrich had also not made an appearance. The restlessness of being unable to leave felt like an impenetrable net enveloping him. At this very moment, the heavy double oak doors slowly swung open. Duke Heinrich von Feng finally made his entrance, prompting all present to rise in greeting. His eldest grandson, Leo, stepped forward first, guiding his grandfather to the seat of honor. "You appear to be in splendid spirits. It has been quite some time since I have encountered something so delightful. Please, take your seats, and do not let this old man disturb your merriment upon arrival." The old Duke surveyed the room, revealing a smile laden with ambiguous meaning. His presence seemed to enhance the convivial atmosphere of the dinner. Yuan Chen adjusted his expression, yet his nerves tightened further. The Duke produced a treasured vintage, proclaiming that no celebratory banquet should be devoid of wine. He even took it upon himself to pour, demonstrating his sincerity in serving each guest. Naturally, the first glass was offered to Yuan Chen. As Duke Heinrich approached, surveying him with a look of satisfaction, he gradually tilted the bottle. The crystalline liquid flowed into the glass, emanating a rich and complex bouquet. The scent was both intense and unique. Yet beneath the strong alcoholic notes lingered an incredibly familiar sweetness of jasmine, which pierced Yuan Chan's nostrils like a steel needle, an aroma most inappropriate for this setting. "Mr. Yuan possesses an exceptional eye, having found such an outstanding secretary." Yuan Chen refrained from touching the glass, locking his cold gaze onto Duke Heinrich. The unspoken tension between the two men caused the air in the banquet hall to stagnate. Just as uncertainty enveloped the guests, Yuan Chen suddenly lifted the glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. With a thud, the empty glass was placed back on the table, startling a few nearby individuals. "I'm unwell and must excuse myself. My team will handle the subsequent matters." Yuan Chen ruthlessly pushed back his chair and rose, leaving his accompanying staff exchanging uneasy glances, fidgeting in discomfort. The intensity emanating from Yuan Chen at that moment was not merely due to physical malaise. It was clearly the suppressed rage of a tempest ready to erupt. Yet, owing to prior commitments, no one dared to leave their seats. Rectifying the abruptly altered atmosphere of the banquet now fell to those who remained. Yuan Chen made his way directly to the suite where Shen Yi was staying. Secretary Pang was pacing anxiously outside the door. Upon seeing Yuan Chen, her complexion blanched, clearly caught off guard by his abrupt departure from the banquet. "Mr. Yuan, where is Secretary Shen?" "There's no one in that room. Knocking and calling have yielded no response." Yuan Chen forcefully pushed open the heavy door, which had not been locked. The interior was neat, devoid of any signs of chaos, as if the occupant had merely stepped out temporarily. However, The unusually high concentration of Shen Yi's pheromones in the air caused Yuan Chen to freeze in place. The intensity was perilously close to spiraling out of control. Based on his understanding of Shen Yi's self-restraint, if something were truly amiss, it was highly probable that he would attempt to manage it alone. Yuan Chen opened his phone to find a message from Shen Yi sent just 10 minutes prior. The moment the message caught his eye, all surrounding sounds faded into silence. He felt the blood vessels in his temples pulsating violently, a chilling emptiness spreading through him, rendering his limbs and body rigid. A few seconds passed, and the chilling dread transformed into a fine sheen of cold sweat that silently permeated his clothing. He dialed the phone, but only the prolonged, hollow beeping echoed in his ear. Secretary Shen typically answered his calls without delay, so this uncharacteristic silence turned each waiting tone into a heavy blow to his heart. He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, disheveled strands falling haphazardly across his forehead. Yuan Chen clenched his molars, squeezing out a low curse between his teeth. "Find her! Now!" The intimidating aura startled Secretary Pang, who immediately turned and dashed away. Yuan Chen, however, strode in the opposite direction, his steps quick and urgent. Entirely devoid of his usual composure, he scoured the vast castle with a fervor akin to a carpet search. Unperturbed by the possibility of offense, he flung open door after door, his gaze piercing. Time slipped away, and his once crisp shirt became wrinkled, his back soaked with sweat. His phone remained clutched tightly in his hand, repeatedly dialing the unanswered number. Just as he rounded a corner in a secluded corridor, his steps halted abruptly. A faint yet strikingly potent sweetness wafted through the night air, reminiscent of jasmine, a scent uniquely associated with Shen Yi. Following that fragrance, Yuan Chen advanced without hesitation. The further he went, the clearer and richer the aroma became, almost forming an invisible path. Ultimately, he found himself before a hidden annex tucked away in the castle's corner, seemingly deserted. Without removing his shoes, he stepped onto the entrance and forcefully pushed open the heavy oak door. Yuan Chen was certain that Shen Yi was inside. Chapter 60. Wake up at the corridor's end. The meticulously waxed dark wooden floor reflected a subdued light. With each step he took, distinct marks were left behind, but he paid them no mind. As the nearly tangible sweetness guided him to a closed door, he managed to steady his breath, which trembled with anger and an indescribable tension. Outside the door lay a wooden tray, on which rested a glass of water and a few pills. Yuan Chen recognized them immediately as pheromone suppressants. Both the water and pills remained untouched, preserved in their original state. Several servants, drawn by the noise, appeared at the far end of the corridor. Upon seeing the grim-faced, imposing guest, they were momentarily at a loss, standing anxiously in place. Yuan Chen spared them not a glance and grasped the cold doorknob firmly. Rather than inquire of those uninvolved, he preferred to confirm with his own eyes. The intense and chaotic pheromones seeping through the door's crack were already sufficient proof that Shen Yi was inside, and the situation was dire. He violently turned the doorknob, but the door was locked from within. With a resounding thud, he pounded his fist against the heavy door. Shen Yi opened the door. In response, he was met with a faint, pain-laden groan. Yuan Chen's expression darkened as he lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the area near the lock. The tremendous force made the sturdy oak door frame emit a sound of overwhelming strain. After a few strikes, the lock mechanism shattered, and the door swung open, revealing a narrow gap. Dim yellow light seeped through the crack. Yuan Chen did not hesitate to sidestep and enter, but as he beheld the scene within, he abruptly halted. You.Shen Yi had entered your vulnerable period, a state he had anticipated. Yet, he had not foreseen the chaotic sight that awaited him. Shen Yi lay sprawled on the floor, restlessly rubbing his body against it. His shirt buttons were all torn open, and he unconsciously scraped against the carpet, as if the rough texture could provide a semblance of comfort, eliciting intermittent, agonized whimpers from him. This was the uncontrollable behavior, driven by the instincts of an omega. The aggressive and alluring pheromones characteristic of an omega in heat surged forth like a tide. Yuan Chen abruptly raised his hand, covering his mouth and nose with his arm. The deliberately released pheromones of a top-tier omega possess the power to instantly unravel any alpha's rationality. He must not succumb to its allure. His gaze turned fierce and sharp. Sensing the presence of a living being, Shen Yi struggled to turn his head. Biting down hard on his lower lip, he endeavored to maintain his clarity. When the silhouette of an alpha entered his blurred vision, that familiar scent flickered in and out of awareness. He fought to support his body with his weak limbs, as if drawn by invisible threads, inching closer to Yuan Chen. Then, he reached out, desperately clutching the fabric of Yuan Chen's trousers. Pheromones.Shen Yi. The low call did nothing to restore his reason. Shen Yi pressed his burning cheek against Yuan Chen's calf, instinctively rubbing against it, as if attempting to absorb the alpha's essence through this act. His posture, entirely dependent and almost pleading, exuded a pitiable air that tightened one's heart. Yuan Chen slowly knelt, parting the face that pressed against his leg, grasping Shen Yi's chin with a near-restraining force, compelling him to look up. Shen Yi's eyes were misted, wide, and unfocused. His entire face was flushed with heat, damp bangs clinging to his sweaty forehead. He radiated an aura of uncontrollable desire from within. Stay conscious, despite receiving the cold warning. Shen Yi merely shook his head, shrugging off the hand that held his chin, pressing even more eagerly into Yuan Chen's embrace. Help me. His hands, fumbling and desperate against the alpha's legs, swiftly found their target, and through the fabric of the suit pants, his fingers clumsily attempted to unfasten the belt. Yuan Chen's expression turned utterly frigid. Shen Yi's actions mirrored those of the Omegas who had previously sought to cling to him, driven solely by instinct. This was precisely the behavior Yuan Chen despised most. Shen Yi. He suddenly seized the collar of Shen Yi's open shirt, yanking him off the ground. Forced to tilt his head back, Shen Yi met Yuan Chen's piercing, icy gaze, which emanated a potent and oppressive alpha pheromone. Yuan's eyes glistened with a hint of loss. His voice barely a whisper, trembling. Shen Yi, with unsteady hands, rested them upon Yuan Chen's shoulder. That sweet, sigh-laden breath brushed against him once more. Help me alight. Tentative kiss, laden with yearning, alighted upon the corner of Yuan Chen's lips. The astonishing warmth emanating from those lips, coupled with an uncontrollable tremor, was distinctly conveyed through their fleeting connection. Yuan Chen suddenly grasped Shen Yi's hair, pulling him back forcefully. The bewildered pain etched across Shen Yi's face revealed his inner turmoil as the pent-up tears finally cascaded down. Damn it! Accompanied by a suppressed curse. The fingers gripping his hair turned pale from the effort. Yet the other's gaze, though unfocused, stubbornly sought him, reflecting his own image within those eyes, akin to invisible chains that firmly anchored him in place. One thing was certain. Had the person before him not been Shen Yi, he would never, under any circumstances, have acted thus. Yuan Chen lowered his head, fiercely sealing the slightly parted lips that exhaled heated breaths. Overwhelmed by the weight pressing down upon him, Shen Yi collapsed onto the carpet beneath. The potent scents of bergamot and cedarwood, uniquely Yuan Chen-esque, surged over him like a tidal wave, shattering the last vestiges of his tenuous rationality. He immediately clambered onto the broad shoulders of the alpha, eagerly intertwining and sucking on the invading tongue. The rising tide of desire below surged even more fiercely, craving further satisfaction. Shen Yi's pheromones spilled forth like a deluge breaking through a dam. The air, saturated with this sweet aroma, grew almost suffocating. Yuan Chen found himself compelled to concentrate all his willpower to resist being swept away by the impulse. In the interstices of their entangled lips and tongues, the veins on the back of his hand throbbed against the carpet. Overcome with excitement, Shen Yi attempted to rip off his trousers, prompting Yuan Chen to swiftly loosen his tie, seizing the flailing wrist and binding it tightly. This could not continue here. He straightened up, retrieving the phone that had fallen nearby, dialing Secretary Pang's number. Chapter 61. Confidentiality. Yuan, immediately find a nearby hotel that is quiet and discreet. A hotel? Do you mean? Secretary Shen has been found. He is in a sensitive period and needs to be relocated to a place that won't attract attention. My current location is... Yuan Chen inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the fog that the rich omega pheromones had cast over his mind. He pushed back the damp strand from his forehead, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he forced himself to communicate his location and needs to Secretary Pang in the most succinct manner possible. It seemed there were still questions on the other end of the line, but Yuan Chen disconnected, shoving the phone back into his pocket. Beneath him, Shen Yi struggled, unable to contain his impatience as he attempted to free his legs from Yuan Chen's hold. Yuan Chen lowered his gaze, the tip of his tongue slowly gliding over the interior of his mouth. It appeared even the thought of restraint had vanished. Shen Yi, his shirt wide open and gasping without decorum, presented quite an undignified sight. Once more, Yuan Chen leaned down, his substantial weight seeming to grant Shen Yi a sense of reassurance, as the restrained hands made an effort to encircle his neck. The smooth fabric of the tie brushed against his skin, eliciting a mildly ticklish sensation. I should have explicitly cautioned you to steer clear of this. What exactly transpired between you and Duke Feng Hain that resulted in this predicament? For one who has lost their sanity, any inquiry merely becomes a cacophony. Shen Yi tightened his grip on Yuan Chen's wrist, endeavoring to pull his face closer. The scarlet tip of his tongue emerged, eagerly anticipating another kiss. Once you regain your senses, I shall hold you accountable. Yuan Chen, with a warning bite upon Shen Yi's lower lip, felt the sweet intensity of flesh render his tongue numb. The era where suppressants could resolve such matters seems a distant memory, given the signs from recent days. He was acutely aware of the overwhelming nature of this surging desire. It appears that only this singular method remains. Yuan Chen plunged his tongue once more into that warm, moist cavern, nearly despairing as he prayed to retain at least a semblance of his last shred of reason. The carriage was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the calm electronic prompts of the navigation system, guiding their route. Secretary Pang maintained her unwavering gaze on the road ahead. The unfamiliar path, coupled with the urgent circumstances, rendered her unable to relax even for a moment. Nevertheless, she executed all of Yuan Chen's instructions flawlessly, locating a hotel that, while not top tier, was sufficiently private and comfortable, and checking in under the pretext of needing special care for a sensitive guest. Suddenly, a stifled gasp emanated from the back seat. Secretary Pang's heart tightened with concern for the minister, yet she could not turn around as she was driving. The sensitive period was entirely foreign to her as a beta, leaving her at a loss on how to respond. Is Mr. Yuan all right? I heard that alphas can also be affected. A hurried glance had shown that aside from his somewhat disheveled appearance, Mr. Yuan seemed relatively composed. Was it due to his status as a top-tier alpha, possessing exceptional self-control? As a beta, Secretary Pang could not fathom the limits of tolerance for individuals of a distinct nature, and could only speculate aimlessly. The hotel soon came into view. Perhaps due to its location away from the bustling district, the entrance appeared desolate. Following the navigation's concluding prompt, the silence within the carriage grew increasingly suffocating. Secretary Pang gripped the steering wheel tightly, nervously swallowing, and after several attempts to compose herself, she finally managed to speak. Does Mr. Yuan need to contact an alpha? Hearing this, Yuan Chen slowly turned his head from the back seat. An alpha? Yes, indeed. I thought it might be necessary. An omega's sensitive period typically cannot be endured alone. Secretary Pang, cautiously glancing through the rearview mirror, caught Yuan Chen's gaze. His expression was calm, yet piercing, making her instantaneously feel as though she might have misspoken, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Was it already too late? From the outset, Yuan Chen had never even considered the option of seeking another alpha. Regardless of the sensitive period, he could not entrust the unconscious Shen Yi to an unknown alpha. His polite refusal carried an undeniable resolve. Although Secretary Pang felt a twinge of confusion, she immediately refocused upon hearing his subsequent instructions. The contract having been signed, I find no reason to linger here any longer. Kindly inform the other colleagues. They shall take responsibility for the subsequent matters, and I shall proceed with my original plan to return home. Yes, once Secretary Shen's condition stabilizes, I will escort him back and leave the suitcase at the hotel entrance. So, you'll be joining us, Mr. Yuan? Understood. Secretary Pang instinctively turned to confirm, only to be met with Yuan Chen's uncompromisingly serious gaze in the rearview mirror, effectively silencing any lingering questions, rendering her hesitant to probe further. Yuan Chen exhaled sharply, his temples throbbing as he unconsciously pressed his aching brow. At that moment, Shen Yi, who had been curled up in the corner, suddenly raised his head without warning and leaned in, kissing Yuan Chen's lips as he spoke. Rather than pushing him away, Yuan Chen embraced the kiss, even seeming to deepen their entanglement with greater fervor. Secretary Pang could not conceal her astonishment, gasping softly in shock. When Yuan Chen's cold, warning gaze pierced through the rearview mirror, she quickly covered her mouth, turning away in a panic. Her heart racing as she felt she had glimpsed a secret that should never have been uncovered. From then on, she could only widen her eyes, fixating on the road ahead, too frightened to glance elsewhere. The sounds emanating from the back seat, so mortifying, rendered her restless. It seemed there was no immediate sign of cessation. Eager to escape, she hastily exited the vehicle, wishing to vanish on the spot. After an indeterminate period, the rear door finally opened. Yuan Chen half-supported, half-cradled Shen Yi, who was nearly draped over him as he brought him out of the car, absent-mindedly wiping his moist lips with his fingertip, an almost imperceptible satisfaction evident in his movements. "What is the room number?" The voice was dry and hoarse, as though it had just emerged from a struggle. Secretary Pang fixed her gaze firmly on the ground, responding nervously, "Room 1314, Mr. Yuan. You have worked hard," Yuan Chen remarked, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, before turning to leave. Yet he paused to reiterate to the still stiff Secretary Pang standing by the car, completing the instructions interrupted earlier. "I hope you will regard everything that transpired today as if you had never seen it, and forget it entirely." With her head lowered even further, her heart pounding, Secretary Pang sensed the weight of such a colossal secret, foreseeing restless nights in the days to come. Chapter 62. Do you know who I am? As Yuan Chen stepped into the room, he gently laid Shen Yi on the bed. He adjusted his slightly hurried breathing, removed his coat, and calmly surveyed the space, preparing the necessary items. Towels and water were plentiful, and there were also provisions for contraception. Upon thorough inspection, he discovered the dimensions to be unsuitable and disposed of them in the trash bin without hesitation. Turning around, he beheld Shen Yi, who lay on the bed, appearing somewhat uncomfortable due to his inability to remove his clothing. The physical changes were unmistakable, as his damp attire revealed his current state of excitement. "Hurry up," came a voice laced with urgency, yet Yuan Chen remained unperturbed. He placed his belongings on the coffee table, unfastened his watch, the sound of the metal bracelet slipping off resonating clearly in the stillness. He walked slowly to the bedside, leaning in closer. Shen Yi raised his hands, as if seeking release, but Yuan Chen merely whispered, "Do not move." Kneeling on the bed, Yuan Chen began to unbutton his shirt. As the fabric fell away, his broad shoulders, firm chest, and slender waist gradually came into view. Shen Yi's gaze appeared to be drawn in. Yuan Chen leaned closer, the mattress sinking slightly under his weight. He stared intently at Shen Yi, his voice low. "Do you know who I am? Speak." Yuan Chen continued. "Do you understand what is to come?" Shen Yi inhaled deeply, his expression a complex mix of anticipation and bewilderment. Yet he was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. Confirming that the other was conscious, Yuan Chen reached down to remove the remainder of Shen Yi's clothing. A warm tremor coursed through his palm, yet he pressed Shen Yi more firmly against the bed. "Do not move. Be quiet." Yuan Chen gazed at the person trembling beneath him, his grip seizing Shen Yi's legs. Everything spiraled out of control. As he blurredly refocused his gaze, he found only Yuan Chen's face so close. In those deep, dark eyes, the tumultuous desire had gradually settled into a semblance of calm control. "Clean yourself." Yuan Chen's tone was eerily calm, a stark contrast to the chaos of the moment. He glanced at the disheveled bed, as if it were merely a mundane task awaiting attention. Rising first, he effortlessly swept the equally disheveled Shen Yi into his arms, carrying him toward the bathroom. "Someone will come to change the sheets in 5 minutes," he stated succinctly, as if issuing a command. Shen Yi buried his flushed face in Yuan Chen's neck, mumbling incoherently. his body still instinctively brushing against him. Yuan Chen did not pause, stepping into the already prepared warm water bathroom. First, clean yourself. The warm water cascaded down, enveloping them in steam. A new entanglement began in the water, imbued with an insatiable urgency, until the faint sound of bed linen being changed outside the door. The sounds of water and suppressed moans within the bathroom continued unabated. This chaotic entanglement, which had commenced in disarray, gradually subsided amidst the warmth of the water and fatigue. Ultimately, Shen Yi succumbed to exhaustion, slipping into a deep, dreamless slumber. When Shen Yi regained clarity of consciousness, daylight streamed through the window. He had nearly slept an entire night, nearly 10 hours having passed since he had fallen into slumber in the early hours. Blinking heavily, he slowly propped himself up. Beneath the slipped thin blanket lay his bare body, marked with ambiguous traces of their encounter. From shoulders to waist, and even more intimate areas, there was scarcely a spot unblemished. The first period of sensitivity had concluded in such a tumultuous and uncontrolled manner. The thick white fog of passion that had clouded his mind dissipated entirely, leaving only a chilling clarity. The unfamiliar hotel room came into view. Suddenly, the chaotic memories of the previous night flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Shen Yi raised his hand to cover his face. Merely recalling those fragments made him wish to bite his own tongue. A heavy sigh escaped him, as if it could crush the floor beneath. He rubbed his cheeks aimlessly, the skin beneath his fingers feeling unnervingly smooth. He slightly tilted his head, glancing toward the other side of the room. Having already risen, Yuan Chen stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting his appearance. In stark contrast to the disheveled Shen Yi, he donned his suit and tie with precision. His expression serene, as if the previous night had merely been an ordinary social engagement. Sensing the weight of an unwavering gaze, Yuan Chen slowly turned his head. Upon encountering Shen Yi's expression, which bore the weight of a crumbling world, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of his mouth before he resumed his customary stoicism. Given your current state, anyone would assume I have imposed undue pressure upon you. I have not. With a throat as parched as sandpaper, Shen Yi pressed his fist against his mouth, coughing several times. A bottle of unopened mineral water was tossed his way, indicating a return to lucidity. Indeed, has the vulnerable phase concluded? Yes, it has. Shen Yi hurriedly twisted off the cap, almost clumsily gulping down the water. The icy liquid soothed his cracked throat and sharpened his mind. The phase of vulnerability had indeed passed. Yet the lingering fatigue in his body and the omnipresent remnants of the previous night silently narrated the tale of their madness. The multitude of mistakes was too extensive to enumerate. The most terrifying of them all was the entanglement with Yuan Chen, followed closely by the complete loss of composure in his presence. The first could perhaps be attributed to forces beyond control, yet the second, even in a state of mental disarray, was inexcusable. And to think it occurred in front of Secretary Pang. The mere thought of it made Shen Yi wish to bury his face in the earth. He abruptly yanked the covers over his head, the thin fabric concealing his silent despair. Yuan Chen, having completed his grooming, directed his gaze towards the mound of blankets on the bed, clearly writhing in silent struggle. Initially, he had possessed a modicum of patience for this performance, but as time progressed, his irritation began to rise. Shen Yi's immersion in regret was indeed exasperating. He slipped his hands into his trouser pockets, tilting his head slightly. There was no more time to await Shen Yi's self-reflection. How much longer would it take to gather himself? I can grant you a maximum of 5 minutes. What? Cast aside that self-pitying demeanor and prepare to depart. The flight is at 9 o'clock. The icy, cutting words instantly shattered Shen Yi's self-imposed isolation. He abruptly threw off the covers and hurriedly glanced at the wall clock. The time for the 9 o'clock flight was indeed pressing. Clearly, Yuan Chen had rearranged the itinerary during his slumber. He even noticed the neatly placed suitcase in the corner of the room. When was that retrieved? This individual's meticulousness was almost unnervingly impressive. There was no time to wallow in regret. Shen Yi flung off the covers, attempting to rise from the bed. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his knees buckled, and his body swayed uncontrollably. The muscles in his lower back and legs, overexerted from the previous night, protested clearly. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Yuan Chen, bearing a hint of accusatory intensity. Following Shen Yi's line of sight, Yuan Chen naturally noticed the slight tremble in his legs. He paused in silence for a moment. Then, adopting his usual indifferent tone, he remarked, "This is an unavoidable circumstance. Do not attempt to shift the blame. Even so, one might consider being slightly less." "No, never mind. It is all my fault." Shen Yi sighed heavily, pressing his fingers against his temples with force. He pulled the still warm blanket closer, enveloping his body once more. This gesture, observed by Yuan Chen, elicited a quiet chuckle from within his heart. Having been thoroughly seen last night, the act of covering up now seemed rather absurd. Chapter 63. Discarding after being sated, the journey to the airport felt particularly prolonged. Shrouded in an oppressive silence within the confined space of the car, the distance between the two was minimal, yet it was enough to sense each other's breath, even faintly catching the rhythm of their inhalations. Yuan Chen leaned back against the rear seat, appearing relaxed, yet his aura was thick with tension. Shen Yi, on the other hand, was in a state of heightened alertness, tightly holding his pheromones within, afraid to reveal even a hint of them. He was at a loss for how to face Yuan Chen, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. His thoughts were a tangled mess, and an unspoken discomfort quietly permeated the cramped space. For 6 years, he had never felt so internally and externally troubled, his mind in disarray. Moreover, had not Yuan Chen returned to his usual self the very next day after the sensitivity period? Just as he was attempting to calm himself, gazing out at the rapidly retreating streets, a low voice suddenly broke the silence. Emergency contraception is effective if taken within 3 days. Shen Yi turned his head in a flurry, taken aback by Yuan Chen's contemplation of this matter. "I will take the medication, and the chances of pregnancy are likely negligible." As if questioning the implication of his words, a direct gaze met his. Shen Yi, forcing himself to remain composed, divulged the truth he had long concealed. "Professor who stated that my chances of conception are exceedingly low due to the incomplete development of related organs." "Then why do you look so regretful?" Yuan Chen's eyes bore a scrutinizing gaze, his expression almost severe. "Is this your first time?" "Indeed, it is my first." Shen Yi's voice dropped to a whisper, almost inaudible. At that moment, maintaining a semblance of dignity felt overwhelmingly difficult. Unlike his usual upright posture, he slightly hunched his back, his voice subdued. Observing this demeanor, Yuan Chen furrowed his brows tightly before finally releasing an exasperated sigh. He averted his gaze, rubbing his furrowed brow with a hand. "The other employees are unaware of what transpired between us. I have thoroughly instructed Secretary Pang. There should be no issues. Can you forget as well, Mr. Yuan? Please, I implore you to forget." His tone was nearly pleading, yet Yuan Chen merely cast him a sidelong glance, his expression still devoid of any softness. "What exactly should I forget?" He spoke steadily, each word articulated clearly. "Is it Secretary Shen's request for my assistance just this once? Or did you take the initiative in this matter? Or perhaps, are you referring to the part about damaging the bed?" Calmly recounting the past details, Shen Yi tightly shut his eyes. "I would rather you berate me instead. You may mock me in any manner you wish now, but please forget everything once we return. Such capriciousness, to eat one's fill and then discard it, as if nothing ever happened." Yuan Chen slowly crossed his legs. Beneath the extended limbs, his immaculate black leather shoes nearly brushed against Shen Yi's toes. "I had no intention of remembering either. If Secretary Shen wishes it so, let us regard it as if nothing ever transpired. Very well. Let this be regarded as a moment of assistance. I shall also consider yesterday's events as a matter settled outside the realm of work." Very well. Under ordinary circumstances, such an attitude might seem excessively frigid. Yet at this moment, Yuan Chen's icy and indifferent tone instead afforded Shen Yi a tinge of sorrowful relief. It felt fortunate that no undue significance had been ascribed to it. His taut nerves began to ease slightly at this realization. "As for the matter concerning Duke Fenghain, I will handle it. You need not inquire further." However, this brief respite was swiftly shattered by Yuan Chen's subsequent, unyielding statement. He was entirely aware. Shen Yi's complexion paled slightly. What do you intend to do? Yuan Chen merely blinked quietly, offering no response, though he was sparing with words. The resolute expression upon his face conveyed everything. He would not let this matter rest easily. He was inherently vengeful by nature. The adversary was no ordinary individual. He was the puppeteer behind the scenes. Any reckless action would undoubtedly jeopardize the collaboration between both parties. I do not wish for my troubles to entangle you and the company in difficulties, especially since I have not sustained any tangible harm. Upon reflection, he hasn't even laid a finger on me. Please continue. I'm quite curious to see how magnanimous you can be. The stern warning silenced him. Shen Yi swallowed his trembling breath. Although Yuan Chen was not a person prone to impulsiveness, this situation left him profoundly unsettled. Is this not related to me? Do I not have a right to know? What can you do? Yuan Chen interrupted, his voice frigid. Are you contemplating deciphering that old man's ambiguous German? Or will you drink your tea obediently? What did that old fool say? Do you lack even the energy to gauge my feelings? Yuan Chen, tend to your own affairs. Should you remain mired in regret over yesterday's incident affecting your work, I shall no longer extend any special consideration to you. Yuan Chen turned his face away, clearly indicating his refusal to continue this discussion. In the stifling silence, Shen Yi could only suppress the tumultuous anxiety within. He lowered his head, unconsciously picking at his nails. Distraught, this was utterly absurd. In this world, who could possibly matter to him more than Yuan Chen? The following day, the two made their way to the hospital early in the morning. Though their regular health check was still some time away, there was evidently a more pressing reason for their visit. After completing the preliminary examinations, they awaited a meeting with Professor Hu outside the consultation room. Their secret was to be shared solely with Professor Hu, and they had mutually established a confidentiality agreement beforehand. Professor Hu was somewhat taken aback by the fact that Shen Yi had entered the fever phase earlier than anticipated, and when he learned that his partner was Yuan Chen, the astonishment on his face was even harder to conceal. He pressed his temples, refocusing his attention on the examination report. After meticulously reviewing the various values, her eyes widened in surprise. Yuan Chen, you had just passed your susceptibility phase? Chronologically, Yuan Chen's susceptibility phase had indeed preceded Shen Yi's. Whether it was a chain reaction, the pheromone levels within Yuan Chen's body exhibited an unusually stable state at this moment. Is that so? Upon hearing this revelation, Yuan Chen displayed no particular reaction, merely noting it silently in his mind. Sensing the gaze directed towards him, he subtly turned his head and discovered Shen Yi quietly observing him, a question evident in his eyes. So, I'm not the only one experiencing a disrupted cycle? Yuan Chen, maintaining his composure, averted his gaze and calmly looked ahead. Observing this, Shen Yi had no choice but to turn back. Professor Hu gently tapped the examination form with a ballpoint pen. In the future, it is likely that your cycles will synchronize. Knowing this is truly bothersome, Professor Hu exhaled deeply, his fingers swiftly dancing across the keyboard as he began to issue a prescription. The printer promptly ejected a still warm sheet of paper, detailing the names of emergency contraceptives and pheromone suppressants as required. What do you plan to do moving forward? What do you mean by moving forward? With the synchronization of cycles and the possibility of marking, do you have any further plans for collaboration? Such meddlesomeness. Yuan Chen coldly retorted with 2 words and stood up first. Once the matter was concluded, it was time to depart. Following closely behind, Shen Yi picked up the stamped prescription and politely nodded towards Professor Hu. However, this brief courtesy was interrupted as Yuan Chen seized his wrist, almost forcefully leading him out of the consultation room. Professor Hu silently watched the retreating figures of the two, his brow furrowed, doubts lingering. Alas, let them handle it themselves. Worrying about entanglements among adults seems rather ludicrous. He discarded the pen in his hand and promptly called in the next patient. Having been away from his post for merely 2 days, Shen Yi was met with a mountain of work upon his return. His desk was piled high with documents. Even the secretary who delivered them wore an apologetic smile. Minister, there's been quite a bit to handle in your absence. I didn't say anything, but it's evident that you're sighing. The secretary kindly left a piece of chocolate as a gesture of encouragement. As soon as Shen Yi sat down, he popped the silver-wrapped chocolate ball into his mouth. For a body worn down by fatigue, this was a small consolation. Before beginning his work, he did not forget to take the emergency contraceptive. The pill lodged uncomfortably in his throat, difficult to swallow. This discomfort would likely serve as a lasting reminder of this moment. He silently reflected that this was a burden he must bear. After immersing himself in work for a while, Secretary Pang quietly approached his desk, cradling a stack of documents in her hands. "Minister, here is the itinerary for next week. Just place it on the table. I will verify it myself." "All right." Secretary Pang responded with her characteristic, slightly hesitant tone. She carefully placed the documents she had brought atop Shen Yi's already organized file matrix. Shen Yi lifted his slightly fatigued gaze from the papers. Noticing Secretary Pang still standing at his desk, clearly with something to say, he felt a dryness in his throat. "How is your health?" Secretary Pang inquired with difficulty. In contrast to her cautious tone, her eyes held a weight of concern and worry as they met Shen Yi's. Chapter 64. Was it intentional? He had not anticipated the other party would bring up the incident during the business trip first. Shen Yi deliberately avoided delving into a deeper conversation. Yuan Chen once remarked that feigning forgetfulness would suffice, yet such words are far easier spoken than acted upon. The sweet sensation that had just settled in his throat abruptly turned dry. Even Secretary Pang's gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. Laden with scrutiny, truly a challenging demeanor to contend with. Shen Yi gently leaned back against the chair, his lips curving into a more serene yet distant smile. "I am quite well. However, I have heard of your arduous efforts, Secretary Pang. It is thanks to you that the contract has been successfully concluded. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you." He deftly brought the conversation to a close. Upon hearing this, Secretary Pang's eyes involuntarily flickered, albeit for a fleeting moment, clearly directed towards the direction of Yuan Chen's office. "Is everything truly all right?" "Indeed, not a single issue exists. Is there something on your mind?" Rather than engage in futile banter, Shen Yi chose the strategy of feigned ignorance. In response, Secretary Pang hastily waved her hand. "No, it's good to hear that." After a moment's hesitation, she finally turned and departed. As Shen Yi watched her return to her seat, he allowed his face to retreat slightly behind the monitor. His palm instinctively grazed his chest, feeling the rapid rhythm of his heart through the thin fabric of his shirt. "This is quite the ordeal," he murmured to himself, maintaining a solemn countenance. After lunch, Yuan Chen proceeded to the headquarters conference room to deliver a report. As he elaborated within, Shen Yi, as was customary, awaited outside. While idly passing the time, a familiar face approached with a smile. "Secretary Shen, don't just stand there. Come over for a cup of tea." It was Assistant Lin, the secretary to Chairman Yuan. Unable to decline the invitation from this esteemed senior, Shen Yi followed him into the adjacent reception room. The Longjing tea, favored by Chairman Yuan, was already prepared on the table. Even the smooth tea cups exuded an exquisite quality, seemingly crafted by a master artisan. This was a privilege not easily afforded. Yet given previous experiences, Shen Yi found it difficult to fully relax. He glanced at the teacup from a distance, merely moistening his lips. Fortunately, the Longjing tea itself bore no peculiarities. As the accumulated tension within him began to dissipate, Shen Yi cautiously set the cup down and straightened his back. "Assistant Lin, you appear to be in better spirits." "Ah, indeed. Now that all is tranquil, I leave the burdensome tasks to my subordinates." "Chairman Yuan spends more time at home than at the company these days," Lin replied, patting the armrest of the sofa and laughing heartily. This gentle man in his 60s radiated a composed aura, one that suggested he had navigated countless storms. While his declaration of tranquility may have been jest, serving Chairman Yuan was certainly no light duty. Having been the chairman's secretary for nearly 40 years, he had achieved remarkable success, even earning the title of external director. Despite being of retirement age, he remained steadfast in his role, and word had it he had recently welcomed a grandchild. Each time, he encountered Assistant Lin. He couldn't help but ponder, will my future mirror this? Is everything proceeding smoothly? As usual. Indeed, peace and safety are the greatest blessings. After exchanging pleasantries, Assistant Lin refrained from probing into the changes Shen Yi had undergone, demonstrating an astute understanding of the art of comfortable conversation, truly a mentor worth emulating. The vice president, Yuan, seems to have settled in quite formally over there. He mentioned Yuan Hao's recent circumstances, and Shen Yi appropriately displayed concern. Such insider information is rarely obtained from other sources. What are the specifics? There seems to be a determination akin to burning one's boats, as he appears to have gathered his own faction, with rumors suggesting that the performance in the latter half of the year will be astonishing. Is that so? A barely audible sigh escaped Shen Yi's lips. The news of Yuan Hao's resurgence felt akin to a harbinger of misfortune. He had hoped for his prolonged silence. Yet unexpectedly, Yuan Hao managed to rise again. The man indeed possesses capability and would not easily concede defeat. Lin Zhu observed Shen Yi's reaction from a distance, letting out a subdued chuckle. Are you worried? Perhaps somewhat, given the current circumstances. In the context of the Yuan family's succession dispute, Lin Zhu comprehends the intricacies better than anyone else. As a mere employee, one might remain indifferent to who ascends, yet from the perspective of the president's assistant, it is of paramount importance. He seemed to grasp Shen Yi's sentiments and nodded quietly. Will he return? That remains to be seen. Although uncertain if it was appropriate to convey this to Secretary Shen, I am in support of President Yuan Chen. Shen Yi pursed his lips subtly. Lin Zhu's declaration provided him with slight reassurance, yet also birthed greater questions. Is the chairman's inclination aligned with this? Lin Zhu merely sipped his tea, smiling enigmatically. I hope he can assist well from the sidelines. He is a man who understands the importance of discretion. Within his gentle smile lies an undeniable authority. Perhaps due to his long service, he has gradually adopted an aura reminiscent of Chairman Yuan. In the course of casual conversation, time slipped away unobserved. Once everything was in order, as they exited the reception area, they encountered you.Shen, who appeared somewhat fatigued after concluding a report. Leaving the conference room, Shen Yi walked alongside him toward the elevator, traversing the lengthy corridor before halting at the elevator's entrance. Shen Yi stepped forward to press the downward button. He stood upright, his gaze fixed solely on the flickering floor numbers. Yet he sensed a pair of eyes resting on his profile. Turning his head, he found Yuan-Chen intently observing his face. Shen Yi instinctively touched the corner of his mouth, wondering if something had stained it. What's wrong? Nothing, Yuan-Chen replied before turning his head away. Merely gazing at that perpetually stern visage made it impossible to discern his thoughts. Shen Yi abandoned his curiosity and faced forward again, just as the elevator arrived. The doors slowly parting. The executive elevator is typically rather spacious, but today it was replete with occupants. Even on the 20th floor, several directors stepped inside. Seemingly fresh from a meeting, their voices resonant and spirits high. Hello, President Yuan. Haha, you.Shen, long time no see. In response to the deluge of greetings, you.Shen merely inclined his head slightly, offering no further remarks. The directors, well aware of his temperament, did not press for pleasantries. As the elevator became crowded with the influx of people, they were compelled to stand closely together. Shen Yi searched for any available space. Yet the person standing before him was quite robust. He attempted to retreat to avoid the encroaching body, inadvertently pressing himself closely against you.Shen's side. In such an inescapable situation, Shen Yi struggled to adjust his posture. As his hand fell, it inadvertently brushed against the firm expanse of the thigh. My apologies. The glance from you.Shen rendered him nearly unable to meet his gaze. Was a mere brush of the thigh worthy of such a murderous look? Shen Yi firmly fixed his gaze on the ascending numbers of the floors, even as the chill of proximity made his cheeks burn. With no choice but to endure, he awaited the passing hour, during which a considerable amount of paperwork had accumulated. Clutching the documents, he made his way to the CEO's office. Inside, you.Shen sat upright, engrossed in reviewing the files. Shen Yi approached and began to fulfill his duties, extracting documents based on their urgency and laying out those requiring immediate approval for easy perusal. At that moment, his arm inadvertently collided with you.Shen, who was adjusting his chair. The papers scattered with a rustle across the floor, prompting Shen Yi to instinctively bend down. To retrieve the sheets that had slipped deep under the desk, he nearly knelt, his knees almost brushing the ground as he maneuvered in the confined space, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As he extended his arm, The fabric of his fitted trousers tightened around his hips. An involuntary grunt escaped his throat as he finally retrieved the last sheet, straining to emerge from beneath the desk. Upon raising his head, he was greeted by the sight of the angled chair and Yuan Chen's imposing thighs, his perspective too low, causing his gaze to inadvertently wander to an awkward area. Yuan Chen leisurely capped his pen, the sound sharp and decisive, yanking Shen Yi's wandering attention back. He noticed Yuan Chen's brows knitting dangerously together. You, his voice, low and laced with incredulity, carried a chilling undertone. Are you deliberately provoking me? Chapter 65. A lesson for the future, what have I done? Shen Yi's kneeling posture felt somewhat strained, his legs beginning to stiffen. As he leaned forward, he instinctively placed a hand on Yuan Chen's knee to steady himself. Wait, this position, this composition, it felt eerily familiar. If he were to bury his head in this state. Suddenly, chaotic memories from that day replayed vividly in his mind. He still recalled how Yuan Chen had kicked him away and how he had forcefully pinned him down, the rush of heated breaths echoing in his ears once more. No! Shen Yi nearly leapt up in shock, his thoughts racing. But in his flustered attempt to rise, his shoulder collided sharply with the corner of the desk. The sound echoed with a dull thud, startling even Yuan Chen, who instinctively grasped his arm. Did you hit something? Does it hurt? I'm fine, he winced. In truth, the grip on his shoulder was far more painful than the impact with the desk. That hold felt less like a check for injury and more like a suppression of some undercurrent of emotion. Although he had been pulled away from the desk, Shen Yi remained firmly ensnared by Yuan Chen's grasp, his entire right arm feeling as if it were in a vice, prompting an involuntary groan from his lips. It hurts, be gentle. Each time Yuan Chen pressed on his shoulder joint, his waist instinctively curled up. The sound escaping his lips was no longer a mere cry of pain, but rather intermittent gasps and whimpers. Anyone who heard it would surely find the sound unsettling. Yuan Chen furrowed his brow at the noise. The hand resting on his shoulder immediately loosened, as if he were reluctant to touch him any further. And he pushed his wheelchair back, clearly creating distance between them. Why are you gasping like that? I haven't done anything, could it be me? Shen Yi slowly straightened his bent waist, glancing at Yuan Chen's obviously displeased expression, momentarily feeling as if he had indeed erred. But upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had merely reacted to the pain. Anyone would respond similarly when their shoulder was gripped so forcefully, wouldn't they? Unsure of how to articulate his feelings, he found Yuan Chen's gaze sharper than before. Is your mind still lingering in Germany? I truly haven't thought of anything. Can I simply disregard what I've resolved to forget as if it had never occurred? Understood. Shen Yi responded almost as if prostrating himself before the ground. Externally, Yuan Chen appeared as he always did, seeming to have entirely cast aside the events of that day. He was a man of remarkable self-control, unchanged from the past. Perhaps he simply chose not to display his feelings. Indeed, Yuan Chen was right. How could a body that had once shared intimacy be treated as if nothing had transpired? Even he occasionally found himself lost in thought. So how could the other be any different? I will be more mindful in the future. Reducing physical contact would be beneficial for both of us. Yes, Mr. Yuan, Shen Yi replied softly, organizing the crumpled documents he had picked up. Several pages were wrinkled and would need to be reprinted. As he exited the office, he clutched the crumpled stack of papers tightly in his hand. Approaching lunch break, the secretary's room was unexpectedly lively. Upon returning from a brief respite, Shen Yi noticed a few individuals huddled together, whispering, and silently returned to his seat. The secretaries quickly gathered around his desk, each face adorned with subtle smiles. Director, what is the commotion about? Have you heard? The publicity department mentioned that our advertising spokesperson has changed. Who is it now? Gu Qingheng. Shen Yi shifted his gaze from the screen to them. As their eyes met, their smiles grew more pronounced. Is there a problem with that? A kid has long exclusively chosen Omega actors to serve as corporate promotional models, pursuing a soft, friendly, and reassuring image, which aligns with the brand's consistent tone. This time, however, it marks the first occasion since the company's inception to employ an alpha spokesperson. Reports suggest that the results appear promising, indicating a significant response. Might you.Shen come off as a bit too ostentatious? Shen Yi recalled the image of that omega from his memory. No, perhaps describing him as ostentatious was inaccurate. Media representations of you.Shen indeed showcased a healthy and reliable persona. Upon their initial meeting, Shen Yi's impression of him was not unfavorable, although he later discerned the true nature of the individual. After all, entertainers are ultimately in the business of managing their image, regardless of their true character. A polished exterior and stable persona suffice. In essence, Shen Yi's personal preferences are of little significance. Minister, do you harbor any dislike for you.Shen? It's not so much a matter of liking or disliking. I simply do not follow celebrities. I heard he will arrive around 2 to sign the contract. Secretary Chi lowered her voice, finally steering the conversation to the main topic. Indeed, their gathering had a purpose. Can we just take a quick glance and return? Even if I say no, you would sneak away, wouldn't you? Just a fleeting look. I promise we'll be back swiftly. Shen Yi sitiflit achakle. Casting a stern glance. Maintain decorum. Do not swarm like fans, and refrain from requesting autographs or photos. We must not allow General Yuan to perceive our department as lacking dignity. Of course, everyone assured her, and Shen Yi nodded, granting tacit approval. As the clock approached 2, the secretaries began to work while subtly glancing at the wall clock. Due to connections with the publicity department, the soft ping of mobile notifications occasionally broke the silence. Upon receiving the signal, they began to rise, adjusting their attire and exchanging knowing glances. Minister, it's nearly 2. Shall we go? Shen Yi, focused on the screen, replied somewhat distractedly. One secretary exchanged glances, cautiously suggesting, would you like to join us for a look? Shen Yi glanced at the monitor, offering a gentle smile. When have I ever indulged in such frivolity? Just ask out of politeness. You go ahead. I'll remain here. At that moment, the internal phone on the desk rang. Shen Yi pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Shen Yi from the Secretary Department. There is no need for concern. A superior who can complete the work of 4 is nothing to worry about. The secretary felt reassured and signaled to her colleagues, who quietly slipped out of the office. Before long, the office door opened, and Yuan-Shen made a brief appearance. Shen Yi, upon noticing the empty office space, he did not inquire further, as he was typically indifferent to the whereabouts of other secretaries. General Yuan. Shen Yi responded promptly, offering no explanation for the absence of her colleagues, merely awaiting instructions. Please confirm if the 3 o'clock meeting can be moved to an earlier time, preferably sooner. Understood. I will contact them immediately. Shen Yi promptly dialed the legal department, cupping the receiver against her chest while conveying the response to Yuan-Shen. The legal department stated they are available at any time. Inform them I will be there shortly. After a terse reply, Yuan-Shen retreated to his office. Seizing the opportunity while he prepared, Shen Yi relayed the instructions to the legal department and simultaneously sent a message in the secretary group. The 3 o'clock meeting has been moved up. We need to convene now. Everyone, please return promptly. Tears of frustration filled the screen in rapid succession. Being called back less than 10 minutes after leaving made Shen Yi feel a twinge of regret. Yet, one cannot help but acknowledge that corporate affairs ultimately take precedence over personal interests. The meeting concluded in less than an hour. Exiting the conference room, she noticed a throng of people gathered at the end of the corridor. Navigating through the bustling crowd, she caught sight of an exceptionally striking face, even from a distance. The undeniable presence was hard to overlook. Shen Yi observed quietly, murmuring, I heard you.Shen is here at headquarters to sign the endorsement contract today. I'm aware. Yuan-Shen's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. One could almost envision his indifferent and somewhat aloof expression through the sound of his voice. In many respects, the image of you.Shen does not align with his preferences. While Shen Yi has gradually grown indifferent, Yuan-Shen has never harbored any fondness from the very beginning. It would be acceptable if there were no other factors at play, but based solely on first impressions, he instinctively felt a sense of aversion. After all, there was no necessity to make a special effort to greet him. Shen Yi merely gestured towards the emergency exit. It appeared that there were many people by the elevator. Should they descend the stairs instead? Yuan-Shen nodded slightly, just as he turned to step toward the emergency exit. Ah, Mr. Yuan, the Minister of Publicity with sharp eyes. spotted Yuan Chen from a distance and waved enthusiastically. Mr. Yuan, Mr. Yuan. The exuberance in his voice suggested a momentous occasion. Such a loud outcry made it difficult for anyone to pretend they hadn't heard. Yuan Chen exhaled a short breath, standing beside him. Shen Yi could distinctly sense the barely perceptible impatience. His steps had initially veered toward a less crowded area, but were abruptly obstructed by the grinning Minister Zhou, who beamed with palpable eagerness. Yuan Chen cast a polite, composed glance at the other man. Zhou's face, gleaming with smiles and brimming with ambition, seemed eager to showcase his success. Minister Zhou, what has stirred such excitement? Ah, Mr. Yuan, this is all due to our new signing etiquette. Zhou beamed. The actor you.Shen. Surely you have heard of him? He is currently the hottest figure in the industry. Zhou launched into an enthusiastic recounting of you.Shen's illustrious career, the blockbuster dramas he starred in, the staggering box office numbers, and the multitude of advertisements he had secured, painting a picture that blurred the lines between you.Shen's affiliation with a kit and his personal management. Despite Zhou's fervent enthusiasm, Yuan Chen's response was notably tepid. Observing the lackluster effect of his efforts, Minister Zhou directly brought you.Shen over, hoping that the acclaimed actor might personally endorse his worth. Isn't he even more handsome in person? Zhou proudly presented you.Shen, his satisfaction radiating as though you.Shen were his own prodigy. Yuan Chen did not respond, but instead directed his calm gaze towards you.Shen. He was well aware of the reason behind Zhou's grandstanding. Having recently signed the industry's most sought-after actor, Zhou's sense of accomplishment was likely overflowing, eager to demonstrate his merit before the higher-ups. This is Mr. Gu. Come and greet him. This is Mr. Yuan Chen, our esteemed executive. Upon hearing the introduction, you.Shen emitted a barely audible ah, as if taken aback. In truth, he had been momentarily stunned upon seeing Yuan Chen again, not expecting to encounter him in this setting, though he seldom made a conscious effort to remember faces. Yuan Chen's striking appearance was difficult to forget after just one glance. The first impression was overwhelmingly powerful. A figure of such distinguished aura as a top alpha would leave a lasting impression on anyone. While his initial observation had noted Yuan Chen's extraordinary demeanor, he never imagined he would be a senior figure at a kit, and certainly not one of such significance. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm the actor you.Shen. You.Shen was the first to greet with his signature, clean-cut smile. Yuan Chen's response was merely a bland 2 words. Typically, when encountering renowned artists, people tend to exhibit a hint of joy. After all, meeting someone usually seen only on screen evokes a sense of novelty, even a semblance of familiarity due to their recognizable visage. However, the man before him was an exception. There was no trace of delight on his face, merely a businesslike demeanor. Such a stiff and aloof reaction was something you.Shen had not encountered in quite some time. He pondered whether it was simply his nature or a consequence of his status, truly lacking in courtesy. Nonetheless, you.Shen maintained his amiable smile. His gaze lingered on Yuan Chen's face for a moment before subtly darting to the side. Upon seeing the man standing just a step behind Yuan Chen, he was taken aback. Wasn't this the neighbor? Dressed impeccably in formal attire, standing here with utmost diligence. It seemed this was indeed his workplace. you.Shen's eyes flitted between Shen Yi and Yuan Chen, a flicker of intrigue passing through them. This was rather interesting. Turning once more to Yuan Chen, he unveiled his distinctly recognizable smile. I didn't expect to encounter you here again. It appears our fates are intertwined, he said, deliberately raising his voice so that those behind him could also hear. A brief brush past one another could hardly be deemed fate. Attributing such significance seemed a bit excessive. Yuan Chen did not even lift his eyelids, responding in a flat tone that clearly delineated boundaries. Isn't there a saying? 500 glances in a past life lead to a mere brush in this one. We've met. Does that not count as fate? He jested. you.Shen, displaying his own audacity, remained undeterred by Yuan Chen's coldness. The atmosphere felt akin to a silent contest of presence between 2 top-tier alphas. As the brand ambassador, we may indeed meet frequently. I look forward to our collaboration, Yuan Chen stated, as if completing a formality. Following a brief and perfunctory handshake, Yuan Chen turned, succinctly calling out, Shen Yi. At his summons, Shen Yi stepped forward, standing almost directly beside him. The identification badge hanging around his neck swayed slightly. Gu Qingheng's keen gaze captured the minute inscription. Minister of the Secretary Department, Shen Yi. Shen Yi was evidently striving to maintain control over his pheromones, even appearing to exert excessive effort. Yuan Chen seemed equally affected. The palpable tension between the premier alpha and the superior omega hinted at a silent struggle of pheromones, repressed, yet awkwardly compelled to maintain decorum. The more he observed, the more he found this combination intriguing. Well, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Yuan Chen concluded. Mr. Yuan, take care. I shall provide you with a detailed report another day. Minister Zhou bid farewell to Yuan Chen with utmost deference. His excessively submissive demeanor clearly indicated Yuan Chen's significant standing within a kit. Gu Qingheng, having engaged in an amusing encounter, watched with keen interest as the two swiftly departed. A secretary? He mused quietly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are they not lovers? He laughed quietly, a depth of meaning in his mirth, while his bewildered agent looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Gu Qingheng merely shook his head, offering no reply. The elevator was so silent that one could hear the sound of breathing. Shen Yi silently observed Yuan Chen's expression, which was reflected on the smooth, mirror-like elevator doors, an expression devoid of emotion. He had been fixated on the changing floor numbers, his slightly raised jawline appearing cold and fluid. Have you seen Gu Qingheng since then? The abrupt question made Shen Yi's body tense ever so slightly. He turned his head. No. Yuan Chen also turned to face him, his gaze heavy and scrutinizing. The silence lingered on his face for an extended moment, intent on discerning whether Shen Yi was lying. Shen Yi instinctively swallowed hard, and before the other could press further, he proactively clarified, our encounters have been few and far between. We are practically neighbors with little interaction. He chose to conceal the incident when Gu Qingheng had approached him due to a misjudgment regarding pheromones, as well as their subsequent chance meeting in the corridor. He deemed it unnecessary to mention and believed that any words spoken would likely not be pleasant. For the sake of his own peace, Shen Yi opted to deceive. Yuan Chen continued to scrutinize his face for several seconds, his gaze uncomfortably direct, making Shen Yi almost believe his lie had been uncovered. Stealing a glance at him, he found that Yuan Chen simply averted his gaze, emitting a vague sigh. Since your differentiation, your demeanor has changed considerably. Has it? It seemed that he was unaware of the transformation perceived by others. Be cautious. It does no harm to be aware of yourself. After delivering this remark, Yuan Chen promptly turned back, just as the elevator came to a smooth halt. Shen Yi instinctively touched his own face, utterly perplexed by the implications of Yuan Chen's words. Changed? In what way? Was his pheromone control not adequate? Had it shifted for better or worse? He could not help but inquire, Yuan's own? Yet, Yuan Chen offered no response, striding out of the open elevator doors. Shen Yi paused for a moment before hastily following, but he had already fallen a few steps behind. Watching Yuan Chen's retreating figure, he felt a tightness in his chest. How could one speak half-truths and arouse curiosity, only to depart? As night deepened, Shen Yi finally completed the last task of the day. He watched Yuan Chen's silhouette disappear into the apartment, and with the soft click of the door locking, the tension of the entire day abruptly dissipated. After a brief farewell to the driver, he set out on his way home. The late-night streets were eerily quiet, save for the sound of his own footsteps. A spacious black business vehicle glided past him, initially unnoticed. However, the car, which should have continued straight, gradually slowed down ahead, eventually moving parallel to his leisurely pace. Shen Yi could not help but glance sideways, and just as he was pondering this development, the rear window of the car silently descended. Gu Qingheng rested his arm on the window frame, revealing his distinctly recognizable face. Just finished work? Shen Yi suppressed the almost instinctive sigh that threatened to escape. Yes. Need a ride? We're headed to the same place. No, thank you. Shen Yi's response was exceedingly brief, unmistakably conveying his desire to refrain from further discussion. His countenance was etched with evident fatigue. Well, take care on the road, Gu Qingheng said, not insisting further and readily relinquishing the matter. The car window rose once more, and his black vehicle, akin to its arrival, silently accelerated into the night. Shen Yi continued his walk in silence, yet his gaze involuntarily trailed the taillights that vanished into the darkness, committing the license plate number to memory. What a twist of fate to have such a neighbor. He rotated his stiff neck and gently nudged the pristine edge of the sidewalk with the tip of his shoe. Today had indeed been fraught with misfortune. The pressure had already rendered him more irritable than usual, and now a layer of gloom had settled upon him. Chapter 67. Not helping you.Shen, he spotted you.Shen standing at his doorstep, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, exuding an air of urgency. What a nuisance. Shen Yi did not conceal his frown as he halted, only to see you.Shen block his path. Shen Yi was not surprised. He simply continued up the steps without a sideways glance. What is your relationship with Yuan Chen? What? Generally, the CEO would not personally seek someone out at their home, especially on a day of rest, and particularly at the residence of a solitary Omega. I initially thought you were lovers, but today it seems otherwise. Could it be an office romance? A clandestine affair? Yet, you must be aware that office romances, no matter how discreet, will inevitably reveal their true nature. Shen Yi posed it, and you.Shen, following closely behind, also came to a halt. Is it amusing? Are you deriving amusement from my predicament? Shen Yi's expression turned frigid as he cast his gaze downward at you.Shen, his eyes devoid of warmth. What you think is your concern, but there's no need to share it with me. The words escaped him, surprising even Shen Yi himself. His directness was unexpected, unconsciously. He seemed to have adopted a certain conversational style from someone else. Yet his irritation was genuine. He wished to avoid responding to you.Shen's intrusive inquiries and did not desire to entangle himself further with him. In a fit of frustration, Shen Yi raked his fingers through his hair and exhaled wearily. You know nothing. We should each go our separate ways. Let's not concern ourselves with one another. It's exhausting. With that, he ascended the steps once more. This time, he noticed no footsteps following behind him. The next day, having prepared his belongings for work, Shen Yi stood before the mirror, meticulously adjusting his tie. As he did so, his gaze lingered on his reflection. After the sensitive period had passed, it seemed his demeanor had indeed undergone some subtle transformation. Yuan Shen's words for the previous day still echoed in his mind, yet upon closer inspection, he could not discern any striking differences. The face in the mirror bore a hint of fatigue. He attempted to lift the corners of his mouth into a standard professional smile. Is that acceptable? Dressed in formal attire, practicing his smile felt reminiscent of his early days at work. As usual, he arrived early to wait outside Yuan-Shen's residence. At 8:30, the other party appeared punctually. Yuan-Shen, clad in a black suit, appeared particularly austere today. Shen Yi stepped forward, initiating the greeting with a practiced, impeccable smile gracing his face. Good morning, President Yuan. That smile was pristine and professional, devoid of any superfluous emotions. Upon encountering this expression, Yuan-Shen, who was approaching, halted in his tracks. His gaze fixed intently upon Shen Yi's countenance. What is the matter? Good morning. I hope for a pleasant beginning. Noticing the forced nature of Shen Yi's smile, Yuan-Shen remarked, I cannot feel pleased with such a strained expression. Understood. It seems the old adage of a smile is the best greeting does not apply to Yuan-Shen. What a challenging superior. Shen Yi retracted his smile, restoring his usual demeanor. Once Yuan-Shen entered the car, he took his place in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt while discreetly glancing at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Yuan-Shen sat with his arms crossed, his gaze lowered, seemingly lost in contemplation. Sensing it inappropriate to intrude, Shen Yi maintained his silence. In the afternoon, Yuan-Shen handed Shen Yi a list of documents, instructing him to retrieve them from the archive room. Should I gather everything listed? Shen Yi inwitted. Let us go together. There are some documents I must verify personally. Consequently, the two ascended to the 12th floor, where Shen Yi swiped his employee card in front of the tightly sealed metal sensor door. With authorization granted, the lock clicked open. The archive room was devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, with a faint scent of paper and dust lingering in the air. Shen Yi turned on the lights. illuminating the space and revealing its entirety. The narrow corridor was flanked by densely packed metal shelves, each tier meticulously organized with books, folders, and disc cases, all clearly labeled and categorized. At first glance, it resembled a library, yet bore the essence of a storeroom. "I shall begin by searching the items listed," Shen Yi declared as he set to work. Anticipating an accumulation of dust, he removed his suit jacket, neatly draping it aside, and navigated the shelves with the list in hand. While Shen Yi busily sought the documents, Yuan Chen, positioned a short distance away, perused a hefty scrapbook of clippings. Some rare form materials, which could not be digitized, required manual searching page by page. In the silence, the only sounds were the faint rustle of paper. Shen Yi, akin to a diligent squirrel, scurried between the shelves, retrieving the necessary materials one by one. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually approached Yuan Chen's location. With his back turned, he reached for file box position high above. Cradling a substantial collection of case studies in his arms, he felt the weight becoming burdensome, his left arm beginning to ache. After extracting the heavy file box, Shen Yi temporarily set the stack of books on a nearby empty shelf. Almost complete, he now needed to select a few final discs. He exhaled softly, preparing to turn around when suddenly, the overhead lights extinguished, plunging the room into an impenetrable darkness. It seemed as though the power had gone out. Shen Yi remained composed, feeling his way through the obscurity. He patted his pants pocket. It was empty, his phone stowed within the inner pocket of his suit jacket. President Yuan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," came Yuan Chen's voice from ahead, accompanied by the subtle sound of fabric rustling. He did not sound alarmed, merely letting out a low sigh. Shen Yi retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, casting a feeble glow upon a small patch at his feet, allowing him to discern the outlines of his surroundings. "Shall we find a way out?" he suggested, but soon realized the futility of his words. The power was out, and the access control system had locked down completely. Escape was only possible if someone outside intervened or power was restored. Due to its electronic nature, once the power failed, those trapped inside were rendered helpless, akin to being imprisoned. Surely, the power would be restored soon, within a maximum of 5 minutes? Despite the unexpected occurrence, as long as it wasn't a significant incident, he believed electricity would be reinstated swiftly. Shen Yi ran a hand through his hair and leaned gently against the unforgiving bookshelf. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, and he could make out the silhouette of Yuan Chen. He too seemed inclined to wait, with one hand tucked into his pocket, leaning against the bookshelf at an angle. The two stood merely a step apart, facing each other directly. Shen Yi initially considered discreetly shifting away, but decided against it, fearing that such a gesture would betray his intent to avoid proximity. Silence enveloped them, and they waited blindly, each moment stretching interminably. The longer the silence persisted, the drier his mouth became, and beads of sweat formed in his palms. Being alone with Yuan Chen was unexpectedly uncomfortable, a sensation he had not experienced before. Perhaps it was due to the recent incident. The mere thought of being confined in such a close, dark space with only one other person made his body tense involuntarily. Yuan Chen's pheromones also wafted around, indicating that he too was unsettled by their predicament. The elegant yet assertive alpha scent triggered Shen Yi's instinctual response to pheromones. He swore it was entirely unintentional. His body, marked temporarily, responded instinctively. Shen Yi inhaled it deeply. If only there were a window. The sealed enclosure was suffocating. He raised a hand to touch his lips, the skin feeling unusually warm. Why was his face so flushed? He felt a wave of relief that darkness concealed what was likely a crimson visage. Perhaps he should shift away a bit. Just as he contemplated turning, his arm inadvertently knocked over a stack of file boxes behind him. The heavy case files tumbled to the ground with a clatter. Oh no, these were crucial documents. He hurriedly bent down to search in the darkness. Kneeling slightly, he fumbled on the floor, his hands frantic. Yuan Chen, too, set his phone aside and crouched down. "Mr. Yuan, I'll handle this," he urged. "Please don't move." Yet Yuan Chen remained silent, merely gathering the scattered papers, relying on the dim glow of Shen Yi's phone to navigate the shadowy floor. The proximity was overwhelming, so close that they could hear each other's breaths distinctly. Suddenly, the phone's light extinguished, plunging them into complete darkness once more. Shen Yi instinctively reached out, his fingertips brushing against a smooth fabric. Upon feeling it was Yuan Chen's hand, he recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. It wasn't intentional. He internally justified in a flurry, recalling the prior admonition against contact, which only heightened his agitation. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grasped the back of his neck. Despite the pervasive darkness, the heated breath brushing against his face indicated that Yuan Chen was alarmingly close. On that day, fingers tightened around the back of his neck, sinking into flesh. His voice came in fragmented bursts, as if he was desperately suppressing something. Not to help you. What? Before Shen Yi could comprehend the meaning of the words, Yuan Chen's lips descended forcefully. The heated contact of lips and tongue surged in, irresistibly entwining and sucking. With a soft moan, Shen Yi's legs weakened, causing him to knock over the documents he had just collected. The books fell to the ground with a dull thud once more. Yet in that moment, no one paid them any heed. He could only clutch Yuan Chen's collar tightly, barely stabilizing his almost toppling form. Chapter 68. It seems we are truly finished. Their lips and tongues intertwined tightly, inseparable. Although it was Yuan Chen who initiated, it was Shen Yi who was truly impatient, nearly yearning. He resembled someone who had long awaited this mistake to recur. Can this still be termed a blunder? At this moment, neither was ensnared by any peculiar cycle, nor was there any physiological rationale to justify their actions. Even so, aware that regret would follow, he still greedily nibbled at the lips so close to him. After all, the lights were extinguished, and in the darkness, no one could discern one another, rendering fear obsolete. As the prominent bridge of Yuan Chen's nose pressed down without reservation, their lips were slightly deformed under the pressure, yet he remained undeterred, blindly sucking on the soft flesh of the lips. He could no longer distinguish between the upper and lower lips. Enveloped tightly in Yuan Chen's embrace, they exchanged warm breaths without restraint. Rapid breaths escaped uncontrollably. Before he could steady his breathing, that searing tongue invaded once more. With a firm hand gripping the back of his neck, Shen Yi, unwilling to yield, tightened his grasp on the fabric at Yuan Chen's waist. The sleek, tailored fabric of the suit crumpled rapidly beneath his touch, and soon, his hands began to wander aimlessly upwards. They glided over the strong nape of the neck and explored the sharply defined contours of the cheek. Each time his fingertips brushed against Yuan Chen's resilient skin, it was as if tiny currents surged through, sending shivers of delightful tingling down his spine. That sensation made his scalp tingle, and Shen Yi instinctively curled his fingers, burying them deep within the thick locks of hair. His hook-like fingers tousled the meticulously styled hair, even tugging at the slightly damp roots. As the strands became disheveled, Yuan Chen's unique and chilling pheromones penetrated deeper into Shen Yi's nostrils. Unable to contain his deeper yearning, he turned his head once more, devouring Yuan Chen's lips and tongue more fervently. Just as the barriers of reason crumbled entirely, surrendering to the kiss, a low hum reverberated, and the lights above abruptly blazed to life. In an instant, the room illuminated as brightly as day. The two remained frozen, lips pressed together, bodies intertwined, caught in the sudden onslaught of light. The first to regain clarity was Yuan Chen. He released his grip on Shen Yi's lower lip, tilting his head slightly back. A bewildered sound escaped Shen Yi's throat, and he didn't even bother to glance at himself, his gaze ensnared by the sight of Yuan Chen before him. Disheveled hair, lips swollen and reddened from their fervent kisses, Yuan Chen's current appearance was nothing short of a chaotic mess. Who did this? It was none other than himself. The sense of self-loathing surged within him like a tidal wave. Yes, forgive me, hair. My hair is disheveled. Shen Yi found himself at a loss. His hands frozen atop Yuan Chen's tousled head, uncertain whether to let them fall or smooth it down. At such a moment, is this what occupies your mind? Yuan Chen's brow furrowed, his tone laced with incredulity. Without hesitation, he grasped the back of Shen Yi's neck and kissed him once more. as if the brief pause in their conversation about hairstyles were mere inconsequential interludes. Their lips parted effortlessly, and under the glaring light, the delicate flush on their faces and the subtle tremor of their eyelashes were unmistakably visible. Yet, he unabashedly deepened the kiss, his tongue boldly advancing. There was no longer any way to disguise this as a mistake. This was a clear, voluntary, irrevocable choice. Shen Yi quietly closed his eyes, accepting and responding to Yuan Chen's assertive intrusion. That line had long been crossed. To wish to retreat now seemed far too late. The internal company announcement began to relay notifications, informing of a brief power outage in the area due to a transmission network failure, and that the issue had been resolved, restoring normal power supply. As the second announcement concluded, the door to the data room creaked open, revealing a long leg stepping out first. Yuan-Shen had reverted to his usual composed appearance. Following him, Shen Yi mirrored the same demeanor. Outwardly, they were impeccably dressed, with not a single tie askew, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, their purpose for being there, to retrieve the necessary documents, was evidently unfulfilled. They exited empty-handed, devoid of any findings. Perhaps they should be grateful that the corridor was deserted. The tension, nearly overwhelming, still enveloped Shen Yi as he endeavored to straighten his back. The two walked in silence side by side when Yuan Chen suddenly paused, his intense gaze sweeping over Shen Yi. "What is it?" Shen Yi's heart raced, fearing he had made yet another blunder, and immediately lowered his head to inspect himself. His attire appeared impeccable from head to toe, and his pheromones were firmly in check. "Yuan-Shen?" Calling him again, Yuan-Shen merely clicked his tongue, his irritation evident as he averted his gaze, surveying their surroundings. Then, he seized Shen Yi's arm, unceremoniously leading him away from the elevator. He abruptly pushed open a restroom door, thrusting Shen Yi inside. Gripping the doorframe, Yuan-Shen commanded in a near imperious tone, "You have 30 minutes to collect yourself before you come back up." In a daze, Shen Yi looked at Yuan-Shen, feeling that there was no necessity for solitary calmness. Was his turmoil etched upon his face? Yuan-Shen scrutinized him for a moment. "Go wash your face." With that, the restroom door slammed shut before him. Left alone, Shen Yi was bewildered, instinctively touching his face. Why must he wash his face? Compelled by some unseen force, he approached the sink. "This is madness. Why does my face appear this way?" Gazing at his reflection, he instantly understood why Yuan-Shen had confined him here. Though her attire was impeccable, her cheeks were flushed and her eyes glimmered with a languid sheen, exuding a peculiar, opulent allure that suggested excessive indulgence. Should she return to the office in such a state, it would undoubtedly incite a flurry of speculation. Yuan-Shen appeared relatively unaffected, yet he alone felt the weight of distinction. Shen Yi let out a complex sigh and loosened his tie. In the desolate restroom, the sound of cold water cascading filled the air. Shen Yi gazed at the flowing stream for an extended moment, unfastening the top button of his shirt, and began to splash cold water on his face. There was no point in dwelling on what could not be salvaged. Since irreversible actions had been taken, he at least ought to conceal any signs of it. Upon returning to the office, both men acted as if nothing had transpired, focusing solely on their work. Yuan-Shen did not broach the earlier incident again, nor did Shen Yi dare to mention it. As 5 o'clock approached, the secretaries gradually bid farewell for the day. Approximately an hour later, the intercom buzzed, the blinking button indicating a call from Yuan-Shen's office. Shen Yi answered in his usual calm tone, "Mr. Yuan. Time to leave." "Understood." With that, the call ended. Shen Yi slowly placed the receiver down. Was he to pretend as if nothing had happened? Yuan-Shen's demeanor seemed unchanged compared to before. Perhaps burdened by the weight of his thoughts, he felt no resistance to the earlier-than-usual dismissal. Shen Yi began to methodically gather his belongings, moving at a slightly slower pace than usual. "Shen Yi, come in for a moment. I have a few words." Just as he was about to bid farewell at the door, Yuan-Shen spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "What?" Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively glancing at the driver in the car. The driver, seemingly accustomed to such situations, merely offered a professional smile and politely exited the driver's seat. With only the two of them remaining in the vehicle, Shen Yi's heart tightened, The inevitable had arrived, and it was clear that it could not simply be brushed aside. He followed Yuan Chen, who had already turned to enter that familiar door. No matter how he attempted to steady his nerves, the thundering of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Yuan Chen's home, regardless of the time of visit, exuded a sterile cleanliness, immaculate in every corner. Yet, the faintly lingering pheromones of its owner infused the cold space with a hint of vibrant humanity. This signified that, at least within these walls, Yuan Chen could fully relax. Shen Yi gazed vacantly around the silent living room when Yuan Chen called from the study. Shen Yi. He stood before a decorative cabinet filled with bottles of wine, inquiring, "Would you care for a drink?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi replied, "Please, give me the strongest." Amber liquid was slowly poured into the glass. After each took a glass, they settled in the living room, maintaining a suitable distance, facing one another. Yuan Chen, perched at the opposite end of the sofa, took a sip of his drink. The silence was palpable, yet neither initiated a conversation. Ultimately, perhaps unaccustomed to such deliberate stillness, Yuan Chen let out a soft sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, it seems that both of us have succumbed to madness. Shen Yi silently nodded, leaning against the cold wall, wordlessly sipping a strong drink. The absence of reactions to each other's sensitive periods was inscribed in our cooperation agreement, black and white. Can you guarantee that such a situation will not arise again? If it were Yuan Chen, perhaps he could control himself regardless, but I cannot. Moreover now, merely glancing at Yuan Chen's slender and upright physique causes my palms to begin to tingle with warmth. To claim complete control would be self-deception, as the desire for him seems to be etched into my very bones. I know not when it began, but in Yuan Chen's presence, those suppressed instincts have become increasingly difficult to restrain. My body has long memorized the sensation of his touch, the feeling of being marked by him, rendering Shen Yi more sensitive than ever before. It appears that we truly are at an impasse. Chapter 68. An unconventional relationship from his expression. It seems that this is Yuan Chen's current sentiment. He furrows his brow slightly, his fingertips gently tracing the rim of his glass, revealing a contemplation that transcends mere irritation. What do you intend to do moving forward? And you? Shen Yi mirrored the question, needing to first ascertain the other's thoughts before responding. Yuan Chen slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercingly fixed upon Shen Yi's face. I must admit, seeing you invariably stirs an inexplicable excitement within me. Shen Yi's eyes widened, astonished. Was this true even when there had been no attempts at contact? This was something he had not known. Your admission is rather forthright, he stammered, his lips twitching slightly. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or perhaps it was bashfulness, but his cheeks tingled faintly where his fingertips had brushed against them. Is hiding it truly beneficial? Yuan Chen replied almost as if to himself, then calmly raised the glass to his lips. His demeanor remained aloof, making it difficult to decipher his true thoughts. Yuan Chen was inherently adept at concealing his emotions. If he truly wished to mask them, he could do so without leaving a trace. Yet at this moment, he chose to reveal his thoughts, indicating that he was earnest in this conversation. Even those instinctive reactions that usually require suppression were laid bare without reservation. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his innate aura. Rather, that inherent pride accentuated his commanding presence. Without uttering a word, Yuan Chen pushed the glass toward Shen Yi. As the glass neared emptiness, he broke the prolonged silence, proposing first, "Our pheromones are compatible. To be honest, I find this quite satisfactory. Provided that you, Shen Yi, do not mind, I wish to maintain this relationship." Shen Yi needed time to gather his thoughts. First and foremost, he needed to discern what Yuan Chen meant by relationship. "So, are you suggesting we date?" Yuan Chen crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly, his gaze deepening further than before. "Do you wish to date me?" "No, that feels somewhat." Shen Yi acknowledged that Yuan Chen was an exceedingly charming individual, and it was indeed a fact that he was attracted to him. But he was, after all, his superior. Progressing to a romantic relationship felt fundamentally amiss from the outset. "But we could sleep together, couldn't we?" Shen Yi distinctly separated affection from desire. Upon hearing this response, Yuan Chen lowered his gaze to the floor and let out a soft chuckle. The answer was indeed quite clear, for you had been candid with him first. Shen Yi leaned back against the wall in a more relaxed manner, the heaviness on his shoulders gradually dissipating. He took a sip from his glass and continued, "As long as it is a relationship devoid of burdens, one that can be enjoyed with ease, I have no objections. However, I wish for a clear demarcation between personal and professional matters. Aside from physical intimacy, I desire no emotional entanglements or unnecessary feelings." Yuan Chen, who had been gazing at the floor, slowly lifted his gaze. A faint smile flickered across his otherwise expressionless face. "Do you know why I'm quite satisfied with you?" He drained the last drop of wine from his glass, and the curvature of his lips deepened. "Because your thoughts align with mine." Shen Yi pondered over this statement quietly, murmuring softly, "It does not sound like a compliment. I hope you do not take yourself too seriously, but there has been a hint of that lately." Yuan Chen leaned back into his chair, stating, "Having worked alongside you for 6 years, I believe I have the right to voice such sentiments." 6 years, indeed. "We have been intertwined for quite some time," he remarked, his voice calm yet tinged with an ineffable sentiment that seemed to emerge from nowhere. Shen Yi scrutinized his face in silence. For 6 years, their relationship had remained purely professional. Yet now, he found himself yearning for a deeper physical connection, which felt somewhat absurd. What if he were not an Omega? Perhaps nothing would change. The attraction between Alpha and Omega is innate. Thus, even the typically unappealing Yuan Chen appeared before him at this moment. What fundamentally distinguishes him from anyone else? Shen Yi attributed all of this to instinct, not even realizing how exceptional was that Yuan Chen displayed such an attitude solely towards him. Silence lingered for a while before Yuan Chen straightened his posture. With arms crossed, he regarded Shen Yi with a gaze that was now even more focused. "Stay the night." Such words had been heard numerous times, yet they bore a different weight now. Perhaps it was the sheer directness and allure of that look. Shen Yi merely observed him quietly, finishing the last of his drink. In lieu of words, he subtly released his pheromones. That was his answer. The next morning, an insistent alarm jolted Shen Yi from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone in an expansive bed. He reached out to explore the space beside him, only to encounter the cold sheets. It was indeed early at 7 o'clock. Slowly, he sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, and rotated his stiff neck as his awareness gradually returned, revealing the unfamiliar surroundings. Although he had entered Yuan Chen's home countless times, this was his first foray into his bedroom. Shen Yi stretched his languid body, having anticipated a restless night filled with anxiety. Yet he had instead slept soundly and awoke refreshed. The bed was quite splendid. He pressed against the edge of the mattress, gently lifting himself. The spring's resilience was indeed exceptional. It must have been expensive. No wonder it could withstand such vigorous activity from the previous night. Shen Yi shook his head in disbelief. Strive to cast aside impure thoughts, be kinder to oneself, and delay no longer. He promptly rose and made his way to the bathroom. Given the occasional need for an overnight stay, this home was stocked with his change of clothes. As Shen Yi fastened the buttons of his shirt, he pondered whether he ought to prepare a few more outfits just in case. Having tidied himself, he stepped out of the living room, where Yuan Chen was already seated on the sofa, impeccably dressed in his work attire. The bodies that had shared intimate honesty the night before now confronted each other with a decorous demeanor. Shen Yi felt an inexplicable shyness and averted his gaze. Clearing his throat, "Would you like a latte?" Yuan Chen suddenly offered him a cup of coffee. The petite takeaway cup bore the familiar logo of a beloved cafe, pleasantly warm to the touch, as if it had just been purchased. Shen Yi blinked in surprise, feeling as if he had received an unexpected gift. Yuan Chen's thoughtfulness was somewhat surprising. Such a simple cup of coffee stirred something within him, though the feeling was fleeting. "Let us drink it in the car." Yuan Chen rose from the leather sofa with his usual aloof demeanor. Outside the door, the driver had been waiting for some time, his expression unchanging in response to the duo's morning appearance. Shen Yi opened the rear door, and Yuan Chen naturally took his seat. It was precisely 8:30. The morning routine remained the same, yet the only alteration was the evolving nature of his relationship with Yuan Chen. Where exactly should the line between public and private be drawn? Should it be based on working hours, or merely confined to the corporate space? Or perhaps it suffices to adhere to appropriate forms of address. The distinctions were undeniably vague. Even with the ease of their relationship, a clear boundary seemed to persist during work hours. Yuan Chen's demeanor towards Shen Yi remained as straightforward as ever. The complications arose outside of office hours. At 9 o'clock in the evening, long past the end of the workday, they locked the office door and shared a kiss in the reception area. It was not a signal from one or the other, but rather a meeting of gazes, an unspoken intimacy flowing between them. Drawing their bodies closer, perhaps that in itself was a signal. Yuan Chen was undoubtedly captivated by kissing, or perhaps his oral fixation was ever present. He was the kind of man who, once he began, would draw his partner's tongue and lips to softness, with kissing skills capable of melting one entirely. What could he possibly be incapable of? Was there anything? If not for the preset alarm ringing, they might have ventured further in that moment. As the cheerful chimes sounded, Yuan Chen silently withdrew. Alone on the sofa, Shen Yi was utterly exhausted, reluctant to move even a finger. Breathing heavily, he struggled to push aside his tousled bangs. The warmth below his abdomen lingered, prompting him to squirm restlessly. Should he exercise a modicum of restraint at the office? It seemed necessary to establish some rules. Yuan Chen, having already risen, retied his slightly loosened tie and turned to him. His gaze and tone remained as indifferent as ever. What rules? Perhaps limitations on location or time. Otherwise, we could set a specific frequency, say 3 times a week. What do you think? This is the most futile, meaningless, and redundant advice I have encountered recently. Shen Yi half opened his eyes, gazing up at Yuan Chen. His face was as pale and smooth as a freshly shelled egg, in stark contrast to Shen Yi's own. Shen Yi even suspected that while kissing, Yuan Chen might be draining his energy. He observed quietly as Yuan Chen furrowed his brows. What now? How is it that your stamina is so exceptional? Yuan Chen seemed amused, chuckling softly. Is it my fault that you lack endurance? You should exercise. Do you engage in any physical activity? The incredulous look he received was self-evident. It was absurd. How could one possess the energy to work so intensely and still have the vitality to exercise? Where did that formidable stamina originate? Shen Yi, who always returned home utterly exhausted and yearning to lie down, could not comprehend Yuan Chen's peculiar habits. It would be one thing if he were an ordinary office worker, but he was a man whose schedule was packed for a full 24 hours. This was nothing short of madness. Chapter 70. Tomorrow is Saturday. At this moment, Yuan Chen had already arranged his attire, hands tucked into his pockets, looking at Shen Yi, who was languidly sprawled on the sofa. With such poor stamina, any desire to engage in activities would surely be abandoned halfway. He referred to an incident from a few days prior, when Shen Yi had spent the night in Yuan Chen's bedroom. The atmosphere was right, yet at the crucial moment, Shen Yi surrendered first due to fatigue. Shen Yi leaned against the sofa, struggling to straighten up, feeling a twinge of grievance. Even for the sake of self-respect, he felt compelled to defend himself. Physiologically speaking, if one has already reached the 3rd time, feeling tired is entirely normal. That day, I genuinely felt I could not go on. So, does this mean I am uninteresting to you? Uninteresting? Upon hearing those words, Shen Yi was irked and fire sparked in his eyes. Do you not realize that your vigor is excessively abundant? This is a normal standard. It shouldn't be, right? Have you ever experienced a state of being unwell? The moment Yuan Chen finished speaking, Shen Yi, who had been refuting him, suddenly fell silent. He wrestled internally with whether to explain, but even so, he thought it better to be straightforward than to be misunderstood. You're my first man. In an instant, a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed Yuan Chen's gaze, so subtle that one might question whether it was merely an illusion. At that time, you were exceedingly proactive. I assumed you were quite experienced. Reflecting back on that period of vulnerability, you managed to endure quite well, did you not? Shen Yi tightly shut his eyes. With a sigh, he uttered words akin to a confession. Wasn't I out of my mind then? I know. After a succinct reply, Yuan Chen strode before Shen Yi, their knees nearly touching. Well then, we might as well look forward to it. Since that is the case, why not honestly explore it together? Upon hearing that, Shen Yi's cheeks instantly flushed, and he touched them to find they were indeed fervently warm. Truly, one day I must unravel Yuan Chen's peculiarities. His heart raced uncontrollably, and amidst the embarrassment, the thought of his relationship with Yuan Chen unexpectedly ignited a sense of anticipation within him. Shen Yi replied, "I shall remember your words." Shen Yi straightened his slightly disheveled attire and stepped out of the reception room. He intended to relax for a moment, but before he realized it, an hour had passed. Habitually, as he was about to close the door, he noticed a silhouette in the office that should have been empty. He gasped softly, immediately clutching his racing heart. "Secretary Pang, what are you doing here? I seem to have left something important behind." Secretary Pang bent down and retrieved a small shopping bag from beneath her desk. Had she heard everything? How soundproof was the reception room? It appeared to be adequate, but the office itself was notably quiet. Shen Yi hurriedly checked his appearance. His shirt buttons were fastened properly, and his tie was neat. The issue was that the recent conversation had undoubtedly been laced with ambiguity, unsuitable for any ears. He regretted revealing his surprise earlier, and knew he should feign nonchalance now. However, Secretary Pang's expression suggested she had indeed overheard something, just as his thoughts swirled in confusion. Secretary Pang's eyes widened further as she spotted Yuan Chen emerging from the reception room. What had initially been mere speculation instantly solidified into reality. "I have some matters to discuss with President Yuan." In the reception room? Discussing business? The absurd excuse escaped his lips, and Shen Yi turned to Yuan Chen, casting a desperate glance. Yet, Yuan Chen did not even spare him a glance. "Secretary Pang, do you recall what I mentioned previously?" It was Yuan Chen's cold voice that broke the tension. "Yes, President Yuan," Secretary Pang replied hastily. "It remains in effect. I do not wish for any matters that should not be addressed to arise." Secretary Pang lowered her head again, daring not to meet his gaze, tightly clutching the shopping bag in her arms, and hurriedly exited the office. Shen Yi bit his lip, pointing several times at the spot where Secretary Pang had just stood. He was uncertain of what Yuan Chen had specifically said, but he hoped for an explanation. "What's wrong?" Yuan Chen directed his characteristic, emotionless gaze at him, and, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, "You make a valid point. It is best to exercise caution within the company. From now on, even if feelings arise, one must endure." A sigh of exasperation escaped Shen Yi, feeling dizzy. Unknowingly, he had crumpled Yuan Chen's suit jacket in excitement, instinctively grasping onto something. Humans are such easily tempted creatures. Having just resolved to stay steadfast, he was quickly ensnared once more. The company's underground parking lot was desolate, as silent as the depths of night. Ahead, a concrete wall blocked the view, and not a single vehicle surrounded them. Yet, Shen Yi, troubled, could only glance repeatedly outside the car window. The slightly damp glass was disconcerting, the darkened pane offering little comfort. Distracted, Yuan Chen clicked his tongue disapprovingly, as if to punish this lapse in focus, and lightly bit Shen Yi's lower lip. A soft moan escaped, and then Yuan Chen traced the tender flesh within the faint imprints left by his teeth with his tongue. In response to the overwhelming pheromones, Shen Yi's eyes involuntarily fluttered shut. He wished to concentrate, but with Yuan Chen present, all efforts proved futile. Thus their bodies entwined. They continued to kiss for several minutes until Yuan Chen, breathing heavily, slightly lifted his face. The heavy body pressing against Shen Yi gradually withdrew. "Tomorrow is Saturday. Devoid of any obligations. I am more aware than you." Shen Yi adjusted the reclining driver's seat and gently rubbed his damp lips. Yuan Chen's words carried a distinct implication. Late at night, the eve of a day off, the air thick with pheromones, these signals. As he settled back into the passenger seat, Yuan Chen smiled, his gaze lingering on Shen Yi's upper body. "Is it only you who feels unsatisfied?" Shen Yi pressed his slightly parted knees together. He quickly turned his head toward the window, unable to quell his excitement, nervously biting his lip. "Give me 5 minutes. I'll drive soon." Yuan Chen, arms crossed, pondered for a moment before exiting the vehicle. He circled the hood, opened the driver's door, and gestured for Shen Yi to come out. "Get out." "What?" "Stop asking the same question. Just sit beside me." "Are you incapable of moving?" As soon as Yuan Chen's words fell, Shen Yi exited the car. It seemed an instinctive reflex, the unconditioned obedience of a secretary to Yuan Chen's directives. Confused, he switched to the passenger seat and before fastening his seatbelt, the car sped away. Although aware of Yuan Chen's aversion to wasting time, he did not anticipate such impatience. Surely, they would receive a few speeding tickets on the return journey. Chapter 71, no salvación. Yet, this very person, upon arriving home, reverted to his usual calm demeanor. As soon as he entered, Shen Yi prepared himself for the inevitable removal of his trousers, standing dazedly in the living room. Yuan Chen, heading toward the dressing room, glanced back. Upon another look, there were no signs of excitement. Come out after your shower. What? After you finish, come to the bedroom. Far from being seductive, his instructions were stark and dry. Yet, why did Shen Yi's heart race so fiercely? He nodded in response. After meticulously cleansing himself in the bathroom, though it wasn't their first physical encounter, he felt overly anxious. Even his breathing was somewhat labored. Shen Yi dried his body and even blow-dried his damp hair. He donned the bathrobe prepared in the bathroom, the soft, heavy fabric exuding a luxurious bergamot fragrance. It felt as though his entire being was enveloped in Yuan Chen's essence. Truly, there was no hope. Had he been possessed? How could such lewd thoughts persist without respite? He wished for a moment of clarity. With a mind in disarray, he ascended the steps, nearly driven to madness by his nerves. Wearing slippers, the only sound as he traversed from the living room to the bedroom was the soft scrape of his slippers against the floor. In the enveloping darkness, only a faint glow seeped through the slightly ajar door. Shen Yi knocked gently on the open bedroom door, a habit ingrained in him. Yuan Chen leaned against the window, his phone pressed to his ear, engaged in conversation. Was it a work call? Silently, Shen Yi closed the door and approached the bedside. The pristine white bedspread lay impeccably smooth, the pillows arranged with meticulous care. It was too tidy, almost disorienting. Was this a home or a hotel? Without the owner's permission, he dare not lie down, merely sitting at the edge of the bed. Thankfully, he could hear Yuan Chen's voice. During the call, his tone was deep and steady, as if he were reciting something. It is premature to engage in this discussion. Although he is on a serious work call, Yuan Chen, clad in a bathrobe, appears utterly relaxed to anyone who gazes upon him. The deep navy robe accentuates his fair skin, drawing the eye to his slightly unbuttoned collar. Shen Yi finds himself momentarily entranced, akin to admiring a sculpted statue. As his gaze traverses from head to toe, it returns to Yuan Chen's face, only to collide with those deep, night sky-like eyes. Having done nothing wrong, Shen Yi quickly averts his gaze. Just as he unconsciously curls his toes around the edge of his soft slippers, the man leaning against the window approaches slowly. Unbeknownst to him, he stands right in front of Shen Yi's feet. Naturally, Shen Yi's gaze rises, and merely meeting Yuan Chen's impassive eyes send a shiver down his spine. Long fingers grasp the back of Shen Yi's head, exploring his hair, the fingertips subtly massaging his scalp, laden with suggestiveness. As Yuan Chen continues his call, his gaze remains fixed on Shen Yi's face, entrusting the matter to Lawyer Hao. It turns out he was conversing with Lawyer Hao. Shen Yi shudders slightly at the hand gliding down his nape, his molars clenched tightly. Little does Lawyer Hao imagine the events unfolding on the other end of the line. Yuan Chen positions one knee against the bed's edge, leaning down, coaxing Shen Yi to recline back onto the bed. The heavy weight descends upon him, and merely that sensation causes a thin sheen of sweat to bead on his back. Tomorrow holds no time. Important engagements have already been arranged. His elongated eyes appear particularly aloof. Yet, in those eyes that scrutinize Shen Yi's face, an unmasked desire lurks. Shen Yi gasps softly, then cautiously extends his hand. His fingertip glides over those seemingly cold lips, the sensation unexpectedly warm. That warmth, concealed beneath a facade of indifference, swiftly spreads throughout his body. The man, who always prioritizes work, concludes the call succinctly, tossing his phone aside, fully lowering his head. Their moist lips entwine unexpectedly, the pressure on Shen Yi's nose causing a slight ache, and his breath quickens involuntarily. I don't know about tomorrow's schedule. Is there any? Are you truly asking because you do not know? If there are plans, I can change them now. That depends on the situation. How much time should we allocate? What about tomorrow's agenda? Shen Yi can no longer continue his thoughts. Instead, he grips Yuan Chen tighter, His broad and solid back offers a sense of security, making it a night filled with anticipation rather than worry. At 4 in the morning, the sheets lie in disarray, yet no one cares. It seems as though this is their sole sanctuary, as they lie beneath a soiled blanket. Exhausted, Shen Yi, nearly at the brink of collapse, finally opens his eyes. Yuan Chen appears to have just returned from a shower, emanating a clean, steamy freshness. Shen Yi, unable to lift his hand, feels utterly outmatched in stamina. Mr. Yuan? Wake me in an hour. I'll sleep for just an hour. It's only 4. My phone is too far away. The weight of his eyelids threatened to close at any moment, and his voice was as faint as a whisper, despite Yuan Chen's evident impatience. He set the alarm on his phone, placing it back on the bedside table before picking up his tablet. Next to him, the steady rhythm of breathing indicated that Shen Yi, who had recently been awake, had quickly succumbed to a deep slumber, so profound that an earthquake would fail to rouse him. He had previously declared that he would return home even if it meant exhausting himself, intending to rest thoroughly in his own space on Saturday. Although he lacked the immediate energy to act, his resolve appeared unwavering. Yuan Chen diverted his gaze, feeling indeed a bit fatigued, yet there remained pressing matters requiring his confirmation. Sleep eluded him despite his desire for it. An hour later, the alarm rang, prompting Yuan Chen to reach out and silence his phone. The tranquil breathing beside him persisted, so deep that one might question the necessity of waking him. He turned off the bedside lamp, leaving only the faint glow of the tablet illuminating the room as pheromones mingled in the air. The company continued to operate smoothly today without any hitches. The secretaries, having finished their lunch, sipped coffee while engaging in light banter. A calm atmosphere prevailed, and it was indeed pleasant. One could only hope for such tranquility every day. If this were merely a recent occurrence, there would be little cause for concern. One secretary, sipping her mixed coffee, discreetly diverted her gaze. Through the glass window of the office, she caught sight of President Yuan and the minister, both engrossed in a serious conversation, seemingly with much to discuss, neglecting even their lunch. The topic, however, was soon passed over as it was nothing particularly significant. Observing the two from the window, one secretary suddenly bit the edge of her paper cup, exclaiming, "Doesn't President Yuan look like he is in a romantic relationship? What nonsense! That's impossible. I'd bet $10 on it," came the incredulous response. Such a notion was utterly absurd, and another secretary chimed in, "I'd sooner believe that the sun rises in the west." Meanwhile, Secretary Pang remained silent, her small fist gently striking her chest. "What's wrong, Secretary Pang? Are you unwell?" they inquired. "It's just a bit of tightness in my chest. Have you eaten lunch? I have some digestive medicine. Would you like it?" Secretary Pang shook her head, calmly returning to her desk as the others glanced at the clock and gradually dispersed back to their own stations. Naturally a quiet person, Secretary Pang's emotions seldom fluctuated, her disposition gentle. Yet the secret weighing on her heart now tormented her. She stared at her desk, exhaling a long sigh. As if unable to contain herself any longer, she began to scrawl in the corner of her notebook. President Yuan and the minister were cuddling at the company. President Yuan even helped the minister through a sensitive period. I saw them kiss in the back seat of the car. Tearing the corner filled with writing from her notebook, she stuffed it directly into her mouth. As she chewed the paper, her nearby colleague gaped in astonishment. "Cough. Secretary Pang, what is wrong with you? What is the matter?" Secretary Pang had suddenly consumed something. The secretaries gathered around her desk. "What did you eat? Goodness. Are you eating paper? Spit it out." "Oh no." Secretary Li and Secretary Qi grasped her arm, shaking her vigorously. Despite their efforts to pry her cheeks apart and compel her to open her mouth, Secretary Pang resolutely shook her head, resembling a warrior enduring excruciating torture. Chapter 72. Do you wish to end your acting career? As the weather turned colder, a colossal image of Gu Qingheng adorned the towering concrete facade, with a massive electronic screen continuously looping a recently filmed advertisement. Truly a top-tier celebrity, the entrance to the company had unwittingly become a popular photo spot. The interior was no different, The lobby on the first floor was entirely wrapped in you.Shen's photographs. Wherever one turned, one could not escape his visage, and the quality of the images prompted even the employees to raise their phones to capture the moment. The market response to the new spokesperson appeared unmistakably positive. Yuan Chen, having just returned from an external engagement, naturally witnessed this scene. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the refreshed interior, and a flicker of evident displeasure crossed his typically expressionless face. Shen Yi followed closely behind him, quietly observing Yuan Chen's reaction. The overwhelming presence of that dazzling face surrounded their view, making the place feel more akin to a fashionable shopping center than a pharmaceutical company. Yuan Chen had always detested such a raucous atmosphere, reminiscent of a wholesale market, and it was only natural that he felt discontented at this moment. Yuan Chen took the lead, stepping forward, and Shen Yi swiftly followed. As they entered the private elevator, Yuan Chen broke the prolonged silence. "What time is the advertisement shoot?" 5 o'clock. "Must I attend?" Yuan Chen's gaze fell on the flickering floor indicator, his voice lacking any inflection. He was not one to raise such concerns, which indicated his substantial reluctance. Shen Yi pressed her lips together, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Yuan Chen should have been fully aware that established plans could not be altered. Today was scheduled for you.Shen's print advertisement shoot, and given that the earlier television commercial had sparked considerable discussion, the marketing team seized the momentum and devised an aggressive promotional strategy. They established an official Weibo account, regularly posting previously unreleased behind-the-scenes footage and photographs, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. The issue lay in the marketing team's audacious proposal, which was nearly unreasonable, to have Yuan Chen appear alongside the actor you.Shen. The intention was to leverage the strong alpha images of both young and exceptional individuals to infuse the company brand with a powerful positioning. Yuan Chen had explicitly opposed this proposal during internal meetings, but due to the board's vigorous push, they ultimately arrived at this juncture. Being compelled to participate in an unwelcome shoot naturally rendered his mood less than agreeable. All Shen Yi could do now was offer steady and gentle support at Yuan Chen's side, allowing him some measure of reassurance. At 5 in the afternoon, Yuan Chen arrived punctually at the studio. The moment he stepped into the workspace, his brow furrowed immediately as the dimly lit room was infused with a medley of pheromones. The ventilation system was utterly chaotic, likely exacerbated by the number of people present. The artistic domain inherently attracted a diverse array of personalities, and it was well known that the omega ratio was notably high. Due to the characteristics of the work environment, individuals often exhibit little restraint in releasing pheromones. Shen Yi quietly observed Yuan Chen's expression. The demeanor of this alpha had noticeably darkened as he reached into the inner pocket of his suit. "Just in case. I brought some suppressants," he said. "No need. Let us conclude this swiftly and leave early." He strode inside with long strides. The marketing team members, who had arrived early, hurriedly approached Yuan Chen, their greetings echoing amidst the atmosphere. Yuan Chen's profound gaze briefly swept across each of their faces. "How long will the shoot take?" "Approximately 2 hours," was the response. "Finish within an hour." As the crowd grew increasingly anxious, the director approached. "Mr. Yuan, we are immensely grateful for your personal attendance amid your busy schedule. I am the director for today's shoot." "Director, wouldn't it be better to use this time efficiently and proceed with the filming?" He interrupted the pleasantries, and a hint of awkwardness flickered across the director's face. He had heard of Yuan Chen's temperament beforehand, but the pressure of the scene still brought him beads of sweat. "We are making final adjustments. you.Shen is currently changing outfits and will take about 10 more minutes. Additionally, Mr. Yuan, would you like to review the script for today? The design is exceptional. I am sure you will." "Not interested." Yuan Chen's gaze and tone were laced with frost, causing the marketing team members to grow increasingly restless. They understood better than anyone that Yuan Chen's mood had likely plummeted to its nadir. Fortunately, the director, accustomed to various situations, skillfully attempted to lighten the atmosphere. "Mr. Yuan truly exudes charm. As an S-Class Alpha, his aura is utterly distinct. Haha, having Mr. Yuan personally star in the advertisement would be splendid. I was merely speaking in jest." A piercing glance from Yuan Chen made the director immediately question his choice of words. As the tension hung in the air, Shen Yi approached discreetly. Mr. Yuan. He moved closer to Yuan Chen, gently tapping his firm's side, signaling, "Too many eyes are upon us. Please exercise restraint." Just then, Gu Qingheng, having changed his outfit, entered the studio amidst a throng of staff. Upon spotting the gathered executives, he approached with a smile. Naturally, Gu Qingheng extended his right hand, intending to shake hands with Yuan Chen. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yuan. I have been looking forward to our reunion." His demeanor was so warm it could easily mislead one into believing they were old acquaintances. Yuan Chen glanced at the outstretched hand and begrudgingly accepted the handshake. Meanwhile, the staff swiftly readied themselves. The two were guided to seats arranged with lighting, each receiving a steaming cup of coffee. The concept of the shoot was quite simple: to share a coffee and engage in a dialogue related to the medication. With the two similarly tall alphas seated side by side, presenting a seemingly harmonious scene, the marketing personnel retreated to the back, and the camera quietly focused on them. The director gestured for them to ignore the lens and converse casually. But casually, dozens of eyes were fixed upon them. Gu Qingheng, evidently seasoned, maintained his composure. He took a sip of hot coffee and initiated the conversation. "How about you try acting? It is not possible to sustain oneself like those who rely on this. You certainly possess remarkable talent." Gu Qingheng's lips curled gently as his gaze swept over the employees around him, including the visibly anxious Shen Yi, who was focused intently on Yuan Chen. The two appeared to share a close bond, always inseparable, it seemed. Though unstated, Gu Qingheng's insinuation was unmistakable. Yuan Chen lowered his gaze, barely suppressing a scoff. "Are you particularly interested in the private affairs of others?" "Indeed, I have a penchant for male omegas, especially those who are already in relationships. It stirs a sense of challenge within me." Yuan Chen's lips slowly curved into a smirk. "How bothersome." He muttered an expletive, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "You seem to be the type who dislikes sharing your possessions." The tone was so light, it hardly warranted a rebuttal. Yuan Chen remained silent, merely sipping his coffee. Despite his unwavering indifference, Gu Qingheng appeared utterly unfazed, his smile deepening. Crossing his legs, he continued unabashedly, "It is evident that your mark is quite thorough." The aura suggested disinclination for mingling with others. Mr. Gu's taste seems to favor that which belongs to others. Gu Qingheng laughed as if struck by a revelation. The employees observing exchanged uneasy glances, realizing that this line of conversation was straying far from the intended theme, jeopardizing the usability of the footage. "Apologies, but should we perhaps change the topic?" one of the staff cautiously suggested, prompting Gu Qingheng to immediately uncross his legs and regain the demeanor befitting an actor. His questions and tone transformed into something appropriate and professional. Reminiscent of the composure he displayed in front of the media, his acting skills were indeed exquisite. Yuan Chen reciprocated with an equally fitting response, his public persona always impeccable, rivaling Gu Qingheng's. An occasional elegant smile was perfectly captured by the camera. "Well done." The shoot has concluded. After approximately 30 minutes, the filming came to an end. As the crew busied themselves with wrapping up, Gu Qingheng gently patted Yuan Chen's shoulder, faced with a sudden chill in his gaze. He turned his head and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "3 of us playing together wouldn't be so bad, would it?" Leaving that indecent suggestion hanging, he smiled and stepped back. Though the distance had widened, the oppressive aura of alpha pheromones emanating from Yuan Chen silently permeated the air. "Any thoughts, Mr. Gu?" Yuan Chen gradually stood, and the moment his gaze lifted, his pitch-black eyes were chillingly cold. "Do you wish to end your acting career?" Chapter 73. Is it not so? How terrifying. Since you're not fond of it, I suppose I must attempt to gradually approach Mr. Shen. Gu Qingheng rose decisively. Yuan Chen did not spare him a glance and turned to leave. "Director, shall we shoot another set?" Gu Qingheng called out, blending back into the crew. Yuan Chen's expression remained frosty. The staff members cautiously approached, offering him the barely touched coffee and adjusting his slightly disheveled jacket. Yuan Chen spoke in a calm tone. "Is this the scene you desire? We will ensure a meticulous post-production. Minister Zhou, Yuan, the general manager, Minister Zhou, who had been shrinking in the corner, immediately stepped forward in response. Prior to selecting a spokesperson, a thorough risk assessment should have been conducted. If any issues arise subsequently, Minister Zhou, you shall bear full responsibility. Minister Zhou's eyes darted nervously, casting a furtive glare at the team leader beside him. No one anticipated that Gu Qingheng would be such a tactless individual in private. We will discuss this upon returning to the company, Yuan Chen remarked before striding away. He walked briskly, leaving the employees in a state of bewilderment. As they made their way to the parking lot, silence enveloped the two like a heavy shroud. Only when he opened the back seat door for Yuan Chen and settled into the driver's seat did Shen Yi manage to catch his breath. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, a directive came from behind. You need to move immediately. What? You live next door to Gu Qingheng. I do not wish for any entanglement between you two. If you have nowhere else to go, stay at a hotel for now. I will arrange for someone to help you find accommodation. Shen Yi remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Just moments ago, Gu Qingheng had clearly provoked Yuan Chen deliberately, although he did not catch the specifics. Yuan Chen's reaction indicated that it was far from favorable. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Yuan Chen, tense and poised like a sword unsheathed. It was within the confines of the car that Shen Yi distinctly sensed an unfamiliar, oppressive alpha pheromone emanating from Yuan Chen. What had Gu Qingheng said? Yuan Chen furrowed his brow at Shen Yi's inquiry, evidently reluctant to elaborate. Shen Yi bit his lip and stole another glance at him. Was it the influence of the pheromone that stirred his agitation, or were Gu Qingheng's words genuinely displeasing? Perhaps it was a combination of both. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Yi unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. He moved to the back seat, opened the door, and settled in, meeting Yuan Chen's puzzled gaze. As a secretary, the typical method of soothing Yuan Chen was to remain silent and provide companionship. However, Shen Yi had another approach in mind, uncertain of its efficacy, yet willing to attempt it. Shen Yi, Yuan Chen's voice carried a distinct impatience. Yet, Shen Yi suddenly leaned in and gently pressed his lips against Yuan Chen's tightly pursed ones. After a fleeting moment of contact, Shen Yi earnestly stated, "He is simply a madman, mentally unstable, and his words are absurd. It is best to disregard him." Yuan Chen let out a brief, derisive laugh as if he had heard a joke, but the mirth quickly faded, his expression returning to its customary severity. "You seem quite knowledgeable about Gu Qingheng." This time, Shen Yi pressed a kiss to his cheek. The furrow between Yuan Chen's brows deepened. "What are you doing? Not allowed to kiss." In the next instant, a large hand gripped the back of Shen Yi's neck, pulling him closer. Their lips met again in a kiss that bordered on fervent release. Yuan Chen's tongue, imbued with an irresistible force, invaded Shen Yi's mouth. He frowned slightly, but soon relaxed, lifting his hands to cradle Yuan Chen's face, surrendering to the embrace. The sweet pheromones spread within the car, gradually overpowering Yuan Chen's sharp scent. After what felt like an eternity, Yuan Chen slowly pulled away. The tips of their noses still brushed against each other, their heated breaths intertwining as he spoke in a husky whisper at such a close distance. "So, the answer is not to move? What answer? Didn't Ti suggest that you relocate?" His anger seemed to have subsided somewhat, yet his gaze continued to carry a heavy weight of oppression. Shen Yi could not evade that penetrating look and could only fixate on his long, drooping eyelashes. "Why should I move? I haven't done anything wrong, and I am quite comfortable where I am." Before he could finish his thought, Yuan Chen suddenly lowered his head and gently bit down on Shen Yi's lower lip. A sharp gasp escaped Shen Yi as he instinctively clenched the fabric of his clothing, causing the luxurious suit jacket to crumple into a heap. Yuan Chen, like a beast tending to its wound, then traced the bitten spot with his tongue. Breathing heavily, he warned in a low voice, "If that lunatic spouts nonsense at you, tell me immediately. And then what? I will ensure he vanishes completely, never to show his face again." Yuan Chen was a man of his word. Shen Yi could not help but chuckle, wrapping his arms around Yuan Chen's shoulders. While it was perhaps not the role of the secretary to do so at that moment, he simply wished to comfort the evidently irate man. If trouble were to arise, who would be the mastermind behind it? Beneath their pressed chests, their heartbeats gradually steadied. Although the fury had diminished, Yuan Chen's hand around Shen Yi's waist remained firm. Shen Yi maintained this intimate position, sharing warmth and pheromones, silently reflecting that since their relationship had evolved, dealing with Yuan Chen had become somewhat easier. Perhaps his attitude toward Yuan Chen had indeed transformed. After safely escorting Yuan Chen home, Shen Yi proceeded to his next destination. Although the formal workday had concluded, his day was far from over. The staff of the secretary department were engaged in their quarterly routine gathering. Pushing open the door to the wine bar, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere, slightly inebriated as befitting a Friday night. Minister, Secretary Qi, with keen eyes, spotted Shen Yi and raised his arm high. The sudden appearance of the minister, who they presumed would not attend, elicited excitement among the crowd. Shen Yi approached the vacant seat, scanning the flushed faces around the table, and smiled gently. Ordered the expensive drinks, I see? Of course. With President Yuan's card, we must indulge in the finest. Enjoying luxurious treatment on Yuan Chen's expense account was perhaps one of the greatest joys of company life, with no limit on dining expenses, allowing for lavish indulgence. Secretary Pang has reached his limit? Is Secretary Pang the one who drank the most? He typically has a low tolerance, yet today he seems particularly bold. Shen Yi glanced at Secretary Song, who was slumped over the table in slumber, and let out a soft sigh. She had likely drunk so much because of him, and this thought left him with a twinge of guilt. Minister, would you like a drink? No, I must drive. Shen Yi refrained from touching the bottle of expensive red wine, and instead ordered a glass of sparkling juice. Holding the condensation-covered glass, he listened to the secretary's chat about various trivial matters, mostly the annoyances or anecdotes from work. Fortunately, everyone mentioned that things have been going relatively smoothly lately, hoping that such a state would continue. Approximately an hour later, as the wine bottles neared emptiness, it was time to disperse. Secretary Qi and Secretary Chen intended to find a different venue to continue their gathering, while Secretary Li prepared to escort Secretary Pang home. Shen Yi rose and donned his coat, suggesting, "Let us take my car. I shall drive you." "A taxi will suffice," replied the inebriated duo. How could two tipsy individuals hail a cab? He assisted Secretary Pang into the back seat, and after dropping off Yuan Chen, he drove the spacious official sedan. Secretary Li, sinking into the leather seat, sighed contentedly. Ah, this cushion is truly the seat of a successful person. Shen Yi glanced at her through the rearview mirror, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed it is. Secretary Pang seemed to regain some clarity, mumbling indistinctly. Shen Yi turned his gaze forward, casually opening the center console to retrieve a bottle of mineral water, which he offered to the back seat. "It's the minister," remarked Secretary Pang, taking small sips of water, her gaze somewhat vacant as she stared at Shen Yi's rounded occiput. Beside her, Secretary Li acted as a vigilant overseer, reminding Secretary Pang, "If you feel unwell, please inform us beforehand. This is not our vehicle, but rather Mr. Yuan's." "I won't be sick. I'll sip it slowly," came her reply. Shen Yi cast a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror, assessing Secretary Pang's condition, observing her dazed expression, which suggested she would soon drift back into slumber. At that moment, his phone rang. A call at such a late hour could only be from one person. Indeed, it was Yuan Chen. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately swiped to answer. "Shen Yi," came the low timbre of his voice, resonating distinctly within the quiet confines of the car. The back seat fell into an immediate hush, even the sound of breathing softened.